131 An unworthy match. What Cai Wenlun and Yao Ziyang did not expect was what Cai Rixi said next. Cai Rixi continued, "Today, Ziyang's brother Yao Ziju and his sister-in-law Ming Liui are here, too. We should take a photo together." Cai Rixi's intentions were very simple. No matter what, today was her home ground, her family's event. She wanted everyone to see it. As the only daughter of the Cai family, Cai Rixi would be married to the handsome future president of the Yao Corporation. Even if Ming Liui married Yao Ziju, it did not matter, he was blind and lame. If she wanted something as simple as a stove in the future, she would have to rely on Yao Ziyang's generosity. She wanted everyone to see that no matter how they compared, Cai Rixi was more outstanding than Ming Liui. When everyone heard Cai Rixi's words, they started to chatter among themselves. "What? Sister-in-law? That's Yao Ziju's wife. I didn't hear any news about Yao Ziju's marriage before. The Yao Corporation is such a big family business, yet their marriage is so low-key. Ming Liui, I've never heard of her. Which family is she from?" Zhao Qing followed Yao Ziju's instructions and pushed him to the stage. Although he was in a wheelchair, Yao Ziju's noble temperament and aura did not lose out at all. Yao Ziju immediately became the center of attention, and the crowd watched as the wheelchair was pushed to the side of the stage. The stage was not very high, so Zhao Qing easily sent Yao Ziju up. Yao Ziju walked up to the stage and said, "Liui, come here." Ming Liui immediately went up the stage and stood beside her husband. Yao Ziju picked up the microphone like a born leader. As long as he was here, he would always be the protagonist. Does Cai Rixi want to claim kinship now? Then he would let Cai Rixi have his fill. First of all, Yao Ziju said lightly, "I would like to introduce everyone to my newly wedded wife, Ming Liui. I love her very much, and dote on her a lot. She's now an indispensable person in my life." Ming Liui was a little shocked. Although she knew that this was a bit of a show, it was really overshadowing the host. Cai Rixi seemed possessed and felt especially daring. She said, "Liui, you're so lucky. Even though you only finished high school and don't have any skills, you should be content with a husband like him." Everyone was in an uproar. Yao Ziju's wife was not from a prestigious family. Moreover, she only had a high school diploma. Everyone's attention was on Ming Liui. They had been lamenting about how such a beautiful lady had married a disabled man. But at this moment, the situation had changed, and they felt that it was not appropriate for Yao Ziju to marry this woman. Even if Yao Ziju was a cripple, he was still the CEO of the Yao Corporation, a man who could stir up a storm with just a wave of his hand. How could he marry a woman who did not match his family background and only had a pretty face? Cai Rixi thought that Ming Liui would be incredibly embarrassed, but Ming Liui was calm. Cai Rixi thought, Ming Liui is exposed now, but she's not ashamed at all. Does she know what shame is? Yao Ziju's eyes flashed with killing intent. He wanted to help Ming Liui out of the situation, but Ming Liui calmly said, "Don't rush me, everyone. I'm already studying really hard, and I'm also working on my career." Yao Ziju's heart immediately softened. Ming Liui was always calm in the face of adversity, as if nothing in the world could hurt her, and she was always so level-headed. Yao Ziju gritted his teeth. Since Cai Rixi dared to humiliate his wife, he had no reason to let her go. Yao Ziju sneered, "I wish you happiness. The Yao family already knows the sincerity of the Cai family. Tomorrow, the Yao family will begin the acquisition process." Cai Wenlun was confused. What? Today was Cai Wenlun's birthday banquet and they were supposed to be celebrating. Why did Cai Rixi suddenly come on stage to say that she was getting married, and that his company was about to be acquired by the Yao Corporation? Things had developed so quickly that Cai Wenlun did not even have time to react. Everyone present was also extremely shocked. After all, the Cai family was a family of scholars, and almost everyone respected them, so why did Yao Ziju suddenly say that he wanted to acquire them? If it was anyone else, they would be overestimating themselves, but Yao Ziju was different. The crowd did not know whether this was a spontaneous decision or something Yao Ziju had already discussed with the Cai family. At this time, everyone in the Kongtong sect did not know whether to congratulate him or comfort Cai Wenlun. CAI Wenlun calmed himself down and said with a smile, President Yao is so hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Let's go down and talk about it in detail. Everyone should be hungry by now, so let's not take up everyone's time for family matters. 132 What's there to be surprised about? CAI Wenlun had always been refined. He had never smiled like this in front of anyone. It seemed like he had been greatly provoked. Yao Ziju wanted to say something, but Ming Liui pulled on his arm. Seeing that Yao Ziju did not continue, CAI Wenlun immediately said, Everyone, please take your seats. Although the audience present had dispersed, they still looked at Yao Ziju and Ming Liui. Of course, most of the attention was on his wife. Ming Liui did not seem to feel their gazes, and quietly said a few words to Yao Ziju. Then, they walked down the stage together and returned to the VIP seats upstairs as though nothing had happened. The two of them did not even look at CAI Rixi, who was pale. Yao Ziyang also did not understand CAI Rixi's actions today, but he still gave her some face and held her hand as they walked down the stage. As soon as Ming Liui returned to the second floor, a waiter immediately served her a glass of orange juice. Ming Liui thought it was the orange juice from the bar, so she did not think much of it and accepted it. She did not drink it at once, but set it aside instead. The banquet began at once. The Western appetizers, main course, and desserts were served. However, everyone had heard so much explosive news that they only wanted to gossip. They had no intention of eating at all. CAI Wenlun also went over and invited Yao Ziju to the office room for a private talk. CAI Rixi did not understand why her father, who had always been calm and steady, would be so flustered. There was a vice president in the Yao Corporation, and the vice president was her boyfriend. Why did he only look for Yao Ziju? Would the Yao Corporation allow Yao Ziju to do whatever he wanted? Before Yao Ziju left, he reminded Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo, saying, Watch over Liui. Then, Zhao Chung pushed Yao Ziju into the office. Seeing Yao Ziju leave, Cheng Sanjin could not help but ask, Sister-in-law, how did you two meet? When did you get married? Xiao Mo also immediately added, Yao Ziju doesn't usually get close to women. He doesn't bring any female companions with him, and he even buttons his clothes up to the top. We thought that Ziju would never have a woman in his life. Who would have thought that he would be able to confess to you in front of everyone? Ming Liui was astounded. There was such an exciting drama just now, and the plot was so complicated, and these two only cared about this. Besides, their marriage was also a business arrangement. What was there to be surprised about? Ming Liui said lightly, That's right, our relationship is very good. It's indestructible. Xiao Mo and Cheng Sanjin were shocked. Although indestructible was a good word, why did it feel strange? The two kept asking for all the details, and Ming Liui could only respond one at a time. As she kept talking, she started to feel a little thirsty. She took the orange juice that had just been delivered and took a sip. In the office, seeing Yao Ziju enter, CAI Wenlun immediately stood up and said, President Yao, isn't today's joke a little too much? What kind of joke is that? Yao Ziju coldly replied, Mr. CAI, which sentence do you think was a joke? President Yao, there must be a misunderstanding here, CAI Wenlun said. Let's clarify things. There's no need to be like this. Yao Ziju said, What misunderstanding? Liui married me, and CAI Rixi marries Yao Ziyang. We're even closer now. Isn't that a good thing? A thin layer of sweat appeared on CAI Wenlun's forehead when he heard this. So it was because of this. No matter what, the CAI family was indeed in the wrong. At that time, it was also CAI Rixi who took the initiative to say that she wanted to marry the Yao family. CAI Wenlun had hinted it to the Yao family time and time again. However, he did not expect that the Yao family would ignore them, until Yao Ziju's accident. But as a father, how could CAI Wenlun bear to let his daughter marry a disabled man? At that time, his daughter had said that this matter could be resolved immediately. Ming Liui was still arranged to be a cousin of the CAI family, even though CAI Wenlun had never seen Ming Liui before. CAI Wenlun also knew that it was not right to find someone to substitute the bride, but he turned a blind eye to it. At this moment, CAI Wenlun was filled with regret. As expected, humans should not do anything against their conscience. Otherwise, a ghost would knock on the door sooner or later. Yao Ziju was even scarier than the devil knocking on the door. President Yao Cai Wenlun said, "What do you want to do? The Cai family will cooperate." Just as Yao Ziju was about to say something, someone knocked urgently on the office door. Cai Wenlun frowned at this. Cheng Sanjin stood at the door anxiously. He did not care about his dignity and went right in. He said, "Sister-in-law is in trouble. Something's wrong." 133 No one would poison anything here. Hearing this, Yao Ziju's eyes widened, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Cai Wenlun. If looks could kill, Cai Wenlun would have died 1,000 times over. Yao Ziju's eyes drooped once more, as if that moment just now was an illusion. "Call the ambulance first, Yao Ziju." Cai Wenlun immediately said, "Mr. Yao, don't panic. No one would poison anything here. Everyone here today is a VIP. All the food has been inspected. It would be best if that were the case," said Yao Ziju. His face was gloomy and his tone was cold. As soon as Yao Ziju finished speaking, Zhao Qing immediately pushed him toward Ming Lairei's direction. It was like a 100-meter sprint. Ming Lairie held a glass of water in her hand. She sat in her seat, red-faced and looking quite normal. If one observed carefully, one would notice that Ming Lairei's eyes were dull, and her body seemed sluggish. Xiao Mo stood at the side, not knowing what to do at all. Yao Ziju was pushed to Ming Lairei's side. "Dear." Ming Lairie turned her head and saw Yao Ziju. Her eyes were filled with his silhouette, and she stared straight at him. As if she had thought of something, she put down her glass. However, she seemed unable to control her strength and slammed the cup on the table. Crash! With a crisp sound, the glass cup hit the table and shattered. Yao Ziju's heart was in his throat as he nervously replied, "Lairie, don't move. Wait for me." Ming Lairie did not listen to Yao Ziju's words at all. She stood up, her upper body shook a few times before she slowly stabilized herself. Ming Lairie seemed like she was walking on cotton, her steps were wobbly, and her skin also had a pinkish hue to it. She swayed toward Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju was afraid that Ming Lairie would fall, so he immediately raised his hand to catch her. Ming Lairie seemed to be encouraged by Yao Ziju's actions and quickened her pace. When she reached Yao Ziju's side, Ming Lairie slowly knelt down and raised her head. Yao Ziju thought Ming Lairie wanted to speak and lowered his head. With a whoosh, Yao Ziju felt Ming Lairie gently kiss his face. Ming Lairie asked in a low voice, "Did I do the right thing?" Yao Ziju suddenly remembered what he had said to Ming Lairie. Yao Ziju had once said, "We are a newly married couple, and I just woke up. Of course, we should be like glue. If I go talk to someone else alone and come back, what will you do? Of course it's to take the initiative to come to my side and gently kiss my face to express intimacy." Thinking of this, Yao Ziju's heart softened. She was already in this state, but she still remembered what he said before. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Lairie tightly and said, "Lairie, don't be afraid. We'll go to the hospital now." Ming Lairie was surprised. "Why are we going to the hospital? You're sick?" Yao Ziju frowned. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Ming Lairie stretched out her hand. There was some blood on her finger. "It must have been from the glass just now." "My hand hurts a little," Ming Lairie whispered. Yao Ziju grew even more nervous. He said, "Go to the entrance now. The ambulance will be here soon." The two protectors wanted to help her up, but they did not dare to. A woman said, "Let me help Madam Yao." When everyone heard this voice, they looked over and saw that it was the Wang family's daughter, Wang Keiya, who had just returned from studying abroad and was not very familiar with anyone here. Wang Keiya held Ming Lairie's arm. When they reached the entrance, the ambulance had just arrived. "Miss Wang, I'm very grateful. I will definitely thank you at a later date," Yao Ziju said. Wang Keiya said, "It's a small matter, Mr. Yao, think nothing of it." Xiao Mo immediately gave a sample of the liquid Ming Lairie had consumed to the nurse. Yao Ziju glanced at Xiao Mo, and he said, "Before the results are out, no one may leave." In the ambulance, the doctor immediately disinfected and bandaged Ming Lairie's hand. He asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "I'm a little dizzy and cold," Ming Lairie said. "Did you drink?" the doctor asked. "Otherwise, how could you have such a strong smell of alcohol?" Could you be suffering from alcohol poisoning? I didn't drink, Ming Lai shook her head. I only drank a glass of orange juice that tasted strange. The doctor continued to ask, do you feel like vomiting now? Is your heart beating faster, and is your vision blurry? Ming Lai shook her head slightly, indicating no. 134 His loved one was sick, yet his heart was the one that ached. The ambulance arrived at the hospital almost immediately. The doctor sent the sample for testing, and then brought Ming Lai in for a blood test. While waiting for the results, Yao Ziju hugged Ming Lai and did not let go. This time, Yao Ziju experienced what it felt like for his loved one to be sick, yet his heart was the one that ached. He even wished to be the one who got poisoned instead. The nurse passed the results to the doctor with a complicated expression. The doctor was also shocked when he saw the results. He picked up the phone and called the lab department. Hello, lab department. Are there any more of Ming Lai's blood samples left? Run the test again at once, and please be thorough. Yao Ziju clenched his fists nervously. Not long after that, the second test report was sent over. The doctor looked at the report and frowned. Ming Lai, right. The alcohol level in your blood has already reached typical levels of intoxication, and the composition of her blood matches the sample. There are no signs of poisoning. Looking at their clothes, the doctor figured they must be rich. Although they were drunk, they should not have called an ambulance. It was a waste of medical resources. The doctor could not help but say, there's no need to go to the hospital for this kind of inebriation. It's a little over the top to call an ambulance. When you get home, drink some honey and rest. If you're really worried, I can prescribe some medicine to promote your metabolism. Would you prefer that? Yao Ziju's cold expression was finally lifted. He ignored the doctor's dissatisfaction and said, all right, doctor, please prescribe it. Ming Lai felt dizzy and was about to fall asleep when she felt the rise and fall of Yao Ziju's chest. She opened her eyes and asked, can we go home now? Yao Ziju kissed Lai's forehead and said, little drunkard, you'll be home in a while. At the banquet, when Xiao Mo received Yao Ziju's call, he felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mo told Cai Wenlun that Ming Lai was fine, and Cai Wenlun promptly heaved a sigh of relief. Cai Rixi was very calm. Only she knew what Ming Lai had drunk. Cai Rixi was not a fool. How could she poison her father's birthday banquet? She just had not expected Yao Ziju to have such a reaction. From Cai Rixi's perspective, Ming Lai and Yao Ziju were supposed to be harmonious on the surface but divided on the inside. How could a marriage substitute be worthy in Yao Ziju's eyes? But the scene today surprised her. There were many guests today, most of whom were from wealthy families. They had seen such scenes many times, so they were not surprised. When they heard that everyone involved were fine, they all relaxed. However, they had no interest in staying any longer and left in a hurry. When the Cai family returned home, Cai Wenlun immediately called Cai Rixi to his study. Cai Wenlun had already checked the surveillance footage and questioned the waiter. The waiter did not dare to hide anything and had spilled everything to the Cai patriarch. Cai Rixi had always been independent. She went abroad for many years, and when she came back, she was past the age where she would act coquettishly with her parents. However, in Cai Wenlun's heart, Cai Rixi was still the kind girl from when she was young. But at this moment, when Cai Wenlun looked at his daughter, he only saw a stranger. Kneel, Cai Wenlun ordered coldly. Cai Rixi did not think that she had done anything wrong, but she still knelt down obediently. Although she knelt down, Cai Rixi straightened her neck and had no intention of lowering her head. How could you do such an embarrassing thing? Cai Wenlun said, if it weren't for the fact that I could hide it, the Cai family's reputation would have been completely thrown away by you today, and our 100-year legacy would have been destroyed. Cai Rixi said, I know what I'm doing. Yao Ziyang will become the president of the Yao Corporation sooner or later. I'll make them pay for what they did today. Preposterous. Cai Wenlun roared angrily. What a joke. Cai Rixi said, Father, believe me this once. The Yao family's stock market has risen sharply, and now Ziyang has taken the Xinghai City project. It won't be long before the Yao Corporation becomes Yao Ziyang's. Cai Wenlun immediately said, Daughter, don't be so stupid. Do you really think that the matter of the Yao family is that simple? Even when Yao Ziju was in a coma, he wasn't removed from his position as president. Now that he's awake, how could anyone do anything to him? Don't be fooled by that kid Yao Ziyang. Cai Rixi wanted to continue explaining, but Cai Wenlun just said, that's enough. I didn't want to interfere with your marriage at first, but from the looks of it, Yao Ziyang is up to no good. Stop seeing each other. I will never agree to this marriage. Cai Rixi was emotional, and her breathing became heavier. She said, do you really think of me as your daughter? What right do you have to stop my love? I'm about to realize my dreams. 135 Find an opportunity from his wife. When Cai Wenlun heard this, he felt very strange. A daughter was a daughter. What did she mean by think of her as a daughter? Cai Rixi had not realized her error. She held back her tears and walked out of the study. Chen Xiaomir was waiting at the door. When she saw Cai Rixi come out, she immediately went up and pulled Cai Rixi's hand. Your father didn't go too far, did he? Cai Rixi calmed down and said, Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Please help me persuade father. I know my own situation very well. Chen Xiaomir sighed and said, I don't know who you got your personality from. You're so stubborn. All right, go back to your room and rest. Don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Seeing Chen Xiaomir enter the study, Cai Wenlun said, I've thoroughly offended Yao Ziju today, and I've noticed that he cares a lot about his wife. If we want to protect the Cai family, we can only find an opportunity from his wife. On the way home, Yao Ziju was silent, the atmosphere was heavy. Ming Liui had been very energetic since they came out of the hospital. She was like a little drunkard and could not stop talking on the way home. She did not care if anyone paid attention, she just kept talking. Then, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She covered her mouth and said, Yao Ziju, I feel like puking. Yao Ziju frowned and gently patted Ming Liui's back, saying, we'll be home soon. You'll feel much better after drinking some honey. Ming Liui saw Yao Ziju's frown and immediately raised her hand, using her thumb to smooth his brows. Ming Liui said, you shouldn't always frown. After some time, you'll get wrinkles. Hee, don't worry, I have a way. After saying that, Ming Liui tilted her head back and held her right hand on her mouth. She pressed down on her middle finger with her thumb, and with a little force, a drop of spring water fell into her mouth. Yao Ziju was shocked. The moment the water droplet appeared, Yao Ziju smelled a particularly familiar cool scent. Yao Ziju could not believe that water could drip out of her fingers. After Ming Liui drank a drop of the spring water, she closed her eyes. A moment later, Ming Liui opened her eyes again, as if she had regained consciousness. Yao Ziju was at a loss for words. Ming Liui asked with a puzzled face, why are we in the car? Weren't we at the banquet just now? Yao Ziju thought silently, this drunkard actually lost her memory. Yao Ziju's heart beat faster. He did not know if he should pretend he did not see anything or ask Liui straight away. The scene just now was clearly beyond Yao Ziju's understanding of this world, but then he remembered that it was dark at night, and his eyes had just recovered. He might have been mistaken. Even if it was real, there would be a next time. It would be the same if he asked next time. Yao Ziju calmed himself down and said, that glass of orange juice just now was mixed with strong alcohol, and you didn't even notice it. Ming Liui was puzzled. Strong alcohol. It didn't taste good, but I didn't think it was strong alcohol. Where else do you feel uncomfortable? Asked Yao Ziju. I feel fine. Great in fact, Ming Liui shook her head and said. She lowered her head and saw the traces of blood on her arm. She exclaimed, you even drew my blood. That's right, we thought you were poisoned, so we went to the hospital to get a blood test. Ming Liui lowered her head and said, I'm done for. This is too embarrassing. Yao Ziju gently caressed her hair, saying, what's there to be embarrassed about? I was almost scared to death. Ming Liui raised her head to look at Yao Ziju and found a lipstick stain on his face. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed it, but every time the street light shone into the car, the lipstick stain would have a faint luster. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's face and asked with a strange expression, you cheated on me while I wasn't clear-headed. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui in confusion. You have a lipstick stain on your face. Ming Liui said. Yao Ziju immediately laughed. I was kissed by a kitten. Ming Liui's tone was filled with grievance as she said, you're talking nonsense. That's clearly a woman's lipstick stain. Take a good look, said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui angrily looked out the window and coldly said, I won't. Then, she struggled out of Yao Ziju's arms in an imposing manner and leaned against the car door alone, looking out the window as if she was looking at the scenery outside. At this moment, Ming Liui's stomach let out a sound. She did not eat much at the dinner party and even went to the hospital, so she was hungry now. Inform the family to prepare supper, Yao Ziju ordered Zhao Qiang. 136 Having an affair. Although Ming Liui was looking out the window, she was waiting for Yao Ziju's explanation, but after a long time, Yao Ziju did not seem to have any intention of explaining. Ming Liui felt more and more wronged. She took out her phone and sent Yu Lingling a message. Lingling, my husband is having an affair. What should I do? Yu Lingling was shocked to see the message and immediately replied, What? That's impossible, right? Are you mistaken? Ming Liui replied with certainty, It can't be a mistake. There's a lipstick stain on his face. Yu Lingling was angry when she saw how certain her sister was. That be asterisk starred. I can't forgive him. Even if he did it once, it's already one too many. Wait for me, I'll come pick you up now. You can stay at my house tonight. When they arrived at the villa, Ming Liui ignored Yao Ziju for the first time. She immediately got out of the car and quickly went inside the villa. Xiao Fan immediately said, Madam, please eat first. Ming Liui snapped, I don't want to eat. After that, she quickly went upstairs. Xiao Fan stood at the door, waiting for the master to come in. As soon as he came in, Xiao Fan saw a lipstick stain on his face. When she thought of the madam's reaction when she entered the villa, Xiao Fan did not dare to say anything. Yao Ziju walked to the dining room and realized that Ming Liui was not there. He asked, Where did my wife go? The madam said she no longer wished to eat. Xiao Fan said, a little scared. She went upstairs. Just as Xiao Fan finished speaking, Yu Lingling arrived to the door and roared, You slimy bee asterisk starred. Get out here. How dare you make a kutkian out of our Liui? I'm going to tear down your house. Yu Lingling had been here a few times, and the security guards knew that she was the madam's best friend, so no one dared to stop her. Yao Ziju heard the noise and came out in his wheelchair. He was still wearing his formal suit, and his eyes were lowered, exuding a strong, oppressive aura. Yu Lingling had been quite imposing, but the moment she saw Yao Ziju, she wilted immediately. Yu Lingling looked at Yao Ziju's face, and sure enough, there was the lipstick stain. Yu Lingling's temper flared up again, and she roared, You've got some gall, Yao Ziju, I've misjudged you. Liui has been taking care of you for so long, and you've only woken up a few days ago, yet you dare to fool around outside. What nonsense are you talking about? Asked Yao Ziju blankly. Yu Lingling took out her phone and started taking photos of Yao Ziju's face. This was all evidence. She still had a lot of nasty things to say, but she did not say them out loud. After Yu Lingling finished taking the photos, she quickly went upstairs. Yu Lingling shouted, Liui, come with me. Ming Liui heard the sound and came out of the room. She hugged Yu Lingling. Yao Ziju's face was calm all the while. When Yu Lingling brought Ming Liui downstairs, when she saw Yao Ziju's calm face, she said, Is there anything else you'd like to explain? I didn't do anything wrong, said Yao Ziju blankly. Yu Lingling still wanted to leave with Ming Liui. At this moment, Yao Ziju's expression changed. Liui, you're leaving? Yao Ziju asked with a bit of fear. Ming Liui stopped and looked at Yao Ziju. She said, You've already found someone else, so you don't need me anymore. You don't trust me at all. Yao Ziju asked. Yu Lingling could not help but say, Why don't you say something useful for once? Don't make up some nonsense. The lipstick stain is still on your face, and the truth is clear. What else do you have to say? Shouldn't you investigate first before convicting someone of a crime? Liui, take a good look. Yu Lingling said angrily, Ugh, I have a bad temper. Although it's a little disgusting, I'll take a good look for Liui. Zhao Qiang was speechless. Of all the people present, only Zhao Qiang knew the truth and could not understand how these people worked. The steadfast Zhao Qiang should not say anything. However, At this moment, Zhao Qing believed that he was the most important link to saving this family that was on the verge of breaking apart. Zhao Qing stepped forward and said, "This lipstick stain was left by the madam." Yu Lingling was a little astounded. "Zhao Qing, I've always thought you were an honest and steady person. Now that I look at you, you're no different from this B***starred. You're even helping him put on a show. How could Lirai not know if she kissed him or not?" Zhao Qing had nothing to say at this. Yao Ziju and his caregiver had never expected that one day, someone would call them B***stards. Yu Lingling carefully observed the lipstick stain on Yao Ziju's face, then looked at Ming Lirei's lips. She fell into deep thought. This lipstick stain really does look like it might have been left by Ming Lirai. Yu Lingling pulled Ming Lirai to the side and said in a low voice, "Lirai, that lipstick stain really seems to be yours. Did you really not kiss Yao Ziju?" 137 I can't remember. Ming Lirai shook her head. Yu Lingling was stupefied. She also felt a headache coming. She had waltzed into someone else's house and scolded everyone, but her sister said she could not remember. This was extremely embarrassing for Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling snuck a glance at the man in the wheelchair. His expression was cold, and the air around him seemed frighteningly still. Yu Lingling said, "You must be tired." Then, she coughed a few times as though to clear her throat. She had initially wanted to call out Ming Lirei's husband's name, but found that she did not even know his name. Ming Lirai had never said it either, so she could only bite the bullet and say, "I know that you rich people are too lazy to talk, but at this point, can't you explain things clearly?" Yao Ziju pointed at the lipstick stain on his face and said, "Since my earliest memory, no one of the opposite sex has touched me except my wife, let alone kissed my face." Yao Ziju's magnetic voice was filled with grievance as he said, "Not only did the little drunkard learn to start a scene and flee from it, she even made false accusations of me." Yu Lingling was speechless. She asked Ming Lirai in a low voice, "Did you drink too much? You can't even remember kissing someone's face?" Seeing Ming Lirei's clueless expression, Yu Lingling suddenly felt embarrassed. But thinking about it, Ming Lirai was not cheated on, so her embarrassment was a minor detail. Yu Lingling lowered her head and suddenly found that Ming Lirei's arm still had a bandage on it. Yu Lingling's eyes immediately lit up. She had found a way to change the topic and help Ming Lirai act pitiful. Yu Lingling said in shock, "Lirai, what's wrong with you? Did you have your blood drawn? Does it hurt?" Ming Lirai had also come to the realization that she was actually the mistress in the affair. She was a little embarrassed, but she could only play along with Yu Lingling. Ming Lirai put on a pitiful look and said, "It hurts, and I'm a little dizzy. I didn't eat much for the night, and I'm so hungry that I can't stand it." As she said that, she looked at Yao Ziju pitifully, as if she had realized her mistake. Yao Ziju was at a loss for words. From the moment Ming Lirai woke up in the car, she started to accuse Yao Ziju of adultery, and then Yu Lingling came to yell at him. Yao Ziju was still angry, but seeing Ming Lirai like this, he could only sigh helplessly. "Come and eat. Lingling, do you want to join us?" Yao Ziju said. Yu Lingling was already too embarrassed, so she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't eat with you guys. I'll go back to accompany my fiancé. This time, it was just a stunt. But if you dare to bully Lirai in the future, I'll come and take her away. You won't see her again." Yu Lingling was afraid that Yao Ziju would get angry, so she wanted to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Yao Ziju smiled and said, "All right. If I do anything to let Lirai down, I will lose the love of my life forever and suffer for the rest of my life." "All right, you've passed my test," Yu Lingling said seriously. "Regardless, thank you for coming over for Lirai's sake. It's already so late, I'll get the driver to send you." Ming Lirai clutched Yu Lingling's arm and reluctantly walked Yu Lingling out. Ming Lirai said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Lingling, it's my fault. I was a little flustered. Next time, I'll definitely clarify things first." Yu Lingling smiled and said, "Lirai, it's fine. Next time, if something happens, you must tell me as soon as possible. Don't hold back or do anything stupid. You'll always have me." Ming Lirai suddenly felt a lump in her throat and said with a choked voice, "Lingling, you're the best." Yu Lingling pretended to roll her eyes, and then said, "You should tell your husband these mushy words." I'll be leaving first. Bye. Ming Liui watched as the car drove off into the distance, then she sniffled and returned to the villa. Yao Ziju saw that Ming Liui's eyes were red, and he immediately felt nervous. I don't blame you, Yao Ziju immediately said, it's my fault today, I didn't explain it clearly and let you misunderstand. It won't be like this in the future, I'll definitely explain it clearly. Ming Liui heard Yao Ziju's words and her heart felt warm. More and more tears welled up in her eyes. Yao Ziju immediately became even more flustered. Liui, don't cry. I really have never been with a girl before, but I'm a good learner. It won't happen again. Ming Liui immediately threw herself into Yao Ziju's arms. She said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't even know I was drunk. You said it so many times, but I never registered it. I even wrongly accused you, yet you're the one who's still coaxing me. 138 Manipulated by his wife. Ming Liui laid on Yao Ziju's body and rubbed her face against him, her tears falling onto his suit. Yao Ziju was both amused and angry at the same time, feeling that he had been manipulated by his wife. Don't cry, little drunkard, let's go eat first. When Jiang Quan heard that the madam was not going to eat anymore, he immediately became nervous. But then he saw the madam and master returning together, so he immediately smiled and brought the dishes that were kept warm in the kitchen to the table. The madam was famished, and ate very happily. Jiang Quan was also delighted to see her eating so happily. Ming Liui gobbled up her dinner like a typhoon. She rubbed her stomach in satisfaction when she was finally full. Feeling better now? Asked Yao Ziju. Ming Liui nodded her head in satisfaction. Let's go upstairs. The misunderstanding is settled, but you still have to settle the score of leaving me, Yao Ziju said, pretending to be serious. What? Ming Liui said in surprise. Wasn't it already resolved? Why does he still have a score to settle? Although Ming Liui was a little worried, she was not too afraid. She could vaguely feel that Yao Ziju was treating her a little differently now. Although she did not really understand the extent of his feelings, she was sure that Yao Ziju would never hurt her. Upstairs, Yao Ziju was in no rush to talk about how to settle the score. Ming Liui's heart was even more agitated, afraid that Yao Ziju would suddenly attack. The two of them washed up and leaned against the bed without saying a word. Ming Liui was so nervous that her body was trembling. Yao Ziju coughed a few times. Ming Liui thought in her heart that it was finally coming. After waiting for a long time, no attack came. Instead, Yao Ziju casually said, Speak. Ming Liui did not understand what he meant by this. How was she supposed to express her awkwardness in this unclear situation? Yulingling taught Ming Liui to act pitiful today, and it seemed to be quite effective. Should she try it again? Ming Liui's eyes averted sideways and said, you mean the arm? I don't feel anything, just a little bit of pain. Yao Ziju rolled his eyes at Ming Liui, then looked at her arm and kept silent. Ming Liui sighed softly. The second time really did not work. Ming Liui pursed her lips and whispered, I'm sorry. Yao Ziju was speechless. What does she mean by sorry? Does she want to just say it and be done with it? Yao Ziju instantly felt his blood pressure soar, and his chest heaved even more. Am I really that worthless to you? Yao Ziju asked. Ming Liui immediately panicked. She said, No, I was just a little flustered and jumped to conclusions. You're going to abandon me without even explaining the situation? Yao Ziju asked. Ming Liui suddenly felt a huge pressure on her body. She burrowed into the blanket, leaving only her eyes exposed. No, I'm not, Ming Liui said guiltily. So, the indestructible relationship you mentioned before, was all a lie? Yao Ziju continued. Ming Liui immediately became anxious and said in a soft voice, How can that be? It's harder than a diamond. Continue, said Yao Ziju indifferently. These words were a bit cold. Even Ming Liui, who was wrapped up in bed, felt a chill. I didn't even have much time to think, Ming Liui said. I only felt wronged and sad. Yao Ziju's attitude became gentler, and then, Ming Liui continued, at that time, I thought that if you could let someone kiss you, then you had someone else. You didn't need me. Ming Liui did not even realize that her voice was filled with disappointment. After all, Yao Ziju was the protagonist of this book, the supreme ruler of this world, the source of her power. Now that Yao Ziju had broken through the darkness, he would be more invincible than before. So, for Yao Ziju, did that mean Ming Liui did not need to exist anymore? Little drunkard, you haven't sobered up yet, have you? Yao Ziju asked. He sighed. He had been sighing too much today. You're a little devil sent by God to test me, aren't you? Asked Yao Ziju. It's good that you know how to be jealous. Yao Ziju lowered his head and lightly kissed her. He continued, we're husband and wife, legally married. Nothing can separate us. I'll always be loyal to you. My heart is especially small and can't hold too many people. Since you're already here, don't think about leaving. Ming Liui was reeling from these sweet words. Before, she had always thought that she had transmigrated into this world by mistake and that she was just a small supporting role. 139 Putting on an act. Ming Liui had always thought that Yao Ziju's previous confession of love was just an act. Even if she had been trying her best to change the original ending, she really did not expect it to affect the main character Yao Ziju's ending. Moreover, original Ming Liui and Yao Ziju got divorced in the end. Seeing Ming Liui's lack of reaction, Yao Ziju felt that it was going to be very difficult to win his wife's heart. Since that was the case, he could only be more direct. Yao Ziju sat down, as if the gentleness just now was fake. He said, all right, let's forget about the punishment for today's matter. Ming Liui opened her eyes. That's right, this is Yao Ziju. Ming Liui asked in a low voice, if you want. How do you want me to be punished? Yao Ziju patted his leg and said, sit here, facing me. When Ming Liui heard this, she took a deep breath, and her heart beat faster. It was still summer, and Ming Liui was wearing a thin spaghetti strap nightdress, revealing her pale, beautiful shoulders. Ming Liui's face was red, and her clear eyes were moist. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and sat on Yao Ziju's lap. Ming Liui was very nervous, her body was stiff and straight, and she did not dare to meet Yao Ziju's eyes. She deliberately sat further away, like a general on a horse. Yao Ziju's clothes were also quite thin, so the two of them could feel each other's warmth. When Yao Ziju's body moved, Ming Liui immediately lost her balance and fell into Yao Ziju's waiting arms. Yao Ziju had just washed up, so Ming Liui could clearly smell the fresh minty smell of his mouthwash. She placed her hand on Yao Ziju's shoulder. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breaths, and the atmosphere was getting warmer. Ming Liui raised her head to meet Yao Ziju's eyes, and she saw a rush of emotions there. Yao Ziju's hands were big, and his fingers were long. He easily wrapped them around Ming Liui's waist. What do we do when someone has done something wrong? Yao Ziju asked in a hoarse voice. Ming Liui's eyelashes trembled, and a tingling feeling spread from where Yao Ziju had touched her. They get spanked? Ming Liui asked softly. Yao Ziju was speechless. He could not help but gulp as images flashed across his mind. He was afraid of scaring Ming Liui, so he decided to just subject her to the basics. Yao Ziju's voice carried a bit of bewitchment as he said, now, kiss me. He was born with a superior tone when giving orders, and it did not make people feel disgusted at all. Kissing is considered a punishment now. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju in surprise, and found that his face was also slightly red. Yao Ziju's eyes were half closed, revealing only a small part of his eyes. The starlight in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. His feather-like eyelashes were also trembling slightly, as if he was also very nervous. Ming Liui's heart beat even faster, as though she had really been bewitched, and she lowered her head. Ming Liui first kissed the tip of Yao Ziju's nose. Yao Ziju grew nervous at this, but then Ming Liui kissed him on the lips. Ming Liui's actions were clumsy and flustered, and she kissed randomly without any order. Yao Ziju closed his mouth and allowed Ming Liui to kiss him. Ming Liui was surprised. This was not like this the previous times they had kissed. Like a lion playing with its prey, Yao Ziju was in a good mood and allowed his wife to kiss him as she pleased. Feeling that his wife was about to give up, he instantly hugged Ming Liui's waist and deepened the kiss. Yao Ziju easily pried open Ming Liui's teeth with the tip of his tongue, and immediately tasted a hint of sweetness. Yao Ziju could not hold it in any longer, forcefully kissing Ming Liui in his arms. Ming Liui wanted to refuse, but Yao Ziju tightened his grip on her, forcing her to accept the kiss. Her body also softened, and she fell completely into Yao Ziju's arms. Ming Liui was in a daze from the kiss. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, and tears seemed to be flowing out. After a long time, Yao Ziju finally let go of her. Ming Liui's body went limp, and after a moment, she opened her mouth and bit Yao Ziju's neck. A bite mark was left on his pale skin. Afraid that Yao Ziju would continue to do something, Ming Liui immediately got down from Yao Ziju's body and curled up in bed. Yao Ziju's mind was still on his wife's milky shoulders. Although the handprint was faint, it was still very obvious on his wife's fair skin. Yao Ziju thought that his wife's skin was really soft. 140 Protect Zhaoqiang. Early the next morning, Ming Liui woke up in Yao Ziju's arms. Yao Ziju was breathing softly. No matter how far she hid each day, Ming Liui would always wake up in his arms, as long as Yao Ziju did not wake first. It had been like this every morning for quite a while. Before this, Ming Liui had already become somewhat immune to Yao Ziju's handsome face. However, today seemed different. After all, they did that kind of thing last night. Ming Liui quietly opened her eyes and looked at Yao Ziju's neck. Her impulsive bite marks from last night had completely disappeared. This made Ming Liui feel somewhat dissatisfied. Taking advantage of the fact that Yao Ziju still had not woken up yet, Ming Liui very unkindly bit Yao Ziju's neck again. Ouch! Yao Ziju felt the pain on his neck and knew that it was his wife's doing, so even if it was painful, he did not push Ming Liui away. "That's what you get for punishing me," Ming Liui said. "You were just bullying me." After Ming Liui finished speaking, she broke free from Yao Ziju's arms and ran out. Yao Ziju watched Ming Liui's retreating figure and laughed in his heart. He thought that his wife was too cute and smart to dare to take revenge in secret. Before, Ming Liui seemed to be afraid of Yao Ziju, afraid that he would get angry, as if he was some kind of demon king. Later on, this fear slowly disappeared, but because of Yao Ziju's eyes and legs, he had to be careful with his words in consideration of his self-esteem. Ming Liui was much younger than Yao Ziju, but she kept herself busy for his sake and even took care of his food and everyday needs. She almost never refused his requests. After she had opened up to him, she had been making more small expressions and small gestures. However, Yao Ziju knew very well that his wife had not yet fallen in love with him. Her kindness to Yao Ziju was because it was in her nature. At least, he knew that she did not love him as much as he did. Yao Ziju was not worried about this. If Ming Liui still did not understand Yao Ziju's feelings, he did not mind confessing a few more times. If she was not ready, Yao Ziju did not mind waiting. As for Ming Liui, Yao Ziju was determined to claim her. After breakfast, Yao Ziju went to the study to start a video conference. When Mr. He saw Yao Ziju appear on the screen, he immediately noticed the teeth marks on his neck. Mr. He immediately used his administrator status to turn off the video and told Yao Ziju about the teeth marks on his neck. "Oh, I know," Yao Ziju said calmly. There was a hint of pride in his calm voice. Mr. He immediately caught this subtle change, but he did not know why it was like this. Zhaoqing prepared a band-aid and helped Yao Ziju put it on before the video conference officially began. Mr. He was also very curious about Zhaoqing. This Zhaoqing seemed to always know what the president was thinking. With Zhaoqing's steadiness and attentiveness, he would have noticed the bite mark and warned the CEO. But he did not. This meant that Zhaoqing understood Yao Ziju's pride in having those marks. Mr. He was a little embarrassed. He had followed Yao Ziju for a few years, but he was not as good as Zhaoqing, who had only just taken care of Yao Ziju for a few months. Mr. He decided to learn from Zhaoqing when he had time in the future. In the afternoon, to everyone's surprise, the Wang family's heiress, Wang Keiya, came to visit. Ming Liui knew that it was Wang Keiya who had helped her into the ambulance that day, so she was very grateful. Naturally, she treated Wang Keiya with more kindness and enthusiasm. "Thank you," Ming Lu said. "Thank you for that day." In just a few sentences, Wang Keiya had a good impression of Ming Liui. Ming Liui was pretty and innocent, different from many people in the upper-class circle. Wang Keiya had just returned to the country and was too lazy to make friends with those rich heiresses and madams. She might as well be friends with someone as simple as Ming Liuai. However, to make friends, one needed to be sincere. Wang Keiya had come today with another purpose. She did not dare to meet Ming Liuai's eyes. After a long time, Yao Ziju finished his work and Zhao Qing pushed him over to join them. Wang Keiya's eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Qing. Ever since she had seen him at the banquet, her gaze had been drawn to him. In front of the group of rich and powerful, Zhao Qing stood beside Yao Ziju in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had handsome features and stood tall. Moreover, Zhao Qian's character seemed very steadfast, and every time he would perfectly fulfill any of Yao Ziju's requests. His whole person was also very clean and neat. 141 alarms bells were ringing. Even though Zhao Qian was not bad, what really attracted Wang Keiya was the gentleness hidden under his steadiness. Zhao Qing's care for Yao Ziju and Ming Liuai was not just an employer-employee relationship on the surface. His eyes did not have the impatience or flattery of a worker. He was genuinely concerned, and took care of the two of them as if they were his family. As the daughter of a rich family, Wang Keiya was naturally used to seeing the fickleness of human relationships, so she especially noticed the beauty of these details. This made Wang Keiya very interested in Zhao Qing. Ming Liuai noticed the way Wang Keiya was looking at Zhao Qing, and she was instantly alarmed. What's going on? An extremely shocking drama suddenly appeared in Ming Liuai's mind. Shocking news! The rich and powerful acquiesce to unspoken rules, and a handsome male caregiver is actually exchanged and played with. Is it a distortion of human nature, or a loss in morality? Ming Liuai looked at Zhao Qing, afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. However, Zhao Qing still stood in the same place, as if he did not notice the strange gazes at all. Ming Liuai coughed a few times and said, "Zhao Qing, you may go." Zhao Qing nodded and immediately turned to leave. When Wang Keiya saw Zhao Qing leave, she sighed. Zhao Qing was not dressed formally today. He was only wearing a simple work uniform, but he still stood tall and straight. Wang Keiya did not even have time to observe for a while before Zhao Qing left. She looked away and continued to chat with Ming Liuai for a while. It was getting late, so Wang Keiya said, "It's getting late. We had a good chat. Let's meet again when we have time." Ming Liuai saw Wang Keiya out the door. Seeing that Wang Keiya's car leave, Ming Liuai whispered, "She's in the wrong." Yao Ziju was speechless. Ming Liuai cried out in shock, "The rich are so scary, so scary. I can't let this happen in our house. We must protect Zhao Qing." "What's going on?" Yao Ziju asked, puzzled. "The way Wang Keiya looks at Zhao Qing isn't right," Ming Liuai whispered. "She's ridiculing him and has bad intentions." "That's not possible, aren't you overthinking it?" Yao Ziju said. "Really?" Ming Liuai asked. "There's no such thing as rich families exchanging servants." Yao Ziju looked at her incredulously. "We're doing legal work here. Zhao Qing is a grown man. There's nothing we can do to force him to do something he doesn't like." Yao Ziju paused and continued, "Dear, you have too many strange thoughts in your head. Did you pick it up from those netizens?" Ming Liuai immediately relaxed. That was good, as long as Zhao Qing was not being oppressed by the rich and powerful. Recently, Yulingling had been telling her to study the rules of survival in rich societies, and even sent Ming Liuai some romance novels about a CEO of a rich family. Ming Liuai said, "This is how the rich CEO's family is like in the book. And there is also such a thing as a boy toy for the rich lady." "What have you been reading?" asked Yao Ziju. Ming Liuai said, "The husband of the rich and patient CEO, and the overbearing CEO husband falls in love with me." Yao Ziju was speechless for a moment. He quickly caught on and asked, "Huh? You like CEOs that much?" Ming Liuai looked at Yao Ziju in surprise. "If you like CEOs so much, don't you already have one at home?" Yao Ziju laughed. "Why are you searching for one elsewhere?" Ming Liuai was not the only one who liked CEOs. Cai Rixi also hoped that Yao Ziyang would really become the CEO of Yao Corporation. Ever since her father's birthday banquet, her expectations had become even more urgent. However, since the party, Yao Ziyang's attitude towards Cai Rixi had obviously become much colder. Cai Rixi had even called Yao Ziyang many times today, but only his secretary had been answering the calls. When she sent a text, Yao Ziyang would occasionally reply with, I'm very busy. Or, I'm in a meeting. This made Cai Rixie's heart turn cold. When they announced their marriage in front of everyone the other day, Yao Ziju said he wanted to acquire the Cai group, completely disrupting all of their previous plans. Cai Rixie also knew that she was in the wrong. She had been a little too carried away back then. At such a critical moment, if Yao Ziyang wanted to rise to the top, he would need the help of the Cai family. The two of them were in the same boat. Who knew what kind of young master temper Yao Ziju would have? However, knowing that she was in the wrong, Cai Rixie finally put down her pride and went to Yao Ziyang's residence with some soup she had made herself. Yao Ziyang did not return home until late at night. He was exhausted. All their plans had been disrupted. Several collaboration projects that had been arranged with the Cai group were now forced to stop. At this point, the battle for the top position was even more difficult, so they had to be extremely careful in everything, or they would be doomed eternally. 142 destroyed in a day. Because of a few words from Cai Rixie, all his plans had been set back to square one. Yao Ziyang had not had a good rest for many days and had been working hard. Before he opened the door, he heard sounds coming from his home. Yao Ziyang knew that it must be Cai Rixie. He could not help but rub his forehead. Yao Ziyang used to think that Cai Rixie was a very smart woman. However, he did not expect her to do that without any discussion. He even thought that Cai Rixie was not as good as Ming Liuai. At least Ming Liuai still helped the Yao family and caused their stock prices to skyrocket. However, not only did Cai Rixie not help, she also caused a mess between the two families. Yao Ziyang had always regarded the Cai family as his backup, but even the Cai family was in danger. Yao Ziyang's years of planning, decades of hard work for the whole family were probably ruined because of this woman. Every time he thought of this, Yao Ziyang would clench his fists. If not for the fact that Cai Rixie still had some value, Yao Ziyang would have cast aside all decorum with her. He stood at the door to calm himself down, took a puff of his cigarette, and then opened the door. Cai Rixie heard the sound at the door and immediately smiled brightly. "Ziyang, you're back," Cai Rixie said. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I made you soup. It's been 4 hours. Wash your hands and come have some." Yao Ziyang suppressed the disgust in his eyes. He smiled and said, "You've worked hard, babe." Cai Rixie put her arm around Yao Ziyang's waist and rubbed against chest affectionately. She said, "You came back so late, you're even more tired than me." Yao Ziyang touched Cai Rixie's hair and pushed her away. He said, "I'll drink the soup." The two of them sat at the dining table, and Yao Ziyang asked tentatively, "Is the Cai family still alright?" Cai Rixie said, "Dad got off work on time today. He also went out for a walk with Mom in the evening. Everything is normal." Yao Ziyang nodded and thought, could it be that Yao Ziju hasn't started the acquisition yet? Yao Ziyang thought for a while and said, "You haven't joined the Cai group yet, so I'm afraid you don't know about the company's situation. Tomorrow, help me ask your father when he's free. I want to pay him a visit. For the current situation, it's better for our two families to discuss how to deal with it." Cai Rixie's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements when I get back." Cai Rixie stood up and walked to Yao Ziyang's side, sitting directly on his lap. She spoke in a rare coquettish tone, "All right, stop thinking about work. I'm right in front of you. Do you still have the heart to think about other things?" It was then that Yao Ziyang carefully observed Cai Rixie. She was exceptionally sexy today, and was wearing lace translucent underwear with a muslin shirt on the outside. It looked as thin as cicada wings, making her underwear faintly visible, and making her even more charming. If it was before, Yao Ziyang would have carried her straight to the bedroom. However, he had been exhausted recently and had no interest at all. Without waiting for Yao Ziyang to refuse, Cai Rixie just kissed him. Yao Ziyang let out a light sigh. There were too many things that he could not help but do, but he never expected that there would be a day when he would be forced into this. After a round of lovemaking, Yao Ziyang fell asleep. Cai Rixie left quietly. On the way home, Cai Rixie called her biological father. Her eyes were full of wild derangement. Ming Liuai did not wish to harm the Cai family, but Cai Rixie did not care about her dignity at this point. Tomorrow, she would definitely kick Ming Lirii out of the house. Lirii, Mom hasn't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Can your father and I come visit you today? When Ming Lirii received her mother's message, she was very surprised. When Mrs. Ming sent her to be a marriage substitute, original Ming Lirii had already fallen out with the Ming family. Now, it was very unlikely for the Ming matriarch to be so kind as to come over to visit her. There must be some conspiracy behind this. According to the description in the original story, original Ming Lirii never knew that she was a daughter who had been replaced from the beginning, and until the end, she never got to meet her biological parents. After the substitution marriage, Mr. Ming and his wife did not care about her, nor did they take the initiative to contact her. Even when original Ming Lirii was sent to the mental asylum, these two people never appeared. There must be something wrong with the sudden message today. It could be that Cai Rixie had made some plans. Ming Lirii was not that scared at this moment. Here, in front of Yao Ziju, they probably would not dare to do anything too excessive. Why don't we just let them come over and see what their intentions are? 143. Do you have to be so clingy even during the day? Ming Lirii calmly sent them the address and asked them to come over. She put down her phone and wanted to discuss it with Yao Ziju, but she saw that he was having a meeting in the study. She was in no hurry, so she paced back and forth at the door, thinking. Zhao Qing came out to get some water and saw the madam loitering at the door. He asked, "Madam, is there something you need to find the master for? Do you need me to go in and pass on the message?" "No need," Ming Lirii immediately said. "It's just a small matter. The meeting is more important." Although Zhao Qing nodded, he had always been quick-witted. He turned around and entered the study room, whispering, "Master, the madam has been waiting at the door for you. She seems preoccupied." Yao Ziju's lips curved up slightly as he said to the person in the video, "Let's rest for half an hour." Yao Ziju was promptly wheeled out of the room. "Zhao Qing, did you go in and talk to him?" Ming Lirii frowned. "My wife's matters are not trivial. I have the final say on what's important." Recently, Yao Ziju had become more and more flirtatious, saying sweet nothings in a serious manner, which made Ming Lirii swoon a little. "Let's talk in the bedroom," Ming Lirii said. After closing the bedroom door, Yao Ziju immediately picked up Ming Lirii and placed her on his lap. He gave her a kiss and said, "Do you have to be so clingy even during the day?" Ming Lirii pushed away Yao Ziju's face, and said seriously, "My parents want to come and see me." "When?" Yao Ziju asked after a pause. "Today," Ming Lirii said. "They might come in a while." "So soon?" asked Yao Ziju seriously. "It's the first time my in-laws are coming here, so I need to prepare well." Ming Lirii's expression was conflicted, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Things might be a little complicated. I don't have a good relationship with them." Yao Ziju thought it was strange. In his mind, his wife was a lovely and gentle person. She never became weak and flustered when encountering things. She was also a guileless person. Her family education should be particularly good. Yet she doesn't have a good relationship with her parents. But after thinking about it, Yao Ziju could almost guess the reason. After all, anyone who was forced to marry a disabled person would not be able to live a peaceful life. Yao Ziju kissed Ming Lirii again and said, "Don't frown. I can help you solve everything." Ming Lirii bit her lip. She felt that it was really hard to tell him about her complicated family relationships, but she had to say something. After all, it was better for her to say it herself than for others to add oil to the fire. Ming Lirii said, "It's just that, I've told you once before, I had nothing to do with the Cai family. 2 days ago, at the birthday party, it was also my first time seeing Cai Wenlun, as expected, that really was the case." Yao Ziju's eyes drooped slightly, and he gave a calm hem. Ming Lirii looked at Yao Ziju's expression and knew that he was about to reveal his dark scars. She hugged him and leaned on his shoulder, continuing, "Let's try our best to solve this problem once and for all. We won't bring up these terrible things anymore, okay?" Yao Ziju thought that they had a tacit understanding not to mention Ming Lirii's parents, but these things had to be made clear, otherwise it would become a thorn between the two. Afraid that Ming Lirii's burden would be too big, Yao Ziju spoke first. "At the beginning, we were all victims when you married me. I did have a very bad time, but later, you walked out of the darkness before me, and even saved me. I don't think that was a bad past now, and I'm glad that you married me." Ming Liui was touched. So this was how Yao Ziju understood the difference between her and original Ming Liui. "You mean you've come out and thought things through?" Ming Liui suddenly felt uncomfortable. After all, she was not the original, and she even wanted to tell this secret to Yao Ziju. However, when the words came to her mouth, Ming Liui still held back. The timing was just not good. They were expecting company, and it did not feel right to bring it up there and then. Ming Liui immediately changed the topic. She said, "I've only seen one CAI family member, CAI Rixie. She was the one who brought me out of my house. I think there must be some secret between her and my parents, or rather, a deal." Mr. and Mrs. Ming were really unworthy as original Ming Liui's parents. At the thought of them, Ming Liui felt very uncomfortable. Yao Ziju frowned. He did not expect this. CAI Rixie did not seem to be related to this matter, unless there was some hidden reason for Liui being married over. 144 Spoilers are great. Ming Liui continued to tell Yao Ziju all the information she could. Without evidence of things that original Ming Liui should not have known, Ming Liui would not say anything more than necessary. She tried not to give a direct conclusion and let Yao Ziju fill in the gaps himself later. Ming Liui said, "I once happened to learn that my mother used to be a maid in the CAI family. Also, my birthday is the same as CAI Rixie's." Ming Liui's body trembled, as if she could feel all of original Ming Liui's grievances and anger. She continued, "Later, I found out that everything between me and CAI Rixie was related, especially the marriage between the CAI family and the Yao family. They just had to find me someone who had no relationship to the CAI family. After I married into the Yao family, it was like they cut all ties with me. But now, my parents are suddenly coming to visit, right when Yao Corporation is preparing to acquire the CAI group. I think something's going on here." Ming Liui blurted out everything, and all her bad mood disappeared. All that was left was relief. She clearly understood the plot, but she still had to pretend that she did not know anything. It was really tiring. Spoilers are great. Yao Ziju tapped on the armrest of his wheelchair, seriously considering Ming Liui's words. He lowered his head and looked into his wife's eyes. He saw Ming Liui's bright eyes staring at him, as if waiting for his answer. After a moment, Yao Ziju said, "This information is a bit overwhelming. I need to slowly digest it." As he spoke, Yao Ziju observed his wife's expression and realized that this was not the answer she wanted. He added, "I know what you're trying to say, but they are not here for you. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you in front of me." Ming Liui nodded her head. It was so easy to talk to smart people. She got off Yao Ziju's lap, and said, "Okay, you can go back and continue your meeting." "Meetings are really tiring," Yao Ziju said softly. As he said that, he raised his hand and touched his lips. Ming Liui instantly understood and bent down to kiss him. 20 minutes later, Zhao Qing knocked on the door. Just as Ming Liui was about to get up, Yao Ziju took advantage of the situation and hugged her, kissing her deeply. Zhao Qing continued to knock on the door. Ming Liui grew nervous, as though someone had seen her being intimate. Her heart beat faster, and she held her breath nervously. Fortunately, Zhao Qing stopped knocking after a while, and the footsteps outside the door grew further and further away. However, on the other end of the video call in the study room, there were still many people waiting for Yao Ziju, yet here he was, stalling. Feeling a sense of shame, Ming Liui lightly bit Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju felt the pain on his lips and let go of her. Even though he seemed to be very experienced, Yao Ziju only realized that his ears were a little hot after he left the bedroom. When he reappeared in the video, everyone saw that the usually reserved president's ears were slightly red and there was a small wound on his lips. Everyone became very tactful and remained silent, their eyes looking at the information in their hands. Yao Ziju sped up the meeting and ended it before Ming Liui's parents arrived. When he came out of the study, he saw Ming Liui sitting on the sofa with a dazed look. She was a little nervous. After all, original Ming Liui had grown up by her parents' side, and they were the people who understood her the most in this world. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui and caressed her hair, gently saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Ming Liui slapped Yao Ziju's hand away and said, "Don't touch it, now my hair's a mess." Ming Liui had just finished speaking when the security guard at the door informed them that her parents had arrived. Although she knew that these two people had come with ulterior motives, she still had to show basic courtesy. Ming Liui pushed Yao Ziju to the door to welcome them. After Mrs. Ming entered, she carefully observed her surroundings. This place was really like a paradise. It was so big even from so far away, and the villa was even more luxurious than the Cai families, where Mrs. Ming used to work. Ming Liui's mother gritted her teeth. This girl, Ming Liui, really had a rich aristocratic life. She was exchanged from the Cai family, and now she got married into the more powerful Yao family. Before Cai Rixi came to find the Ming family, Ming Liui's mother almost treated Ming Liui like her own flesh and blood. After all, she had raised her for so many years and had seen her grow up from a child to near adulthood. Although the girl was not good at her studies, and later went to hang out with hooligans, Mrs. Ming still had some conscience and was somewhat sincere to Ming Liui. 145 Never expected. In other words, the biological daughter of the Cai family might never know the truth, yet she would still be taken care of by Ming Liui in her old age. But after she met her own biological daughter, her attitude changed. That day, Cai Rixi's makeup was exquisite and she wore branded clothes. When she got out of the luxury car, she was like the moon in the sky. Mrs. Ming was excited. This was her biological daughter, so noble, elegant, and so outstanding. Cai Rixi was also very generous. When Mrs. Ming received a bank card from her, she had never seen so much money before. So, Mrs. Ming did not think too much and readily agreed to her daughter's suggestion to let Ming Liui marry Yao Ziju in place of Cai Rixi. As for Ming Liui, she had helped Cai Rixi get a good life and a higher education since she was born. She had helped so much anyway, so it didn't matter if she did this one last thing. Seeing her daughter's smile, Mrs. Ming felt that everything she did was worth it. But she had never expected this. Her own daughter was actually being bullied by Ming Liui. Not only did she steal the limelight at the Cai family's birthday banquet, but Ming Liui even made her crippled husband acquire the Cai group. Mrs. Ming's heart suddenly started beating a heated rhythm. There was no need for Cai Rixi to say anything. Mrs. Ming knew what to do. Today, Mrs. Ming's purpose for coming here was clear: to create a gap between Ming Liui and Yao Ziju, and in the end, cause them to divorce. This way, Ming Liui's crippled husband would not do anything to the Cai family, and she would have helped Cai Rixi with her problem. Mrs. Ming hid the malicious intent in her eyes and put on an affable smile. Mrs. Ming saw a girl at the door from a distance. She was wearing a white dress and had a fresh and refined temperament. Mrs. Ming guessed that she should be someone from the Yao family. The girl was pushing a wheelchair with a man sitting on it. Ming Liui's mother immediately thought that this man was Ming Liui's crippled husband. Mrs. Ming was a little surprised. Ming Liui did not come out, but they actually let such a big shot wait at the door. Could it be that Ming Liui was really so favored in the Yao family? Mr. Ming and Mrs. Ming looked at each other, their hearts heavy. When the two of them got closer, they looked at the extraordinary girl. The more they looked at her, the more she looked like Ming Liui. But in their memories, Ming Liui did not look like this at all. Mrs. Ming quickly walked forward. The crippled man in front of her had a cold temperament. Although his eyes were lowered, she could still see that he was very handsome. When the two of them were together, it actually made people ignore the wheelchair. No matter how they looked, the two of them were like a dream couple. Ming Liui's mother started at Ming Liui and wanted to call her, but she did not dare to say it. She stammered, "You are?" Yao Ziju let out a cold snort and said, "What? You don't even recognize your own daughter?" Mrs. Ming immediately glared at Yao Ziju and grabbed Ming Liui's hand. She said, "Liui, my good daughter, I've made you suffer. I thought you were living a good life after you entered a rich family. I did not expect him to be such a cold and selfish person." Ming Liui suppressed the annoyance in her heart and said, "Mother, father, you came to see me. Ziju is not selfish, nor is he cold. He's especially good to me." "Liui," Mrs. Ming said exaggeratedly, "you're so much like me. Let me take a good look at you." As she spoke, Mrs. Ming tried to pull Ming Lairii into the villa. Ming Lairii immediately broke free from her mother's grasp and stood beside Yao Ziju. "This is my husband, Yao Ziju," Ming Lairii said. Mrs. Ming immediately felt a bit embarrassed. She silently put down her hand and copied Yao Ziju's actions, coldly snorting, "I know. This cold face and cold heart is really not worthy of our precious daughter." Ming Lairii did not reply and just pushed Yao Ziju to the living room. Mrs. Ming gave Mr. Ming a look, urging him to say something. Mr. Ming immediately coughed a few times, saying, "That's right. Lairii is our little princess. Don't bully her. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Ming Lairii was speechless. She snuck a glance at Yao Ziju's face, afraid that he would get angry and ask the security guards to throw them out. She lightly patted Yao Ziju's shoulder. Yao Ziju held Ming Lairii's hand, as if declaring ownership. After touching it a few times, he reluctantly let go. After Mr. and Mrs. Ming's provocation, they waited for Ming Lairii and Yao Ziju to fight back, but they did not expect that the young couple would not take them seriously at all, and instead held hands as if no one was around. It was as if the punch had landed on cotton. There was no reaction at all. Mrs. Ming was so angry that her face turned red. 146 Doing more harm than good to themselves. Mrs. Ming thought that Ming Lairii had changed a lot. Whether it was her appearance or her temper, it was as if she had turned into a different person. Just now, when Mrs. Ming held Ming Lairii's hands, it felt completely different from what she remembered. Ming Lairii's hands had become so soft, and her skin was as smooth as silk. Mrs. Ming turned her head and once again evaluated this daughter whom she had not seen for a long time. In Mrs. Ming's memory, Ming Lairii used to like to play outside and did not pay much attention to her skincare. She was not dark, but she was definitely not pale. And yet, she had become fair and shiny. Her posture had also improved. Gone was her slouch, and her neck was straight, showing off her glorious elegant swan neck perfectly. And her temper. In the past, Ming Lairii was a barrel of explosives. A casual sentence could make her explode. When Mrs. Ming came in and said that he was not worthy of her daughter, Ming Lairii should be looking at the sky with her nose up, and complaining. But today, it was as if she did not hear these instigating words at all. She remained very cultured and did not respond. The party moved to sit on the sofas. Ming Lairii raised her hand and beckoned Xiao Fan to come over. She said, "Go and prepare some fruits and desserts." Mrs. Ming was shocked. Being rich indeed resulted in different lifestyles. Her every move was filled with nobility. Lairii used to be such an honest girl who respected her elders, Mrs. Ming said. She has only been married a few months, and already she's like a stranger to me. She has even learned how to order people around. That's right, Mr. Ming quickly added. Don't forget that your mother used to be a maid, too. You can't forget your roots. Mrs. Ming was flabbergasted. Why did he lower my status? This was truly collateral damage. To think they would even end up doing more harm than good to themselves. However, Mrs. Ming then thought that if she mentioned this, Yao Ziju might despise Ming Lairii's lowly background, and it might increase the chances of sowing discord between the two, so she accepted it. As expected, Yao Ziju frowned. The gap between you two is so big. You don't have much to say to each other, do you? Mrs. Ming continued. Yao Ziju said indifferently, "You are Lairii's parents. I want to respect you, but if you don't speak properly, I will have to ask you to leave." Yao Ziju was born to be a superior, and even his words carried a sense of oppression. The two elders felt pressure all around them. There was even cold sweat breaking out on Mr. Ming's body. Mr. and Mrs. Ming felt that the two people in front of them were simply indestructible. They could only break them one by one at this point. "Lairii, come here for a moment," Mrs. Ming said, pretending to be sincere. "I have something to say to you in private." Ming Lairii moved to stand up when Yao Ziju grabbed her hand. Ming Lairii's heart softened, and she patted Yao Ziju's hand to comfort him. She whispered, "I'll be back in a bit." While she was here, Mrs. Ming would not dare to do anything openly. Ming Lairii brought her mother to an empty guest room. Mrs. Ming did not waste any time and immediately said, "Lairii, I really regret letting you marry a disabled man. That man is so arrogant and cold. Listen to me, come home with me today. As you know, I used to be a servant for a rich family, so I know that life in a rich family is very luxurious and comfortable. I also want you to live a good life, so I let you marry into the family." Mrs. Ming continued to play the emotional card and said, "But the Yao family lied to us. They didn't even let me come over to see you. I only just found out that you actually married a cripple." "Don't worry, I'm fine here," Ming Liui said calmly. Mrs. Ming saw that Ming Liui did not give in, so her voice suddenly grew sharp. "Fine. You call this fine? What's the point of staying with that cripple every day?" "I don't think it's a big deal that he's crippled," said Ming Liui. "On the contrary, I cherish him even more because of this." "Liui, they've brainwashed you. You have to come back with me today," Mrs. Ming said. "Mother," Ming Liui said, "if you still say such things, then we have nothing to talk about." Mrs. Ming was not willing to give up. She rolled her eyes and continued, "I'm getting on in my years. I just hope that you can live well and have a son or a daughter. I can help you take care of your child while I'm still in good health." At this point, Mrs. Ming paused for a moment and said, feigning embarrassment, "But Yao Ziju is disabled, he can't possibly be a board member in his company in that state, so he definitely can't do anything. You've been married for so long, but you haven't slept with him yet, have you?" Ming Liui was stunned. 147 My mother wanted me to ask if you can perform. Mrs. Ming thought that Ming Liui had been persuaded, so she quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Daughter, your life is so bitter. Don't tell me you'll never experience what it's like to be a real woman for the rest of your life." Ming Liui wondered if the that Yulingling had mentioned before was this. She was confused by Mrs. Ming's words. "Actually, I don't know if he can do it or not, but we can ask him now." After saying that, Ming Liui opened the door and walked out. Mrs. Ming said anxiously from behind, "My God, this silly child, how can you ask such a question?" Ming Liui walked over to Yao Ziju's side before lowering her head to whisper into his ear, "My mom asked me to ask if you're able to perform your husbandly duties." When Yao Ziju heard this question, he tapped calmly against the armrest of his wheelchair without any sense of embarrassment. Out of habit, Yao Ziju asked in return, "What do you think? Do you want virility or impotence?" Ming Liui decided to ignore the question. "Men, if you do not praise their virility, you would not live it down." Ming Liui lifted her head and looked at Mrs. Ming, and said seriously, "He really isn't." Before she could finish, a large hand covered her mouth. Yao Ziju spoke between gritted teeth, "It doesn't count if you speak without proof. Would you like to experience it personally, my dear?" Ming Liui whispered, "You didn't deny it, so are you actually impotent?" Yao Ziju's expression immediately soured. He never thought there would come a time when he had to prove his libido to his wife in the presence of his in-laws. Even with his eyes closed, Yao Ziju could feel their scrutinizing gazes on him. However, if the madam was not even feeling embarrassed, then Yao Ziju had no reason to feel so either. He turned to meet her gaze. With a calm expression, he spoke unhurriedly, "Needless to say, I have no problem in that aspect. However, my dear, I'm afraid I can't move as freely right now, so I regret that I will have to trouble you a little, as you will have to move on your own." Ming Liui was confused. Move on her own? What did he mean? It took her quite a while before she finally got it. Good grief. He usually seemed so elegant, and yet he had no qualms with saying something so vulgar. Yao Ziju's voice was so low that only Ming Liui had heard it. She immediately jumped out of Yao Ziju's range and hurried to a safer range. Ming Liui stammered, He might actually be able to do it." Mrs. Ming said, "Are rich people really so shameless? Liui used to be such an innocent girl. How did she become like this?" Ming Liui was shocked. How did Mrs. Ming manage to fill every word with so much sarcasm? Yao Ziju's attitude towards Mrs. Ming became colder, and he said, "This isn't a question for you to ask, is it?" Mr. Ming knew that this was not the way to go, so he could only counter by saying, "I don't want to waste time with you. We'll let Liui marry here and suffer. You know what kind of person you are. Which girl would be willing to marry a useless guy like you?" After saying this, Mr. Ming secretly glanced at Yao Ziju. In the end, he did not dare to say the word disabled. Still, Mr. Ming had specifically picked on Yao Ziju's sore spot to provoke him and anger him. Yao Ziju's face was cold. "In front of me, no one can make a decision for Liui. If she wants to leave, I won't stop her. If she wants to stay and be Madame Yao, as long as I'm alive, I won't let her suffer. Without waiting for Mrs. Ming to speak, Ming Lairii immediately said, I'm willing to stay. Then, to her parents, she said, it's very unlikely I'd leave with you. If there's nothing else, you should go home. Yao Ziju's eyes were still cold, and no one else saw it except for Ming Lairii. She shrank self-consciously. Didn't Ming Lairii say she wasn't leaving? Why is he still looking at her like that? How about we take her away? Mr. Ming and Mrs. Ming were a little anxious. They knew that it was completely useless to sow discord with words, so they could only use the worst plan. Since talking did not work, they could only use action. Mr. Ming immediately smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. With a responding crash sound, the teacup broke into pieces. Yao Ziju was afraid that the shard would hurt Ming Lairii, so he could not suppress his brutal aura. He said, What do you think this place is? The Yao family is not a place for you to make a scene. Yao Ziju raised his hand, and Zhao Qing immediately called for security. Mr. Ming walked to Ming Lairii's side and grabbed her arm, wanting to take her away by force. 148 He dares to say such vulgar things. Mr. Ming was not gentle, and Ming Lairii's arm instantly turned red, leaving a handprint on her arm. Don't grab me, Ming Lairii said. When Ming Lairii was suddenly grabbed, she sensed danger, and could not help but want to return to Yao Ziju's side. Yao Ziju heard Ming Lairii's voice and immediately became angry and anxious. He quickly moved his wheelchair and hugged Ming Lairii's waist to protect her. In the next moment, he grabbed Mr. Ming's wrist. Mr. Ming was a man of great physical strength. His arms were thick and strong, and his skin was dark. When Yao Ziju's hand touched his cold and pale skin immediately formed a sharp contrast. Yao Ziju did not use any force, wanting to give his father-in-law another chance. He coldly said, Let go now. Mr. Ming did not care at all. In his eyes, Yao Ziju was just a cripple. What strength could he have? Mr. Ming said to Ming Lairii, you're coming back with us today. Yao Ziju did not hold back anymore. He exerted more force, causing the veins on the back of his hand to bulge. Mr. Ming hissed in pain and immediately retracted his hand. He let go of Ming Lairii as though he was electrocuted. At this moment, the security guards immediately rushed forward and restrained Mr. Ming. Mrs. Ming shrieked from the side, He hit him. He hit someone. The rich are bullying the poor. Mrs. Ming's shrill voice made Yao Ziju cringe. The security guards swiftly took the two of them out and brought them to the entrance. Mrs. Ming was still unafraid of the heat and shouted, Bah, what the hell is this? Next time, if you ask me to come, I won't come again. The security guards immediately threw the two unwelcome guests out. Mrs. Ming could only meekly help her husband leave the area. Back in the villa, after everyone had left, Yao Ziju opened his eyes. He gently rubbed Ming Lairii's red wrist, feeling quite annoyed. He actually allowed someone to grab his wife in front of him. I'm fine, Ming Lairii said. It looks scary, but it really doesn't hurt. Yao Ziju kissed Ming Lairii's arm with an aching heart, and said, We shouldn't have let them come here. We knew they didn't have any good intentions. Ming Lairii said, If we didn't let them come, how would we have known what their purpose was? Now we know, they want us to get divorced. Yao Ziju's expression turned strange. They even asked if I could perform. Were they hoping for a grandson? Ming Lairii realized something as well, and asked, What was that look you gave me just now? Did you want me to leave? Yao Ziju shook his head and immediately said, Because at first you said you wouldn't leave, but then you changed it by saying you weren't leaving with them today. Could it be that you would leave eventually, tomorrow? The day after? Ming Lairii immediately said, Didn't you say it yourself? If I wanted to leave, you wouldn't have kept me. Yao Ziju immediately turned defensive. Those were just words for show, they weren't true. What is, then? Ming Lairii asked. If you dare leave me, I'll break your legs, and you'll be locked in the basement for the rest of your life. Ming Lairii was dumbstruck. What an incredible possessive CEO line. Yao Ziju seemed to have thought of something and asked with a smile, Dear, do you want to work a little harder tonight and try it? Ming Lairii was confused at this. With wild mental images running through his head, Yao Ziju said in a bewitching voice, That was all just an act. Actually, I can move by myself. If you don't want to work hard, You can just lie down and enjoy it. Ming Lairei's mind spun. He dares to say such vulgar things. After Mr. and Mrs. Ming were thrown out, they immediately called their biological daughter. The call connected almost immediately. Cai Rixie seemed to have been waiting for their call. When Mrs. Ming heard the call connect, she immediately said, "Rixie, we tried, but I don't know how Lairei became like this. She's so stubborn and doesn't listen to us. She's really an ungrateful B***tch. That's right," Mr. Ming chimed in. "Especially that Yao Ziju, he's even more disgusting. How dare he throw us out? He doesn't know what respect is for his elders." Cai Rixie frowned. She did not expect her parents to fail. She had originally thought that her parents would be able to cause a rift between Yao Ziju and Ming Lairei, but now it seemed that those two were indeed indestructible. Cai Rixie said, "It doesn't matter. I still have a way. You can go home first." Mrs. Ming rarely called Cai Rixie, as she was afraid that someone would find out. It was not easy for her to call her even once, so she wanted to exchange a few more words. Mrs. Ming asked, "How have you been, Rixie? Have your days been good?" 149 Why were you being pretentious? Cai Rixie said impatiently, "I'm fine. I'm still busy, so I'm hanging up." Mr. Ming still wanted to say something as well, but the call already got cut off. The Ming elders looked at each other and shook their heads. They could not blame their daughter for being unhappy. They had thought that they could take Ming Lairei away, but it was useless. This place was still in the suburbs, so there were very few people. The two of them waited by the side of the road for a long time, but no car passed this way. It was getting late, and they were old, so they did not know how to call for a taxi. They could only walk forward and hail a taxi when they reached a crowded area. However, after walking for almost 2 hours, they still did not see many people. The sky was completely dark, and Mrs. Ming could not walk anymore. "Why don't we call Rixie and ask her to call a car to pick us up?" Mrs. Ming suggested. Hold on. Let's not disturb the child," said Mr. Ming. "It's not easy for her, either." "That's true, let's continue then," Mrs. Ming sighed. The two of them walked for a while more when a beam of light suddenly appeared behind them. An obviously expensive car stopped beside the two. They were shocked and looked at the car in confusion. The car window rolled down slowly, and a man in a black suit asked expressionlessly, "Are you Mr. and Mrs. Ming?" The two of them nodded, and Mr. Ming said, "That's us, and you are?" "Hop in," the man said. "The president asked me to give you a ride. He also has some words for you." Hearing that it was Yao Ziju's car, the two of them panicked. Was he trying to kill them? The driver did not look like a good person in this wilderness. Mr. Ming immediately shook his head. "We're not interested. We'll figure our own way back." "All right," said the driver flatly. Then, he closed the window, turned the car around, and left without hesitation. Mrs. Ming immediately grumbled, "Why were you being pretentious? See, he left." Mr. Ming said, I thought he'd at least try to politely persuade us for a bit." "What do we do now?" Mrs. Ming asked. "There are no cars in this godforsaken place. What else can we do?" "Let's continue walking," Mr. Ming said. "It's been so long, we should be at a more crowded place soon." Mrs. Ming immediately collapsed to the ground. She said, "I really can't take it anymore. I'll give Rixie a call." Mr. Ming did not stop her this time. The call went through very quickly, but Cai Rixie did not pick up. "Maybe she's busy. Let's take a break and wait," Mrs. Ming said. The two of them sat on the ground for a while, and Mrs. Ming became more and more agitated. Ever since Mr. and Mrs. Ming left, Ming Lairei had been restless, and she was in no mood to eat. Ming Lairei knew that this place was very remote. Even if they took a taxi, they would have to walk very far to get a cab. Although the two of them were indeed repulsive, and Ming Lairei did not want to care, her heart could not calm down. Yao Ziju knew why Ming Lairei was so restless. No matter what, those two had raised her, and she was such a kind girl. Yao Ziju called the driver over and said, "Drive slowly along the main road. If you meet a middle-aged elderly couple, ask them if they're Ming Lairei's parents. If they are, send them home." After thinking for a while, Yao Ziju continued, "By the way, pass a message to the two of them. On account that they have raised Ming Lairei to this age safely, I will not pursue the previous matter. If they do anything else, I will turn hostile. The driver nodded. Understood, President. The driver was just about to leave when Yaoziju said, wait, if they don't get in the car, you don't have to worry about them. Just come back. You only have to give them one chance. When Ming Liui heard Yaoziju's arrangements, she was very grateful and instantly felt at ease. Ming Liui's mood also became better, and as usual, she went upstairs to wash up and rest. Yaoziju saw that Ming Liui had recovered, so he returned to his study to continue his work. However, the car that was sent out returned not long after. The driver reported the situation to Zhao Qian, who knocked on the door and notified Yaoziju. It's their choice, and they deserve it, Yaoziju said coldly. Where is the madam? Asked Zhao Qian. There's no need to inform her. The security here is pretty good. There won't be any danger. If those two still haven't left the area after an hour, call them a taxi, Yaoziju said. Yes, President, I'll see to it now, Zhao Qian immediately replied. 150. All right, I'll do as you say. Yaoziju let out a sigh. If it was the old him, he would have dealt with these two and not let them off so easily. However, if something really happened to the two of them, his wife would probably not feel good either. Considering that this was their first offense, he would give them a chance. If they still dared to harm Ming Liui, then they have no right to blame him for being cruel. Yaoziju's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this time, Ming Liui pushed the door open and entered. Yaoziju did not have time to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Ming Liui was wearing a nightdress, and her face still had a trace of satisfaction after she had a bath. Seeing Yaoziju's eyes, Ming Liui's expression changed. What's wrong? What happened? Yaoziju suppressed his killing intent and said calmly, no, it's just work. Ming Liui walked to Yaoziju's side and gave him a kiss, gently saying, such beautiful eyes are not suitable for that kind of look. Yaoziju's heart immediately softened. He rubbed his nose against his wife's and said, all right, I'll do as you say. Ming Liui's body had the fragrance from the shower, and she voluntarily sat on Yaoziju's lap, finding a comfortable position in his arms. Thank you very much for today, Ming Liui said. Since you want to thank me, why don't you work a little harder and move a little? Yaoziju said with a smile. Ming Liui's eyes looked away, and her face turned red. Yaoziju had wanted to tease her, but when he saw her serious expression, he nervously held his breath, looking forward to Ming Liui's answer. Ming Liui seemed to have made up her mind and was about to speak, but then Yaoziju panicked. He was afraid of not getting the answer he wanted, but he was also afraid of actually hearing it. I'm just joking. Have a good rest, dear, Yaoziju said promptly. Really? Ming Liui was very surprised. I'll owe you first, we'll talk about it later. Yaoziju nodded. Yaoziju did not want it to be too casual. It would be their first time, and it had to be perfect. As if she had noticed Yaoziju's concern, Ming Liui said in a sweet voice, I don't want to owe you anything. Didn't you say that I can enjoy it, too? She eyes rolled around, and she rubbed her face against Yaoziju's chin. Yaoziju lifted her chin and lowered his head to kiss her. Ming Liui's face turned even redder, and she closed her eyes. After kissing for a while, Yaoziju let go of Ming Liui. He looked at her with an expression that made her feel uncomfortable. What are you looking at? She asked. Dear, what's wrong? Ming Liui asked. You're so beautiful, dear, I can't get enough of you, Yaoziju said with a smile. Ming Liui felt embarrassed by the sudden compliment. She leaned into Yaoziju's arms. Yaoziju cradled her there, and navigate the wheelchair back to the bedroom. Yaoziju placed Ming Liui on the bed, and then used his arms to get onto the bed as well, his body lying on top of her. He did not hesitate any longer and kissed her again, savoring the sweetness of his wife. Ming Liui could feel Yaoziju's body heating up, and the smell of his male hormones was slowly eating away at her senses. She raised her head slightly and accepted the long kiss. After a while, she felt Yaoziju's lips move away and move to her ears. This strange yet exciting feeling caused Ming Liui's eyes to light up. She even felt that all her body's senses were concentrated in her ears. The softness of his lips kissed her ear again and again. Ming Liui couldn't help but let out a moan. Ming Liui's eyes widened. She did not expect to make such a sound. Yao Ziju did not notice Ming Liui's reaction, and the two looked at each other. Ming Liui's eyes were watery, reflecting Yao Ziju's figure even more clearly. At this moment, Ming Liui only had eyes for Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju's heart beat even faster, and every fiber of his body seemed to be releasing his love for his wife. He kissed her again. Ming Liui felt his surging love wrap around her, and her soul was so comfortable that it trembled. Her heart beat faster, as if it was going to jump out of her chest, and her hands tightly clutched Yao Ziju's clothes. Yao Ziju carried her back from the study, still wearing his shirt. Even the buttons were still neatly buttoned. The more classy he looked, the more indescribable his sexiness was. 151. A cold shower. The thin white shirt accentuated his figure, and his abdominal muscles seemed to have unimaginable strength. His firm chest muscles moved up and down with his heavy breathing. Ming Liui felt a hand reaching for her skirt, and then she stopped moving. Ming Liui was so nervous that she trembled. Her body felt numb as she bit her lips. The madam's permission seemed to have opened a door. Before, Yao Ziju had always been celibate and had few desires, but now he was about to be consumed by desire. Yao Ziju, go take a shower before you sleep, Ming Liui suddenly said. After she finished speaking, Ming Liui realized something. The word sleep more or less had a double meaning here. Got it, I'll go now, Yao Ziju sighed. Even he was impressed by his own self-control. Yao Ziju moved away reluctantly, and the masculine aura surrounding Ming Liui also dissipated. Ming Liui turned over and grabbed the blanket to cover her body. She shut her eyes and waited. When Yao Ziju came out of the shower, Ming Liui had already fallen asleep. He stared at the soundly sleeping Ming Liui, and could only take another cold shower. He returned to the bed with a cold body. Ming Liui felt his presence and turned over, sleeping even more deeply. Meanwhile, Yao Ziju lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. Ming Liui, the octopus, once again wrapped herself around Yao Ziju. He gently kissed his wife's hair and eventually fell asleep. The Yao Corporation suddenly called for a board meeting to question the Xinghai City project. The board of directors had always been against the Xinghai City project, but Yao Ziju had been determined to carry it out. After he was injured, the project was stopped, which was what the board of directors wanted to see. Half a year later, Yao Ziju did not even say that he wanted to continue the project, but Yao Ziyang insisted on restarting it. Yao Ziyang's proposal had been submitted several times, but the board of directors never accepted it. The transportation there was inconvenient, and the basic supporting facilities were not perfect. If the project began, the operating cost would be too high, and there would not be any short-term returns. Although the board of directors did not agree to it, they would give Yao Ziyang half a month's time. Unless he could come up with a perfect and feasible plan, the Xinghai City project would be scrapped. Today was the day Yao Ziyang would submit the plan. The atmosphere of the meeting was very heavy. Those who agreed and those who disagreed had their own reasons. This plan still wouldn't work. The transportation problem remains unresolved. Although we can arrange a bus from the neighboring city to pick people up, it's too time-consuming. But this is the best method at the moment, and it has been tested before. I don't agree, either. The Xinghai City project is still not good enough. The plan is still lacking. Just as everyone was arguing, someone knocked on the conference room door. Before anyone in the meeting room could react, the door opened. Every board member turned around. Mr. He pushed Yao Ziju into the meeting room. Yao Ziju's eyes were covered with a thin veil. The meeting room suddenly quieted down, but the next second, it was full of discussion again. The president is here. Don't tell me he's ready to take over the job. I don't think so. I don't even see a blueprint. Even if I'm the president, I don't think it's a good idea. As usual, Mr. He pushed Yao Ziju to the head seat where no one sat in. It's been a long time, everyone, said Yao Ziju lightly. Let's resume the project. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. President, one of them said boldly, I'll be frank. With your current physical condition, you shouldn't be able to take on the current job. As soon as he said this, Yao Ziyang's group immediately followed suit. After a while, Yao Ziju knocked on the table. Even though it had been a long time since he had appeared in front of the crowd, he was still as majestic as ever, and the entire room quieted down. Yao Ziju's lips curved into a smile as he gently touched the veil. While everyone was still confused, Yao Ziju tore off the white veil. Yao Ziju's eyes were revealed, and they looked normal as he scanned the crowd. He doesn't look like he can't see anything at all. Yao Ziyang was shocked. Last time at the Cai family banquet, Yao Ziju was still blind. It had only been a few days and now Yao Ziju could see. And there was prior warning for Yao Ziyang at all. Yao Ziju's sudden appearance today had caught Yao Ziyang off guard. Yao Ziju looked at everyone, and after making sure that his eyes met everyone's, they looked away. Yao Ziju's eyes seemed to have a huge pressure that made everyone hold back their doubts. 152 Resume the meeting. Yao Ziju's eyes stayed on Yao Ziyang's face for a long time, until Yao Ziyang lowered his head and avoided his gaze. Cold sweat appeared on Yao Ziyang's forehead before Yao Ziju finally looked away. Now, resume the meeting, Yao Ziju said. The meeting room suddenly fell silent, as though everyone did not know where to start. Continue, Yao Ziyang, said Yao Ziju indifferently. After a moment of silence, Yao Ziyang said, we have a new plan for the Xinghai City project. We're now confirming whether it's feasible. Alright, it seems that everyone understood your proposal. Let's raise our hands to vote. One of them carefully said, isn't it a little premature? We haven't finished our discussion. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the vice president's proposal? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Yao Ziju meant. Yao Ziju continued, since Yao Ziyang has taken the lead, he must be confident. While I was in a coma, the Yao Corporation has been doing so badly. Are we waiting to close down? Before anyone could say anything, Yao Ziju said, if you agree, raise your hand. Yao Ziyang also knew that if he wanted to succeed, this was the only chance. He could not continue waiting. Now that Yao Ziju's vision was back, if he wanted to take back the project, he could do so at any time. Therefore, Yao Ziyang had to make some achievements as soon as possible. Yao Ziyang secretly made a hand gesture. The board members on his side raised their hands. Some people who were watching Yao Ziju's expression also raised their hands. With a quick count, more than half of the people had agreed. Yao Ziyang was overjoyed. Mr. He, please list the names, said Yao Ziju. By the way, the Xinghai City project was launched at the last minute and was not in the budget. Therefore, I will have to trouble you to raise the funds. Not all the subsidiary companies are profitable. Yao Ziju paused for a moment and continued, Ziyang, bring the project forward to next year's budget. After all, it's a company project, we won't let you use your own money. Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth. Understood. Meeting adjourned, said Yao Ziju. Mr. He wheeled him out of the room. Yao Ziju had come suddenly and left just as quickly. The board of directors had no time to gather their wits. Yao Ziju's brutal methods were back, and their comfortable days were coming to an end, but it would bring more benefits to them. Everyone had their own plans. Tonight, many people would probably not be able to sleep. Yao Ziyang cursed in his heart. Although Yao Ziju agreed on the surface, he did not allocate Yao Ziyang any money. It was obviously to make things difficult for him, but it was indeed a show of kindness and severity, clearly included in the budget for next year. This made Yao Ziyang speechless. But today, those who were on Yao Ziyang's side were all forced to vote, and everyone was exposed. They could have stayed hidden, but now that they were out in the open, the road ahead would probably be even more difficult. But as long as the project was still there, Yao Ziyang had a chance. For the Xinghai City project, Yao Ziyang never expected to make a profit so quickly. He only had to make it popular and beautiful. The project was ahead of the budget. Fortunately, it could be reimbursed next year. As long as Yao Ziyang could think of a way to raise the funds, he could rest assured. The board of directors was shocked by Yao Ziju's attendance at the meeting, but Yao Gui was even more so. Yao Gui heard about his son's recovery from his secretary. After being angry for a moment about not being told first by Yao Ziju, Yao Gui decided he was actually happier about this. He immediately went to Yao Ziju's villa. When his son got married, Yao Gui rarely saw him come out. Instead, it was usually Ming Liuai who came out to greet him, and today, the hostess came out once more. Father, you're here, Ming Liuai said respectfully. What about Ziju? Asked Yao Gui. Ming Liuai immediately replied, he went to the company earlier. He just sent a message, he's on his way back now. Yao Gui saw that Ming Liui knew her son's schedule well, and the words she said about him were so affectionate and loving. Yao Gui did not know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Yao Gui, despite being his father, was not even the first one to know that Yao Ziju has regained his sight. In fact, he was not even sure of Yao Ziju's whereabouts. In that sense, he had less clarity than even Ming Liui, who was merely arranged in this marriage to overturn their streak of bad luck. Yao Gui suddenly felt a sense of disappointment, as though his son had forgotten about his father after getting a wife. Ming Liui said, "Father, have some tea first. Lunch will be ready in a while. When Ziju gets home, we can start eating." Yao Gui nodded and sat on the sofa. Before Yao Gui arrived, Ming Liui was preparing fruit puree for Yulingling. In order to not let Yao Gui think that she was insensible, she brought her task to the living room. She continued to make the fruit puree while chatting with Yao Gui. It was very relaxing. 153 He is working hard. Yao Gui narrowed his eyes and re-examined Ming Liui. As expected of a child from a small family, she only cared about these little gestures. Now that Yao Ziju had regained his sight, he could continue working, and the daughter-in-law of the Yao family would be someone who could take charge of everything in the household. From managing the banquet, to managing the household expenses, to delegating work to the housekeepers, none of them was simple. "Liui, what do you think about your marriage?" asked Yao Gui. "It's been more than half a year," Ming Liui said, "and you're asking me what I think? Wasn't this all arranged by you?" "It's different now," said Yao Gui. "In the past, Yao Ziju couldn't see, so he needed someone to take care of him. But now that he's recovered, he will continue to be in charge of the Yao Corporation and the Yao family. Everything will all be in his hands." Smiling, Ming Liui picked up a beautiful raspberry, and said, "He's working hard." Yao Gui was speechless. He had already laid it all out, but why did Ming Liui not feel ashamed? Yao Ziju was so outstanding, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. How could Ming Liui still be so calm? Yao Gui cursed in his heart. This girl doesn't have any education, so she probably doesn't understand the meaning between the lines. Yao Gui said in a straightforward manner, "Liui, it's not easy to be the Yao family's daughter-in-law. You have to study hard and keep up with Ziju's footsteps." Ming Liui's hands immediately stopped. It was only then that she understood that Yao Gui did not mean for her to study hard, but to leave on her own. It was often said that the royal family was the most ruthless. Now, it seemed that the wealthy families were the same. "Father, don't worry," Ming Liui said, "since I have suffered with you, I believe that you will also experience happiness with me." Ming Liui's words were very calm, and Yao Gui did not know what to say. The meaning behind Ming Liui's words was also very obvious. When Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state, Ming Liui was the one who took care of him, until Yao Ziju once again became the person who will be in charge of the Yao family, as Yao Gui put it. Last time he did not show any dissatisfaction toward Ming Liui. While currently Yao Ziju was much better, and had even regained his sight, he was still handicapped for the most part, and yet Yao Gui was already starting to show disdain toward Ming Liui. Yao Gui sighed in his heart. Ming Liui was not a good match for Yao Ziju. He had never thought that the reason Yao Ziju could wake up was mainly because of Ming Liui. In Yao Gui's heart, he thought that it was because he had arranged a marriage for Yao Ziju in spite of everyone's objections that woke Yao Ziju up. Therefore, Yao Gui was very proud of himself. As a father, the more his inner pride swelled, the more he wished to continue making decisions for Yao Ziju. Yao Gui felt that he had nothing to say to Ming Liui. He would wait for his son to return. After that, they should discuss and decide if this marriage were to continue. The two of them were silent for a while. Ming Liui thought that since she was not the victim like before, there was no need for her to justify herself to Yao Gui. Ming Liui's sacrifice and her own value would naturally be protected by the people who understood. Yao Ziju soon arrived home. Without waiting for the car to stop, Yao Gui immediately stood up and went to the door to greet his son. Ming Liui also put down her work and went to the door. When they were together every day, she had not realized it. But when Yao Ziju went to work, and she was home alone, Ming Lairii could not get used to it and had hoped that he would return soon. When Yao Ziju came back, he was carrying a bag that seemed to contain some pastries. Before they entered, Yao Ziju shouted, "Lairii, look what I brought back for you." Just as Yao Ziju arrived at the door, Yao Gui also came out from the villa. Seeing that it was not his wife, Yao Ziju was stunned. Father and son looked at each other, speechless. Finally, Yao Ziju said, "Father, you're here." Yao Gui clearly felt the cold treatment and nodded neutrally. Yao Ziju ignored Yao Gui's expression and directly asked, "Where's Lairii?" Yao Gui did not know what to say. Ming Lairii, who was a few steps behind, walked out at this moment. Seeing Ming Lairii, Yao Ziju's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Lairii, come and take this." Ming Lairii did not take the bag from Yao Ziju's hand, but walked behind him and pushed his wheelchair. She coughed lightly and poked Yao Ziju, indicating that Yao Gui was still there. Since he had brought something back, she could not eat it all by herself, that would be a little awkward. Yao Ziju naturally knew what she was thinking, and said, "Father's here, but you don't have to be so formal. It's just a few pastries. Father doesn't like them. Here, take them." Ming Lairii and Yao Gui were at a loss for words. 154. I'm a sack of potatoes. Ming Lairii reached out and took the bag. It was cold in her hands. She was a little curious and wanted to open it to see what was inside. But considering that Yao Gui was still present, Ming Lairii held back her curiosity and said, "We'll be eating in a while. After dinner, we'll make some desserts for everyone to eat together." "All right," Yao Ziju nodded. Yao Ziju took the bag and gave it to Xiao Fan. He said, "Take it to the refrigerator and let the kitchen serve them after our meal." At the dinner table, with the thought that there were still some snacks afterward, Ming Lairii ate less to ensure that her stomach still had space. Yao Ziju saw this and felt that it was not good to eat too little, so he put more food on Ming Lairi's plate. Ming Lairii suddenly felt like she had been exposed. She frowned and unwillingly ate it. The two of them had frequent interactions at the dining table. Yao Gui had a helpless look on his face, thinking, "Am I just a sack of potatoes?" Yao Gui could not stand it anymore and coughed a few times to attract their attention. He said, "Why didn't you inform me that your eyes have recovered? How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "It's just something that happened a few days ago. I didn't have time to inform you," Yao Ziju said. "I'm your father," Yao Gui said, "and I miss you every day. If anything happens to you, you must inform me immediately." "Okay, I got it, father." Xiao Fan was standing not far away, and she looked shocked. "Why is the master still lying? What recently? He's already recovered for half a month now." But master and madam are so tight-lipped that they even managed to deceive President Yao. Sensing the secret in her heart, Xiao Fan suddenly felt a sense of duty and was a little excited. Zhao Qian, who had always been calm, saw Xiao Fan's expression and immediately coughed lightly, indicating for Xiao Fan to control her emotions. Xiao Fan immediately reacted and showed a standard smile. After everyone was done eating, the desserts were served. It was a handmade Chinese pastry, green bean ice cream cake. The green bean ice cream had a light yellow color, and was a little cold, which made it very appetizing in the middle of summer. As an elder, Yao Gui naturally had first pick. After Yao Gui had taken one with his chopsticks, Ming Lairii picked up the next piece for herself. In her hand, she could feel the softness and smoothness of the pastry. When it went inside her mouth, it was soft and sweet, and it melted in her mouth. Ming Lairi's eyes lit up, and she asked, "What is this?" Yao Ziju could see that Ming Lairii liked it very much, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It was worth the trouble of going to Old Street for. Zhao Qing immediately answered, "Madam, this is green bean ice cream cake. It's the best snack in summer." The master specially went to Old Street and personally sought an old master who sold it. Ming Lairii smiled. "It's delicious, Ziju, thank you." Yao Gui thought, "Did I come all the way here just to watch you two show off your love for each other?" This snack was specially bought by Yao Ziju for Ming Lairii, but Yao Gui no longer had an appetite, so he put it down and said, "Ziju, I'll wait for you in the study. Come after you're done eating." After Yao Gui finished speaking, he stood up and went to the study. Yao Ziju was also surprised. Why was his father acting so strange? But Ming Liui knew the reason. Ming Liui was not affected at all. She waved her hand, signaling for Yao Ziju to hurry over and not disturb her from eating. Ming Liui took out her phone and searched for the recipe. It did not look very complicated, and she immediately included it in the gift list of the praise committee. Ming Liui immediately sent Yu Lingling a text. Lingling, let's make green bean ice cream cake for the next event. It's cold and delicious. Yu Lingling looked at the picture Ming Liui sent and immediately replied, "Wow, Liui, you know how to make this. You're amazing." Ming Liui smiled and replied, "I should be able to learn it. It doesn't seem very difficult." Yu Lingling immediately sent a reply when she heard that she had just learned it. "Then I must be the first to eat." "No, I'll be the second one. I'll give the first place to your husband." Ming Liui thought of Yao Ziju's appearance when he ate and immediately replied, "Okay, wait for my update. I've just made a new fruit puree, so I'll send them both to you." Yu Lingling's eyes lit up when she heard the word fruit puree, and she quickly texted back, "Sister, take my hugs. I love you so much." Yao Ziju entered the study. Seeing his son come in, Yao Gui said tentatively, "I heard you're preparing to acquire the CAI group. What's the situation?" Yao Ziju said straight away, "The CAI group has been doing well. It has been making profits for years. The merger and acquisition will help Yao Corporation a lot." 155 Not even relatives. Hearing Yao Ziju's words, Yao Gui knocked on the table and said, "The CAI family is Ming Liui's family. We are also connected by marriage. Have you thought about Ming Liui's feelings? It has nothing to do with Liui. She has no connection with the CAI family." Yao Ziju frowned. Yao Gui frowned as well and said, "No connection. No matter what, she's still a cousin of the CAI family." Yao Ziju thought for a while. Liui and the CAI family are not related at all, let alone cousins. They're not even relatives. What? Yao Gui was shocked. The CAI family actually dared to randomly find someone to marry into our Yao family. Our Yao family is being made for fools. It's simply a great humiliation. Start the merger and acquisition at once. Yao Ziju was a little surprised. Was his father being too reckless? Yao Gui said, "It's clear that Liui is someone with an unknown background. You should end things with her as soon as possible. The Yao family's daughter-in-law and future matriarch can't just be anyone." Yao Ziju's face was filled with confusion. Then he said, "No matter what, Liui is now Madame Yao. She is not someone with an unknown background. What kind of demon could make you like this?" Yao Gui asked. Yao Ziju's expression turned strange. "Dad, have you been single for too long? Do you feel uncomfortable seeing me with a wife?" Hearing this, Yao Gui immediately retorted, "How can you be so rude? What nonsense are you saying?" Yao Ziju ignored it and said, "As for this CAI family matter, I have an idea. I'll talk about it in detail later." When Yao Gui heard that there was still a chance for discussion, he did not hesitate and said, "Your birthday is at the end of this month. We're mainly celebrating your awakening. Now that you've regained your sight, it's another great joy. That's why we're holding a big celebration. The old residence is already making preparations. You should get ready as well." Yao Ziju nodded. This was definitely not a peaceful family dinner, and it needed much planning. The two of them continued to talk about other things for a while and then came out of the study. Yao Gui did not stay any longer and left straight away. Ming Liui saw Yao Gui leave and immediately looked at Yao Ziju with an honest expression. Yao Ziju whispered into her ear, "My father asked me what kind of demon you were to lead me so astray." Ming Liui's face instantly froze. Why is he suddenly speaking nonsense? Yao Ziju's lips curled into a smile. Can you guess how I answered him? Ming Liui subconsciously followed Yao Ziju's train of thought. She asked, "What did you say to him?" Yao Ziju could not help but let out a laugh. Ming Liui's ears immediately shook, and Yao Ziju's magnetic voice slowly said, "I can only blame my willpower for not being strong enough. I couldn't control myself. I've already taken the bait." Ming Liui's eyes widened, and she pouted. "Don't pull my leg, let's talk about serious matters." Yao Ziju kissed Ming Liui, and said, "I've always suspected that this incident was all part of Yao Ziyang's scheme. but I didn't have any evidence. Yao Ziyan's methods are vicious, I'm afraid he'll make a move on you, so I didn't want you to appear in front of everyone. But, I want the whole world to know that you are my wife. Yao Ziju paused and sighed. Liai, I should say that I'm out of your league for you to marry me. You don't know this, but when I took you to the Cai family and saw your condition, I thought you had been poisoned. I was a little desperate at that time, and I'm still scared when I think about it now. So, I'm going to change from your legal wife to a secret lover? Ming Liai asked. Yao Ziju laughed. Of course not. Just wait a little longer, and be yourself. When everything is settled, I will let everyone know that you, Ming Liai, are my one and only wife. But Ming Liai said, everyone says that my education is low, and I don't have a good family background. I don't deserve to be by your side. If you're willing to learn, I'll support you. If you don't, then just stay by my side and mooch off me. Ming Liai rolled her eyes and continued, your father also said that you'll become the head of the Yao family in the future, and control everything that happens to the Yao family. I don't have the ability to stand by your side. Hearing this, Yao Ziju's face was filled with helplessness. His father must have said this to Ming Liai before, and now she was using it to question him. Yao Ziju chuckled. This clever thing was so vengeful, but she was also very cute. 156 It's all up to you. Yao Ziju stretched out his hand and carried Ming Liai to sit on his lap. He said, there are so many people in the Yao family, and many of them are capable of managing these matters. If you want to manage them, then of course it's up to you. If you don't want to, then just be Ming Liai. Your happiness and freedom are more important to me. Ming Liai was touched by Yao Ziju's sincere words, and her eyes turned red. In her past life, Ming Liai had been pampered, but that pampering was completely different from Yao Ziju's. Ming Liai felt that she was in a very comfortable and intimate relationship, and this experience was both refreshing and sweet to her. Yao Ziju's love was not as simple as possession. Being by Yao Ziju's side, Ming Liai could always be an individual, not just Madame Yao, and definitely not Yao Ziju's accessory. This made her feel that she was respected and loved. At the same time, Ming Liai could feel that she was needed, like she was irreplaceable. This feeling was too blissful. Alright, I know you can't do without me, Ming Liai said. She also made up her mind, when she was ready, she would tell Yao Ziju her secret bit by bit. Ming Liai continued, I will study hard. Of course, it's not just for you, it's also for myself. Before you woke up, I was already learning English. I wanted to apply to a foreign school. This made Yao Ziju speechless, and he suddenly remembered the reason why he woke up from his anger. Do you still want to go abroad now? He asked. You don't want me to go? Ming Liai replied in surprise. We'll talk about it later, Yao Ziju said casually. If you need it, Ming Liai said, I can help you with the family matters, but I will definitely continue my career. Of course, and I'll support you, Yao Ziju said. Ming Liai smiled. The praise club can't be limited to this place in the future. I'm going to try to develop it all over the country. After all, as a deity, Ming Liai wanted to bring luck and happiness to everyone. Yao Ziju had just made a lot of promises, and although he did not want to be separated from Ming Liai, he had to keep his words. He gritted his teeth and said, of course, I'll support it. Ming Liai smiled and said, oh no, it seems like you've successfully won me over. Yao Ziju said, I'll have to trouble you for the time being. No matter what the outside world says, I won't bother explaining. My father wants to separate us. If I reveal a bit of this to the outside world, you'll be much safer in the fight for the Yao family's power. If there really comes a day when the situation forces us to spread fake news about having marriage issues, we can discuss it in advance. Ming Liai nodded and said, let's use a secret code. Before you say it, you could add a few words, and I'll immediately know that you're lying. How about it? Yao Ziju nodded. That's a good idea. Do you have any good phrases? Ming Liai thought for a moment and said, there's a popular phrase on the internet that starts like this, Dear fam, blah blah blah. What do you think? Dear, it's better if you stay away from the internet. In Ming Liai's mind, she had already imagined Yao Ziju coldly standing on the stage, opening his mouth and saying, Dear fam, I'm going to announce an important piece of news. Ming Liui suddenly wanted to laugh. She felt that it was a pity for Yao Ziju to reject her suggested phrase. Ming Liui had more than 100 of such crude secret codes in her mind. Yao Ziju was afraid that Ming Liui would say something terrifying, so he quickly said, "I'll use a simpler one. Every time I say okay, it means I'm lying." "Boring," Ming Liui said disdainfully. "Dear, would you like to practice now?" Yao Ziju asked after some thought. "Okay, I won't be jealous at all if you don't give me the fruit puree you made for others." Ming Liui said, "Wait a minute, you're jealous of mashed fruit. The people I give the puree to are still in a vegetative state, so don't look at this matter from a regular standpoint. Then I should still be the one to eat first, and I'll bring it to the office as my dessert," Yao Ziju said. Ming Liui was speechless. "All right," she said. "No problem, you'll definitely eat it first from now on, and I'll even prepare another set for you to take with you to work." "Okay, I won't have to think of you at all during my meetings," said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui lightly kissed Yao Ziju, and said, "You're an independent boss now, so work hard." 157 Aren't you being too dramatic? Yao Ziju nuzzled against her neck like a large dog, and said, "From now on, the king will not attend morning court." Ming Liui smiled. "You've been waking up early to do work even before you regained your sight. Aren't you being too dramatic?" After Yao Ziju finished his work, he returned to their bedroom. Ming Liui saw that he was in high spirits, and his eyes were bright. She knew how happy he was to return to his battlefield. "Although I'm happy at work, every second of being apart from you is unbearable," Yao Ziju said. Ming Liui's eyes brightened. "I just read a novel titled The President Secretly Fell in Love with Me. Why don't I go work for the Yao Corporation? And then you wish to harass me, but I'm as prickly as a thorny rose. I may be a little swayed, but I still stick to my principles." Yao Ziju stared incredulously at her. Ming Liui became even more excited and said, "You'd chase after me, I'd avoid you, but in the end, I'd still slowly fall in love with you. I'd go against my social class and actually fall in love with the wicked capitalist. And I'd feel so conflicted." Yao Ziju said, "There's no need to feel conflicted. You should read less of these novels from now on." Ming Liui felt wronged. "Don't go online, and don't read novels. What's the point of living, then?" Yao Ziju took out his phone and called his secretary. "Mr. He, prepare a list of must-read books for college students. Please send a set to my wife later." Mr. He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Ming Liui pouted and muttered, "That's fine, but I'll never give up my cheesy romance novel." "Are you really going to reenact those scenes?" asked Yao Ziju. Ming Liui immediately nodded. Yao Ziju took out his phone again, launched the Cucumber Novels app, and monotonously read out, "The president dug out his wife's heart. Could he tell how twisted it was? The madam is dead." Ming Liui was at a loss for words. Novels may be unpopular, but they definitely can't be evil. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui's expression and said, "You don't like this? Why don't we change to another one?" The president's eyes were filled with madness. His wife was chained up by him so that she could never leave. Ming Liui's face instantly turned pale, and she pressed down Yao Ziju's hand. She immediately said, "No, thanks. I think the must-read list for college students is good enough." Suddenly, Ming Liui received a call. It was from an unknown number. Ming Liui looked at it suspiciously. She had never left her number with anyone she did not know before. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju, who said, "Answer the phone." "Hello?" Ming Liui picked up the phone. Mrs. Cai's gentle voice came from the other end, saying, "Liui, do you still remember me? I'm Chen Xiaomir." Ming Liui was a little surprised, but she immediately said, "Hello, I remember. Liui, the first time I saw you, I felt like we were old friends," Chen Xiaomir said with a smile. "Can we have afternoon tea together tomorrow afternoon?" Yao Ziju nodded. Ming Liui saw this and said, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, then." After the call ended, Yao Ziju said, "I've long guessed the Cai family would contact you. Don't worry and go tomorrow. I'll get someone to protect you." Ming Liui was puzzled. What do they want with me? Is it because of the acquisition? I'm afraid it's not just about the acquisition. Just enjoy your afternoon tea there. I'll handle the rest. Ming Liui nodded. In any case, she had Yao Ziju as her backer, so there was nothing to worry about. She would just treat it as going out for a walk and having a simple afternoon tea. Moreover, Chen Xiaomir was the original Ming Lairei's biological mother, so Ming Lairai felt close to her, and her intuition told her that Chen Xiaomir would not hurt her. Still, Ming Lairai felt uneasy about tomorrow's meeting. She had been tense recently, and since Yao Ziju said he would send people to protect her, there should not be any problems. Ming Lairai pushed her wariness to the back of her mind. She stood up from Yao Ziju's lap and said, "I'll go pick a gift for Mrs. Cai now. If you can't think of anything, you can ask Mr. He to prepare it," Yao Ziju said. The next day, Ming Lairai and Chen Xiaomir booked a high-end afternoon tea restaurant under the Yao family name. The restaurant was located on the top floor of a shopping mall. As the younger party, Ming Lairai had left the house very early, but she did not expect Chen Xiaomir to already be waiting for her when she arrived. Ming Lairai was a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry for making you wait." 158 Is this for me? Chen Xiaomir smiled gently and said, "You're not late, I'm the one who came early." Ming Lairai quickly placed the gift on the table and pushed it toward Chen Xiaomir. "Is this for me?" Chen Xiaomir was surprised. Ming Lairai nodded. Chen Xiaomir opened it and saw a velvet gift box and a small bag of cookies. She did not need to look at the velvet gift box to know that it was probably jewelry. Chen Xiaomir was already so old and had seen countless jewelry. There was almost nothing that could arouse her interest now. However, this small bag of cookies looked very likable. The yellowish cookies came in various shapes and looked very cute. Anyone who knew could tell that they were handmade cookies. Moreover, the packaging was also carefully decorated with different stickers. Compared to the high-end cookies that anyone could buy, this bag of cookies gave a more sentimental feeling. Chen Xiaomir was a little surprised and asked, "These cookies are?" Ming Lairai did not expect her to ask about them straight away. She immediately responded, "Ah, I made these. They might not be as good as the ones sold outside, but it's just a small token of my appreciation. Can I eat them now?" Chen Xiaomir asked while holding the cookies. Ming Lairai smiled and said, "Sure." At this moment, their afternoon tea was served. There were all sorts of desserts on the three-layered tea tray that was shaped like a birdcage. Compared to these exquisite desserts, the cookies suddenly seemed a little dull. "It's fine to eat the cookies when you get back," Ming Lairai said, embarrassed. "Let's finish the ones here first." Chen Xiaomir shook her head and took out a bear-shaped cookie. It was very pretty and felt delicate in her hand. She could see that Ming Lairai had put a lot of effort into making these cookies. Each cookie had a different shape and pattern. Chen Xiaomir put the cookie in her mouth. It had a crispy outer layer and a rich milky fragrance. The chocolate was also just right. "It's so delicious, and it's very special," said Chen Xiaomir with satisfaction. Ming Lairai was a little embarrassed after being praised like that. She said, "These are just ordinary cookies. You're overpraising me." Chen Xiaomir looked at Ming Lairai, her eyes filled with unconcealed affection. Chen Xiaomir said, "You're a really likable girl. Is there something you need from me today?" Ming Lairai asked. Chen Xiaomir stopped smiling and said with a serious face, "Regarding the matter of you marrying into the Yao family, I apologize to you on behalf of the Cai family." When Ming Lairai heard this, it was as though she could feel the troubled thoughts from original Ming Lairai, and it became unbearable. Her eyes filled with uncontrollable tears. Chen Xiaomir saw Ming Lairai's tears and stood up, gently hugging her. As if feeling a mother's embrace, Ming Lairai's tears flowed even more freely. Chen Xiaomir might never know that the person in front of her was no longer her Ming Lairai. Chen Xiaomir's biological daughter had long been sent to hell as she fell off the stairs with Yao Ziju. Her soul had dissipated, and she must have completely disappeared. Ming Lairai felt the emotions in the depths of her heart and could not help but cry softly. Chen Xiaomir patted Ming Lairai's back, saying, "Sweet child, you're so blessed. I realized that Yao Ziju is very good to you. For you, he's even willing to acquire the Cai group." Ming Lairai raised her head and wiped her tears. She said, "You asked me to come here to persuade Yao Ziju to give up on the acquisition of the Cai group, right? I'm not on either side. The Cai family has indeed let you down. I just wanted to see you and understand you better," said Chen Xiaomir. Ming Lairai nodded. It just so happened that she also wanted to understand the CAI family. Ming Liui calmed herself down, and the two tacitly changed the topic. As for the acquisition, it was never brought up again during that time. They focused on gossiping and had their afternoon tea. The desserts here were delicious, and this quickly cheered Ming Liui up. Chen Xiaomir was very kind, and her words were tactful. She was like a remorseful elder, sincerely caring for Ming Liui. Ming Liui was surrounded by such motherly love that she felt extremely at ease, like an indoor kitten snoozing in a patch of afternoon sunlight. Although the Yao Ziju was the male protagonist of this world, the warmth of a mother made Ming Liui feel more comfortable with Chen Xiaomir. Cai Rixi had an appointment today with Mr. Wang from Z University. She wanted to get the list of students for Z University's summer camp this year. Z University was one of the top universities in the country. Every year, major companies would compete for its graduates. Basically, from the moment they enrolled in the university, they were already targeted by major companies. They would intern for those major companies in their first year, and then immediately gain employment with them after graduation. 159. Does she know everything? The summer camp was to gather all the outstanding high school graduates from all over the country to study, go through a selection process, and send the best ones straight to Z University. This year was no exception. Before the major companies started to recruit, Cai Rixi had gotten the list in advance through her connections, and wanted to help Yao Ziyang cultivate a few potential candidates. Of course, this was a very important step for Cai Rixi to plant a mole in the Yao family. The two of them met at a Japanese restaurant. Not only did they look at the list, but they also had a drink because they had not seen each other for a long time. Mr. Wang passed the name list to Cai Rixi. He said, "This year's batch is outstanding. When the time comes, they'll all be in high demand. You have to make good use of this opportunity." Cai Rixi took a look at the name list. First place, He Yanfeng. There was also a 2-inch photo of He Yanfeng on it. The young man was a little thin, but his eyes were especially bright, with sharp eyebrows and big eyes. Cai Rixi flipped through He Yanfeng's information. His family's not well off, his father's in a vegetative state, and he has a younger sister. Cai Rixi thought to herself, as long as there's money, it's easy to acquire a poor student like He Yanfeng. She picked up a pen and circled He Yanfeng's name, then took a picture and sent it to Yao Ziyang. After the matter was settled, the two drank some wine. Mr. Wang was a little tipsy and left first. Cai Rixi also felt hot all over and wanted to walk back to sober up. However, just as she came out of the restaurant, Cai Rixi saw Chen Xiaomir and Ming Liui walking out of the mall, laughing and talking together. Cai Rixi no longer felt hot. All that was left was coldness. Why is mother with Ming Liui? A sense of uneasiness surrounded Cai Rixi. Does she know everything? Cai Rixi saw Liui having fun with Chen Xiaomir, and the two of them seemed very close. Cai Rixi got angry at this. Ming Liui, that hillbilly, actually wants to snatch mother away. The more Cai Rixi thought about it, the more furious she got. She could not think calmly at all. All she could think about was to get Ming Liui away from her mother. Cai Rixi strode toward Ming Liui. Black thunderclouds began to darken the sky. Boom! Without waiting for Cai Rixi to cross the road, thunder and lightning fell. When Ming Liui saw the weather, she felt a strong sense of danger. "Where did your driver park the car?" asked Ming Liui. "The weather is about to change, you should go home first." Chen Xiaomir raised her finger and pointed to the side. Then, she saw Cai Rixi walking over with an unfriendly expression. "What happened to you, Rixi?" Chen Xiaomir asked, puzzled. Cai Rixi, reeking of alcohol, walked toward them and shoved Ming Liui away. She pushed with all her strength, causing Ming Liui to almost fall. The bodyguards immediately came forward. One of them supported the madam while the other went forward to block Cai Rixi. "Rixi, did you drink too much?" asked Chen Xiaomir with a frown. "Come home with me at once." Cai Rixi glared at Ming Liui fiercely. She copied Ming Liui's actions and clutched Chen Xiaomir's arm, escorting her mother to the Cai family's car. Cai Rixi did not get into the car with her mother. Instead, she said, "You can go back first. I still have some things to do." With that, Cai Rixi closed the door and turned to leave. Ming Liui also felt that Cai Rixi was being a little ridiculous, but she did not want to argue with her. After all, the other woman was drunk. The bodyguards escorted Ming Liui back to the Yao family's car. Without wasting a second, the chauffeur asked, "Madam, would you like to go home, or would you like to fetch the master?" Ming Liui wanted to say that she would go home straight away, but she felt a little uneasy. She said, "Let's go and pick up Ziju." Ming Liui took out her phone and sent a text to Yao Ziju. "I'll pick you up from work. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. You should get ready. Just then, Yao Ziju was about to finish up and get off work when his wife sent him a text. He smiled and immediately replied, "There's no need to go to the underground parking lot. Just wait for me at the company building's entrance. The thunder did not stop, making people feel rattled, but Ming Liui's chauffeur was calm and steady. He was not in a hurry and drove steadily. The road conditions were also good. Just one more intersection and they would reach the entrance of Yao Corporation. At this time, a car suddenly rushed out of the intersection, charging toward Ming Liui's car. The chauffeur realized that something was wrong and immediately stepped on the gas, trying to avoid the car that was rushing over. The car seemed to have gone crazy, and it started to gain speed. It was about to crash into the car Ming Liui was in. The friction between the tires and the ground made a loud noise. Yao Ziju arrived at the door at that moment and saw the dangerous scene. His expression changed as he shouted, "Liui! Liui! 160 Are you hurt?" The chauffeur stepped on the accelerator, and Ming Liui instantly fell backward, pressed against the seat by the inertia. Ming Liui's hands were firmly gripping the handle above her window, and her face was a little pale. Lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the clap of thunder. Boom! There was no violent collision, only the loud sound of thunder and the screams of passers-by. The chauffeur did not even step on the brakes and quickly brought the car in front of the Yao Corporation building. The security guards immediately lowered the guardrails to prevent other vehicles from approaching. Ming Liui immediately unbuckled her seat belt and got out of the car. Seeing the door open, Yao Ziju's body burst out with great strength and he stood up from the wheelchair. He did not have time to think and immediately hugged Ming Liui. The two of them trembled in each other's arms. After a while, Yao Ziju's legs could not take it anymore, and he fell back into his wheelchair. Yao Ziju's voice was a little hoarse as he muttered, "Liui, my wife." He pushed Ming Liui away and carefully observed her. He anxiously asked, "Are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Ming Liui was also still in shock. She said, "I didn't hit anything. I'm not hurt." Mr. He immediately sent someone to check on the situation. The car that was about to crash into Ming Liui was struck by lightning. The powerful voltage had instantly caused the car to shut down. The inertia from the sudden stop caused the car to skid a long distance, completely out of control, and then it caught fire. This was the most prosperous area of the city. When the surrounding passers-by saw this scene, they screamed and fled in all directions. The door was kicked open and Cai Rixi got out of the car. The moment she came out of the car, Cai Rixi collapsed on the ground. The ambulance arrived quickly after that, and Cai Rixi was carried into the ambulance. The traffic police also came onto the scene to check on the situation. The scene was soon under control. Mr. He returned to Yao Ziju's side and said, "The person who was driving was actually the Cai family's daughter, Cai Rixi. She was drunk." Ming Liui said in shock. "She actually dared to drive?" Yao Ziju's face turned gloomy as he said, "Let's go back first." Yao Ziju and Ming Liui did not continue to sit in the car just now. With a group of bodyguards, they went to the underground parking lot to get in Yao Ziju's usual car. In the car, Yao Ziju once again held Ming Liui in his arms. The danger he just saw kept playing over in his mind. Yao Ziju was very scared. Ming Liui quickly calmed down and thought to herself. Every time she was in danger, she would feel uneasy because of the sound of thunder. Could it be that she, as cannon fodder, had a thunder cheat? Yao Ziju noticed that Ming Liui was dazed, and thought that she was still in shock, so he gently stroked her back. Ming Liui recovered and snuggled into his arms. Then, Ming Liui seemed to have thought of something. She said, "You stood up just now. Your leg, is it also recovering?" "Probably, I was too excited and stood up all of a sudden, Yao Ziju said. Ming Liuai looked at Yao Ziju's legs, which were still trembling. She was confused. Was Yao Ziju nervous, too? Only then did she also notice that Yao Ziju's lips had turned white, and cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. Ming Liuai said, "Does your leg hurt? You're trembling." "Yeah." Yao Ziju gritted his teeth. "I can still bear it. I can only rest assured after we get home." Ming Liuai gently pulled up Yao Ziju's pants, and said, "Close your eyes." Yao Ziju trusted Ming Liuai, and obediently closed his eyes. The pain was still unbearable, and Yao Ziju felt as though his legs were being reconstructed. Ming Liuai was very generous this time, and dripped 5 drops of spiritual spring water on each of his legs. Yao Ziju immediately noticed the familiar cool smell as his wife's hands gently massaged his legs. Yao Ziju could clearly feel a silent power seeping into his legs and gradually wrapping them up. He opened his eyes slightly and found that his legs, which had been shaking just now, were slowly calming down. However, he could still feel power in his body, and that power was still colliding and fusing in his legs. Ming Liuai's hands were very soft, but they seemed to have magical powers. Wherever she massaged, it became very comfortable. The moment Ming Liuai's hand left Yao Ziju's body, the pain would return, so she kept massaging his legs. Slowly, Yao Ziju felt that his wife's energy not only soothed the pain in his leg, but also calmed his inner anxiety. These magical sensations were connected to the strange feelings he had had before. When he was in his vegetative state, he could feel everything in the outside world as long as his wife touched him. After that, Yao Ziju realized that Ming Liuai had changed, her attitude had changed, and even her eating habits had changed. 161 Question her identity. Yao Ziju also noticed that his wife's body had a refreshing smell like spring water from the mountains, and her massage slowly restored his consciousness and vision. In particular, water seemed to be dripping from her fingertips, and she could even soothe his painful legs. In fact, even the thunder seemed to help her. All of these things made Yao Ziju question her identity unwittingly. Yao Ziju leaned back in his chair with cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was exhausted. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Dear, who are you?" Ming Liuai bit her lips and focused on massaging Yao Ziju. She could not be distracted, so she said perfunctorily, "Now's not the time. We'll talk about this when we get home." After massaging for a while, Ming Liuai noticed Yao Ziju's breathing slowly become steady, so she stopped what she was doing. After such a long massage, her hands were a little sore, and she no longer had the energy to lift them. "Ah, my arms are so sore," Ming Liuai mumbled, but Yao Ziju did not respond for quite a while. Ming Liuai turned her head, and saw that Yao Ziju had fallen asleep in his seat. His feather-like eyelashes did not tremble, but his face was still a little pale, which made him look broken and powerless. But even in this state, he was still exceptionally handsome. Yao Ziju slumped back in his seat, his facial features deep, the side of his face showing his perfect outline, and his usually cold brow was slightly creased. The shirt under his suit was a mess. Cold sweat had soaked almost his entire body, and his muscles were faintly visible under the clothes. The noble and oppressive feeling became fragile at that moment, and he looked like he was at her mercy. Was this what others meant by a broken and powerless prince? As if feeling Ming Liuai's burning gaze, Yao Ziju woke up. "I was actually asleep," Yao Ziju said hoarsely. Ming Liuai's eyes flashed with slyness, and she said calmly, "Your shirt is already soaked in sweat. It must be very uncomfortable sticking to your body. You should take it off." Yao Ziju raised his head to look at Ming Liuai, and his heart skipped a beat. "All right, but I don't have any strength left. Dear, please help me," Yao Ziju said deliberately. He sat up and raised his arms, waiting for her to help. Ming Liuai hesitated for a moment. "All right, since he's the one who suggested it, he has no one to blame for what happens next." The moment Ming Liuai raised her hand, she could not help but gasp. Her arms were so sore from the long massage. Yao Ziju saw Ming Liuai's expression and said, "Your arms must be sore after massaging me for so long, right? Then I'll take it off myself." Then, Yao Ziju quickly took off his suit jacket. The shirt inside, as expected, was already stuck to his body. This kind of looming appearance was even more attractive. Ming Liui could not help but swallow her saliva. Sensing her reaction, Yao Ziju smiled and slowed down. He raised his hand to comb through his hair. His neck and hands were raised slightly, and his exposed throat rolled. Then, he placed his long and slender hands on the buttons of his shirt and slowly unbuttoned them. Ming Liui watched Yao Ziju's actions, dumbfounded. She suspected that Yao Ziju was seducing her, but she was also not quite sure. Her heart was beating wildly. She was still very reserved on the surface, but her eyes were wide open, betraying her heart. Yao Ziju's fingers moved slowly on purpose, and Ming Liui's head followed his fingers. Yao Ziju could not help but laugh. "Dear, does it look good?" Suddenly, Ming Liui's face turned red, and she coughed a few times, saying, "It's very nice. It seems that you're not only a drunkard, but also a pervert," Yao Ziju said with a smile. Ming Liui turned her head and pouted, "HMPH, I don't even care." Yao Ziju turned Ming Liui's head back and said, "You should look. If you don't look, won't I lose face?" Yao Ziju continued to unbutton his shirt, and it didn't take long for him to remove it. Summer nights always turned dark later, but the sky outside was still bright. The evening light shone on Yao Ziju's body, and Ming Liui could not help but swallow again. Very quickly, Yao Ziju put on his suit jacket again. Wearing a suit while bare-chested, this is against the rules. Yao Ziju was just holding on. He really did not have the energy to tease her anymore, so he leaned back in his seat and continued to rest. The car soon arrived at the villa. Zhao Qing opened the car door for them, and Ming Liui got out first. 162 Don't make a fuss. Zhao Qing saw that Yao Ziju was only wearing a suit jacket inside. The caretaker's face remained calm, and he did not say anything. Instead, he looked directly at Xiao Fan, indicating for her not to make a fuss. As expected, when Zhao Qing brought Yao Ziju out of the car, and Xiao Fan could not help but gasp when she saw him. The master looked uncomfortable, and his face was slightly pale. He did not wear a shirt under his suit, making him look sexy and handsome. If it had not been for Zhao Qing's signal, Xiao Fan might not have been able to control herself at all. Her eyes jumped between the madam and the master. Ming Liui immediately felt uncomfortable. She said, "The master's legs hurt badly." His shirt was soaked in sweat, so he took it off. Ming Liui did not regard Xiao Fan as a simple maid. Xiao Fan had seen her being embarrassed too many times, and Ming Liui was afraid that Xiao Fan's imagination would run wild, so she could not help but want to explain. Zhao Qing could feel that the atmosphere today was different from before, so he immediately brought Yao Ziju back to his room, changed him into clean clothes, and left the room, leaving some space for the wife and husband. Yao Ziju looked at his wife. Ming Liui knew that Yao Ziju was waiting for the answer to the question he had asked in the car. She also knew that Yao Ziju did not say anything because he did not wish to force her. Ming Liui felt that the time was right. She gritted her teeth and said, "What I'm going to say next may sound very magical and unbelievable. You can decide for yourself whether to believe it or not." "I'll naturally believe you, dear," said Yao Ziju lightly. "If you don't know where to start, I'll start first." "You?" Ming Liui asked, puzzled. Yao Ziju nodded. "I also experienced some amazing things. For example, when I was in a vegetative state, I could sense the outside world as long as you touched me. Even if I couldn't move, I could still sense it." Ming Liui remained silent. "Oh my God, how mortifying." Ming Liui used to talk to Yao Ziju a lot every day, but now it seemed too embarrassing. Yao Ziju continued, "Your change made me think you weren't Ming Liui. But when I woke up and asked you, you told me you were Ming Liui. I am Ming Liui, but not original Ming Liui," Ming Liui said. "So it's like that. It is indeed Ming Liui, but not the same soul." Yao Ziju nodded and asked, "So you're saying you reincarnated into another body?" "It should be correct to say so, as this can avoid a lot of nonsense to explain." Ming Liui nodded, acknowledging her identity as a wandering ghost. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui's expression and knew that things were not that simple. He said, "So, do you have a superpower?" Ming Liui was stunned. Although the spiritual spring was indeed something only gods would have, the way Yao Ziju said it made it seem awkward. Ming Liai nodded again. You can predict the future, right? Yao Ziju continued. Is that why you keep saying my eyes and legs will recover? Ming Liai did not know how to respond. That doesn't seem wrong, but it's also a little inaccurate. Yao Ziju watched Ming Liai, thinking that her silence meant that she agreed. He was about to continue when Ming Liai spoke first. All right, you've guessed enough. You don't have to continue. There's still one more question, Yao Ziju said. In the future you saw, did I treat you badly, to take revenge on you and torture you? This time, Ming Liai was shocked. You know about this too. Don't worry, since we're being honest, she's her, and you're you. I can't possibly treat you badly. Ming Liai coughed a few times and said, Stop, I haven't said anything. Mr. Yao, can I speak now? The words Mr. Yao made Yao Ziju feel uncomfortable. It felt like his wife was a little angry, so he immediately shut his mouth and made a go-ahead gesture with his hand. Forget everything you said just now, Ming Liai said. I'll explain it all over. After saying that, Ming Liai gave him a look that she thought was very sharp. Yao Ziju was like an obedient dog as he nodded his head. Ming Liai then slowly said, Actually, this world is the world of a novel. You are the male protagonist of this novel, and Ming Liai is the female side character's cannon fodder. So, I don't have any power of foresight, I only know the story. Yao Ziju nodded. This was something he had never thought of, something completely beyond his knowledge. 163 The madam is a deity. Ming Liai looked at Yao Ziju's confused expression and continued, I was originally a lesser deity. The superpower you mentioned was just my spiritual spring. I didn't reincarnate into another body, I transmigrated. Now, I've found the reason why I transmigrated. It must be because of you. Hearing this, Yao Ziju's eyes were filled with shock. No wonder the power of lightning was helping her. Even though it was hard to accept, Yao Ziju still felt proud and straightened his back. Ming Liai continued, in the book, Ming Liai did not have a good ending. You carried out the craziest revenge scheme on her. In the end, she was tortured until she lost her mind and died in the mental asylum. Yao Ziju's heart sank. No wonder she was so afraid before. In the original story, Yao Ziju had such a fierce image. Yao Ziju's throat felt dry, and his body tensed up. He wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. If that's the case, then why didn't you run away? Why did you take care of me? Ming Liai did not know how many twists and turns Yao Ziju's heart had done. She calmly replied, the reason why I'm taking care of you is because original Ming Liai has indeed done a lot of things that hurt you. Since I transmigrated into the book and even used her body, I naturally want to help atone for her sins. The reason why I did not leave was because the spiritual spring dried up when I came here through the book. My spiritual spring can only recover when I'm with you. It can also help you recover, so I didn't leave. Hearing these words, Yao Ziju's heart seemed to sink to the bottom of the valley, and his bright eyes dimmed. You took care of me to atone for your sins, he said in a hoarse voice. You didn't leave, because you wanted to recover the power of the spiritual spring. Isn't there any reason, related to us? If you didn't have these things, dear, what am I to you? Or rather, do you only see me as a character in a book? Ming Liai was stunned. She did not expect Yao Ziju to ask such a question. Seeing Ming Liai in such a daze, Yao Ziju's face became even gloomier, and an uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. He seemed to change into a different person in an instant, and he said in an aggressive tone, if that's the case, why do you still sleep with me every day? Why do you accept my kisses and hugs? Yao Ziju tightly grabbed Ming Liai's slender wrist. The strength in his hand was so great that it left a red mark there. Ming Liai had never seen Yao Ziju like this, and could not help but tremble. You're hurting me, she said. Yao Ziju did not let go, still staring at Ming Liai. She did not avoid his gaze, and her eyes were clear. Ming Liai had always been open and honest, so she did not beat around the bush. She just said, your body has a fatal attraction to the spiritual spring. That's why I'm like this. I'm sorry. Yao Ziju was so angry that he wanted to laugh. His wife's lips were delicate and alluring. When he kissed them, it seemed to have some kind of magic that could make people sink into them. However, the words she said were so deadly. Yao Ziju could not control his emotions anymore, and he carried Ming Lairii to the bed. Ming Lairii, who was suddenly swept up, almost cried out in surprise. Her hand reflexively grabbed Yao Ziju's arm. Because of the sudden force, Ming Lairii felt the tension in Yao Ziju's arm muscles. She was seated by the bed, much taller than Yao Ziju in the wheelchair. Her feet were off the ground, and her swaying legs made Yao Ziju's heart itch. Yao Ziju reached out his hand and lifted her chin. Because he used fitness equipment often, his hand had become rough, and just a light touch was enough to make her tremble. He used a bit of strength to make Ming Lairii look at him. She saw that Yao Ziju's eyes were filled with anger and desire, like a mad lion. Yao Ziju's voice was no longer as calm as it used to be. Instead, it carried a hint of disappointment. He said, "This answer is worth 0 marks. You should be punished. Since my body is so attractive to you, how can I disappoint you, dear?" With that, Yao Ziju held the back of Ming Lairi's head and kissed her. His tongue immediately delved into Ming Lairi's mouth and began the attack. 164 There's no one else. Yao Ziju pressed his body against hers, and explored her mouth, their lips touching and making arousing sounds. Ming Lairi's face reddened, and her heart beat faster. Her eyes became misty and watery. Her body went soft, and she unconsciously moved closer to Yao Ziju, her hands wrapping around his neck. Yao Ziju noticed Ming Lairi's movements and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Holding her, he could not help but ask, "As long as it's a body that the spiritual spring likes, can other people do the same to you?" "There's no one else," Ming Lairii said. "In this world, only one person can do this, and that's you." When Yao Ziju heard this, he became even angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's a negative score now." With that, Yao Ziju pushed Ming Lairii onto the bed, and she fell back on it. Then, he got on the bed as well. Yao Ziju's body was surrounded by a dangerous yet warm aura, but Ming Lairii was not afraid at all. After all, the two had kissed many times, and each time, Ming Lairii felt very comfortable. But Ming Lairii did not realize that this time was different. Ming Lairi's hands were locked above her head, and Yao Ziju kissed her again. She felt him holding her tightly, his heavy breathing ringing in her ears, and his chest was heaving. Ming Lairii did not know what Yao Ziju was angry about, but her face was red from his actions, so she could only gently respond to his kiss. At that moment, Yao Ziju's heart trembled. He was astounded, and his mind was a mess. He liked Ming Lairi's response, but he was also afraid of it because he was the male lead in this book. Yao Ziju let go of Ming Lairi's hands, took out a tie from the drawer, and quickly tied her hands together. It was not very tight, but Ming Lairii could not break free. Ming Lairii was confused. When did this tie appear? Yao Ziju's hands were free, and he immediately began to stir her desire as his beautiful hands reached out to Ming Lairi's body without any obstruction. Ming Lairii trembled nervously from Yao Ziju's touch. She said, "It tickles." Her breathing was hurried from the kiss, and her voice was soft and tender, arousing Yao Ziju's endless desire. When he heard Ming Lairi's soft voice, his heart softened. He wanted to take a step back, but he sighed and said, "Say it." "Who am I?" Ming Lairi's eyes lit up. She knew this. "Yao Ziju," Ming Lairii said. A smile appeared on Yao Ziju's face as he gently kissed her. He then continued to ask, "What else am I?" Ming Lairii thought for a moment and said, "My husband." Hearing this answer, Yao Ziju's mood improved a little. He said, "You're not sincere enough." Ming Lairii blinked her eyes, not knowing what she needed to be sincere about. However, she knew that it was better to speak less at this moment. So, she could only smile at him. Yao Ziju saw this smile, and all his rationality was about to collapse. Ming Lairi's face was red, and her lips were swollen from his kisses. Her eyes were moist, as if she was silently inviting Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju did not wait any longer and followed what his heart told him. His heart could not help but tremble. It was as if the thing he had been waiting for had finally come. The kitchen downstairs had just made some desserts. It was a strawberry-flavored cream cake. It had a white and smooth texture, and the fresh red strawberries made it taste even better. The person who secretly tasted it picked up the cake with their hand, and the white cream seemed to slip through their fingers. Upstairs, Yao Ziju's voice was hoarse as he patiently asked for permission. Ming Liuai was like a lazy cat under the afternoon sun. A soft voice of consent came from her lips. Her brows furrowed. This was different from what she had thought. Didn't he say to enjoy it? This strange feeling made Ming Liuai feel uncomfortable. It felt more like a punishment. In both her lives, Ming Liuai was also a pampered and protected little princess. When had she ever suffered such grievances? Ming Liuai wanted to escape, but she was immediately held down. Her hands were still tied up. Yao Ziju's face was even more handsome at this moment. His usual cold and aloof look had been completely shattered. Even when he was beside her, he was still as sharp as ever. 165. Isn't that too much? Ming Liuai was a little unwilling to accept being treated like this. She found the right time and bit Yao Ziju's chin. The groan he released sounded like he was holding back. If this was Yao Ziju's first time, it seemed to be a man's natural instinct, and he quickly figured out what to do. After some time, Yao Ziju loosened the tie around Ming Liuai. Ming Liuai was so tired that she fell asleep. The next day, Ming Liuai still woke up in Yao Ziju's arms. Just as she began to move, her body ached as if she had just finished a marathon, followed by a triathlon. There was even a red mark around her wrist. Ming Liuai said with some anger, "Yao Ziju, wasn't that too much?" Ming Liuai had woken up quite late, and Yao Ziju had touched her forehead several times to check if her temperature was normal. Hearing Ming Liuai's roar, Yao Ziju was relieved. He glanced at Ming Liuai, then rolled over. His back was covered with marks from Ming Liuai's fingernails, and the blood-red marks on his white skin looked a little scary. Ming Liuai was stunned at seeing them. "It could be worse," Yao Ziju said. "You said you liked my body, and now that I've given it to you, you still say I'm too much?" Ming Liuai suddenly felt like she was a scumbag who took advantage of her partner and now refused to admit it after putting on her clothes. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liuai, and he purposely said, "I still have to go to work today. I'll be busy all day, so I might not have time to text you. I won't be back too early in the evening, either." Yao Ziju saw the confusion on Ming Liuai's face, and he sighed. Ming Liuai's heart was a little crestfallen, as she did not understand why Yao Ziju was so angry. Yao Ziju saw Ming Liuai's expression and his heart softened. He could not help but say, "It's very dangerous outside. Don't go out unless it's for something particularly important. If you feel uncomfortable, contact me at once." With that, Yao Ziju immediately got out of bed, washed up, put on his suit, and left the bedroom. Ming Liuai felt that something was wrong. Since she did not understand, so she could only ask Yulingling for help. Ming Liuai took out her phone and quickly typed a message to Yulingling. "Lingling, help me figure something out. Yulingling immediately replied, "I've activated my gossip mode. Ming Liuai did not think much of it and just typed her message. "Yesterday, my husband asked a few questions and said that my answers were unsatisfactory, and then we rolled around in the sheets. But when he woke up this morning, he seemed like a different person. Something's wrong, he seems indifferent. Yulingling saw the message and a look of helplessness flashed across her face, but she still replied, "The point is, what does an unsatisfactory answer mean?" Ming Liuai immediately avoided the part about the spiritual spring and told Yulingling everything else. Ming Liuai saw that Yulingling was typing, but there was no message for a long time. After a while, Yulingling finally replied, "Liuai, tell me the truth. Did you come from the South Pole? Why do I feel that you're just a woman on the outside, but you're an ice statue on the inside without any feelings? You've been taking care of him so carefully every day. I thought you two were in love. Don't tell me you don't have any feelings for him at all. If that's the case, social rules dictate that you should get a divorce. Ming Liuai looked at the message and was stunned. She immediately replied, "Is it that serious?" Yulingling immediately replied, "Your husband is already being pretty calm. If it were me, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." Ming Liuai smiled bitterly and replied, "Sob. I was already in a lot of pain last night." Hearing this, Yulingling immediately started typing, There, tell me in detail. Ming Liuai thought of what had happened last night, and her face suddenly turned red. She immediately changed the topic. "Lingling, what should I do now?" Yulingling thought for a moment and typed a reply, "You have to think about those questions today. If it were any other man, Would you also be willing to kiss, hug, and finally roll in the sheets like this? Ming Liui sent a message in confusion. Why did it change to someone else? If it's him, then it's him. Yu Lingling helplessly replied, this might sound a little abstract, but think about it carefully. For example, that Mr. He from before, are you willing to do the same thing with him? 166 Absolutely impossible. When Ming Liui saw this message, her face instantly darkened. She quickly replied, that's impossible. Yu Lingling's reply was just as quick. Liui, think about it again. If your husband were to hug another woman, would you be angry? Ming Liui was silent. She had to admit that just thinking of that scene made her feel very uncomfortable. Ming Liui suddenly felt a little conflicted. Yao Ziju was the male lead in this book, and Ming Liui was just a supporting character who could die at any time. Even if it was not Ming Liui who transmigrated to this world, Yao Ziju might still be with someone else. Even if she had not transmigrated here, Yao Ziju was still the main character of this book, especially since he was so handsome. Even if he did not have the status of a CEO, many people would still be willing to follow him. However, Yao Ziju had never even glanced at any other woman. In the company, Yao Ziju was decisive and ruthless, the terrifying CEO that beat people up. But at home, he always called Liui dear again and again. The Yao cooperation was in a mess, and he was not particularly mobile, and yet he still specially made a long trip just for the sake of buying desserts for Ming Liui. Whether it was in public or private, Yao Ziju would always show his love for her. Thinking of this, Ming Liui's heart softened. She had never given a direct reply to Yao Ziju. Ming Liui suddenly realized that in her heart, Yao Ziju was different from the others. If it had been Ming Liui who asked the questions like, why do you stick to me every day? Why do you accept my kisses and hugs? And Yao Zijun had answered, because I like the spiritual spring in your body, Ming Liui would probably fall into depression. Her mind suddenly cleared up. It turned out that she had already fallen in love with Yao Ziju. Ming Liui's face revealed a happy smile. She became cheerful, and her mood also became much better. She sent her message, Lingling, thank you. I really love him. Yu Lingling smiled and replied, on behalf of all the netizens, I wish you all the best. Ming Liui recalled Yao Ziju's expression before he left and could not help but smile. She rolled around on the bed and immediately sent a message to Yao Ziju. Have you arrived at the company? Do your best today. Then, she looked at the phone in anticipation. However, after a long time, there was no reply. Ming Liui thought for a moment and sent another message. Can you come back earlier? I miss you. Yao Ziju replied quickly, no. Ming Liui did not get angry and continued to send messages. Alright, even so, I'll always miss you. Mr. He was sitting in the car and reporting the day's work. Suddenly, he saw a smile on the corner of the president's mouth, but it disappeared very quickly. Mr. He was a little confused and stopped. Continue the report, said Yao Ziju lightly. The whole company knew that the president was in a good mood today. He did not scold anyone during the meeting. Instead, he very gently gave some suggestions. A happy day passed, but when it was almost time to get off work, the CEO, who was usually anxious to go home, did not leave. This made everyone afraid to make a move, and could only sit at their desks. No one dared to leave the company before the president. Mr. He saw everyone's eyes and entered the office. He asked, President, what other work do you have to do? There's nothing else, everyone can get off work now. President, aren't you going back to have dinner with the madam? Mr. He asked, puzzled. In the past few days, Yao Ziju would rush home as soon as he heard this, but today, he seemed to have touched a nerve. With a dark expression, Yao Ziju said, go back to your work. Before Yao Ziju's accident, he was a workaholic who often worked overnight in the company. Recently, he dealt with work matters at home most of the time. It had been a long time since he had been in the company this long. Moreover, Ming Liui woke up late today. When Yao Ziju came to the company, it was almost noon. At this moment, it was only 8:00 p.m. Yao Ziju was sitting in a chair, but he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles instead. An hour ago, the madam had sent a message to Yao Ziju, asking if he would come back for dinner, but Yao Ziju had coldly refused. Mr. He had brought dinner from the hotel restaurant, which was what Yao Ziju usually ate when he worked overtime. During those days, Yao Ziju had thought the food in that restaurant was not bad, but today, it did not taste that good anymore. Moreover, the office was too quiet. 167 You're back. If he was at the dining table at home now, his wife would definitely praise old John's cooking skills continuously. She would always be particularly happy when she ate good food. Her mouth was also very small. Every time, she would overestimate the capacity of her mouth, and could only eat 1/3 of a full spoonful. Thinking of his wife, Yao Ziju suddenly felt that the food in front of him was tasteless. After a while, Yao Ziju came back to his senses. He could not be so useless. He had to treat that heartless woman coldly, as if he was dealing with an opponent. Even though he thought this, Yao Ziju kept looking at the time. Time passed slowly, and finally, it was 9 o'clock. Yao Ziju could not sit still any longer and left the company building. He sat in the car and thought to himself, once I get home, I've got to persevere. I can't be soft-hearted just because of a few sugar-coated bullets from her. Ming Liui did not expect that Yao Ziju had still not returned even after she had finished eating and taking a bath. Ever since she knew that she truly loved Yao Ziju, Ming Liui always thought of him. She stood by the window, but she could not see his figure, so she could only lie on the bed in disappointment. After a long time, Ming Liui heard the sound of a car returning. She immediately jumped up from the bed and quickly walked to the window. Seeing that it was Yao Zihao's car, her mood immediately became better. Yao Ziju got off the car and looked up, immediately seeing his wife's figure by the window. Although her expression was not discernible, it was obvious that the little fox had been waiting for a long time. Yao Ziju was still wheelchair-bound and had to be pushed into the villa. His legs had not fully recovered yet, so he still could not walk on his own. Yao Ziju had just entered the door when he saw Ming Liui running down the stairs in her pajamas without any slippers on. Ming Liui wanted to give Yao Ziju a hug, but when she actually saw him, she did not dare. You're back, Ming Liui said softly. Yao Ziju suppressed his emotions and lowered his eyes, not looking at her. Then, he said, yeah. Yao Ziju was dressed in his suit. Even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, his figure was perfectly proportioned. He had deep-set facial features and a handsome face. His expression was a little cold, and he had the unique temperament of a superior. Ming Liui praised from the bottom of her heart, "You're really handsome today." Yao Ziju then looked at Ming Liui, and he said indifferently, "Are you using me to practice again? You ran out here without wearing your indoor slippers." Ming Liui said in a low voice, "I saw you come back, so I got a little anxious." Yao Ziju did not directly respond to Ming Liui. He said, "Xiao Fan, go and fetch my wife's slippers." What's with her bare feet? Ming Liui had never been spoken to like this by Yao Ziju before. She bit her lip and ran back upstairs before Xiao Fan could bring her slippers down. Yao Ziju heaved a sigh of relief. He almost caved just now. Seeing his wife come down barefooted, Yao Ziju wanted to pick her up. Fortunately, he had strong willpower. Xiao Fan looked at her master and his wife and felt that something was a little off. Zhao Qing had told her to make herself scarce, but the master had called, so she had no choice but to come out and do as told. As expected, the relationship between Madam and Master is really strange. Master had always been very gentle to Madam. He had never treated her like this before. Yao Ziju glanced at Xiao Fan, who immediately came out of her daze. She stuttered a little, but immediately understood his signal. "Master, you're back," Xiao Fan immediately said. "Madam has already had her dinner and washed up. She's ready to go to bed." Yao Ziju nodded. Xiao Fan continued, "But because you weren't here today, Madam didn't seem to have much of an appetite. She ate very little. Master, do you want to eat with Madam?" Hearing this, Yao Ziju knew that he was not the only one who was not in the mood to eat. If Yao Ziju was a giant dog, he would be perking his ears and wagging his tail happily. He wheeled himself to the elevator. Ming Liui had finished washing her feet. She lay on the bed and wrapped herself in the blanket. She had been so eager for Yao Ziju to return home, and this was the result. Ming Liui's heart felt like it was being pricked by a needle. Yao Ziju entered the bedroom and said, "I'm a little, do you want to have supper with me?" Ming Liui hesitated on whether to agree or not. Although she had already given him a way out, Yao Ziju had still been a bit mean just now. After thinking for a moment, Ming Liui could not help but say, "All right." Yao Ziju took off his suit and changed into a comfortable set of pajamas before the two of them went downstairs. 168 Then you should eat more. Old John noticed that the madam ate very little for dinner and knew that she would be hungry later that night, so he had prepared some easily digestible food in advance. Pork liver congee, cut fruits, chicken feet, rice noodle rolls, and so on were all placed on the table. Seeing Ming Liui had not moved to eat yet, Yao Ziju picked up his bowl and took a bite of the congee. He said, "It's very good." Ming Liui was still a little disappointed. She said indifferently, "Then you should eat more." Seeing his wife like this, Yao Ziju could only scoop the congee, blow on it to cool it down, and feed it to his wife. Ming Liui raised her head to look at him. Although Yao Ziju's expression was still indifferent, Ming Liui was very happy. Ming Liui opened her mouth and ate it. After swallowing it, she said, "It's quite delicious, I want more." Ming Liui opened her pink mouth, revealing her sharp little canines, and made an R sound. "There's a bowl right in front of you," said Yao Ziju. "But I think your bowl is better," Ming Liui said with a smile. Yao Ziju did not say anything more, but scooped some congee, blew on it, and fed it to her. Ming Liui was a little embarrassed after being fed by Yao Ziju for a while. She said, "I'll eat it myself now." Yao Ziju felt the joy of feeding her. When his wife ate these delicious things, she always had a look of enjoyment on her face, so Yao Ziju continued to feed her for a while. Ming Liui's face was red as she said, "I'm full." Yao Ziju's face was still calm. After eating something, the two of them went back to the bedroom. Closing the door, before Ming Liui could say anything, Yao Ziju said, "I'm going to take a shower." Ming Liui wanted to say something, but she could only stop at this. She nodded and said, "Okay." Ming Liui had just had supper, so she might not be able to digest it if she lay down right after her meal. She strolled around the bed for a while until Yao Ziju came out. Yao Ziju saw his wife standing at the door, as if waiting for him, and he looked at Ming Liui with a smile. Ming Liui and Yao Ziju looked at each other. The grievances of the day seemed to have been vented. Biting her lips, Ming Liui asked, "Can I hug you now?" Yao Ziju did not respond, but pushed his wheelchair past Ming Liui. Ming Liui lowered her head, her face full of disappointment. After Yao Ziju got on the bed, he let go of his coldness and opened his arms. "Come and hug me." This sentence instantly warmed the atmosphere. Ming Liui smiled, ran a few steps, and threw herself into Yao Ziju's arms. Yao Ziju smiled and hugged Ming Liui tightly, saying, "You even have a run-up. It's a good thing we're on the bed. If we were in the wheelchair, we would have fallen over." Ming Liui immediately felt embarrassed and snuggled further into his arms. The two of them hugged each other and their souls were like one. After a long time, Ming Liui finally raised her head from Yao Ziju's arms. Her eyes were misty as she stared at Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju remained very normal, looking at Ming Liui calmly. Suddenly, he felt his wife tugging on his clothes. Ming Liui hesitated for a moment, before saying in a soft voice, "Don't be angry anymore, okay?" Yao Ziju was stunned. Was his wife acting cute? Yao Ziju enjoyed it very much. He felt like someone was tickling his heart, and his body felt like melting. Ming Liui heard Yao Ziju's heart beat faster. Yao Ziju gently stroked Ming Liui's hair. This was his wife, what else could he do? Of course, he was spoiling her. "All right, I won't be angry anymore," he said. Ming Liui almost shed tears. She asked, "Really? You won't ignore me like this again? Will the company still be this busy tomorrow?" Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui's aggrieved expression, and no matter how hard his heart was, it had to soften. Yao Ziju tightly hugged her and kissed her eyes. "It won't, I was working overtime today, and I've already made arrangements for tomorrow's work. I'll get a doctor to help me recover tomorrow. I won't be leaving for a day." Ming Liui thought for a moment and said softly, "I'll be with you. You gave me so much pain yesterday, and you ignored me today. You didn't even hug me when you came back. You've gone too far." This little fox really knew how to turn the tables. Yao Ziju sighed helplessly, it's my fault. Even if his wife was heartless, even if she only liked his body, Yao Ziju would accept it, as long as his wife liked it. Yao Ziju wanted to kiss Ming Liuai, but she pushed him away, which surprised him. Ming Liuai said, I've been coaxing you for so long, are you also coaxing me? It's not enough for me. 169 I won't let you suffer any grievances from now on. Yao Ziju heard his wife's words and knew that he had gone too far. All right, dear, I won't let you suffer any grievances from now on, nor will I hurt you. Ming Liuai became happy at this. She hugged Yao Ziju's neck and raised her head to kiss him. After a while, she felt that the mood was about to get out of control, so Ming Liuai immediately fled from Yao Ziju's arms. After calming down, she suddenly thought of something. She asked, Cai Rixie was struck by lightning. How is she now? When Yao Ziju heard this, he suddenly remembered the scene from that day and felt a bit of fear. He said, the car tires don't conduct much electricity, and she was in the car, so she should be fine. She only suffered a huge mental shock and is currently in the hospital. I hope she stays there. In a high-class private hospital, a day had passed, but Cai Rixie was still comatose. After many examinations, Cai Rixie's physical indicators were normal, but there were still no signs of her waking up. Cai Rixie's parents were waiting anxiously in the ward. The doctor had also started a new round of tests. Watching the nurse draw Cai Rixie's blood, Chen Xiaomir cried out in distress. If I hadn't let Rixie go that day, this wouldn't have happened, Chen Xiaomir said. Cai Wenlun hugged and consoled her. I can't blame you for this, neither should you blame yourself. You can't tire yourself out like this. Chen Xiaomir felt a little uncomfortable and rubbed her chest. The doctor saw Chen Xiaomir's reaction and said, family members, don't overwork yourself. If there is any discomfort, check it in time to prevent any complications. That's right, Cai Wenlun said, you should get a checkup as well. Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir followed him for a checkup. The attending physician, Dr. Wang, was more familiar with Cai Wenlun. He took the examination report and asked Cai Wenlun to come out alone with him. We've known each other for a long time, said Dr. Wang. If it was someone else, I wouldn't care. But this is your business. As an old friend, I have to be honest with you. Hearing this, Cai Wenlun's face turned serious. He said, Mai has a terminal illness. Dr. Wang said, it's not related to you. A test was done. The heredity is obvious. Neither you nor your wife has it, but Cai Rixie has it. This is very strange. For the sake of confirming it, we need to have another test. When Cai Wenlun heard this, he said in disbelief, did you make a mistake? Dr. Wang patted Cai Wenlun's shoulder and consoled him. There's a high probability that Cai Rixie isn't your child. I personally suggest you do a paternity test. Cai Wenlun was hit hard, but fortunately, Dr. Wang said that Chen Xiaomir also has this indicator. It could be said that Cai Wenlun was not cuckolded. Cai Wenlun thought for a moment and decided to discuss this matter with Chen Xiaomir. Chen Xiaomir was furious when she heard this. She said, that's impossible. I've worked so hard to raise this child. How can you say that she's not mine with just one sentence? Yes, we must do a DNA test. If this is the hospital's problem, I won't let it go. Chen Xiaomir had a gentle personality and rarely lost her temper. However, this time it was about her child and her reputation, so Chen Xiaomir would not tolerate it. She did think that Cai Rixie had always been arrogant. Fortunately, she was in a coma now. If she knew that her identity was suspected when she woke up, she would definitely be furious. Taking advantage of the fact that Cai Rixie had not woken up yet, as a mother, she had to solve this problem immediately. They would take a sample that night and send it for testing. The results would be out tomorrow. As soon as the sample was sent, Cai Rixie's eyelashes moved slightly, and she slowly woke up. After Chen Xiaomir realized this, she immediately went forward and held Cai Rixie's hand. Chen Xiaomir said with concern, Rixie, how do you feel? You've been unconscious for 2 days. I was so worried about you. Cai Wenlun also immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the bed. Cai Rixie's mind was still a little muddled. She looked around in confusion. When he realized that it was the hospital, She seemed to recall something and her eyes became clear. CAI Rixie immediately sat up and held Chen Xiaomi's hand tightly. She said, "Mom, it was so scary. The lightning hit my car." CAI Rixie's brain worked quickly. She knew what to say to Chen Xiaomi now. As expected, Chen Xiaomi's heart ached so much that she was about to cry. She hugged CAI Rixie tightly and gently stroked CAI Rixie's head. Chen Xiaomi said, "All right, it's fine now. You're safe." "I don't know," CAI Rixie said guiltily. "I think I did something wrong. Will you still protect me like this?" 170 I know I was wrong. Chen Xiaomi was stunned. CAI Wenlun said, "The alcohol content that was in your blood far exceeded the standard for drunk driving. Fortunately, you didn't get a DUI record. We've stopped it, and the fine has been dealt with. You can rest assured now." CAI Rixie lowered her head and said, "I know I was wrong." Chen Xiaomi patted CAI Rixie's shoulder and said, "It's good that you know you were in the wrong. You've always been a sensible and obedient child. You must have been under a lot of pressure recently, right? Don't push yourself too hard." CAI Rixie nodded. "You both must be tired these past few days. I'm fine now. Go home and have a good rest." Although the two of them were worried about CAI Rixie's health, they had more important things to do in their hearts. They did not say anything and turned to leave the ward. "Don't tell Rixie if there's nothing wrong after seeing the results tomorrow," said Chen Xiaomi when they got home. "She'll be very sad." CAI Wenlun said, "Since there's no problem, why can't we say it? You'll know sooner or later when you go for the checkup tomorrow. Why don't you just tell her? It'll save you from suspicion in the future." CAI Wenlun paused for a moment and continued, I'm saying if, this child Rixie is really not our." Chen Xiaomi unusually determined on this matter and interrupted CAI Wenlun's words, saying, "We'll see the results tomorrow. There's no need to think about those useless things now." The two of them were so upset that they did not rest well the whole night. They wanted to get the report at once and went to the hospital early in the morning. CAI Rixie's body was fine, and she was ready to be discharged. She looked out of the window and saw that her parents had come over, and she was very happy. However, after waiting for a long time, her parents did not come into her ward. CAI Rixie got up and went to find her parents in confusion. She happened to see her parents entering the director's office with serious expressions. Being noisy in the hospital was prohibited, so CAI Rixie did not shout. She just walked a few steps quickly and wanted to follow them in. Unexpectedly, as soon as her parents went in, they closed the door. Just as CAI Rixie was about to knock on the door, she heard a man inside say, "The paternity results are out. Take a look for yourselves." When she heard the words paternity test, CAI Rixie was stunned, and her mind went blank. She did not care about being polite and immediately pushed the door open. When Chen Xiaomi saw CAI Rixie come in, her face turned pale, and she hid the report behind her. "Mom, what are you hiding?" CAI Rixie asked, trembling. "Mom, what are you hiding? You silly girl," CAI Wenlun said calmly. "Don't you know how to knock?" Then, CAI Wenlun pretended to be calm and said, "It's a physical examination for your mother and myself." CAI Rixie screamed, "Don't lie to me. I heard everything. This is my paternity report." Chen Xiaomi immediately said, "Don't think too much, Rixie. The results are out. It can prove that you are our child." CAI Rixie seemed to have suffered a huge blow. She shook her head vigorously and shouted, "Don't tell me. You don't want me anymore because of some drunk driving." Chen Xiaomi did not expect CAI Rixie to have such a big reaction. She frowned and said, "Rixie, calm down." CAI Rixie got up and pounced forward, wanting to snatch the report. She said, "You can't do this to me. No, don't look." Chen Xiaomi was caught off guard. The report was ripped away by CAI Rixie. Rixie grabbed the report and immediately turned to run. Chen Xiaomi got up and wanted to chase after her. Dr. Wang had seen too many of such travesties over the years, but this was an acquaintance, so he felt a little troubled. "The hospital is quite safe," Dr. Wang immediately said. "Mrs. CAI, I have a soft copy here. Do you want to take a look first before you go after?" Chen Xiaomi looked at Dr. Wang with anger in her eyes. Dr. Wang immediately turned on his computer and found the soft copy report of the paternity test. Under the dense content, The red seal was particularly eye-catching. Confirmed no parent-child relationship. Chen Xiaomia fell back into her chair, her eyes full of tears. Dr. Wang opened another report, and on the top, it stated the same. Confirmed no parent-child relationship. Cai Wenlun stood at the side, his face full of shock. Chen Xiaomia's eyes lost their color and she said in a hoarse voice, "Why is it like this? Why is it like this?" Cai Wenlun was silent for a moment before he said, "At that time, when you were giving birth, there was one maid." Chen Xiaomia suddenly came back to her senses and said, "That's right. That maid married a man with the surname Ming." Suddenly, Ming Liui's every frown and smile appeared in Chen Xiaomia's mind. 171 Don't air your dirty laundry in public. Chen Xiaomia suddenly thought of all the things that had happened in the past few days, as well as Cai Rixi's abnormal behavior. Chen Xiaomia felt like she had fallen into an ice pit. Cai Wenlun knew that dirty laundry should not be aired in public, so he said, "Thank you, Dr. Wang. We still have many things to deal with here, so we'll take our leave first." After the old couple left the office, Cai Wenlun said, "I need to discuss this matter properly. Now, find Rixi and go home." Soon after, Cai Wenlun's phone rang. It was a call from his driver. Seeing Cai Rixi crying in the back seat, the driver was a little frightened. He said, "President Cai, I've already found the young mistress. She seems very distraught." Cai Wenlun sighed. "Send her home first. I'll get another driver to pick us up. Be careful on the road. Everything's a mess," Chen Xiaomia muttered to herself. Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomia had been living in rich families for a long time and had seen all kinds of melodramatic things. But the Cai family had always been noble, and the family members were of upstanding character. One could say that out of all prominent families, they were the most virtuous. Yet, never in his wildest dreams could Cai Wenlun imagine that such an incident could happen in the Cai family. "It has been so many years," Cai Wenlun said. "I'm afraid it'll be quite difficult to find that maid." Chen Xiaomia's heart beat faster. She felt that the truth was right in front of her, but she was afraid to see it. "Contact Yao Ziju. Tell him that we have something very important to discuss and must pay him a visit. The situation is already like this. Face is no longer important." Cai Wenlun immediately understood what Chen Xiaomia meant. He said in shock, "You mean Ming Liui?" The two of them looked at each other for a moment. They both looked like they swallowed a fly. Yao Ziju was in the middle of his rehabilitation training, while Ming Liui watched him worriedly. Yao Ziju was sweating profusely. He used all his strength, but still could not stand up. His arms had been supporting his body weight for a long time, and his muscles were trembling. Yao Ziju's heart was slowly growing impatient, and an undisguisable hostility flashed across his eyes. Ming Liui supported Yao Ziju and said, "Don't be anxious. You're relearning how to walk again. You should be happy." Yao Ziju lowered his head and tried to stand up again, but this time, his whole body shook violently, and he fell to the ground with a thud. "I failed again." Yao Ziju clenched his fists and pounded on the soft cushion. Ming Liui squatted beside him. Looking at him, she gently said, "You're already doing so well. It takes a long time for a baby to learn how to walk. We're like a baby, just learning how to walk. Don't be in such a rush, okay?" Yao Ziju was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. He did not want his wife to worry too much, so he smiled and said, "In the future, you'd be this patient when you teach your child to walk. You'd be a good mother." Ming Liui was confused by this. "I'll work hard to make you a mother as soon as possible," Yao Ziju continued. Flustered, Ming Liui replied, "It's okay, you don't have to work so hard." Zhao Qing walked over with the phone and passed it to Yao Ziju. Seeing Cai Wenlun on the caller ID, Yao Ziju knew it could not be anything good. If it was not about the acquisition of the Cai group, then it must be to plead for Cai Rixi. Yao Ziju said indifferently, "I'm not taking it." The phone rang for a long time. After a short pause, it rang again. Yao Ziju frowned, and Ming Liui said a bit selfishly, "Why don't you just answer it?" Yao Ziju sighed and answered the call. Cai Wenlun immediately said, "President Yao, there's something we need to discuss with Ming Liui. We have to pay her a visit. Do you think we can do it now?" Hearing that it was about his wife, Yao Ziju immediately said, "Fine, I'll get my secretary to give you the address now." After the call ended, Yao Ziju realized something and asked, "Is there anything else you haven't told me? What's your relationship with Cai Wenlun?" Ming Lairii was a little surprised. In the original book, original Ming Lairii and the Cai family never realized their relationship to each other. Although Ming Lairii had changed the plot a little, she was still worried that the plot would change too much and the world would collapse. Therefore, Ming Lairii had already secretly made up her mind to visit the Cai family more often and treat Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir like they were her biological parents. Now, it seemed that the plot was developing in an uncontrollable direction. Even if Ming Lairii did not want to have anything to do with Cai Rixi, they were already at this point. Ming Lairii could only face it calmly. She said, "Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir are probably my biological parents." 172 You changed your tune too quickly. When Yao Ziju heard Ming Lairi's words, he fell silent. After a moment of silence, Yao Ziju said, "You already knew. Then why didn't you stop me when I said I wanted to acquire my real father-in-law's company?" "You changed your tune too quickly," Ming Lairii said. "There wasn't any evidence back then. Even if I said it, no one would believe me." Yao Ziju looked at Ming Lairii, and he said, "I believe you, but it's fine now. Let's see what they're here for. I'll help you solve it." Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir soon arrived. The housekeeper brought the two of them to the study. Yao Ziju and Ming Lairii were waiting for them. Cai Wenlun saw Ming Lairii and started to evaluate her. In the past, Cai Wenlun had never noticed that Ming Lairi's appearance was indeed similar to the Cai family. "Lairii, can you tell us about your family background?" asked Chen Xiaomir straight away. "What are your parents' names and how old are they?" Ming Lairii did not dawdle and immediately said, "My name is Lairii because I was born in the last month of the year, 1. It has a similar meaning as Rixi's name." Chen Xiaomir's heart beat faster when she heard this. She finally understood what was going on. She had cried many times before coming here, so her voice quavered as she spoke. "Lairii, perhaps you don't understand, but we are your biological parents. Are you willing to do a paternity test with us?" Afraid that Ming Lairii would refuse, Chen Xiaomir continued, "I know it's rude of us to just ask this, but..." Ming Lairii interrupted Chen Xiaomir's words by saying, "I'm willing. Do we do it now?" No matter how calm Cai Wenlun was, the shock he suffered in such a short time was too great. He was a little wobbly when he tried to stand up, and Yao Ziju immediately went to help him up. Cai Wenlun could not believe it. Yao Ziju helping him meant he was humbling himself to Cai Wenlun's level. Yao Ziju hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please take care of your health. I will reconsider the matter of acquiring the Cai group." Seeing how calm the two of them were, Cai Wenlun asked in surprise, "Why aren't you surprised? Do you already know something?" Yao Ziju thought, "My wife is a deity, so of course I already know everything." He then said subtly, "I had a vague idea." Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir looked at each other. Why did it seem like they were the only two people in the world who had no idea? Soon, everyone arrived at the hospital under the Yao family's name and handed in the samples for testing. Yao Ziju said, "We'll get the results within 2 hours. Meanwhile, we can wait in the lounge." Sure enough, as Yao Ziju said, the results came out within 2 hours. The medical staff held the paternity test results and said, after testing, both reports confirm biological parent-child relationship. Chen Xiaomir immediately burst into tears and hugged Ming Lairii. Ming Lairii also could not help but cry. Cai Wenlun's eyes turned red when he saw this. Cai Wenlun was silent for a moment before smacking his own mouth. He said, Cai Wenlun, asked myself, if in the first half of my life, I had acted righteously and done things properly. The only time I have acted against my conscience was during the marriage arrangement with the Yao family. I did not expect karma to strike. It's entirely my fault." Based on Cai Wenlun's reaction, it was as if he believed he had personally pushed his daughter into an abyss. In this situation, the only one who wasn't happy was Yao Ziju. He could not help but say, "Does it seem so bad that Lairii married me?" The other three were stunned. Ming Lairii immediately hugged Yao Ziju and buried her head in his chest. She said, "Of course it's good, and I'm so very blessed to have you." Yao Ziju also hugged Ming Liai with a smile on his face. He patted her back and said, "All right, I understand. Go and have a good chat with your parents." Ming Liai raised her head and looked at Yao Ziju with tears in her eyes. Yao Ziju raised his hand and gently wiped away her tears. He said, "Be good, don't cry." Cai Rixie returned home and opened the DNA test results with trembling hands. Although she already knew the result, she still wanted to try her luck. Cai Rixie's breathing was rapid. She closed her eyes and tried to calm herself down. Then, she slowly opened the certificate of authentication. When she saw the blood-red no blood relation stamp, she felt suffocated. Cai Rixie became agitated. She threw everything on the table to the ground and roared in anger. "Why? I may not be the biological daughter of the Cai family, but compared to Ming Liai, I'm so much more outstanding. How can fate be like this, giving me all these things, and now wanting to take it all away?" 173 Her mother would still feel sorry for her. Cai Rixie gasped for breath and stared at the paternity test. "No, I have to calm down." Cai Rixie took a sip of water and tidied up her messy hair. Since she had snatched the report, her parents should not know the truth. Cai Rixie put the paternity test results into the shredder, wanting to destroy the evidence. Cai Rixie was worried that it could still be salvaged, so she gathered the shredded papers and burned them. As she watched the burning flames, a trace of viciousness flashed in Cai Rixie's eyes. She had to plan for her future. When Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomi returned home, Cai Rixie had already composed herself. She greeted her parents like how she always did in the past. Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomi looked at each other and maintained their calm. "How are you feeling, Rixie?" asked Chen Xiaomi. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Cai Rixie's lips curved into a smile. Her mother would still feel sorry for her. Her eyes turned red, and she jumped into Chen Xiaomi's arms. Cai Rixie said coquettishly, "Mom, I was too worked up earlier. Don't want you to see that report." No matter what, this was a daughter whom she had raised herself. Chen Xiaomi looked at Cai Rixie and could not bear to see her like this. She did not want to believe it, either. Arranging for Ming Liai to marry into the Yao family in her stead was Cai Rixie's idea. She must have been brainwashed by Mr. and Mrs. Ming. Even if she was not her biological daughter, Chen Xiaomi believed that in the Cai family's environment and upbringing, Cai Rixie was a good child. The Cai family provided the best environment for her to grow up in, and she had just graduated from university not long ago. Since her graduation, she had been writing literature. She must be pure and kind. Considering that Cai Rixie had just been in a car accident and had been hospitalized for a few days, her mental state might not be good. Cai Rixie's parents were afraid of agitating her. Before they returned, they had discussed with Ming Liai that they would slowly tell Cai Rixie about this matter. They could not force her into a dead end. Cai Rixie saw that her parents' expressions were the same as usual and guessed that they did not know the truth yet. However, she was still worried, so she asked, "Why did you take so long to come back?" "I was handling your discharge," Cai Wenlun said. "It took some time." Cai Rixie heaved a sigh of relief. She then deliberately said, "Dad, Mom, no matter what happens, you'll always be my parents. I'm the daughter that you love and are proud of. Nothing will separate us. Don't listen to rumors." Chen Xiaomi coughed unnaturally. She said, "Rixie, don't worry too much. Go and have a good rest." After that, Chen Xiaomi let go of Cai Rixie and went upstairs. Cai Rixie looked at Cai Wenlun, who had not left yet. She said, "Father, there's something not right with this Dr. Wang. Otherwise, why would he suddenly want a paternity test? Are you suspecting that mother cheated on you?" Cai Wenlun was speechless. He wondered if it was due to the change of his mental state from knowing her true identity, but today, whenever he looked at Cai Rixie, he felt that she was nothing like him. Yao Ziju did not agree to reveal this bit by bit. After all, Cai Rixie had tried to harm others many times. Yao Ziju felt that such a person was not worthy of pity. "It doesn't matter if it's a little later," Ming Liai said. "Don't tell me you're invested in my status as the Cai family's daughter. Why would I care about that? Is there anything more satisfying to me than the title of Madam Yao? Ming Liui smiled and said, Cai Rixie is a ruthless person. She really wants to destroy me. She would even try to hit me with her car. If you push her too hard, it's easy for her to do something more dangerous. My wife is a deity. How could I be afraid of her? Yao Ziju asked with a surprised expression. If she does anything bad, won't she be punished by the heavens at any time? Ming Liui thought for a moment and said, to be honest, if we were indoors, I don't know if the power of lightning would still be useful. Yao Ziju gently caressed Ming Liui's hair and said, it was just a joke. No matter what, from now on, I'll have people protect you. Ming Liui said, it just so happens that the charity foundation has started a new project recently. The place is quite far away. It's hard to travel back and forth every day. I want to move to the city. You mean you want to move back into the main manor? Yao Ziju asked in surprise. Ming Liui shook her head. No, I want to go to your apartment in the city center. It's very convenient there, and you don't have to spend so much time on the road every day. Do you think that's possible? 174 Living apart. Yao Ziju knew that Ming Liui said she was going to the apartment near Yao Corporation. Previously, when Yao Ziju worked late into the night, he would occasionally go there to rest. As if surprised by his wife's suggestion, Yao Ziju looked at the request on Ming Liui's face, afraid to miss something. He hesitated for a moment and said, the apartment isn't suitable for my rehabilitation, maybe. Without waiting for Yao Ziju to speak, Ming Liui interrupted him, saying, you stay here first. I'll move there for a few days. I'll come back as soon as I'm done. Yao Ziju's face immediately darkened, his eyes drooped, and he said in an unfriendly tone, if I didn't hear wrongly, Madam Yao wants to live apart. Ming Liui thought for a moment and said, how could we be living apart? At most, I'll be on a business trip. Yao Ziju gritted his teeth and looked at Ming Liui. He said, amazing. You've even learned the word business trip. Ming Liui's expression immediately became a little unhappy. She said, I'm doing this for my career. Be good. It's only for a few days. I don't want to be separated from you, either. As she spoke, Ming Liui reached out her hand and patted Yao Ziju's head like she was petting a large dog. Yao Ziju felt a bit better at hearing her words. He said, sure, but you have to reply me immediately whenever I text you. Ming Liui smiled and kissed Yao Ziju. She said, of course, I'll reply at once. Yao Ziju took the opportunity to hug Ming Liui, letting her sit on his lap. Then, gently kissing her lips, he said, then how many days' worth of recharging can you give me in advance? Ming Liui felt a bit cold at her waist. Yao Ziju's hand had already reached into her clothes. She immediately understood what he meant, and stuttered, 3 days. Yao Ziju revealed a smile and said, sure, I won't refund you if there's too much. If there's too little, I'll have to make up for it. The desire in Yao Ziju's eyes gradually grew, and he lowered his head to kiss her. He held the back of Ming Liui's head with one hand, making her unable to break free. Not long after, Ming Liui's face turned red, and her eyes glazed over. She clutched at Yao Ziju's clothes without realizing it. In the long night, the moon shyly blocked its eyes. The next day, Ming Liui initially planned to get up early, but the 3 rounds from last night made it difficult. Yao Ziju went on for so long, even late into the night, and only stopped when Ming Liui could not take it anymore. Therefore, it was really no surprise that she woke up late. Neither of them had ever been like this before. It was like opening the door to a new world, and they soon felt the joy of this kind of thing. Ming Liui got a taste of this bliss and could not argue with Yao Ziju. She got out of bed, feeling as though her body had been hollowed out. She could not help but curse to herself. After washing up, Ming Liui went downstairs to eat. When she passed by the study, she saw that Yao Ziju was busy working, looking absolutely radiant. She did not disturb him and went straight down to fill her stomach. Then, she immediately went back upstairs to pack the things she had prepared. Ming Liui had not gone to her old room much recently, but the room was filled with things that she liked. Ming Liui found a suitcase that she had bought a long time ago but had never had the chance to use. Then, she walked around the room and put all the things she needed into the luggage. She packed the plush toys, incense, and her favorite bedding. Finally, she returned to the master bedroom and packed a few clothes that she needed. After checking one last time, Ming Liui felt that she had not forgotten anything and nodded in satisfaction. Yao Ziju finished his meeting and returned to his bedroom. He saw Ming Liui packing her luggage and preparing to leave. He reached out his arms and said, "Dear, you seem to have left behind something very important." "Of course, I didn't forget," Ming Liui said. "You're going to see me off there, aren't you?" Xiao Fan said worriedly, "Madam, I think it's better if I go with you. I can take care of you. If you're alone, we'll all be worried." Ming Liui smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. I won't go hungry." The chauffeur sent the couple to the apartment building, and Ming Liui told him to wait there, as he still had to send Yao Ziju back later. The elevator soon reached the top floor, and Ming Liui opened the door with her key. The entire house was mainly decorated in the theme of black, white and grey, with a modern yet simple design. Just like Yao Ziju, who did his business cleanly, Ming Liui looked around and found that, although Yao Ziju had not been here for a long time, the room was still very clean. Someone must have come to clean it regularly. This was a duplex apartment. The first floor was very large, with the study was also downstairs. The upper floor had only one bedroom. 175. Can I decorate this room? After Yao Ziju arrived, he could not go upstairs. The apartment was not like the villa. There was no elevator. Ming Liui did not want to ruin the style of Yao Ziju's room, so she chose a guest room on the first floor. She stood in the guest room and opened her luggage. She asked, "Can I decorate this room?" "Sure, it's all yours. You can do whatever you want." Yao Ziju nodded. Ming Liui laughed in delight. In a few moments, she removed the original bedsheets, and changed it into the light pink 4-piece set that she had brought. Then, she placed the plush toys and her own pillows on the bed. Ming Liui happily laid a lace tablecloth on the bedside table, then placed candles, essential oils, and scented candles on it. Yao Ziju's face turned dark. Ming Liui did not notice this. She just took her things up one by one. Finally, she placed a pair of cute slippers and stopped what she was doing, satisfied. Yao Ziju coughed and asked, "With so many things here, you don't plan to come home?" Ming Liui said softly, "Normally, I just go along with your routine and never use these. Now that I'm living alone, it makes me happy." Yao Ziju suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if he had accidentally barged into a young girl's room. He thought that if Ming Liui had grown up in the Cai family, the room would have looked like this. Then, his heart softened as his perspective changed, and he thought that the room was very well decorated. The huge, cold, and dark room was like Yao Ziju's heart. It was the appearance of his wife that gave everything color. Yao Ziju looked around the room and said, "I'm a little sleepy now, I need to take a nap." Ming Liui was surprised. She said, "We woke up not too long ago, and neither of us have had our lunch yet. Isn't it too early for a nap? I got up early to work, and I'm very tired right now. Liui, can you go upstairs and bring me my pajamas?" Hearing this, Ming Liui's eyes lit up. In fact, Ming Liui had prepared a set of cartoon-themed couples' pajamas. Even though she felt that Yao Ziju probably would not wear it, she still took out his set from the suitcase and handed it over to him. "Just wear this," Ming Liui said, "nothing else." Yao Ziju's eyes sharpened, and he said in a sour tone, "This was prepared for me." He took the pajamas, and after looking at it, his face darkened. Ever since he could remember, he had never worn such childish clothes before. Ming Liui wanted to try lying down to see if the bed was comfortable, so she changed into her pajamas quickly. At this moment, Yao Ziju realized that the pajamas were for couples. Although he sounded reluctant, he quickly changed into the pajamas as well. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju and could not help but laugh. She gently stroked his hair and smiled. "It's so cute." Yao Ziju remained silent. The two of them lifted the blanket and lay down. This bed was much smaller than the one in the villa. The two of them lay together, almost sticking to each other. Ming Liui thought that, as a young master, Yao Ziju would be a little unpleased, but he simply stretched out his arms and let Ming Liui lie in his arms. Ming Liui gazed at him, dressed in cartoon pajamas on a light pink bed with her plush toys behind him. Her eyes were full of gentleness. She could not believe that this person was the cold, noble, and ruthless male lead in the book. Ming Liui's heart beat faster and faster, and she muttered, Yao Ziju, do you love me to the point that you feel like you're losing yourself? After saying this, Ming Liui thought Yao Ziju would be angry, but instead, he calmly said, that's right. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's handsome face, her eyelashes trembling, and she kissed him on the cheek. The two of them had done something so intimate last night, but a kiss like this still made them both blush. Yao Ziju kissed Ming Liui's lips, as if he had just eaten a sweet candy. The sweetness reached his heart, and his mood became even better. This was Yao Ziju's gentle haven, and he was willing to fall into it for the rest of his life. He did not really want to take a nap, he just wanted to hug his wife for a while and get up. Recently, he had to take out a few hours every day to do rehabilitation training. His work had been compressed a lot, and he could not just lie down like this. At that moment, Mr. He just happened to call to report on the previous day's work. 176 name list. Yao Ziju pushed his wheelchair into the living room and answered the phone. President, the list of names from Z University is out, Mr. He said. We'll send it to you right after some screening. While speaking on the phone, Yao Ziju turned on his tablet, opened his email, and began to look through the resume. This He Yanfeng is a very good candidate, and the others are not bad. Let's recruit him into the company. I heard from others that Yao Ziyang got someone to get the name list in advance and is also fighting for He Yanfeng. I'll talk to He Yanfeng myself, Mr. He said. Real estate was currently one of the more important areas of the Yao family's business. Every year, they were in demand for talented architects. In the past, they had only competed with the major companies for such candidates, but now it was different. The Yao family was a special case. Not only were they up against the major companies, they were also having internal conflicts. If Yao Ziyang manages to recruit him, I'll say he's capable for once. As long as the candidate joins Yao Corporation, he'll be one of our employees sooner or later. Ming Liui passed by Yao Ziju and happened to see the screen, which had a picture of He Yanfeng on it. Isn't that Teacher Feng? Ming Liui asked, puzzled. Yao Ziju raised his eyebrows and asked, do you know him? Ming Liui leaned on Yao Ziju's shoulder like it was the most natural thing. Most of her body weight was on him. She reached out and swiped the tablet, looking at He Yanfeng's information. She did not expect Feng to be such an outstanding person. Some of his designs were included in the list of outstanding works, and he even received very high praise from famous designers. Ming Liui said, not only do I know him, before you woke up, he would come to teach me every afternoon. I was learning English from him at that time. Yao Ziju picked up the phone. Mr. He, you have my wife opening back doors for you now. Ming Liui could not help but smile. Don't make things difficult for Mr. He. I'll call and ask him now. When Mr. He heard the madam's words over the phone, he immediately said, thank you, madam. Ming Liui looked at the time. He Yanfeng would be on his lunch break, so she picked up her phone and called. After a while, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Asked He Yanfeng. Hearing the noise from the other side, Ming Liui immediately said, Feng, it's me, Ming Liui, are you outside? Is now a good time? He Yanfeng was at a coffee shop not far from the university. He turned around and looked at Cai Rixi, who was inside the establishment, then said, that's right, I'm outside. What's the matter? Something big, Ming Liui said straight away. I want to recruit you to work in a company. Recently, many people had been contacting He Yanfeng every day, but he had never thought that Ming Liui would be one of them. He Yanfeng was surprised. You want to poach me to work in a company? That's right, Ming Liui said, the company is Yao Corporation. Will you consider it? But there's already a Miss Cai here who claims to be from Yao Corporation, and she's here to invite me there, said He Yanfeng with a puzzled expression. Ming Liui was surprised. What? Miss Cai? Cai Rixi, you're with her now? That's right, He Yanfeng said. Ming Liui immediately said, wait for me, I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Ming Liui said, let's go. We'll go and get him now. Tell Mr. He to prepare the contract. Recalling how dangerous Cai Rixi was, Yao Ziju also asked Mr. He to bring more bodyguards. When Ming Liui and the rest arrived, they saw He Yanfeng and Cai Rixi chatting merrily. Ming Liui asked Yao Ziju to rest in the car. This was a small matter that Yao Ziju did not need to handle personally. She walked in confidently with Mr. He. The moment He Yanfeng saw Ming Liui, he immediately stood up and warmly welcomed her. He sat face to face with Cai Rixi on the sofa, and the remaining space was just right beside them. It was not a difficult choice, so Ming Liui just sat next to He Yanfeng, while Mr. He stood behind her. When Cai Rixi saw how obedient Mr. He was, there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. "Teacher Feng, long time no see," Ming Liui said. Cai Rixi frowned, but there were outsiders here. She had to maintain a ladylike image. She said, "Liui, why are you suddenly here?" Ming Liui pretended to have just noticed Cai Rixi. She said, "Hey, what a coincidence. I have something important to discuss with Mr. He." Cai Rixi said, "If you have no other agenda, please go somewhere else." Ming Liui reached out her hand to Mr. He, and said, "Mr. He, give me the contract." 177 So direct. Mr. He placed the contract in Ming Liui's hands. Ming Liui took the contract and placed it in front of He Yanfeng. "Why don't we look at the contract first?" Ming Liui asked. After a moment of silence, He Yanfeng said, "So direct." When Cai Rixi saw that Ming Liui was snatching people away so blatantly, she immediately became furious. Ming Liui wanted to snatch everything. Cai Rixi quickly thought of a way to expose Liui's background and make a fool of her in public. She thought of something and immediately said with mock concern, "Liui, the last time we met, you were buying English textbooks for junior high schoolers. How are your studies going?" As expected, He Yanfeng looked at Ming Liui with an unreadable expression. Cai Rixi continued, "I was chatting with Feng just now. He talked about what he had seen and heard while studying abroad. It was very interesting. He's about to graduate and his English is already so good. Feng can understand a lot of the English jokes I said." These words made the expressions of the people present change slightly. This was also the first time that Cai Rixi and Ming Liui tried to snatch from each other. Cai Rixi dared not say anything more, but in terms of personal ability, she believed herself to be stronger than Ming Liui. Moreover, Ming Liui had never worked before, so she did not know the words and essentials of a negotiation. Cai Rixi was very confident that she would win this time. He Yanfeng asked with a smile, "Are you really buying junior high school level English textbooks?" At that time, He Yanfeng said that she should start studying at that level. Ming Liui had been a little dissatisfied, but in the end, she really did listen and went to buy it. Ming Liui coughed lightly and said, "No, I just wanted to see." Ming Liui was suddenly afraid that He Yanfeng would conduct a pop quiz, so she said, "Read the contract properly and don't speak." When she heard their conversation, Cai Rixi was delighted. This was indeed effective. She continued to say, "Liui, it's okay. It's never too late to learn. There's nothing to deter you from it." As expected, He Yanfeng said nonchalantly, "Did you forget all the texts that I asked you to memorize?" Ming Liui sighed and said, "No." She opened her eyes wide, signaling for He Yanfeng not to quiz her with so many people present. However, He Yanfeng felt that Ming Liui was hinting to him that she knew the whole material, and that he should immediately quiz her. "Just recite the most familiar part," He Yanfeng immediately said. Ming Liui did not know what to do. If she immediately refused, it would seem like she really did not study. Ming Liui braced herself and quickly recited a few sentences. Mr. He, who was standing behind them, was a little surprised. He did not expect the madam to be so hardworking. Even her pronunciation was accurate. Without waiting for He Yanfeng to say anything, Cai Rixi started to speak in a weird tone. "Liui, after you're done with your work, I'll ask the Yao family to find you a good English teacher. Your spoken language now is a little retarded, too stiff, and not authentic enough." He Yanfeng was speechless. Ming Liui blinked and said, "Why don't you take a guess as to why I call him Teacher Feng? Is He Yanfeng teaching you?" Cai Rixi asked doubtfully. Ming Liui revealed a mysterious smile and did not say anything. Cai Rixi thought that Liui was just trying to be mysterious. She held back the action of rolling his eyes. After reading the last page of the contract, He Yanfeng said, there are no problems, I can sign it now. CAI Rixie immediately got up and pressed down on the contract, saying, "You want to sign a contract with Ming Liui? I suggest that you first investigate my relationship with the Yao Corporation before making this decision." He Yanfeng took out his phone and did an internet search on CAI Rixie. After reading for a while, He Yanfeng clenched his fists. Which Foundation member did not know that Ming Liui was the reason for the Yao Corporation's rescue mission? He initially had a good impression of CAI Rixie, but he did not expect that CAI Rixie was actually someone who did not do anything and wanted to steal other people's credit. He really had no words. People were divided into two categories of good and bad, and it seemed that the vice president of the Yao Corporation, Yao Ziyang, was not a good person. He Yanfeng's face turned dark as he said with a serious tone, "I don't think I can meet Miss CAI's requirements. After all, I'm Ming Liui's English teacher." CAI Rixie was dumbstruck. Ming Liui looked at CAI Rixie and said, "Oh great author, if you're going to put someone down, could you get more creative with your insults? With how often you've brought up my education level, I might as well bring it up first next time." CAI Rixie was usually a lady, but Ming Liui angered her every time. CAI Rixie realized that Ming Liui's state of mind seemed to have changed. In the past, although she was sharp-tongued, she was also reserved. Usually, she would leave after saying a few words. Now, she was actually displaying her sharpness. CAI Rixie and Ming Liui glared at each other. When CAI Rixie saw Ming Liui's clear eyes, she immediately avoided her gaze guiltily. 178 Are you hungry? CAI Rixie's expression turned unpleasant. She said, "He Yanfen, you will regret it if you take up her offer. If you change your mind before tonight, you can still contact me." He Yanfeng's gaze showed impatience in response to that. He came from an impoverished family, and especially hated people who were so full of themselves. This is more so for CAI Rixie's current demeanor, as she poked a majorly sore spot for him. He Yanfen bowed his head and attempted to veil the displeasure in his gaze, and did not pay CAI Rixie any more notice. He turned to Ming Liui beside him, and asked, "Have you eaten? Are you hungry?" She had been fine before he asked, but once he did, Ming Liui's stomach rumbled. CAI Rixie gave a condescending laugh. Ming Liui is an embarrassment. A mere country bumpkin is truly uncouth, after all. Ming Liui did not feel the slightest bit of embarrassment, and immediately responded, "I rushed here and hadn't had lunch yet." He Yanfeng said, "This snack looks like it's popular among the ladies. Would you like to try it?" Ming Liui took a look at the time and said, "But you're probably heading back for classes soon, right?" He Yanfeng glanced at his watch and said, "It's fine. I'll just apply for leave right away." Ming Liui looked at CAI Rixie and said, "No, I don't have any appetite to eat here. If you're hungry, we could go somewhere else." After saying that, Ming Liui got up to leave with He Yanfeng and Mr. He. CAI Rixie exclaimed in surprise, "You're leaving without even finishing your discussion?" Ming Liui deliberately responded, "Oh my, why are you still here? Aren't you leaving after giving your threats? If you like it here, you may stay. We are leaving." Ming Liui walked a few steps before turning around to say, "That's right. Thank you for treating Teacher Feng to coffee. Don't forget to pick up the tab later." CAI Rixie was speechless. Ming Liui and the other two left the cafe and went straight to the car. The car door opened automatically, and He Yanfeng could see a person seated inside. He had a handsome face and a slender figure. Even while sitting down casually, he emitted an aura of authority, which caused He Yanfeng to be a little starstruck. Ming Liui introduced him. "Feng, this is my husband, Yao Ziju. The last time we were all at a picnic, I let him wear a sun hat, so you probably didn't see his face clearly." Yao Ziju spoke coolly. "I didn't expect that, even as a vegetable. I had such an interesting time." He Yanfeng said, "Nice to meet you." Upon hearing the name that was given, He Yanfeng could not help but think that it sounded extremely familiar. After a moment's recollection, he suddenly remembered. Yao Ziju is the president of Yao Cooperation. I've seen his pictures before. He Yanfeng then turned to Ming Liui. "So this Ming Liui is the wife of the president." He Yanfeng did not know how to react to that. He had received too much information for the day. He could not help but recall more details. Before this, He Yanfeng thought that Ming Liui's husband was simply a rich but comatose person. From the looks of it, it was not that simple. Thinking about it this way, then Ming Liui's sponsorship is entirely a private visit by the wife of the president, doing good deeds in a low-key way. Furthermore, Ming Liui had personally gone to his house before, ate his mother's wontons, and even had some to go when she left. This wife of a CEO is truly down to earth. Had it been anyone else, it would be difficult not to suspect that Ming Liui had personal motives to visit He Yanfeng's family. He Yanfeng was a smart guy. Even if he were truly outstanding, there was no way the wife of a president would have the foresight to make a visit that far in advance, especially since President Yao Ziju was a full vegetable back then. He Yanfeng could still remember how Yao Ziju looked like that day during the picnic, where he was fully reliant on others for care. And yet, at seeing how he looked in a suit today, with his back straight and his form exuding the aura of a king, He Yanfeng's eyes immediately felt a little warm with tears. How he wished that his father, too, could one day recover and continue to give He Yanfeng guidance in life. He Yanfeng suppressed his emotions and said, "It's good to see you again. I'm glad that you're awake. You're really blessed." Blessed. Upon hearing this, Yao Ziju turned subconsciously to his wife with a smile at the corner of his lips. That was true. Meeting his wife was indeed his greatest blessing. Yao Ziju responded, "You're quite remarkable as well. When your father wakes, he will be very proud of you. The Yao Corporation's employees have many bonuses and other incentives. If you join us, you will not regret it." He Yanfeng immediately said, "I've already signed the contract." Ming Liui immediately interrupted their businesslike conversation and said, "Welcome to the team, Teacher Feng. Let's have a meal to celebrate." Yao Ziju looked at her in adoration and said, "That's right. We'll do as my wife says. Mr. He, go make the arrangements." After the owner of the Dream Source Hotel received the call, he immediately set aside all tasks and personally stood at the hotel entrance to wait for Yao Ziju and his entourage. 179 My wife, Ming Liui. The Dream Source Hotel had a members-only entry restriction, and did not entertain regular guests. Its business was entirely sustained by all these wealthy and powerful magnates. The dishes here were impeccable and cooked to Yao Ziju's tastes. Furthermore, it was located very near Yao Corporation, and Yao Ziju would normally entertain guests here whenever the company held minor business dinners. Even when work piled up, he would instruct Secretary He to order a meal from here. One could say that Yao Ziju's food expenditure was enough to cover the cost of the whole restaurant. And so, Yao Ziju was considered the ultimate VIP out of all the hotel owner's guests. From when Yao Ziju had woken up until now, he had only placed an order here once, and had not made any further dinner reservations ever since. Now, he was finally here again. The owner saw the beautiful Ming Liui who stood by Yao Ziju's side, and could not help glancing at her. In all his years of patronage, never once did Yao Ziju bring a companion before. From the interaction between Yao Ziju and Ming Liui, this was clearly not a business meeting. Being able to open such a high-class hotel, the owner was of course a clever person. He said, "President Yao, I was wondering why you have not visited our premises for such a long time. Today, I finally understand. The lady is indeed very beautiful." Yao Ziju immediately introduced her, "My wife, Ming Liui." Ming Liui smiled and nodded in response. While the owner's expression betrayed none of his emotions, inwardly he was extremely surprised. The term wife carried a lot of weight. Again, the owner could not help observing her once more. Dream Source Hotel was indeed pleasant, and there were a lot of decorative green plants around too. The boss personally led the way and escorted Yao Ziju and the rest into a private room. The boss immediately asked, "Should I prepare according to your preferred tastes, or would you like us to recommend a course for you?" Yao Ziju said, "Pass me the menu. I am not the main star of today." Ming Liui immediately accepted the menu and gestured for He Yanfeng to scoot over so that they could place the order together. He Yanfeng had never come to a place like this before and was immensely nervous. It was a good thing that Ming Liui addressed him, and he could feel a little more relaxed. Ming Liui thought about it for a while before addressing Yao Ziju's secretary, "Mr. He, it is an important courtesy to order the right dishes when treating someone to a meal. Can you leave this task to me? There was no command in the madam's words, as she was negotiating instead. Mr. He was immensely pleased and wanted to immediately nod in approval. However, for a matter like this, he still had to confirm the boss' intentions. At seeing Yao Ziju nod, Mr. He walked over to him. Ming Liui listened for a bit as the two talked, thought it was boring, and went to sit next to Yao Ziju before fiddling with his hand. Yao Ziju's hand was smooth and pale, and his fingers were long and elegant. Ming Liui lifted her own hand and compared them to Yao Ziju's. Hers were tiny. Ming Liui could not help feeling that there was a vast gap between herself and the man, be it in terms of physique or strength. She continued playing with Yao Ziju's hand for a while before flipping it over to take a look at his palm print. Yao Ziju's palm print was just like his person, neat and with a clear direction. There were no messy crisscrossing patterns. Ming Liui ran her fingers along the lines of the prints, and that tickled Yao Ziju so much that he grabbed her hand. He leaned close to her ears and whispered, "My dear benefactress, you shouldn't be taking advantage of others while pretending to read their palm." Yao Ziju's voice was soft, and his breath tickled Ming Liui's ears, causing them to turn red. Ming Liui immediately tried to squirm away, but Yao Ziju was too strong, and she could not break free from his hold. Luckily, the dishes were soon served, and Yao Ziju reluctantly let go of his wife's hands. The first dish was steamed black tiger prawns. The black tiger prawns were immensely fresh. Yao Ziju spun the lazy season so that the black tiger prawns dish was now before him. Ming Liui's eyes were fixed immediately on the black tiger prawns, staring intently. She was just about to use her chopsticks to pick up one when Yao Ziju hurriedly stopped her and told her to wait. By this time, Mr. He was just done with the rest of the orders, and after letting his employer take a look at them, Yao Ziju asked him to bring He Yanfeng out to take a look at the fish and seafood. After a nod, Mr. He led He Yanfeng out, leaving only Yao Ziju and Ming Liui in the private room. Yao Ziju had already washed his hands before, so he began peeling the prawns straight away. Holding the rather hot large prawns with his pale hands, Yao Ziju's fingertips became slightly reddened. The way he peeled the prawn was elegant, as if he were working on art instead. At seeing this scene, Ming Liui quietly took out her phone and began recording Yao Ziju's hands as he peeled. The prawn was soon deshelled, revealing the tender flesh beneath. Yao Ziju then held the prawn by the tail, dipped it in some seasoning, and fed it to Ming Liui. Ming Liui opened her mouth wide and ate it all in one go. It was indeed scrumptious. Such tender, fresh meat. Just by eating it, she could taste the fragrance and the slight crunchy texture of fresh seafood. Ming Liui beamed, "It's delicious." Yao Ziju's hand remained in that same position, and he showed no signs of withdrawing it. 180. Do you want to try it? What is it? Ming Liui asked, surprised. There's still some seafood sauce on my finger, Yao Ziju said. Ming Liui finally understood and immediately said, "All right, I'll help you wipe it off." After that, Ming Liui picked up a napkin to wipe Yao Ziju's hands, but he dodged it. Ming Liui looked at him, puzzled. Yao Ziju put his hand in front of Ming Liui's lips and said, "This dipping sauce is pretty good. Do you want to try it?" Ming Liui's face instantly turned red. This was for her to lick off his fingers. Ming Liui suddenly realized that Yao Ziju was good at coaxing, and she could not withstand this kind of coyness. Yao Ziju's casual words and simple actions would cause her heart to beat faster. However, Ming Liui still did not want to surrender. She looked at Yao Ziju, stuck out her tongue, and quickly licked off the sauce on his finger. After a lick, Ming Liui raised her brows and said, "It is indeed very good." Yao Ziju looked at Liui's expression, his brows raised, and then he licked the finger that Ming Liui had just licked, saying, "Indeed." After this series of actions, Ming Liui did not know what to do. She could feel her body temperature rising and her heart beating faster and faster. Today was such a serious occasion. How did it become like this? However, it seemed like she was the only one affected by this. Yao Ziju acted as if nothing had happened, and with a calm expression, he began to peel the second prawn. When He Yanfeng and Mr. He returned, they saw this scene. The president was humbling himself to personally peel the prawn for his wife, but his wife did not give him any face and did not eat it. Yao Ziju saw the two had returned and stopped teasing Ming Lairii. He just ate the shrimp himself. Although it's fresh, there's something missing from it, Yao Ziju said. Ming Lairii's face was red as she said, hush. When He Yanfeng saw the dignified president of Yao Corporation being reprimanded by his wife, he could not help but sigh with emotion. When outside, men like him could command others to do his bidding, but once at home, he was submissive to his wife. He Yanfeng asked in surprise, since Lairii is the president's wife, where did Cai Rixi's confidence come from, to even tell me to look her up on the internet? That is the ugliness of greed, Yao Ziju said. They did not seem to like Cai Rixi, so the three of them immediately changed the topic. He Yanfeng was still a student, and compared to Yao Ziju, he was just a little kid, still quite immature. Of course, Yao Ziju was in a good mood today, so he was very patient. A few words of advice were enough to let He Yanfeng understand some things. He Yanfeng looked at Yao Ziju with eyes full of admiration. To be able to overcome the disease, to be invincible in the business world, and to be able to peel prawns for his beloved at home, he had to become a man like Yao Ziju. If he previously said that he chose the Yao cooperation for Ming Lairii's sake, after this meal, He Yanfeng eagerly looked forward to working with Yao cooperation. Cai Rixi called Yao Ziyang, and when Yao Ziyang heard that He Yanfeng had been snatched away by Ming Lairii, he was so angry that he smashed the cup he had been holding. Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth. Why did Ming Lairii appear at every corner? Every time, she would purposely appear and ruin his plans. Cai Rixi held the phone and said, Ming Lairii was here. She called him her teacher very affectionately. I don't know what she did behind the scenes. The more Yao Ziyang thought about it, the angrier he got. Every time Cai Rixi said she could do something, she never actually succeeded. Yao Ziyang came back to his senses and asked, what did she do behind the scenes? How is it that she can do it, but you can't? Yao Ziyang, you dare to lecture me? Cai Rixi asked in shock. Without me, you wouldn't even know who He Yanfeng is. Yao Ziyang suppressed his anger and said, it's fine if you didn't acquire him. He is already in contact with Yao Ziju, so even if he joins Yao Corporation, we can't use him. Cai Rixi still would not let the matter drop, and said angrily, what did you mean by that just now? Do you not understand what I'm saying? What, you want me to do those things, too? Yao Ziyang did not think too much about it and asked, what are you saying? Are you implying that Ming Lairii and He Yanfeng have that kind of relationship? Yao Ziyang thought for a moment and immediately said, I don't think so. He's just an architecture student. Ming Lairii wouldn't do that. That's hard to say. He Yanfeng is also quite handsome and young, unlike Yao Ziju, who is wheelchair-bound. It's hard to say if she would do it or not, Cai Rixi said with disdain. Yao Ziyang suddenly had a scheme in mind. All right, he said, you don't have to continue with this. It's been a long day. Just go home. 181 He finally stood up. At the mention of going home, Cai Rixi suddenly felt a little sad. Currently, she could still think about it as going home, but she did not know when the day would come when she could no longer return there. At the thought of this, she became a little anxious to marry Yao Ziyang. I announced our engagement at the last birthday banquet, Cai Rixi said. Shouldn't we announce the date for it? Yeah, I'll arrange it as soon as possible, said Yao Ziyang. Ming Lairii was going to report at the foundation's office the next day. Head Secretary Huang Jingting hoped that Ming Lairii would join them, and she was eager to see Ming Lairii come in for her internship. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Ming Lairii accompanied Yao Ziju to the hospital for his rehabilitation training. Compared to doing it at home, the hospital was much stricter with rehabilitation. Yao Ziju was clearly struggling as well, and his clothes were soon soaked in sweat. Yao Ziju did not give up and tried again and again. Ming Lairii took out her phone and recorded everything. The camera was on the man's back. He was very tall and had a good figure. His clothes were soaked in sweat and stuck to his body, showing the perfect muscle lines. Below his waist was a pair of loose sweatpants. In comparison, his legs were a little thin and weak. The man stood between the parallel bars and attempted to adjust his posture. He wanted to find a stable balance in his body, but he kept falling left and right. He failed multiple times, but also kept trying to stand up regardless. Yao Ziju did not know how many times he had fallen, but he was able to quickly adjust his posture with each try. Finally, the man stood up with trembling legs. He immediately turned his head and looked at Ming Liuai. Ming Liuai excitedly threw down her phone and immediately ran forward to hug Yao Ziju. "You did it!" Ming Liuai said excitedly. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liuai tightly, almost crying. Even when he woke up and regained his vision, he could not stand up like this, which made it feel unbearable. "I'll try more," said Yao Ziju. With the first success, the second one was not far away. The physiotherapist immediately applauded, and the surrounding people followed suit. Ming Liuai looked around in surprise and saw a doctor bringing many students over. Yao Ziju had always been handsome, and now he was a miracle. With his consent, his case was often used as an example for the hospital's students, and he was something of a celebrity patient. Yao Ziju did not come to the hospital often, but when he finally came today, the attending doctor immediately led a group of students to observe and lecture. The crowd was excited to see Yao Ziju finally stand after several attempts. This scene was very encouraging. Ming Liuai's eyes turned red. Yao Ziju looked at her, and he raised his hand to stroke her hair. Yao Ziju had thought that his whole life would be in darkness, but now he was living in the sun, all because of his wife. Ming Liuai was immersed in this wonderful moment with Yao Ziju, but Yulingling was crazily sending her messages. "Liuai, I'm so excited. My fiancé is awake. OMG, I'm too excited. I've always been laughing and joking on the outside, but I was really worried that he would have stayed comatose forever. The heavens are still watching over us." Ju Feng was able to open his eyes and move them before this, but for the past 2 months, he had been unconscious. There was no interruption in the treatment in between, and Miao Ruoming even came over to give him acupuncture a few times. And now, Ju Feng is actually making a muffled sound. Yulingling was very excited. She had done some research before. If one did not speak for a long time, their vocal cords would become weak, and they would not be able to speak clearly. However, Yulingling knew that Ju Feng's muffled voice was calling for her. Yulingling immediately went up to hug her fiancé, pretending to be angry. "I thought you would never wake up and marry me." Ju Feng's eyes dimmed a little. He raised his hand, wanting to caress Yulingling's hair. Just as he raised his hand, Yulingling clutched it and said, "It's okay, you'll get better. I waited these few years, and I'll keep waiting until you've recovered." In those torturous 2 years, Yulingling had wanted to give up many times, but every time she looked at Ju Feng, she chose to persist. Especially in the past few months, with Ming Liuai's companionship, Yulingling felt that her luck had become good, and everything went smoothly. Thus, Yulingling immediately sent a message to Ming Liuai. Ming Liuai saw these messages and immediately replied, "Lingling, congratulations. I also have good news. My husband can stand up on his own. Let's celebrate." Yulingling immediately replied, "No problem, I'm making preparations today. Come to our house tomorrow and let's have hot pot together." Ming Liuai told Yao Ziju the happy news, and seeing her so happy made him happy, too. 182 I'm finally out. Since Yao Ziju regained consciousness, he had not participated in any activities or social events. Before this, he had been holding back his frustrations because he did not want his friends to worry. He was also afraid that his close friends would silently mock him when they saw him. Since Yao Ziju managed to stand up, he did not have to hold back anymore. He contacted Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo immediately. Yao Ziju looked at the time. At this time, they would either be playing golf or drinking. He sent a message, "Where are you guys?" Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo were both surprised when they saw the message in the group. Cheng Sanjin replied, "Yao Ziju, you're coming out?" Xiao Mo also quickly sent his own reply as well. "Come, meet us in Ruoming Club. Yao Ziju put away the phone and looked at Ming Liuai. "Liuai, can I go out with my friends today? You met them before." Xiao Mo and Cheng Sanjin, "I'll only drink a little and won't do anything else." Yao Ziju's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ming Liuai nodded and said, "Let Zhao Chun go with you. Don't stay out too late, and let me know when you get home." The driver first sent Ming Liuai home, then he sent Yao Ziju to the club. When Yao Ziju arrived, Zhao Qing was already waiting at the door with a few invitation cards in his hand. Zhao Qing happened to come from the villa, so he brought them along. Yao Ziju's birthday was just around the corner, and some of the invitation cards had already been sent out. As for the rest, he would deliver them in person. Yao Ziju stayed seated in his wheelchair as Zhao Qing pushed him into the club. Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo were sitting in a private room. When they saw Yao Ziju come in, they immediately got up and flanked him. "This is an invitation to my birthday banquet. You guys have to come," Yao Ziju said with a smile. "You're talking nonsense," Cheng Sanjin said. "Even if we don't have an invitation, we'd still go." Wang Keiya happened to pass by while they were talking and laughing. When she saw Zhao Qing, she stopped. Wang Keiya looked at the invitations in their hands and smiled. "President Yao, can I come, too?" Yao Ziju was silent for a moment, then he looked at Zhao Qing, who immediately took out a blank invitation. Yao Ziju took it, drew out a pen, and wrote down Wang Keiya's name. Wang Keiya saw the name on the invitation, received it, and left in satisfaction. Zhao Qing pushed Yao Ziju to the table and closed the door. Xiao Mo looked at Zhao Qing a bit enviously. He was able to instantly save such an awkward situation. Xiao Mo said, "You're good. How much does Yao Ziju pay you?" Xiao Mo, will triple that amount. Don't try to poach people from my employment. I didn't know that the Xiao family was so weak that the young master would personally come out to poach people, said Yao Ziju. Xiao Mo made a tsk sound and said, "How stingy." Yao Ziju raised his head to look at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was still the same as usual, with no change in expression. When Wang Keiya came in to ask for the invitation, she was not here for the Yao family at all. She was here for Zhao Qing, and Zhao Qing was still so calm. "Zhao Qing, you don't have to worry about me here for the time being. If you want to go out, you may go out and walk around. Eat and drink as much as you want, just put it on my tab." Zhao Qing was confused, and his confused expression made Cheng Sanjin laugh. "Ha ha ha, Yao Ziju," Cheng Sanjin laughed. "Zhao Qing was sent by your wife to monitor you, right?" Yao Ziju said, "Then you can ask my wife for further instructions." Zhao Qing actually took out his phone and sent a message to Ming Liuai. Ming Liuai saw the message and was a little stunned, but she quickly replied, "I ask you to go with my husband to take care of him, not to monitor him. I'm losing face if you do this. Hurry up and play along." Zhao Qing looked at Ming Liuai's message, feeling speechless. Since the madam has spoken, and this is a place of entertainment, what's wrong with relaxing a little? Zhao Qing turned around and left. Cheng Sanjin burst into laughter. The young masters of these aristocratic families all liked to play outside, but everyone in their little circle all had a clean record. They only occasionally called for some beautiful girls to drink with them and have fun in nightclubs. Yao Ziju was like an ice statue before this, and no one could get close to him. Everyone was guessing who could warm up this ice statue, and in the end, Yao Ziju was the first one to get married. "Yao Ziju, are you still a henpecked husband?" Cheng Sanjin asked. "That's right," Xiao Mo said. "But I think Ming Liuai is quite gentle. How did you become a henpecked husband?" "Cut the crap. I'm willing to stop anything for her," said Yao Ziju indifferently. 183 You've become a different person. Cheng Sanjin was surprised when he heard Yao Ziju's words. He said, "You've changed after getting married. Is marriage that good? It's like you've become a different person, even your usual iciness is gone." Xiao Mo said, "You can't say that. That's the scary thing about marriage. Luckily, my family doesn't bother about my affairs. If I don't come out to play, they'd end up monitoring me. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be afraid of my wife knowing?" Yao Ziju asked in puzzlement. Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo were rendered speechless by this. Cheng Sanjin walked to Yao Ziju's side and shook his shoulder. He said, "Yao Ziju, wake up, are you an idiot? Are we talking about the same thing? Isn't freedom the thing that humans pursue?" Xiao Mo said. This sentence seemed to hit Yao Ziju's sore spot. Yao Ziju said, "Indeed. My marriage to my wife was arranged by my parents, and not by free choice." Cheng Sanjin thought for a moment and said, "What? She's not willing to be with you all the time? We're from upper-class families. This kind of arranged marriage is normal. Would you actually be willing to spend the rest of your life with someone who's blind and crippled?" Yao Ziju asked. Cheng Sanjin's face suddenly became serious. He asked, honestly, how are your legs? I can stand now, so I should be able to walk again soon, Yao Ziju said with a smile. Really? Cheng Sanjin asked excitedly. Hurry up and stand up for us to see. Yao Ziju pressed his hands on the wheelchair and stood up. Brother, you're awesome, Xiao Mo said in surprise. This recovery speed is so fast. Cheng Sanjin said, today's a joyous day. Everyone must drink more. I might not even be this happy when my son learns to walk in the future. Xiao Mo said, then let's say we've both experienced the joy of being fathers today. It's a great feeling. Yao Ziju stood there for a while before sitting back down. He laughed and scolded, geez, you too. It's all thanks to my wife that I can recover so quickly. You don't know it, but my wife gives me a massage every day. Cheng Sanjin did not wish to hear more, so he interrupted Yao Ziju by saying, let's shake some dice. If I lose, I'll drink. If you lose, you're not allowed to mention your wife for half an hour. Yao Ziju raised his eyebrows and said, really? I'm afraid that bottle of wine isn't enough. Xiao Mo's hands were also a little itchy. He had not played with Yao Ziju in so long. In the past, when the three of them were together, Xiao Mo and Cheng Sanjin almost never won. Now that Yao Ziju was out of practice, his skill must not be as good as before. Cheng Sanjin rolled the dice under an opaque cup in front of Yao Ziju. Then Yao Ziju indifferently said, reveal. As expected, Cheng Sanjin lost. Cheng Sanjin was not a sore loser. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Still, Cheng Sanjin was unconvinced, so he said, I'm a little thirsty, so I'll let you have the first one. Come, let's continue. Yao Ziju snorted and rolled his eyes as he shook the dice under the cup. This time, Cheng Sanjin shouted, reveal. Everyone was silent as they stared at the dice. Seeing Yao Ziju's eyes, Cheng Sanjin had nothing to say. He poured the wine and drank it in one go. I told my wife that we'll be having drinks today, but seeing you like this, I'm afraid I won't even get to drink a single drop. The three of them continued playing as though nothing had changed. It was Zhao Qing's first time going to such a high-class club. Someone was playing the violin in the main hall, as though to mask the luxury of the tycoons in the private rooms behind. Zhao Qing paused for a while. The melodious sound of the violin was actually quite good. Before Zhao Qing could really enjoy the music, Wen Keiya appeared out of nowhere and walked toward him. She was dressed very beautifully. Her hair was tied up, and even though she had light makeup on, her lipstick was bright red, which made her look quite charming. Zhao Qing, would you like to have a drink? Wen Keiya asked. Zhao Qing's eyes were clear as he emotionlessly said, I don't like your type. Wen Keiya was not angry. She smiled and said, this isn't like your usual style. When he was not beside members of the Yao family, Zhao Qing wrapped himself in an ice-cold shell. We've only met twice, Miss Wang, said Zhao Qing coldly. Do not assume to understand me. You don't have to be so wary of me, Wang Keiya said, still smiling. Zhao Qing did not say anything. He turned around and ignored her. Wang Keiya's phone rang, and she frowned when she saw the call. The voice on the other end of the phone was very loud, even a little arrogant. Zhao Qing heard a woman's voice from the phone. The voice said arrogantly, Wang Keiya, why aren't you coming back? Did you run away? 184 Don't get in my way. Wang Keiya's eyes flashed with disgust, but it quickly disappeared. She said, how can I run? Wang Keiya put her hands together and made a pleading gesture. Wang Keiya held the phone and said, I met a really handsome guy and I'm asking for his contact information. Don't get in my way. Is that so? Asked the person on the other end of the phone. If that's true, then bring him back for everyone to meet. All right, Wang Keiya said. I'll be back in a while. Wang Keiya looked at Zhao Qing and said, Zhao Qing, do me a favor. I really don't want to hang out with them. My dad arranged for me to come here today. He wants me to get to know people in the industry. You can come with me and help me get out of this. Zhao Qing was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, so he could only nod when Wang Keiya said this. Wang Keiya walked up beside him and held his arm. Before Zhao Qing could shake her off, Wang Keiya said, act seriously. Zhao Qing let her stay on his arm and followed Wang Keiya to a private room. Wang Keiya opened the door, and immediately revealed the atmosphere filled with corrupt lavishness. At a glance, Zhao Qing could tell that these rich young ladies were only looking for handsome boys to accompany them. When Mi Yan heard Wang Keiya come in, she looked up with anticipation. She held a cigarette in her hand, took a puff, and blew it on the face of the handsome boy near her. She smiled happily when the boy coughed. Then, Mi Yan looked at the door and saw that Wang Keiya had really returned with a man. She stood up in surprise. Mi Yan ogled Zhao Qing without restraint. After taking another puff, she said, "Not bad, you didn't fool us with just any Tom, Dick, and Harry." Wang Keiya did not want to be here for even a minute. She picked up the glass on the table, filled it with wine, and drank it. Zhao Qing frowned. He wanted to take it, but Wang Keiya evaded his hand. After finishing the wine in her glass, Wang Keiya slammed the glass on the table, making a crisp sound. Everyone in the room looked at her. Wang Keiya poured another glass and finished that as well. Then, she said, "Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Don't stop at my expense." The crowd jeered and revealed and gave her knowing smiles. Wang Keiya held Zhao Qing's arm and walked out. After they left the room, Wang Keiya could not hold on any longer and fell on Zhao Qing. She leaned her head on his shoulder. The strong smell of alcohol and the pleasant smell of her hair came to Zhao Qing's nose. Zhao Qing wanted to push Wang Keiya's head away, but when he touched her soft hair, he could not bear to. Wang Keiya seemed to be holding on to her consciousness, and she said, "Send me back." Zhao Qing was stunned. He had no choice but to bring Wang Keiya back to Yao Ziju's private room. Yao Ziju looked at Zhao Qing in confusion when he saw him bring Wang Keiya back. Zhao Qing felt a little helpless. The matter was actually very simple, but explaining it would become complicated. "Whoa," Cheng Sanjin said. "What's going on? Did she drink too much? Why did you bring her back?" Xiao Mo asked. Zhao Qing decided to give a simple explanation. He said, "Miss Wang had a bit too much to drink and happened to bump into me, so she asked me to send her back." Yao Ziju looked at Xiao Mo and said, "Go ask the office for Wang Keiya's address." Xiao Mo soon got an address. Yao Ziju looked at Zhao Qing and said, "You and the chauffeur can send Miss Wang back. Come back to pick me up later." Zhao Qing pondered for a moment. After all, she was a girl, and her consciousness was muddled from drinking so much. Zhao Qing said, "If I go back with her, isn't that a bad idea? Wasn't she the one who asked you to send her?" Yao Ziju said. Zhao Qing had nothing to say in response. He was also the only one responsible for bringing Yao Ziju back. After Zhao Qing helped Wang Keiya leave the club, Cheng Sanjin said, "What's going on?" Yao Ziju picked up the glass of wine and took a sip. He then said, "I'll consider the favor from before repaid this time." "Yao Ziju, the Wang family isn't that easy to mess with," Xiao Mo said from the side. "Don't worry, I have faith in Zhao Qing." Then, Yao Ziju glanced at his phone and put it down in disappointment. It had been so long, but his wife still had not sent him a message to go home. "No way," Xiao Mo said. "It's only been a while, and you're already looking at the time. It just so happens that there's something I need to talk to you about," Yao Ziju said. Cheng Sanjin nodded and let Yao Ziju continue. "I had a real estate project running, but it was forced to stop. The problem is that the local traffic is very poor. I've contacted the local villages and I want to apply for support from the local cultures. Then, I'll apply for the construction of an airport." 185 Let's see you stand up again. Cheng Sanjin thought for a moment and said, "Yes, it's a good time to set up the airport policy for small and medium-sized cities now. I can make up a reason for it, so it won't be too difficult. However, the development of tourism is a very important matter. It requires the approval of the local department and their actions. I've already contacted the village chief, and he's agreed to cooperate with us. I just need your help with the airport." "Okay," Cheng Sanjin said. "Give me the information. I'll help you handle this matter starting tomorrow." Yao Ziju raised his glass and took a sip. "Thank you, brother." Xiao Mo also took a sip and said, "Come to me when it's time for the airport construction." Yao Ziju looked at his phone again. Cheng Sanjin thought Yao Ziju was uncomfortable, so he said, "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You should home and rest early." Xiao Mo also stood up and said with a smile, "Let us see you stand up again. We'll let you go home once we're satisfied." "Satisfied my *SS," Yao Ziju said. Cheng Sanjin asked, "Let's go." Where do you want to go to? Back to the villa. Yao Ziju thought for a moment, but since his wife was not home anymore, and it would be empty if he went back, he said, let's go to Rui Bay. Xiao Mo jokingly said, to Rui Bay? Are you keeping a mistress there? Yao Ziju revealed a smile and said, that's right, I'm hiding a girl. Xiao Mo's face was filled with disbelief. He had to go take a look. When the three of them arrived, they went to the door and knocked. Ming Liuai had just cooked a small hot pot for herself, but before she could start eating, someone knocked on her door. Ming Liuai looked outside through the peephole vigilantly and saw Yao Ziju. She opened the door with a smile, then hugged Yao Ziju and gave him a kiss. When Xiao Mo saw that it was Ming Liuai who opened the door, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that Yao Ziju was not cheating on her. Xiao Mo coughed lightly and came out with Cheng Sanjin from behind Yao Ziju. Xiao Mo said, good evening, sister-in-law. Seeing that there were others, Ming Liuai's face immediately turned red. She said, why are you all here? Good evening, come in and sit. It was rare for his wife to be so enthusiastic, and Yao Ziju could not wait for his friends to leave. Xiao Mo saw the unkind look in Yao Ziju's eyes and immediately said, we're just sending Ziju home. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. After closing the door, Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liuai and let her sit on his lap. He gently kissed her and asked, it's late and you're only eating now? I already had my dinner, Ming Liuai said. I just saw this recipe on TV, and started craving it. Yao Ziju stroked Ming Liuai's hair affectionately and said, you little fox, I'm back so late and you didn't even send me a single message. I see you're quite happy being home alone. I should not have said anything. When Zhao Qun sent that message to Ming Liuai, she was so embarrassed that she did not know what to do. If she sent a message to Yao Ziju after that, she really would not be able to explain herself. Ming Liuai immediately said, I asked Zhao Qun to go with you to take care of you, not to monitor you. We trust each other. I see, Yao Ziju said with a smile. Why are you back here? Ming Liuai asked, puzzled. You're asking the obvious. Yao Ziju teased. Ming Liuai's face turned red, and she immediately got off Yao Ziju's lap. She said, I made hot pot. Do you want to eat with me? No thanks, I'm going to take a shower first, said Yao Ziju. Ming Liuai nodded. She actually could not eat much at all. At most, she could only eat a bit of meat and a few mouthfuls of vegetables. After taking a shower, Yao Ziju put on a bathrobe, and his hair was still wet. He sat at his desk to do some work. From the dining room, Ming Liuai happened to notice that Yao Ziju's hair was still dripping. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to the bathroom to find a clean towel. She stood behind Yao Ziju and slowly dried his hair. After drying his hair, Ming Liuai could not help but kiss Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju's face was full of smiles as he kissed Ming Liuai on the lips. After kissing for a while, Ming Liuai immediately pushed Yao Ziju away. She said, no, I have to go to the charity office tomorrow morning. If this continues, I won't be able to control myself. Ming Liuai said after a moment of silence, tonight, we must keep a safe distance. After that, she ran off to take a bath. When Ming Liuai came out, Yao Ziju was already lying on the bed. The bed itself was not big, and Yao Ziju was a bit tall, leaving only a third of the space for Ming Liuai. 186 You're taking up too much space. Ming Liuai did not have a choice. She could only lift the blanket and lie in Yao Ziju's arms. Ming Liuai also remembered that she had told him to keep a safe distance, but lying in Yao Ziju's arms, she did not want to leave at all. Miffed, she said, you're taking up too much space. Yao Ziju did not say anything, and only hugged her even tighter. On the contrary, Yao Ziju thought that the size of the bed was just right, and his wife was soft and comfortable to hold. Yao Ziju gently kissed her forehead and said, good night. The two of them hugged each other and had a good night's sleep. As usual, Yao Ziju woke up very early. The two of them lived here without any servants. Knowing that there was no food in the kitchen and refrigerator, Yao Ziju got up to cook some noodles. Ming Liuai woke up to the aroma of the cooking. When she got up from bed, she did not wear her shoes and just went straight downstairs. Seeing Yao Ziju cooking in the kitchen, Ming Liuai could hardly believe it. The CEO can cook. Yao Ziju saw that Ming Liai was not wearing any shoes and sighed. He picked her up and placed her on the table. Ming Liai had just woken up, and her hair was a mess. She was wearing the couple's pajamas that matched Yao Ziju's, and her legs dangled over the edge of the table. Yao Ziju thought that if he ended up having nothing one day, as long as he could be with his wife, a simple life like this would be good. Ming Liai saw Yao Ziju's strange expression and seemed to know what he was thinking. She said, "President Yao, you can't stand around like a love-struck fool. You still have much to accomplish." Yao Ziju frowned inside. "My wife is such a killjoy." It was obviously not Yao Ziju's first time cooking, but the last time he did so was a long time ago, so it may as well have been his first time. Yao Ziju was a careful person. He found a recipe on the phone and followed it strictly, so what he came up with was exactly what the recipe said. Ming Liai looked at Yao Ziju's noodles and was a little surprised. Just by looking at the appearance, she knew it was not bad. Ming Liai reached out, wanting to take the bowl, but Yao Ziju brought it out of her reach. He said, "It's very hot. Go put on your shoes and wash up first. After you're done, then you can come down and enjoy a good meal." Ming Liai had no choice but to go back upstairs, put on her slippers, and brush her teeth. Finally, she sat down and took a big bite. Of course, it was delicious, and Ming Liai voiced that thought aloud, "It's so delicious." As expected of President Yao, Yao Ziju enjoyed the praise. Ming Liai continued, "The head secretary, Huan Jingting, knows that I'm unemployed, so she's giving me an internship. If there's no problem, I'll be able to work at the foundation." Yao Ziju raised his eyebrows and said, "If you want to work, you could have come to Yao Corporation." Ming Liai said, "The foundation is more established. I especially like doing charity work." Yao Ziju was silent for a while. This could be interpreted as his wife looking down on Yao Corporation, and it made him feel a bit embarrassed. Yao Ziju thought for a moment and frowned. He did not want to ruin his wife's mood, so he did not say anything. "I'll finish eating quickly and then go to work," Ming Liai said. "It's my first day, so I can't be late." "All right, I'll send you there," Yao Ziju said. The driver was already downstairs, and the two of them got into the car. Ming Liai was dressed professionally, with her resume and proof of identity in her backpack. She was about to go to work, and Ming Liai suddenly felt a little nervous. Yao Ziju could also see her emotions, and he reached out to hug her, as if he was comforting a small animal, and gently stroked her hair. He knew that this job would not be as simple as Ming Liai said. The workplace was complicated, and people's hearts were unpredictable. He said, "Dear, don't let yourself be bullied. If you're unhappy, come home at once." Ming Liai calmed down under Yao Ziju's reassurance. She widened her eyes and said, "This is a CEO quote, +1. The Charity Foundation for Vegetative People was located in an old building in the urban area. From the outside, it seemed to have been there for many years." Yao Ziju watched Ming Liai enter and said, "Find a parking space." He frowned, feeling a little worried. As expected, in less than an hour, Ming Liai came out with her resume and looked downcast. She did not leave immediately, but sat on the steps in a daze. It was still early, but it was hot. Ming Liai lowered her head and felt like her hair was burning. Soon, a pair of nice leather shoes appeared in front of her eyes, blocking the sunlight. Ming Liai's heart suddenly beat faster. She raised her head and found Yao Ziju standing in front of her. 187 Let's go home. Yao Ziju stood with his back to the sun. His features were a bit hazy, and the tense feeling from before was gone, leaving only gentleness for Ming Liai. The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment, the world seemed to quiet down. Yao Ziju reached out his hand. "Liai, let's go home." Ming Liai sat in the car and realized something. She asked, "Why didn't you leave?" She then seemed to have thought of something and said in annoyance, "You knew that I wouldn't pass the interview, right?" Yao Ziju did not want to hurt her feelings, so he simply said, "No, I was delayed by some matters." Ming Liai said, "The Foundation for Vegetative People is the country's national department. Head Secretary Huan didn't ask about my academic qualifications before. After I got here, she found out that I can't work here with my academic qualifications. not to mention that I can only be a volunteer at most. Yao Ziju gently caressed Ming Liui's hair and said, "It's fine. If you really like it, I can help you set up a foundation." Ming Liui's eyes brightened. She asked in confusion, "A foundation can be established on its own?" There are many different societal values related to this. Some of the more affluent families have their own charities, as long as one has money and kindness. In the past, before Yao Ziju regained consciousness, Ming Liui had planned to study abroad. Now that Yao Ziju was no longer comatose, Ming Liui's heart stayed with him. "Damn it, I fell for his charms." Ming Liui sighed. "I'll study first. I'll definitely get into university next year." "Alright, I'll help you find a tutor." Ming Liui hugged Yao Ziju, then rubbed her head against his chest. She said, "You're too kind. Did your legs hurt when you stood up and walked just now?" "They're alright, it was just a little hard to walk," said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui was no longer sad. She said, "Since I'm not going to work in the foundation anymore, I'll accompany you in your recuperation every day from now on." Yao Ziju gently kissed her forehead and said, "With you keeping me company, I'm sure I'll recover quickly." However, Yao Ziju became very busy for the next few days and had no time to recuperate at all. With his birthday banquet approaching and Yao Ziyang making some big moves, Yao Ziju had no choice but to focus all his energy on work. Ming Liui's vlog account had not released any new videos for a long time, since the Thai and seafood episode. The netizens were getting a little impatient. When Ming Liui returned home, she finally remembered that she had a vlog account, and it just so happened that she had some recent material. Ming Liui edited the video of Yao Ziju recovering in the hospital and uploaded it. The vlog account's activity level was a little low, and there were only a few uploads. Although the previous videos were quite popular, they did not penetrate any industry and only received a small amount of attention. However, the video of his recovery was directly forwarded to all platforms and became a hot search in the end. The netizens felt that the man in the video had a very good body and were touched by his tenacious spirit. More importantly, the scene of him successfully standing up made people tear up. The headlines were even more encouraging. "There's no such thing as easy in the world of adults. A life that doesn't bow its head will be even more exciting. You look so cool when you persevere. The netizens' comments were even more enthusiastic. "Sob, sob, sob, I'm crying so much. Every time this young man fails, he makes my heart ache." Although the video is very short, I don't know how long he has been at it. After watching this video, I'm full of energy. I immediately jumped out of bed. Recuperating is a very painful process, not only physically, but also mentally. This young man is really amazing. Of course, some netizens would notice other things as well and make irrelevant comments. "Her legs are so long, and her proportions are perfect. This man's body is so perfect." Some single men should watch this. Don't always say that you don't have a girlfriend. After watching this video, you should reflect on why you are single. Wait a minute, the commenter above reminded me of something. It looks like an inspirational video, but it's actually rubbing their romance in my face. When will I have such a sweet and undying love? That's right. This is a video filled with PDA. I've seen the previous videos. It's hard to imagine that such a flirtatious and lustful expression could come from someone who was previously handicapped. Through this video, Ming Liui's account gained more than 300,000 followers in a day, and the number of private messages exploded. The media, netizens, advertisers, and Ming Liui could not take their eyes off him. Ming Liui had no choice but to reply to the messages. "No contract signing, no selling of accounts, no advertising. My husband went through a lot of pain from being in a vegetative state to standing up. Now, I'm just sharing the exciting moment. I hope that everyone who sees the video can be healthy and happy, and that everything goes well for them. 188 Smear his reputation. Yao Ziju also saw these trending searches. He called his secretary over and told him to be on guard at all times, and to block any leaks immediately. "These topics and trending searches, are you going to remove them now, Mr.?" he asked. "No need," said Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang mortgaged all the companies under his name, and with a vast amount of capital, he prepared to invest it all in the Xinghai City project. They made their move both openly and secretly. Before this, Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi only had to post 2 Weibo statements, and they snatched away Yao Ziju's credit for the rescue. Yao Ziyang could not forget how good that felt. If he could not succeed this time, then Yao Ziyang would rather risk the Yao Corporation's possible destruction, and would coordinate the paid keyboard warriors to smear Yao Ziju's reputation. Yao Ziyang even thought of a lot of underhand schemes and set up multiple traps, just waiting for Yao Ziju to walk right into them. If everything went as planned, Yao Ziju's complete ruin would be during the birthday celebration. Of course, when cutting weeds, one had to get rid of the roots. Besides Yao Ziju, Yao Ziyang would not let Yao Gui and Ming Liuai go either. After Yao Ziju's reputation was completely ruined, it would be the time of Yao Ziyang's glory. To celebrate her fiancé finally waking up, Yulingling invited everyone to her house for hot pot. Yulingling also sent a message to Ming Liuai. Liuai, will your husband be coming? There were only 2 days left until Yao Ziju's birthday banquet, and it was a busy time, but it was not a good thing to be so busy all the time, so Ming Liuai did not hesitate to invite Yao Ziju to go with her. You haven't had any rest recently, Ming Liuai said. Let's go eat hot pot and rest for a day. Yao Ziju was very sure that no matter what Yao Ziyang did during the birthday banquet, he would be able to handle it. However, there were still a lot of uncertainties, so he had to be on his guard. He rubbed his temples, but still agreed to go with Ming Liuai. Yulingling had invited many people, including He Yanfeng's family and head secretary Huang Jingting. He Yanfeng and his family arrived first at Yulingling's house. His mother, Hong Huajin, made him watch over his younger sister Laurong before she herself went straight into the kitchen to help Yulingling with her preparations. Head secretary Huang Jingting had found out that Ming Liuai failed to get the internship and blamed herself. If she had asked earlier, she would not have made Ming Liuai so sad. Huang Jingting could use this day to apologize to her. As soon as Ming Liuai and Yao Ziju entered the house, Huang Jingting immediately went up to them. Liuai, you're here. I'm really sorry. I didn't ask clearly at that time, said Huang Jingting. Yao Ziju was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, which Ming Liuai had specially prepared to celebrate Jufeng's awakening. Without waiting for Ming Liuai to say anything, Yao Ziju scoffed. Although he was still in his wheelchair, he was wearing a well-tailored suit and had an imposing aura. This must be your husband, right? Huang Jingting asked, somewhat embarrassed. Ming Liuai tugged on Yao Ziju's sleeve and said, that's right. My husband's name is Yao Ziju. He's always like this, a bit cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Head secretary Huang, don't worry about it. It's just my own fault. It's already good enough that you told me about the internship. Yao Ziju felt very uncomfortable when he heard what Ming Liuai said. This is the wife he doted upon heart and soul, and yet someone made her so dejected. She ended up sitting on the steps in a daze. Yao Ziju would never, in his entire life, want his wife to be this upset. My wife has raised a lot of funds for the foundation, and she's been working all over the place, Yao Ziju said without hesitation. He did not give full details, and left the rest up to everyone's interpretation. Huang Jingting knew that she had indeed made a mistake this time, but she could not say anything. He Yanfeng felt that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately put Rongrong down. Although Rongrong was still young, she quickly ran to Ming Liuai's side. Sister Liuai, hug me. Rongrong reached out her arms. Ming Liuai squatted down, wanting to pick her up. Yao Ziju looked at Rongrong's chubby face and knew that this little girl must be quite heavy. He quickly held the flowers in one hand and reached out his other hand. Come, let big brother carry you. Rongrong looked at the handsome man and instantly had a good impression of him. She asked dubiously, you're not a brother. Anyone who wears a suit is an uncle. Yao Ziju was speechless. Ming Liuai could not help but laugh. She said, Rongrong is a clever little scamp. Rongrong was not shy with strangers and simply climbed onto Yao Ziju's lap, reaching out to hug his neck. Little scamp, call me big brother, or else you can get down. Rongrong immediately smiled and shouted, big brother. Yao Ziju was very pleased, and he said, Ming Liuai is my wife. If you call her sister, of course you have to call me brother. There can be no inferior terms. Ming Liuai said, your birthday is coming soon. You'll be 27 after your birthday. There's nothing wrong with calling you uncle, right? 189 Eating hot pot. Rongrong looked at Ming Lairii and asked, "How old is Sister Lairii?" Ming Lairii smiled and said, "I just turned 23, 5 years younger than your brother." Yao Ziju looked a little confused at that and said, "Aren't beautiful nymphs like you always 18? Ming Lairii covered her mouth and said, "You're right. My bad. You caught my slip up." With the little Rongrong here, the somewhat dull atmosphere from before was once again lifted. Yulingling walked out of the kitchen and said, "What are you all doing at the door? Come to the living room, my fiancé is waiting for you." Then, she saw the flowers in Yao Ziju's hand. She said in surprise, "Wow, this bouquet of flowers is really beautiful. I'll accept it on Jufeng's behalf." Ming Lairii pushed Yao Ziju into the living room and saw Jufeng sitting at the table, pouring water for everyone. He Yanfeng was talking about something when he saw them walking in. He quickly stood up, and Jufeng immediately greeted them. When He Yanfeng saw Yao Ziju, he respectfully said, "President Yao." Yao Ziju nodded. Ming Lairii stared at them both for a moment. "Hey," she said, "this is a casual get-together. Don't be so businesslike." Seeing his sister sit beside Yao Ziju, He Yanfeng furrowed his brows and said, "Be good, Rongrong. Come sit beside me and don't disturb President Yao." Rongrong had no intention of leaving. She said, "No way. I like handsome brothers." He Yanfeng was speechless. He looked at Huang Jingting and said, "Head Secretary Huang, please have a seat." Jufeng looked at the crowd and sighed. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for all the help you've given me and Lingling. Without you, I don't know if I would have woken up." "Lingling is everyone's ray of sunshine," Ming Lairii said. "As long as Lingling is here, there will be laughter." "Lairii, Lingling told me that you've been helping her by making the fruit puree and cookies before." "Thank you so much," said Jufeng. Yao Ziju let out another snort and said, "I'm afraid you've eaten more than I have." When Jufeng heard this, he instantly felt a little embarrassed. Ming Lairii glared at Yao Ziju for a moment. She then said, "That's right, because you're awake, you don't need liquid food anymore." After eating hot pot until 9:00 p.m., Rongrong was so sleepy that she could not help but doze off. Lingling picked her up and put her on the bed in the living room. Yulingling said, "The little rascal is finally asleep. We can talk about grown-up matters now." They had thought that with Yao Ziju around, everyone would be more reserved, but they had underestimated Lingling. Yulingling said, "Your full name is Yao Ziju. Your surname is Yao. I'm going to look it up." After Yulingling checked, she exclaimed, "Heavens, you're actually the CEO of Yao Corporation. No wonder Lairii is so rich." "Lairii, you're the wife of a CEO. I was wondering why you covered his face so that I couldn't see. Please forgive me." Yulingling paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yao Ziju, I'm going to rat her out now. Lairii didn't use skincare on you before. It was only when I reminded her that she learned how to use skincare on you. In the end, she was tempted by your handsome appearance and must have secretly kissed you. The photo she sent me showed half your face, and your lips were red." Ming Lairii immediately covered Yulingling's mouth, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't touch or kiss him." Although Yulingling's mouth was covered, she still continued, "What are you being shy for? It's legal for a couple to kiss." This was so embarrassing. Ming Lairii wished the ground would swallow her up. Ming Lairii's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look up at Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju had a smile on his face as he said, "I know." Yulingling was surprised, and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll take it. This lovey-dovey romance will keep me warm." Yulingling seemed to have thought of something and said, "But, Yao Ziju, you don't seem to be good in that area. I've asked Lairii before, but she said you guys didn't do anything." Ming Lairii shrieked, "Lingling, quiet. Whose side are you on?" Yao Ziju did not get angry. He simply said, "I'll be sure to make up for the emptiness you've felt before." Ming Lairii glared at Yao Ziju. She had never expected Yao Ziju to say such words. There was no way she could continue eating the hot pot. So, Ming Lairii stood up and said, "Let's end this. Lingling at midnight is too scary." Yao Ziju rarely raised his wine glass and saluted Yulingling, and Yulingling gave Yao Ziju a not a problem look, as though it was just a regular day. 190. I'll accept your greetings in advance. Yulingaling's best friend was really not bad. She cared about Ming Liuai in all aspects. Not only did she help Ming Liuai deal with the scumbag, but she also cared about Ming Liuai's sex life. Seeing Yao Ziju's reaction, Yulingling also felt relieved. If her best friend was living in an asexual marriage, Yulingling would be very worried. Yulingling said, Liuai said before that President Yao's birthday is coming soon. I think it'll be a bloodbath when it comes. We ordinary people are afraid. We wouldn't go to such a high-profile event. We wish you a happy birthday in advance, and protect our Liuai well. Thank you, then I'll accept your greetings in advance, Yao Ziju said. When Huan Jingting heard that Yao Ziju was the president of Yao Corporation, she suddenly panicked. She was afraid that if she completely offended Yao Ziju, it would be more difficult for the foundation to raise funds in the future. Huan Jingting raised her glass and said, President Yao, please forgive me for past grievances. I wish you a happy birthday and a happy life. Ming Liuai was afraid that Yao Ziju would ignore her, so she immediately picked up her glass and clinked it with Huang Jingting's. Ming Liuai said, Thank you, Head Secretary Huang. Yao Ziju nodded and looked at Ju Feng. Congratulations on your recovery. It's getting late, so we won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again when we have the chance. After leaving Yulingaling's house, the two of them got into the car. Yao Ziju immediately hugged Ming Liuai and asked, Did you often kiss me in secret? Ming Liuai was speechless for a second. It's a misunderstanding, she said. Besides, you didn't know everything. It wasn't a secret kiss. If it wasn't that time, then it was the other times. Yao Ziju continued to ask. Ming Liuai's face was slightly red as she said, None of them. Yao Ziju laughed. I can't believe you're asking your best friend to worry about our sex life. I promise I'll do my best when we get home. Ming Liuai roared in her heart, Ling Ling, you evil spirit. Yao Ziju thought that he still had to perform well, so he did not go back to the villa directly, but asked the driver to send them to the apartment. Because there were outsiders around, Ming Liuai only glared at him twice, which made Yao Ziju a little unhappy, and made him want to declare his claim over her. Yao Ziju looked at her. I want some spiritual spring water. Ming Liuai's face instantly turned red. She said, the spiritual spring is not used for this. Yao Ziju was still insistent, so Ming Liuai could only put a drop into his mouth. After drinking the spring water, Yao Ziju immediately felt the strength in his legs. Because of the hot pot, the two of them had a bit of a smell on their bodies. Yao Ziju immediately picked Ming Liuai up and walked into the bathroom. He had been holding himself back for so many days, he would not stop here. The two of them ended up in every corner of the house before they finally returned to the bedroom. After Yao Ziju's performance, Ming Liuai could only let out muffled sobs. The two of them hugged each other on the bed, and Yao Ziju enjoyed this feeling. Ming Liuai quickly fell into a deep sleep. At midnight, Ming Liuai's phone suddenly rang with a notification. Yao Ziju woke up and frowned. He opened her phone and saw a file was being transferred. Yao Ziju sensed something was wrong and immediately stopped the transmission. After that, he took a screenshot and sent it to Mr. He to see what was going on. His secretary replied very quickly, the madam's phone might have been hacked. Her phone is not encrypted. Is there anything particularly important inside? Yao Ziju opened it and saw that the transmission was less than 15%. He did not want to invade his wife's privacy, so he wanted to confirm it with her when she woke up tomorrow. The next day, Ming Liuai woke up and saw Yao Ziju sitting solemnly by the bed. What's wrong? Ming Liuai asked, puzzled. Last night, your phone rang, and I found out that there was a file being transferred. Your phone might have been hacked, so should we check if there's anything important? Ming Liuai immediately panicked. She took her phone and swiped it, then covered her face with the blanket. She whispered, it's nothing. Just some ordinary, everyday photographs. But, some of the photographs, had you made up like a princess? Yao Ziju seemed to have a vague impression of this incident. The madam had said that if he dared to torture her in the future, she would expose these photos and embarrass him. Yao Ziju said, give it to me, I'll take a look. In the picture, Yao Ziju had his eyes closed. There was a pink bow on his head, fake eyelashes on his eyes, and rouge on his lips. He was wearing an apron that looked like it said Ice Princess. Yaeziju was at a loss for words. 191 Can't bear to blame her. Yaeziju could not bear to blame Ming Lairii, so he gently stroked her hair and said, "It's okay, I can handle it. You can sleep some more if you want." Ming Lairii did not feel like sleeping anymore and immediately stood up. She said, "If it's posted online and everyone misunderstands you, I'll help you explain." Yaeziju was a little distracted, his eyes never leaving the computer. He said, "Okay, it's not your fault. Don't be sad. When we have time, we'll get Mr. He to encrypt it." Ming Lairii's mood was still low. She said, "I'm sorry I didn't help you much and always cause you trouble." Yaeziju stopped his work and went back to her side. He hugged Ming Lairii and said, "Are you hungry? I asked Mr. He to bring us some food. It'll be here soon. And you didn't cause me any trouble. If it weren't for you, I would still be in a vegetative state. I only got better because of you. This is already the greatest help you can give me." As Yaeziju spoke, he raised his hand and gently stroked Ming Lairii's hair. He said, "Since you're not sleeping anymore, get up. Mr. He will send food over later. After eating, we'll go to the main manor for a while. There are still many things to do." When Ming Lairii heard Yaeziju say they were going to the main manor, she was stunned for a moment, then nodded and prepared to get out of bed. Ming Lairii looked around and did not see any slippers. She was confused for a moment before she thought of last night's intense activity. It seemed that from the moment they entered the room, Ming Lairii never set her feet down on the floor, so the slippers were naturally still placed at the door. Ming Lairii wanted to put on her slippers, but her hands and feet suddenly felt weak, and she could only lie back in bed and cover herself with the blanket. Yaeziju did not urge Ming Lairii anymore, and let her continue to stay in bed. Mr. He and Zhao Qing arrived at the door and opened it with the password. Zhao Qing saw the slippers at the door and very consciously brought them to Ming Lairii's room. After that, Zhao Qing went to the kitchen to wash his hands. He took out some crockery and placed their breakfast on the plates and bowls. After everything was set up, Mr. He said, "President, Madam, breakfast is ready." Only then did Yaeziju carry Ming Lairii out of the bed. Yaeziju said, "I'll have to trouble you, dear. Please help me put on that walking aid." Ming Lairii looked at the equipment and was a little curious. After she helped Yaeziju put it on, it became more convenient for him to walk, and the aid would also help him move from the wheelchair to walking on his own, which would greatly improve his daily life and travel. Ming Lairii went to wash up first, while Yaeziju went to the dining room. Seeing that Zhao Qing was also there, Yaeziju said, "If you're in a relationship, I'll change your job schedule. You can get to work on time, and it'll be more convenient for you to go on dates." "Sir, I'm not thinking about dating at the moment," Zhao Qing said steadily. Yaeziju did not say anything else and waited for Ming Lairii to finish washing up before eating together. Ming Lairii had not returned to the villa for quite a while. When she saw Zhao Qing, she became very friendly and said, "Good morning, Zhao Qing." "Good morning, madam," Zhao Qing said with a smile. "Your breakfast is going to get cold soon." "Zhao Qing, you're different from before. Are you in love?" Ming Lairii asked, puzzled. Zhao Qing remained cryptically silent. After breakfast, everyone went to the main manor. Ever since Yaeziju fell into a vegetative state, he had been recuperating in the villa, and had never returned even after he woke up. This was also the first time Ming Lairii had come to the Yao family's main manor after she transmigrated. Fortunately, Ming Lairii still had the memory of original Ming Lairii's time in the main manor, so she was not too unfamiliar with it. Ming Lairii realized that Yaeziju seemed nervous. He was frowning and did not say anything along the way. Ming Lairii guessed that Yaeziju must have recalled the past when he and original Ming Lairii lived here. She stretched out her hand and placed it on Yaeziju's tightly clenched fist. Yaeziju looked at Ming Lairii, who smiled gently. Yaeziju chuckled as well, feeling a little relieved. It was undeniable that the main manor had a terrifying past. Original Ming Lairii, relying on the fact that Yaeziju did not want Yaegui to be sad, secretly humiliated him with vicious words every day, tortured him with some underhand means, and even pushed him off the balcony. Recalling this, Yaeziju still felt a lingering fear. He even suspected that if his wife had not come to save him, then he would have disappeared from this world like original Ming Lairii. These were also the reasons why Yao Ziju had been unwilling to return to the main manor. She had always been Yao Ziju's inner demon, but fortunately, his wife was no longer that Ming Lairii. 192 Reborn. But today, Yao Ziju had no choice but to return to the main manor, because tomorrow would be his birthday banquet, and he shall be reborn. Yao Ziju held Ming Lairi's hand and squeezed it gently. Ming Lairii was Yao Ziju's deity, a deity who told him that in this world, Yao Ziju was the main character. As though she sensed that Yao Ziju's negative emotions had not disappeared, Ming Lairii wanted to use the spiritual spring to comfort him. At detecting the fragrance emitting from his wife's body, Yao Ziju inhaled deeply and felt that it seemed a little different from before. Back then, it was like the cool scent of a mountain spring. Now, it was strongly soothing and comfortable, like a hidden celestial spring in the mountains. Yao Ziju knew that his wife was staying in the novel for his sake, and precisely because of this, no matter what, tomorrow, Yao Ziju must win. Everything was ready at the main manor, and the gown had been continuously modified before the final version was sent over. The purpose of coming to the main manor today was to go through the program flow of tomorrow's banquet and do a rehearsal. Yao Gui's eyes widened in shock when he saw Yao Ziju walk in on his own 2 feet. If Yao Ziju had not made an appearance at the main manor, Yao Gui would probably have been the last one to find out. The rehearsal was about to start, so Yao Gui could not do anything at this time. Yao Ziju and Ming Lairii both changed into their gowns. They were a radiant couple, as if it was natural for them to be together. After Ming Lairi's rehearsal, Yao Ziju asked her to rest on a nearby sofa. He still needed to familiarize himself with the rest of the program flow. Yao Ziju carefully memorized every step of the rehearsal. The main manor was not like the villa, which had been cleaned out a few times until only Yao Ziju and Ming Lairi's confidants remained. The main manor had a large number of employees, so it was easy for Yao Ziyang to assign his own people here. Even though Yao Ziju was rehearsing, he kept his eyes on Ming Lairii, not daring to look away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Not far from Ming Lairii, a string of crystal balls suddenly fell from the chandelier and were about to hit her. Yao Ziju's heart skipped a beat as he shouted, "Lairii!" Fortunately, Zhao Qing's movements were quick, and he immediately shielded Ming Lairii. I'm fine," Ming Lairii said softly. "Zhao Qing, are you okay?" Zhao Qing shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Yao Gui said angrily, "How could this happen? Who's in charge? If something like this happens tomorrow, all of you will have to bear the responsibility." Yao Ziju frowned. He felt like this was a warning. Yao Ziyang must have some kind of plan targeting Ming Lairii, and it might even threaten her safety. Yao Ziju thought for a moment and asked Mr. He to arrange a room for Lairii to rest in tomorrow. Also, arrange for more security guards to ensure my wife's safety tomorrow. There must be no mishaps, Yao Ziju said. Mr. He immediately nodded and began working on the arrangements. Yao Ziju's face was dark as he walked to a corner and made a few calls. In this short period of time, he had been luring the enemy in. It was time he finally got rid of them all in one fell swoop. "Why are you all frowning?" a dignified female voice asked. A luxuriously dressed woman with a noble temperament walked into the manor. There was a bit of cold arrogance between her brows, and her aura was even stronger than Yao Ziju's. "Mother, you're back as well," Yao Ziju said in a low voice. "What are you doing here?" Yao Gui said coldly. Jiyu completely ignored Yao Gui and looked at Ming Lairii, as if she was very curious about her. Ming Lairii had heard Yao Ziju call her mother and immediately stood up from the sofa. Jiyu saw that Ming Lairii was sensible and nodded with a smile. "Have a seat." Ming Lairii was not pretentious. She smiled back and sat back down. Being ignored by Jiyu like this made Yao Gui rather unhappy. He frowned and coldly said, "President Ji, we're very busy here today and have no time to entertain you. Please go back." Jiyu still ignored Yao Gui and looked at Yao Ziju. She said, "It's a little noisy here. Let's go outside and have a chat." Yao Ziju nodded and first walked to Ming Lairi's side. He said something to her in a low voice and then followed Jiyu out. As if she was worried that Yao Gui would interrupt her, Ji walked to the middle of the garden before she stopped. She turned around and hugged Yao Ziju, gently saying, "Let me have a look at you. This is such a big event, but that bastard Yao Gui didn't even tell me. I've only been abroad for a short while, and you were already married by the time I returned." Yao Ziju gazed at the tenderness in his mother's eyes. Before he could say anything though, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "How dare you come to eavesdrop? 193 Are you still leaving?" Yao Ziju gave a small signal with his eyes, and Jiyu immediately understood his meaning. While Jiyu's expression remained unchanged, inwardly she was filled with turmoil. Who would have thought that ever since she left, she would be guarded against even just by speaking in the main manner? Yao Ziju did not directly respond to what she said. Instead, he said, "Mother, will you be attending my birthday banquet tomorrow?" "Of course," Jiyu said. "This is my son's birthday banquet. As a mother, how can I not come?" Yao Ziju nodded. After a moment's pause, he said, "Then after this, are you still leaving?" Jiyu said, looking at the situation, "The girl who greeted me just now, is that Ming Liui? Are you two getting along?" Yao Ziju had been through a lot during this period of time, and he had too many things to say to his mother. Before Yao Ziju's accident, the most important woman was his mother. Now that he had Liui, he really wanted to have a good chat with his mother about his wife. But there are eyes and ears around, and tomorrow was going to be a tough fight. Thinking of the crystal balls that fell by the madam's feet earlier, Yao Ziju felt that he had to speak lies to be safe. He remembered that Ming Liui had previously agreed on a secret code. As long as you say okay before speaking, it will show whether you're sincere or not. Although Ming Liui was not there to listen to him, Yao Ziju still stuck to that tactic. He said, "Okay, it's just for show, it's a marriage alliance, there's no basis to it." Jiyu frowned. A responsible man would not say such words. She knew that it was not safe to say anything now, so she could only say, "I'll have a good talk with you again after this. I'm going home to rest first. You should also finish up the rehearsal quickly." "Be careful, mother," said Yao Ziju. "Don't worry," Jiyu said with a smile, "no one in this city dares to cause trouble for me." Yao Ziju and Jiyu's conversation quickly reached Yao Ziyang's ears. "Is that true?" Yao Ziyang asked, puzzled. The person who came to deliver the report said confidently, "It's not bad at all. I've also secretly recorded it." Yao Ziyang took the recording and listened carefully. Yao Ziju's voice came from the recorder. "Okay, it's just for show, it's a marriage alliance, there's no basis to it." When Cai Rixie heard this, she laughed. She said, "I thought Ming Liui had some tricks up her sleeve to make Yao Ziju treat her so well, but it was just for show." Yao Ziyang frowned and said, "I think Yao Ziju said it on purpose for others to hear. It sounds fake." Hearing Yao Ziyang's words, Cai Rixie was also suspicious, but she still believed in this recording. All these things went too smoothly for Ming Liui. If Yao Ziju put on an act for others to see, Ming Liui's happy face would be an illusion. Especially with this recording, it would be good to slap Ming Liui in the face with it in the future. Cai Rixie said, "Yao Ziju didn't like anyone before. How could he let Ming Liui control him so easily? This must be the reality of it." Yao Ziyang did not know about Cai Rixie's nasty thoughts. He said, "No matter what, we have to act now." Yao Ziyang called his secretary and said, "Release the photo now." After the call, Yao Ziyang was so excited that his hands were shaking, and his eyes were filled with madness. On Weibo, two topics suddenly appeared. Yao Corporation's president in female clothing. Is he actually a pervert? Is there a problem with his sexual orientation? Yao Corporation's president is suspected of using his marriage as an excuse to cover up his sexual orientation. Soon, the topic was pushed to the top of the trending searches by the netizens, and they were all discussing it. What? Yao Corporation's president is actually like this. If King vomited the food I ate the day before yesterday. After all, it's up to you how you want to dress up. I won't say anything about it. However, I really can't stand the fact that he's cheating with his marriage just to cover it up. Everyone, quickly find the contact information of the president's wife and tell her about this. Don't let her continue to be fooled. Stupid B** starred. So disgusting. The topic was getting more and more heated, and the marketing accounts continued to release hot news. It said that Yao Ziju is cold and aloof, and he doesn't get close to women. In the past, he never brought a female partner to any of his activities. This is the real reason. A few people who claimed to be informed also stood out and added to the discussions. I knew it. There were so many rich and famous ladies throwing themselves at Yao Ziju, but he didn't even spare them a glance. So that's the reason. It did not take long for the topic of Yao Ziju's perverted cross-dressing to become one of the top 3 trending topics. 194 There's no hurry. In the Yao family's main manor, the rehearsal continued. Mr. He brought his laptop and walked to Yao Ziju's side. He asked, "President, do we need to start planning now?" "There's no hurry," said Yao Ziju. Yao Gui heard the unpleasant news, and he hurriedly said, "What's going on? Son, why do you have such a picture?" "It's just a couple's fun," replied Yao Ziju indifferently. Yao Gui was suddenly furious and said, "Don't you feel embarrassed?" "How is it embarrassing? It's not illegal," Yao Ziju said. Yao Gui was speechless. "Get someone to deal with this immediately," he said instead. "I've already arranged it, father," said Yao Ziju lightly. The eyes of the netizens were very bright, especially the female netizens, who immediately raised doubts. "This Yao Corporation president looks very similar to the person in those videos. Original poster, please enlighten us." Very quickly, Ming Liui's video account was exposed. When the netizens saw the super handsome man wearing the tie, and the perfect side profile of the seafood-eating young man, they suddenly became uneasy. They were too similar. The last video was actually the recovery video that was super popular on the internet. The direction of public opinion immediately reversed. "Dream on. There's already a heroine here. Gosh, just now, we've been rallying for all girls to unite, and now it has become why am I not the heroine? This face, this figure, I want to be his heroine, too. Didn't it just show the love between the two of them? The marketing account is too shameless and has no substance. Could it be that I'm the only one who noticed that President Yao was previously handicapped and wheelchair-bound? Look at his recovery, he's so passionate." Mr. He saw the change in public opinion, so he walked to Yao Ziju's side with his laptop again. Mr. He said, "President, have a look." Yao Ziju gave the websites a once-over and said, "Protect my wife's privacy. We'll stick to the original plan for the rest." Ming Liui saw Yao Gui walk out with a gloomy face and hurried to Yao Ziju's side. She had also seen what happened on Weibo and suddenly panicked. She did not expect the photo to be posted on the internet. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui's expression and knew what she was worried about. He said, "Don't panic. Just attend the banquet in peace. I'll take care of the rest. You only have one task now, and that is to protect yourself. I can clear things up," Ming Liui said. "If you need me to speak up, I won't run away." "I didn't realize that you would be so concerned about my reputation," Yao Ziju said with a smile. Originally, he had wanted to tease Ming Liui and make her relax, but he did not expect her to do the opposite. Instead, she became even more anxious. Yao Ziju raised his hand and gently touched Ming Liui's brows, saying, "We're almost done here. We can talk about it when we get home." Ming Liui nodded. "All right, you go ahead. I'll wait quietly nearby." Yao Ziju quickly finished up the rehearsals and soon sat in the car with Ming Liui. When the car finally left the main manor, he hugged Ming Liui and said, "Silly girl, it's such a small matter. Why are you so nervous?" Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's expression and said, "Aren't overbearing CEOs like you supposed to value your reputation more than your life? In the whole world, there's only one thing that's more important than my life." Ming Liui's face was filled with anguish. She said, "It can't be me, right? You're giving me your life." Yao Ziju coughed a few times, trying to save face. He reached out and gently pinched Ming Liui's cheek and said, "Little minx, if you don't love me and fall in love with someone else, I'll lock you up and deal with you every day, making you unable to live or die." Ming Liui was silent for a moment before she said, "That's not different from you giving your life to me." Yao Ziju could feel that Liui had relaxed, so he said, "There was an experiment called the dopamine test in which the monkeys in the experiment found that every time they pulled a bar 10 times, they would get a banana. Do you know when the monkey's brain produced the most dopamine? When they were eating bananas?" Ming Liui asked. puzzled. Yao Ziju shook his head. It was the moment they got the banana. This is especially so when the reward was big, and when there were a lot of uncertainties, which can stimulate the monkeys to secrete dopamine. Ming Lairei's eyes immediately widened, staring at Yao Ziju. At this moment, Yao Ziju's expression was calm, but he exuded an intense pressure, like a demon king returning from hell. 195 Are you scared? This brother of mine is so kind and caring. How could I possibly deprive Yao Ziyang of that last bit of dopamine? Yao Ziju said lightly. After saying that, Yao Ziju found Ming Lairei staring at him with wide eyes. She did not say anything for a long time. Yao Ziju asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Only then did Ming Lairei come back to her senses. Yao Ziju had been too gentle beside her, so much so that she had almost forgotten that he was a decisive and cruel man. Ming Lairei nodded. Yao Ziju raised his hand and gently stroked her hair. His magnetic voice was filled with comfort as he said, "Lairei, my sweet wife, don't be afraid. I'm here." It was silly for her to be scared, but should she not be scared? Yao Ziju pretended not to see the expression on Ming Lairei's face, and immediately recovered his puppy-like gaze. He said, "I've been walking for so long now. My knees really hurt. Dear, please massage them." The car slowly stopped in front of the villa. The sky had already gone dark. Ming Lairei looked at Yao Ziju's legs and asked, "Do you need a wheelchair?" Yao Ziju nodded, and Zhao Qing quickly brought out the wheelchair. Xiao Fan could not hide the joy on her face. She said, "Master, Madam, dinner is ready. You can eat now. Is there something good to eat tonight?" Ming Lairei asked curiously. "That's not it," replied Zhao Qing. "It's just that Madam hasn't been home for a few days, and everyone has missed you very much." Yao Ziju thought about something but did not say it out loud. He and Ming Lairei went upstairs to change before going to the dining room. When they arrived, Xiao Fan pretended to be surprised and said, "Who turned off the lights? I'll go take a look first." However, after waiting for a while, the lights in the dining room did not turn on, but there was a faint candlelight. Zhao Qing pushed Yao Ziju into the dining room and they saw that it was full of people. There was a birthday cake on the table. Then, Xiao Fan led everyone to sing the happy birthday song. The crowd's singing was unorganized. Some were out of tune, some were shouting and singing, but no matter what, they still finished the song. After that, everyone looked at Yao Ziju, waiting for his reaction. Yao Ziju's face was calm as he said, "It sounds terrible." Xiao Fan was a little nervous. Had her intentions to get everyone to celebrate his birthday caused him to be unhappy? After a moment, Yao Ziju revealed a smile and said, "Although it's unpleasant to hear, I still like it. Thank you, everyone." The previously cold atmosphere instantly became lively again, and the servants began to talk. "As long as the master is happy, he's even smiling. Happy birthday, master." Xiao Fan also said, "Master, it's your birthday tomorrow. We thought that you must have spent it outside, but everyone really wanted to use this opportunity to thank you, so we decided to celebrate your birthday sooner at home. I hope you don't mind." "That's very kind of you. I'm very happy," Yao Ziju said. Xiao Fan continued, "Master, you can make your birthday wish tomorrow. Let's just blow out the candles together now." Yao Ziju nodded, and everyone blew out the candles and distributed the cake slices while congratulating him. "I wish the master good health. I hope you will always have a source of income. May everything go well for you, master." Ming Lairei made the first nice and dabbed some icing on the tip of Yao Ziju's nose, hinting to the others to use this opportunity to take revenge. Although Yao Ziju was quite happy, no one dared to act rashly and pretended not to see anything. They looked anywhere except at the madam. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Yao Ziju said, "Tomorrow will be an especially important day for me and the Yao family. I've received all the blessings you've given me today. This is extremely important and precious to me. Thank you." With that, Yao Ziju, with his nose still sporting the dab of cake icing, returned to the bedroom with Ming Lairei. After closing the bedroom door, Yao Ziju immediately brought her into his arms. Ming Lairei immediately fell onto Yao Ziju's lap, and he hugged her waist. "What do you want?" Ming Lairei asked. "You've done something bad, so naturally you must be punished," Yao Ziju said. Ming Lairei pretended not to understand. She said, When did I do anything bad? Let me go, I still have to take a shower. We can't waste food, the icing must be eaten, Yao Ziju said. Ming Liui's face flushed, and she quickly reached out to wipe off the icing from Yao Ziju's nose. 196 Disobedient. Ming Liui mumbled, I've already wiped it off, so shouldn't you let me go? Yao Ziju responded, how disobedient. As he said this, he took Ming Liui's hand and put it to his lips. Yao Ziju flicked out his tongue and licked off the icing from her hand bit by bit. Once he had licked everything clean, Yao Ziju gave her a look as if he was not satiated yet. He said, how delicious. Next time, you should slather more, my dear. Ming Liui turned beet red, and her voice turned coquettish as she said, stop messing around. We still have important matters to discuss. Yao Ziju pressed close to Ming Liui and nuzzled her with the tip of his nose. Ming Liui acted as if she was being teased, and she stretched out her hand to lightly push Yao Ziju away. Ming Liui asked, are all preparations for tomorrow complete? Since Ming Liui would not allow him to kiss her, Yao Ziju could only lean on her shoulder and nuzzle against her neck, breathing in deeply like an intoxicated man. Yao Ziju's hair made Ming Liui feel ticklish, and she gently nudged at him. Yao Ziju whispered into Ming Liui's ears, I'll only let you push me away twice. No more than that. If you try to push me away again, I'll make sure you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Ming Liui was rendered speechless. She was seated on Yao Ziju, and the rising body temperature between them gradually invaded her senses. She struggled to get up. Yao Ziju continued to put on a gentle expression even as he laid his head on her shoulder and hugged her tightly. He spoke hoarsely, don't move. Just let me hug you for a while longer. Ming Liui sensed certain changes stirring in Yao Ziju and immediately did not dare to move anymore. Yao Ziju continued hugging her for a while longer before he reluctantly let her go. He said, you can escape today, but you can't escape tomorrow. When the time comes, I will collect all my dues with interest. Ming Liui hurried into the bathroom and pretended that she did not hear him. Once both of them have washed up, they lay on the bed together. Yao Ziju said calmly, I have two plans tomorrow. If Yao Ziyang does not cross the line, I will leave him some breathing room. If he does, I will double everything he throws at me. At the moment, Yao Gui and Jiyu's safety did not need Yao Ziju's concern. His only priority was Ming Liui. Yao Ziju lifted his hand and gently stroked Ming Liui's ear. He said, once all the arrangements are complete, you just have to be your most beautiful self, and watch the show as the madam of the Yao family. Ming Liui responded, don't you need me to help out in some way? When Yao Ziju heard this, he laughed a little and said, come to think of it, I do. If you feel overly emotional tomorrow, be sure not to cry buckets. Ming Liui said in slight confusion, it's the internal conflict among your Yao family. What would I become emotional about? Yao Ziju did not respond to that, and only kissed her forehead lightly. He said, rest well. Have a good sleep. Everything was peaceful in the villa, but over at Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi's place, they were completely restless. Yao Ziyang said, Rixi, you head home first. Tomorrow you will have to attend the birthday banquet with your parents. Tell your parents to stay calm tomorrow. Are you sure everything will work out fine tomorrow? Cai Rixi asked. Yao Ziyang narrowed his eyes, as though he could already picture what would happen the next day. He said, the funds have been fully accumulated, and the smear campaign against Yao Ziju was also sent out. I can't wait to see the look of panic on his face. Cai Rixi nodded, got up, and instructed the driver to send her back to the Cai residence. Upon walking through the door, Cai Rixi noticed that her parents were still in the living room, as if they were waiting for her. Seeing that both were there, Cai Rixi said, Dad, Mom, I happened something to tell you. Cai Wenlun heaved a soft sigh and said, then, you go first. Cai Rixi said, you've seen how Yao Ziju behaved. During Dad's birthday, Yao Ziju acted impertinently and was even deluded enough to want to buy over the Cai group. How despicable. Tomorrow, during Yao Ziju's birthday banquet, Yao Ziyang intends to pay back all his deeds and take away everything belonging to Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang will also rise to the position of CEO of Yao Corporation and cause Yao Ziju to completely lose face. Once that happens, our CAI family will be fully secure. CAI Rixie spoke very quickly and did not give CAI Wenlun the chance to cut in. She continued by saying, "So, no matter what happens tomorrow, don't panic. When you're asked to speak up, you just have to offer your support to Ziyang. This way, Ziyang will be able to properly protect the CAI family." CAI Wenlun could see that CAI Rixie was obsessed with the idea, and knew that no matter what he said, CAI Rixie would not listen to him anymore. CAI Wenlun asked a question which he was deeply concerned about. "Rixie, I would like to ask you about something. Back then, how did you manage to get Ming Liui to become the bride substitute?" 197 Does it matter? CAI Rixie frowned. She did not expect CAI Wenlun to ask such a question. She said, "Does it matter? Why are you suddenly bringing up Ming Liui?" Chen Xiaomir looked at CAI Rixie seriously, and said, "Rixie, this matter is very important to us." CAI Rixie immediately avoided Chen Xiaomir's eyes. She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and it was as though all her hair was standing up. CAI Rixie said, "What's important? Is Ming Liui important? Would Ming Liui think about you in everything she does? What's so important about her anyway? She's just an outsider who has nothing to do with us." Chen Xiaomir's heart turned even colder when she heard CAI Rixie's words. Smart people did not need to over-clarify like that. Chen Xiaomir had always wanted to leave some face for CAI Rixie, and had even agreed to let her continue to stay in the CAI family. But now, it seemed that CAI Rixie remained ignorant about how things in the world worked. Thinking of everything that had happened before, Chen Xiaomir was almost certain that everything CAI Rixie did was to harm Chen Xiaomir's biological daughter. CAI Wenlun said coldly, "I've already given you your chance. Tomorrow, there will be no going back." With that, CAI Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir stood up and left. CAI Rixie did not expect this to happen. She felt that CAI Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir knew something. She could not sit still. Yao Ziyang did not know that CAI Rixie was not a child of the CAI family. If this matter was exposed, CAI Rixie quickly shook her head and rejected the idea. She and Yao Ziyang shared the same goals. As long as Yao Ziyang succeeded tomorrow, CAI Rixie would have the chance to keep the CAI family silent. She got in the car and asked the driver to send her back to Yao Ziyang's place. When Yao Ziyang saw CAI Rixie return, he knew that something must have happened. He asked, "What happened?" CAI Rixie had thought it through very clearly along the way. She could not let Yao Ziyang know about this, so she said, "My parents won't listen to me. Get someone to stop them tomorrow, in case something happens." When Yao Ziyang heard this, he frowned and said, "Most of my people have been assigned their positions. We can only let the reserve team go over to stop them, but those people have special identities, and their methods are not very good. I'm just worried that they might underestimate their own strength and hurt your parents." "It doesn't matter," CAI Rixie said with a determined expression. "Just get it done." In the morning, Ming Liui had something on her mind, and she ended up waking at dawn. Ming Liui subconsciously reached out and touched the other side of the bed. There was no one there, but the spot was still warm. It seemed that Yao Ziju had just woken up. Hearing Ming Liui turn over on the bed, Yao Ziju came out of the bathroom. Although Ming Liui had woken up, it was still very early. She continued to laze on the bed, and her hair was messy, which only added to her allure. Yao Ziju sat on the side like he was approaching a pet kitten. He held Ming Liui in his arms and gently kissed her forehead. He said, "It's still early. If you're tired, you can sleep a little longer." Ming Liui whiffed a faint minty smell on Yao Ziju's body and snuggled into his arms. She said, "All right, I'll go check Weibo first to see if anyone is causing trouble." Yao Ziju placed Ming Liui under the covers and went to the bathroom again. Ming Liui picked up her phone and launched the social media app. As expected, there was a new trending topic. Yao Corporation's Xinghai City project has been suspended. The vice president has turned the tide. Yao Ziyang's counterattack. Yao family banquet. Big scoop. Ming Liui frowned and tapped on these trending searches. All the marketing accounts posted almost the same content, and these were most probably drafts directly given by Yao Ziyang. The content was about when Yao Ziju was the president, he started the Xinghai City project, but it was unsuccessful. The project was put on hold for a long time, and Yao Corporation suffered great losses. Although Yao Ziju had woken up, he did not step down from the position of CEO. Instead, he brought his people to have a vacation in Xinghai City for a few days. The Xinghai City project could be restarted this time thanks to Vice President Yao Ziyang's efforts. Moreover, he had used this matter to, more or less, push that it was Yao Ziyang who had led the Yao Corporation's rescue during the storm. When Ming Liui saw this, she angrily switched off her phone. These people were just distorting the truth. Yao Ziju finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Ming Liui's angry face, Yao Ziju said lightly, "There's no need to be angry. Let the public's opinions continue to ferment. The more people know about this, the better." The birthday banquet started at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the guests began arriving 2 hours in advance. 198. The birthday banquet. The Yao family was one of the richest families, so they only had a limited number of invitations. Those who could attend the birthday banquet were all from influential families. It was the beginning of October. The weather was pleasant, and the garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The guests were dressed and holding wine glasses in their hands as they flattered each other in the garden. There were many journalists gathered outside the Yao family's main manor. They did not have any invitation cards, so they could only wait at the entrance. However, they did not stay idle and quietly took photos of the guests getting out of their cars. 30 minutes ago, Yao Ziju arrived at the banquet. He was dressed in a tailored suit, and his handsome face and tall posture made him the brightest star in the crowd. Everyone stopped talking and stared at him. This was not the first time Yao Ziju had appeared in front of everyone after he woke up, but last time, he was still wheelchair-bound. Tonight, he was standing. His face was calm, and he had a commanding presence, as if no tragedy had happened at all. The crowd saw that he did not bring his wife with him. They were surprised, but at the same time, they thought it was reasonable. "President Yao, congratulations on your recovery," someone immediately said. Yao Ziju raised his wine glass and said, "Thank you, everyone, for attending this banquet despite your busy schedules. Please forgive me for not taking care of the place properly. The banquet will begin in a while, and everyone can take a seat in the banquet hall." "Oh my," Cheng Sanjin said as he walked, "you're quite handsome today." Yao Ziju glanced at Cheng Sanjin and said, "Thanks, you tied it up well today, too." The two of them gave each other polite compliments and went inside the banquet hall together. Yao Ziyang and his father were also dressed to the nines as they walked into the banquet hall from the main manor, as if they were the hosts of the banquet, and greeted the guests. When the crowd saw Yao Ziyang's father, they were also a little surprised. Ever since he lost the succession, Yao Ziyang's father rarely appeared in public. He usually kept a low profile, and it had been a long time since he attended such a grand occasion. Upon closer inspection of the father and son duo, one would notice that they were both wearing top-tier branded clothes. Cheng Sanjin looked at Yao Ziju and said, "I'll delay them. We can't let them steal the limelight, after all." Cheng Sanjin walked over with a glass of wine. "Uncle Yao, Ziyang, you're here," Cheng Sanjin said. "It's Ziju's birthday today. You've worked hard." Yao Ziyang's father, Yao Hui, did not take Cheng Sanjin seriously, so he said, "It's the Yao family's banquet. You are an outsider, and you're not related to the Yao family, so you are not qualified to come and talk to us about hard work." Cheng Sanjin did not get angry. He smiled and said, "I'm Ziju's best friend, of course I have to help entertain the guests." Cheng Sanjin deliberately emphasized the word guests. Yao Hui snorted coldly, deliberately leveraging his own seniority to speak. He said, "The younger generation of the Cheng family are becoming more insensible. When I have time, I'll definitely have a good talk with old Cheng." "You don't have to worry about the Cheng family's affairs," Cheng Sanjin said. "But Yao Ziju is the most capable person in the Yao family's generation. In just a few years, he has significantly increased Yao Corporation's stock prices and profit revenues." As he spoke, Cheng Sanjin clicked Yao Ziyang's wine glass with his own and he continued, "Ziyang has contributed a lot as the vice president. Uncle Yao, you've taught him well." Yao Ziyang's heart was still tense, and he was not in the mood to talk to Cheng Sanjin. He said perfunctorily, "Thank you for the compliment. Brother Cheng, you should go and sit first." Cheng Sanjin had no intention of leaving. He said, "I'm very interested in the Xinghai City project. I have time now. Can you tell me about it?" Both father and son did not want to continue talking about this with Cheng Sanjin. Yao Hui said, "Ziyang, let's go." Cheng Sanjin did not want to cause a conflict, so he let them go. Yao Hui and Yao Ziyang made toasts at each table. As long as it was an attendee, Yao Hui would formally introduce his son to them. The people present were all smart and had seen all kinds of news on Weibo recently. However, to them, no matter who had the final say in the Yao family, their business was still running, and they could not offend anyone. No matter what happened to the Yao family in the end, they had to give face to Yao Hui. The crowd also peeked at Yao Ziju's expression. Even while facing such a situation, Yao Ziju did not show any dissatisfaction, but greeted the guests with a smile. The banquet was about to begin. Yao Gui led Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir into the venue from the main manor. The appearance of these guests surprised everyone present, and they began to discuss among themselves. Yao Ziyang frowned. He had already sent people to stop the Cai family from coming out, so how did Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir get here? 199 Did they really get bought over? Yao Gui brought Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir to the main table, and the crowd's chattering became even louder. Why did the Cai family come in with Yao Gui? Did they really get bought over by Yao Corporation? Even if Cai Group was acquired, it's impossible for them to sit at the main table. I don't understand. But isn't the Cai family daughter, Cai Rixi, engaged to Yao Ziyang? Could it be that the Yao family has changed their minds about the acquisition? If that's the case, the Cai family's daughter didn't come today. Exactly, Yao Ziju's wife isn't here either. What the hell is going on? People had stood up to look around the venue. Unsurprisingly, they did not see Cai Rixi or Ming Liuai. Instead, they saw an old man with a simple and honest face beside Yao Ziju's other best friend, Xiao Mo. Although Xiao Mo was wearing a suit, he seemed to be very uncomfortable. Without waiting for everyone to continue their gossiping, the MC said, "There are still a few minutes before the start of the banquet. The lights will be dimmed, so please find your seats as soon as possible." Yao Hui and Yao Ziyang took their seats. Yao Ziyang felt his heart beating faster and faster. All the preparations he had made were about to begin. The MC started the countdown. 1, 2, 3. As the time came, the MC said, "Welcome, everyone, to Yao Ziju's 27th birthday. Let's welcome today's main characters, Mr. Zhu, Yao Ziju, and his mother, Miss Ji Yu." A beam of light shone on Yao Ziju and Ji Yu. Yao Ziju had changed his style. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing his handsome features. Although his suit was low-key, the fabric was exquisite, the cut fit him perfectly, and the sleeves were decorated with 2 diamond studs. Anyone could tell with one look that it was expensive. Ji Yu was holding onto Yao Ziju's arm. She was dressed in an evening dress with her hair tied up, appearing elegant and mature. The two of them slowly walked up to the stage under everyone's gaze. Just as he was about to go on stage, the lights suddenly went out. When it came on again, the light was on Yao Ziyang. Yao Ziyang stood up from his seat, smiling like a winner, and he walked to Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang took the microphone from the MC and said, "Brother, happy birthday." Yao Ziju chuckled. Yao Ziyang continued, "On such a happy day, I'll definitely give you a super surprise." "You can't wait, can you?" asked Yao Ziju. "Don't you want to start after you're full?" His tone was cold, as though he was just finishing his meal. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Mr. He instructed a cameraman to use Ming Liuai's video account to start the live stream. Very quickly, the media waiting outside also discovered that this live stream was actually broadcasting the events of the Yao family's banquet. All the major platforms immediately started to broadcast it. Ming Liuai's account's live stream was immediately flooded with a large number of viewers. It's not even 8 p.m. yet, but the prime time has already started. It wasn't easy for me to squeeze in. What part are they at now? You're not late, you've arrived just in time. The Yao family has been very lively recently. They even have a live stream this time. That's right. The beer and popcorn are all ready. We're just waiting for showtime. Yao Ziju patted Ji Yu's hand, and Ji Yu nodded before walking down the stage and sitting at the main table. The rest of the time was for Yao Ziju and Yao Ziyang's confrontation. Since it's a surprise, it's naturally better to reveal it sooner, Yao Ziyang said. As soon as he finished speaking, the big screen on the stage began to play a video. The content of the video was the same as what the Weibo marketing account had been harping on about these days. Yao Ziju's health was not good, so the Yao family's profits stopped rising, and the Xinghai City project was also suspended. As the music gradually became higher, the video introduced Yao Ziyang's personal experience, showed his control and progress over the Xinghai City, and finally showed his financial reserves. After the video ended, the lights of the banquet lit up. Yao Ziyang said, "Brother, the funds for the Xinghai City project are a gift that I have prepared for you. After you celebrate your birthday, you can go enjoy your life, and leave your work to me." Yao Ziju raised his brows and said, "Our Yao Corporation is a legitimate company. We won't use funds that came from dubious sources." Just as he finished speaking, the screen lit up again. On the screen was Yao Ziyang's office, where a group of accountants were auditing his accounts. The Yao Corporation will naturally cooperate with the auditors, so as to not let the company have any financial problems, said Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang frowned, and he said, "This money is the profit of the company under my name. Brother, you don't have to worry." Yao Ziju laughed. "The investigation might take some time, so I'll show you something else first. Usually, dirty laundry shouldn't be aired in public, and I didn't want anyone to see it. But since you wish to be in the limelight, I shall let you have your fill today." 200. Does he look familiar? After Yao Ziju finished, a blurry surveillance image appeared on the screen. In the video, Yao Ziju was inspecting the construction site with some people, but the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed. The people watching the video could not help but exclaim. On the screen, Yao Ziju reacted very quickly and pushed away the person next to him, causing him to fall down. The image quickly rewound, and the timestamp showed that it was the night before the accident. A suspicious person was committing sabotage. This scene was intentionally deleted by someone and replaced with other scenes. It was almost hidden from everyone. I hired a lot of experts to fix it last month, and only then did I realize that there were actually people who hated me so much. Yao Ziju paused for a second and continued, "Ziyang, do you see anyone familiar?" Yao Ziyang stared at the image on the screen, and remained calm. Even if this person was caught, it had nothing to do with him. He said calmly, "I hope the police can catch the criminal soon." Yao Ziju laughed. "Then, let's ask this man to come and talk about what kind of grudge he has against me for him to want me dead." The image on the screen changed. In the police station, a person was sitting on a chair. The man lowered his head and admitted to all his crimes. "I only did it because I was paid to do so." Soon, the police announced that this person had received a private transfer to his account, and the account was overseas, so it did not seem to be related to Yao Ziyang at all. Yao Ziyang heaved a sigh of relief. The screen switched to the scene of an audit. In the video, one could clearly see that this overseas account, along with another account, had financial transactions with a small company that was under Yao Ziyang's name. "I don't care about the financial matters," Yao Ziyang said immediately. "If there's a mole in the company, I hope the relevant departments will investigate it immediately." The people at the banquet started discussing intensely, and those who were watching the live stream on the internet were also discussing it. Is there anyone who understands what's going on? Does this matter have anything to do with Yao Ziyang? Previous poster, don't worry. This is a live broadcast, not a TV series. There must be an ending. It must be related. Yao Ziyang benefited the most from Yao Ziju's incident. His motive is too obvious. Even so, wouldn't the leak be a little too big? Doesn't Yao Ziyang know how to not leave traces behind when he does things? Just as everyone was having their discussion, there was a new discovery from the investigation. Most of the cash in Yao Ziyang's hands was actually from the company's assets as collateral. It was obvious that these assets were not all under Yao Ziyang's name, but mostly the Yao family's. Yao Ziyang used his position to carry out a few operations and embezzled the funds of Yao Corporation. Before Yao Ziyang could react, the police had already arrived at the scene and announced that Yao Ziyang was under arrest. Yao Hui stood up in disbelief. He caught the police's attention and was also taken away for investigation. The scene was too exciting. The person who wanted Yao Ziju to retire was finally arrested by the police. The viewers were very happy. There was no need to wait. The police had already arrested the person. Following that, Yao Ziju's one sentence made everyone who wanted to leave stay in the live stream room. Next, I'll formally introduce my wife to everyone, said Yao Ziju. The banquet's door opened. Ming Liuai was holding a gift and standing at the door. The light shone on Ming Liuai's body, and she looked like a fairy. Ming Liuai's skin was fair and smooth, and her delicate face was beautiful and lively. Yao Ziju extended his hand to Ming Liuai, who quickly walked up the stage with a smile. The two of them stood on the stage hand in hand. Yao Ziju used his strength and lifted Ming Liuai up, then he spun around on the spot. In those dark days, my wife gave me light. She fed me every day, massaged my numb legs without complaint, and encouraged me tirelessly so that I could stand up again. When I woke up, I thought, my wife is so beautiful. When I woke up, I couldn't see or walk. Everyone mocked me for being blind, and a cripple who couldn't walk. I wanted to let go of everything, but I was too greedy. I never want to let go of this warmth. I used to be very suspicious of what kind of parents would be willing to let their daughter marry someone like me. In the end, I discovered that my wife is actually the biological daughter of the Cai family, and that they had brought the wrong child home. When everyone heard this, their mouths were wide open in shock. They could not believe it. Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Yao Gui felt a little comforted. Yesterday, when Yao Gui found out that Ming Liuai was the real daughter of the Cai family, he was shocked as well, which was why this was happening today. 201 Proposal. The people viewing the live stream immediately lost their calm and started commenting like crazy. Oh my god, what kind of reversal is this? I can't imagine this historic development. Cai Rixi, is this the legendary match made in heaven? Even if they carried the wrong child, they would still end up together in the end. Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir walked onto the stage and presented an official report to the crowd. Cai Wenlun said, Ming Liuai is indeed our child. As parents, we have failed in our duties for the past 20 years. Fortunately, Liuai is a blessed child and finally got together with the person she loves. After that, the people from the charity foundation also started spamming comments in the live stream chat. Isn't that Ming Liuai? She donated a lot of money to the foundation for vegetative people and has even come to the foundation's rehab center to express her condolences. I just checked the news. It happened to be raining that day, right? The Yao Corporation's helicopter went there to pick her up. Wait a minute. If that's the case, does that mean that Yao Ziju was the one who donated those resources? In that case, Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi won't get any awards. They are just two scheming dogs. All the profits from Ming Liuai's vlogging account were also donated to the foundation. Moreover, the president of Yao Corporation was originally in a vegetative state. This doesn't make sense. The truth is out. I'm a fan of this pair now. One is handsome and rich while the other is kind and gentle. They're so sweet. Now, I'd like to introduce you to the village chief of Lychee village, Yao Ziju continued. The village chief quickly followed Xiao Mo onto the stage. He took the microphone and said, "Thank you, President Yao, for coming to our Lychee village in person to understand our situation. You also came up with such a good plan. You have shown everyone the culture that we have been passing down from generation to generation." At this, the village chief paused for a moment and continued with some excitement, "And thanks to Yao Corporation, we will have an airport soon. It would be very convenient for everyone to visit Lychee village, and everyone in the country can try our products." After the village chief finished speaking, Xiao Mo escorted him back to his seat. "We have a very good plan for the Xinghai City project," Yao Ziju said into the microphone. "My apologies for making everyone worry just now." With Yao Ziju's words, a huge cake was pushed forward. There was a candle on it. Yao Ziju continued, "Today is my first birthday since I woke up. This is my new life." Ming Liuai looked at Yao Ziju, her eyes filled with gentleness. The people below jeered, "Hurry and make a wish. Blow out the candles." Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liuai, and he said, "Liuai, blow out the candles. Shouldn't you make a wish first?" Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziju looked into her eyes, and he said seriously, "You're my goddess. Who else do I make a wish to?" Ming Liui's heart beat faster. At this moment, Yao Ziju kneeled down on one knee and took out a diamond ring from his pocket. "Liui, I've never proposed to you before. I hope it's not too late to propose to you now." Yao Ziju paused for a second and trembled nervously. After calming down, he firmly said, "Liui, will you marry me?" Ming Liui was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears, and she covered her mouth in shock as the tears began to pour. Ming Liui nodded. Yes. From the beginning, Cai Rixie had never thought of coming to Yao Ziju's birthday party openly. She wanted to leave a way out so that, if Yao Ziyang failed, Cai Rixie could escape unscathed. However, how could the people in the center of the banquet hall miss such an exciting moment? Cai Rixie, disguised as a maid, snuck in from behind. When Yao Ziyang was taken away by the police, Cai Rixie wanted to escape, but when she saw her parents' backs in the crowd, she hesitated. However, Cai Rixie never expected that Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir would announce Ming Liui's identity at this banquet. This was like being struck by lightning again for Cai Rixie. She had previously thought that her plan was flawless, but in reality, she was just being a clown. She had been putting on a one-man show while the others watched her quietly. The fear in Cai Rixie's heart rushed to her brain. She felt dizzy and could not even breathe. She thought that by carefully planning to have Ming Liui marry the crippled Yao Ziju, she would be able to get rid of the troublesome Ming Liui. However, she did not expect that in the end, it would turn out like this. Ming Liui became a rich lady and could even fight against her. Cai Rixie thought that she acted very well, but she did not expect her parents to just watch her coldly from the side, not caring about the sentiments they shared for so many years. 202 A dark day. Everything that Cai Rixie worked for had turned into nothing. Today was supposed to be the best day of her life, but it turned out to be the darkest and most painful day. All these thoughts overwhelmed her. Before she had a mental breakdown, she had to escape. Cai Rixie ran out of the Yao family's main manor and sat trembling in the Cai family car. Her driver's license had been revoked because of the last drunk driving incident, but she could not bring herself to care. She just wanted to leave this place at once. However, as soon as she started the car, Cai Rixie saw Ming Liui and Chen Xiaomir going into the garden. They were holding each other's arms intimately, as if this mother and daughter pair had never been apart. Cai Rixie completely broke down. Her legs shook, but she still stepped on the accelerator and rushed toward Ming Liui and Chen Xiaomir. With a loud crash, the car broke through the guardrails and rushed straight ahead. Ming Liui and Chen Xiaomir quickly turned their heads when they heard the noise. However, the car was too fast for the two of them to react. Chen Xiaomir could clearly see Cai Rixie's twisted face, and she pushed Ming Liui away. When Cai Rixie saw this, she became even crazier. She turned the steering wheel, changed direction, and desperately wanted to run Ming Liui down. Yao Ziju heard the noise and immediately rushed out with his bodyguards. He saw Ming Liui be pushed away by Chen Xiaomir, and Cai Rixie, though she was driving very fast, narrowly missed her. Cai Rixie immediately reversed the car and attempted a second time. But this time, Yao Ziju pressed a button. Steel spikes suddenly appeared on the ground of the garden, and burst the car tires. The car lost control and immediately flipped over. It skidded across the ground for a while before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, the livestream camera recorded everything that happened. When the netizens saw this scene, they flooded the chat. Was the driver Cai Rixie? She's not from a family of scholars, but she managed to become an author herself. Why would she do such a thing? Is she really that crazy? Was I the only one who noticed those spikes? Are all rich families prepared for such a big crisis? Very quickly, Cai Rixie and Yao Ziyang both appeared on the trending searches. Yao Corporation's vice president has been taken away by the police for investigation. Cai Rixie's image crumbles after attempting to hit someone with her car. Yao Ziyang's fiancé, Cai Rixie. The netizens' reactions were immediate. Cai Rixie's crazy way of doing things caused her fans to explode at once. They no longer supported her. All major websites quickly removed the books related to CAI Rixie from their catalogs. CAI Rixie's vision turned upside down and gradually blurred. The last thing she saw was Yao Ziju, CAI Wenlun, and Chen Xiaomir all surrounding Ming Lairii, looking worried about whether Ming Lairii was injured or frightened. Why do people only care about Ming Lairii? Ming Lairii was glowing, smiling gently, and waving for everyone to not worry, showing that she was safe and sound. CAI Rixie could not take it anymore and closed his eyes. She was promptly sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, while the guests also left. The steadfast Zhao Qing checked the lawn very carefully and found a phone. He guessed that it was CAI Rixie's and handed it to Yao Ziju. After all the guests had left, Jiyu said, "Son, you and Lairii come with me." Yao Ziju put the phone in his pocket and followed his mother into the room with Ming Lairii. After closing the door, Jiyu's face immediately darkened. "Although you confessed to Lairii at the banquet and Lairii agreed to it," Jiyu said, "I haven't forgotten what you told me that day." Ming Lairii was puzzled. "Did Ziju say something unfilial that made you angry?" Yao Ziju did not rush to speak and just sat on the sofa. The phone in his pocket was in the way, so he took it out. Yao Ziju's voice immediately came out of the phone. "Okay, Ming Lairii and I are just putting on a show. It's just a marriage alliance, there are no feelings between us." Jiyu was, and so was Yao Ziju. CAI Rixie seemed to have turned this recording into a single loop. She had played it once, added a moment's pause, and then had it play again from the beginning. "Okay, Ming Lairii and I are just putting on a show. It's just a marriage alliance, there are no feelings between us. Okay, Ming Lairii and I are." After it played for the third time, Yao Ziju turned off the recording. "It's probably because CAI Rixie didn't exit from the recording," Yao Ziju said awkwardly. She set it to play on loop. Jiyu was a little speechless, and said, "So, you're only going to explain that?" Yao Ziju looked at Ming Lairii, and he said, "There's no need to explain so much about me and my wife. My wife has always understood." Jiyu saw that Ming Lairii was not angry at all and even smiled. Her smile reached her eyes, making her look very cute. 203 Heartache. Jiyu's heart immediately ached for Ming Lairii. Her son was too much of a scumbag. She did not know what method he had used to deceive Lairii, this poor girl, to such an extent. If Jiyu had just gotten married and heard Yao Gui say this, she would have just chopped off his head. Jiyu frowned and said, "Lairii, marriage is a two-way relationship. Both parties must be equal. You can't spoil Ziju like this." When Ming Lairii heard the okay at the beginning of the recording, she knew that Yao Ziju was being sarcastic. She just thought it was too funny for his mother to catch him in the act, so she could not help but laugh. "Mother," Yao Ziju said helplessly, "you should have known from the recording that it wasn't safe back then to speak my mind, so I was being sarcastic. I was afraid that someone would do something to Lairii." When Jiyu heard this, her expression became better. She said, "I knew it. There was no way my son would be such an irresponsible scumbag." Ming Lairii said, Thank you." Jiyu smiled and said, "I really like having you as my daughter-in-law. If Yao Gui, that old man, bullies you in the future, just tell me. I'll immediately come to back you up. If you have any grievances, just say it. Don't bear it all by yourself. I haven't even given you a bribe to call me mom, yet. Tomorrow, I'll have someone transfer it straight to your card, and you can spend it yourself." Ming Lairii was a little embarrassed. She said, actually." Jiyu knew what Ming Lairii wanted to say and immediately interrupted her, saying, "Let the past be the past. I don't care if you're young and in love. You can also live well by yourself." The two of them chatted away happily, and ignored Yao Ziju as if he did not exist. "I'm going outside to take a look, you ladies can continue with your chat." Yao Ziju stood up. "Hurry up and get out of here," Jiyu said. "You're a grown man, and you do take up so much space." With that, Jiyu pulled Ming Lairii aside to look for Yao Ziju's childhood photographs and school projects, and opened them up for her to see. Ming Lairii winked at Yao Ziju, and he walked out, feeling assured. "After you get married, don't just focus on your husband," Jiyu said. "If there's something you want to do, then just do it." Ming Lairii looked at Jiyu in surprise. Jiyu's words were the complete opposite of Yao Gui's. Ji Yu saw Ming Liu's shocked expression and asked, "Why are you so surprised? Could it be that the old B***starred Yao Gui has brainwashed you? You can't listen to him. What taking care of the family after getting married? What be a good wife? That's all bullsh**t. Ming Liu shook her head and said, "Mr. Yao thinks that I'm not qualified to be a good wife." When Ji Yu heard this, she immediately laughed and said, "Although the Yao family is relatively large, not everyone is valued. Look at me, I left them, just like that." "I understand," Ming Liu said. "I won't give up on what I want to achieve." The two of them chatted for a long time before they went downstairs together, where Yao Ziju was waiting for them. "Mom, are you coming with me to my place tonight?" asked Yao Ziju. Ji Yu said, "No, I'll be staying in the area for a few more days. I'll meet some friends first before I leave. You can send me off when the time comes." Yao Ziju did not say anything more and nodded. Ming Liu held Yao Ziju's arm and said, "Mom, I'll visit you when I have time." Ji Yu smiled and nodded, then left the Yao family's main manor. "Let's go back," Yao Ziju said. Ming Liu looked around and said, "Aren't you going to let your father know?" "Dad became upset and left," said Yao Ziju. Ming Liu was speechless. The sky was dark, the lights were bright, and the night wind was blowing. Yao Ziju suddenly had an impulse and said, "Let's go for a drive." Ming Liu smiled and said, "Okay." The skylight opened, and Ming Liu raised her head, only to see a sky full of stars. With the crisis resolved, Ming Liu was very relaxed. When they passed by a burger shop, Ming Liu said, "I'm not full yet. I think I'd like to eat some fried chicken and fries, and a bottle of cola." Yao Ziju immediately drove Ming Liu to get some fast food. The two of them did not eat in the shop. Instead, they brought the food back to the car. Ming Liu ate a crispy French fry and immediately fed one to Yao Ziju. Ming Liu said, "Try it. These French fries are just right. They're quite crispy." Yao Ziju opened his mouth and ate it. It was indeed crispy. At the red light, Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liu. Ming Liu also looked back at him, and her eyes were brighter than the stars. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly began to heat up. 204 What do you want to eat? Ming Liu took the fried chicken and asked, "Want some?" "No, I don't feel like eating anything else right now," said Yao Ziju. "Then what do you want to eat?" Ming Liu asked, puzzled. Yao Ziju looked at the traffic light that was about 20 seconds away and immediately kissed Ming Liu on the lips. Ever since Yao Ziju had officially confessed to Ming Liu, his protagonist's halo and Ming Liu's godly luck halo had brought prosperity to Yao Corporation once more. Yao Ziju's net worth had risen sharply, and he was no longer surrounded by random girls. The Yao family's current working rules had also become to increase efficiency and work less overtime. They could not let the CEO, in particular, work overtime. This was because Yao Ziju had to go home immediately after work to be with his wife. Everyone in the Yao family knew that the CEO of Yao Corporation was an iceberg in the company during the day. He planned strategies and did not get close to women. However, when he returned home and saw his wife, the CEO became a puppy and did whatever his wife said. How did everyone know about this? It was all thanks to the president's wife's vlog account. Ever since she became popular, Madame Yao had been vlogging about her daily life. Even though the president did not show his face, everyone knew that it was Yao Ziju himself being featured on the camera. When the employees were scolded during the day, they would go back at night to watch the videos. When they saw the president's expression, they would not feel as angry as before. Thus, the company became much more harmonious. Today, Yao Ziju was in a hurry to go home, but Ming Liu was not feeling well. The two of them had gotten used to living in the villa, so they did not move back to the old manor. When Yao Ziju returned home, Ming Liu was still sleeping on the bed. It was winter, and the heating was working well. Ming Liu had only covered herself with the quilt, and was already sweating a little. Yao Ziju gently touched her forehead with his hand. Her temperature was normal, so he let out a sigh of relief. Since Yao Ziju's complete recovery, a whole new world had been opened to him. In the past, he was always cold and did not get close to women, but today, when Yao Ziju saw his wife, he was like a dog with a bone, and he wanted to pounce on her at once. Especially when he smelled Ming Liu's scent, it was as if he had been set on fire. His body temperature and heart rate rose uncontrollably. Perhaps, because Ming Liuai had done so much over the past few days, the toll had finally caught up to her. In the morning, before Yao Ziju went to work, Ming Liuai was already feeling a little uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, when Yao Ziju came back from work, Ming Liuai was still asleep. Yao Ziju looked at Xiao Fan and said, "My wife has been sleeping the whole day. Did she eat anything?" "She has, Master Yao," Xiao Fan replied immediately. "She went back to sleep just before evening." Yao Ziju returned to the bedroom and helped Ming Liuai up. "Liuai, it's time to get up for dinner. Eat before you sleep." Ming Liuai woke up in a daze and said in a soft voice, "Ah, you're back. I slept for that long." Thinking back to the previous night, Ming Liuai's face instantly turned red. She had been a little too indulgent recently. Yao Ziju's advances were fierce, and he would carry her from here to there without stopping. Even now, when it was just the two of them upstairs, the housekeepers did not dare go upstairs. "I don't feel like eating," Ming Liuai said. "I don't have any appetite at all. I want to go back to sleep." Yao Ziju kissed her forehead and said, "Listen to me, dear. If you don't eat, you'll feel worse. Eat before you sleep." "I'll be fine," Ming Liuai said. "It's fine for me to skip a meal." "Then eat with me. I can't eat alone without you." Ming Liuai sighed and said, "I suspect you're just being coy with me, but I don't have any evidence." Yao Ziju's chest trembled and he could not help but laugh. The two of them went down to eat together. Ming Liuai usually liked to eat old John's cooking, and even if she did not want to eat, she still could not resist eating a few mouthfuls while sitting at the table with Yao Ziju. Ming Liuai did not know what was going on today, but when she smelled the food, she frowned. "My stomach isn't feeling well," Ming Liuai said. "I feel like puking." Yao Ziju did not hesitate and immediately took her to the hospital. After Ming Liuai was checked, she was still confused. Yao Ziju hugged her, kissed her on the cheek, then kissed her on the lips. Ming Liuai helplessly said, "What did the doctor say again? I'm pregnant already. So soon?" "It's because I'm so hardworking," Yao Ziju replied gently. Ming Liuai was speechless. Back in the villa, Yao Ziju carried Ming Liuai as if she was some kind of treasure. He was being so careful, too afraid of dropping her. "You don't have to be so exaggerated," Ming Liuai said. "My body is not made of glass." "Liuai, you're going to be a mother," Yao Ziju said. "Naturally, because we didn't use birth control," Ming Liuai said indifferently. 205 Being pregnant is hard. Yao Ziju was extremely nervous. He had been looking forward to this day, but when it really came, he said nervously, "Dear, pregnancy is very hard. In order to prevent you from working too hard, I'll invite a nutritionist and a doctor over tomorrow. You can pick a few that you like and they'll follow your arrangements at any time." Ming Liuai nodded. She would listen to Yao Ziju. "I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep," Ming Liuai said. She was nervous, too, and gently touched her stomach. It was still so flat and no different from usual, but there was actually a life inside. It had not even been a year since she transmigrated, and Ming Liuai had experienced things she got to experience in her previous life. She met the person she loved, and now she was pregnant. Ming Liuai had completely integrated into this world and started her own new life. The next morning, Ming Liuai did not open her eyes. She turned over and touched Yao Ziju. Ming Liuai looked at the time and said, "Why haven't you gone to work yet?" "My wife is pregnant, so naturally I can't go to work," Yao Ziju said. Ming Liuai said, "Why can't you go to work? What can you help me with?" Yao Ziju continued, "I can work from home. You will be emotionally unstable during pregnancy. Liuai, I'm your family in this world. I hope that I'll always be by your side when you need me." Her emotions during pregnancy were indeed unstable. Yao Ziju's words touched Ming Liuai. She was actually a little worried. In this world, her foster parents did not have any sentimental feelings for her. Her biological parents were practically strangers to her, and her good friend Yulingling had never gotten pregnant before. Men and women were different. Ming Liuai would have many physical and mental changes that Yao Ziju could not understand. Fortunately, Yao Ziju seemed prepared to take on everything. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liuai's appearance and raised his hand to stroke her hair. He said, Silly Lyri, I'm your husband. This is what I should do. Let's communicate more. You can express all your emotions and ease your inner feelings. Ming Lyri laughed and deliberately said, I'll become very fat, and my figure won't look nice. Will you dislike me then? Are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Yao Ziju frowned. Tell me, I want to hear it from you, Ming Lyri said coyly. Lyri, no matter what you become, I'll always be your devout believer. Ming Lyri nodded her head in satisfaction. She said, I want to eat some snacks now. Can I? Yao Ziju squinted his eyes, his previous expression was gone, and he said with a straight face, No, you must quit eating junk food. Ming Lyri pouted and said, I knew it. Nothing but lies. As the fetters grew, Ming Lyri felt her internal organs being squeezed. The weather had also turned colder, and although the villa's heating was sufficient, it made Ming Lyri feel a little restless. After a few bites of dinner, Ming Lyri felt a little nauseated and laid down to rest, but she still felt very hungry. She looked at Yao Ziju and found that he had already closed his eyes. She was conflicted about whether she should wake him up or not. Ever since she got pregnant, Ming Lyri realized that her personality had changed a little. She had become very clingy and was willing to throw tantrums, even being a little pretentious. Sometimes she could not eat, and sometimes she had cravings, and was in a hurry to eat such cravings. At this moment, Ming Lyri really wanted some sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Thinking of the sweet and sour taste, her mouth drooled. It was rare for Yao Ziju to lie down so early to sleep. Ever since he recovered, his workload had increased. Yao Ziju had already decided to work from home, and had been in his study the entire day, without any company. 2 days ago, Ming Lyri really wanted to stick to Yao Ziju. When she saw that he was not in a meeting and was just typing, she lifted his arm and snuggled into him, finding a comfortable position to sit. As if he realized that this working style did not work, one day, Ming Lyri suddenly found that Yao Ziju was being idle. He worked for a few hours a day, and the rest of the time was spent loitering around Ming Lyri. One such occasion was when Ming Lyri was lying on the sofa watching TV, and she felt a little thirsty. Just as she reached out, Yao Ziju immediately brought her a glass of water. Ming Lyri could not help but say, Have you been too free recently? What's wrong with the company? Yao Ziju only smiled and said nothing. It was not until later, when Ming Lyri woke up at night, that she finally realized Yao Ziju only worked for a few hours during the day and spent the rest of his time looking after her. 206 Bear with it. At night, Yao Ziju and Ming Lyri went to bed together. After Ming Lyri fell asleep, Yao Ziju would sneak out and continue his work. When he encountered a difficult problem, he would often stay up all night alone. There were many times when Ming Lyri woke up at night to see Yao Ziju working. Thinking of how hard he worked, Ming Lyri decided not to wake Yao Ziju up this time. She would bear with it and wait until tomorrow to buy some food. Ming Lyri closed her eyes, but her stomach was unbearably hungry, and she could not sleep at all. Ming Lyri tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Yao Ziju sensed her easiness and softly said, Dear, are you feeling unwell? Ming Lyri did not say anything, but her stomach decided to growl at that moment. Yao Ziju sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. He said, Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it now. The light illuminated Yao Ziju's features. Although she saw him every day, she still found him very handsome with his face full of concern, his hair a little messy, and his languidness. Her heart beat fast. Ming Lyri gulped, and she miraculously stopped feeling hungry. Isn't there a saying that, a feast for the eyes could fill one's stomach? Yao Ziju looked at Ming Lyri's expression and laughed. He raised his hand and touched her nose, saying, Silly Lyri. Yao Ziju hugged her, and she hugged Yao Ziju back. Yao Ziju gently touched Ming Lyri's stomach and kissed her lips. He controlled his inner desires and said gently, Be good, don't seduce me. Ming Lyri's face instantly turned red, as if she had been seen through by Yao Ziju. She lowered her head and buried herself in his arms. Yao Ziju's hand caressed her back. Ming Lyri's head felt soothed from the motion, and her toes stretched out comfortably. Ming Lyri slowly closed her eyes, her entire body relaxed, and said in a soft voice, I definitely want sugar-coated horse tomorrow. No problem, replied Yao Ziju gently. When Ming Liai heard this, she laughed and quickly fell asleep. Yao Ziju was still holding her, unwilling to let go. Hugging Ming Liai, his embrace was especially warm, and he felt at ease. Before he woke up, he had a dream. It was like he had returned to the day of his accident, and had finally woken up after being resuscitated in the hospital. Yao Ziju found that he could not feel his legs and could not see anything. He asked in a panic, "How long would it take for me to recover?" The doctor's silence made Yao Ziju's heart sink. As time passed, Yao Ziju also realized that he might never recover. Suddenly, the image flashed. Yao Ziju and original Ming Liai got married under Yao Gui's orders. Yao Ziju had also hoped that Ming Liai would become a beacon of light in his life. But very quickly, Ming Liai's pretense died. When it was only the two of them, original Ming Liai would humiliate, curse, and torture Yao Ziju. For many nights, even though there was no difference between day and night, Yao Ziju had been silently praying for God to come and save his dark life. All of a sudden, Yao Ziju felt a warm body beside him. It tossed and turned in bed, and her hair fell on his body. Yao Ziju's heart had felt like it was being squeezed. Then everything in the dream began to dissipate, and he woke up. Yao Ziju turned around and saw his wife's back facing him. He kept his eyes open, waiting. He wanted to see his wife clearly, afraid that all of this was just a dream. Then, Ming Liai's stomach growled. Turning on the light, Yao Ziju immediately saw his wife's face, and his heart beat faster. He could feel that his wife liked him very much. Otherwise, she would not have gulped while staring at him. This reaction made him very happy. Yao Ziju held his wife, who was carrying his children, in his arms. He suppressed the desire in his heart and gently kissed his wife's lips. At this moment, the entire world was in Yao Ziju's arms. The madam was the god that Yao Ziju had prayed for. She saved him from the darkness, gave him love and light, and stayed in his life forever. Ever since Yao Ziju recovered, he no longer needed any care, so Zhao Qing's job became less important. However, Zhao Qing was very capable, had a steadfast personality, and a good educational background. When Yao Ziju worked from home, he was used to leaving many things for Zhao Qing to handle. Zhao Qing quietly transitioned from being Yao Ziju's nurse to his assistant. 207 A huge matter. Typically, the job of an assistant to a CEO could be said to be an elite's job. An assistant should wear a suit every day, enter the office building, and take the elevator directly to the president's office. But because Ming Liai was pregnant, Yao Ziju could not be distracted, and of course he could not oversee many things himself. If it was someone else, they might have some complaints in their heart. After all, they had to do all the work, but there were no benefits of a promotion or a raise. However, Zhao Qing was very clear-headed. He knew that the mistress' pregnancy was a huge matter. He also knew that the mistress was very good to everyone. Now was a critical time. Zhao Qing's only thought was to try his best to share the burden. Wang Keiya also came to visit Ming Liai often. On the way, she shopped for some things for pregnant women and babies, so she bought them and sent them over. However, Ming Liai was very protective of her child. She knew that Wang Keiya had some feelings for Zhao Qing, so whenever Wang Keiya came, she would quietly dismiss Zhao Qing. She could not let Zhao Qing be corrupted by money. Today, Wang Keiya brought more things over for her visit. She looked around, and said, "Zhao Qing is still not around. Is he avoiding me on purpose?" Ming Liai stared at Wang Keiya. She snorted and said, "Give up. I won't let you ruin Zhao Qing." Wang Keiya was speechless. After some thought, she said, "Look here, you don't need a caretaker here. Let Zhao Qing work at my place. If Zhao Qing is willing, no one can force him," Ming Liai said. When it grew dark and Wang Keiya had left, Ming Liai looked at Yao Ziju and said, "Goodness, even though Wang Keiya isn't bad, she really isn't suitable for Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing is just a normal person. He'll definitely be toyed with by rich women." Yao Ziju was speechless. He did not want to get involved in this. Zhao Qing had once sent Wang Keiya home alone and did not come back the whole night, and Yao Ziju did not tell Ming Liai about that day. But this matter was already making her so worried, and Yao Ziju had to resolve it somehow. After Ming Liai fell asleep, Yao Ziju called for Zhao Qiang. It hasn't been that busy recently, you can make your own arrangements. If there's anything, I'll let you know in advance. What you need to do now is to settle the matter with Wang Keiya as soon as possible. There's nothing for me and Wang Keiya to settle, Zhao Qiang said after a moment of silence. Yao Ziju said, Wang Keiya has been asking for you a lot recently. Liai is always worried about you. Tomorrow, just admit to your relationship with Wang Keiya and let the matter rest. Zhao Qiang was speechless. I really have nothing going on with her. Then we'll have to think of a way to resolve this, Yao Ziju said. Zhao Qiang returned to his room, thinking about Yao Ziju's words. He quickly came to a decision. It had been 3 months since his last interaction with Wang Keiya, and she had likely grown curious from the many back and forth interactions they had. Since Wang Keiya wanted Zhao Qiang to go to her place, he might as well go over and settle the problem. Perhaps Wang Keiya would give up after learning more about him. The next morning, Ming Liria was eating breakfast when Zhao Qiang came up and said, Madam, I have some things to deal with and can't be at home for the time being. If you or the master need anything, please feel free to call me. I will come at any time. Where are you going? Ming Liria immediately asked, alarmed. Don't worry, madam. I know what I have to do, said Zhao Qiang. Ming Liria gently touched her stomach and sighed. You can go home anytime. Zhao Qiang nodded and went back to his room to pack his luggage. Zhao Qiang also sent a message to Wang Keiya. Do you still live at this address? Wang Keiya immediately replied, That's right. I'm a little busy today, so I can't pick you up. You can take the bus here. After Zhao Qiang confirmed that there was no mistake, he replied, Okay. He left the villa and took a taxi to Wang Keiya's house. Zhao Qiang had sent her home once before, so he found her place very quickly this time. He pressed the intercom button, but no one answered. Not at home. Zhao Qiang stood at the door and waited for a moment. Eventually, he heard an old woman say, Dear boy, slow down. Zhao Qiang looked up and saw a little boy running from a distance. When the boy saw Zhao Qiang, he immediately wanted to stop, but he accidentally tripped over his left foot and almost fell. Zhao Qiang quickly caught the little boy to prevent him from falling. The old lady behind him quickly stepped forward and said, Oh my goodness, you're so careless. Thank you so much, young man. The boy was also quite frightened, and his face was a little pale, but he still obediently said, Thank you, big brother. You're welcome, Zhao Qiang said. 208 Don't show off your abilities. Did you not bring your access card? Asked the old lady enthusiastically. Wait in the hall, it's so hot outside. Zhao Qiang nodded and followed her in. Young man, which floor do you live on? The old lady asked. The top floor, Zhao Qiang recalled. The top floor was the most expensive unit in the building. There was only one unit on the entire floor, and it also had a large garden and attic. The old lady gave Zhao Qiang a once-over. The young man was quite handsome and dressed simply. He did not look flamboyant. The old lady said, You need a card to go up on the elevator. You can only wait here for now. The boy tugged at Zhao Qiang's shirt and said, Big brother is my benefactor. Let big brother come to our house to play. That's also a good idea, the old lady said. You can come to my house to rest for a while, and I'll cut some watermelon as a snack. Thank you, Zhao Qiang waved his hand. There's no need to trouble yourself. The person I'm waiting for will be back soon. The old lady nodded and took the elevator upstairs with her grandson. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiang took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Keiya. I'm already downstairs. When are you returning? Zhao Qiang waited in the hall for a while, but Wang Keiya still had not replied. He looked around and found an emergency exit. Since he was waiting anyway, he might as well just take a stroll. Zhao Qiang had good stamina. He picked up his bag and reached the 25th floor in 10 minutes. This entire floor was Wang Keiya's house. The property management had also acknowledged that she could place anything she wanted in the corridor, so she placed a small cushioned chair there for her to change her shoes, as well as a shoe cabinet. The chair was only for sitting while putting on shoes, so it was a little small. Zhao Qiang was tall and burly, so he felt a little uncomfortable sitting on the narrow cushioned seat. He took out his phone and looked at it. Wang Keiya still had not replied. Zhao Qiang did not send any more messages. Instead, he found the information that Mr. He had given him and read it bit by bit. After a long time, the sun began to set. There was still no message on the phone. Zhao Qing thought for a moment and went down again. He found a supermarket nearby and bought some meat and vegetables, as well as water. He drank the water as he slowly walked back. Zhao Qing waited quietly for a moment downstairs before entering the building with the others and slowly going upstairs again. The afterglow of the setting sun shone into the corridor, and the evening breeze blew gently, which made it a little comfortable. Looking out the window, the sunset was exceptionally beautiful. With every step Zhao Qing took, he got closer to the beautiful scenery. Zhao Qing suddenly looked forward to Wang Kei's return. He wanted to go to the garden on the rooftop. The sunset would be even more beautiful there. Wang Kei still had not returned even after midnight. And there was still not even a single message from her. The corridor was filled with sensor lights that would only light up when there was a sound. Zhao Qing did not want the lights to be on anymore. He sat in the dark with a rare cold expression on his face. A smile appeared on Zhao Qing's mouth, with a hint of self-ridicule. In the early hours of the morning, the elevator was almost empty. This time, Zhao Qing could not help but smile when he saw the elevator reach the 23rd floor. With aiding, the elevator finally reached the 25th floor. The elevator doors opened, and the noise-activated lights in the corridor turned on suddenly. When Wang Kei saw Zhao Qing sitting on the small chair, she suddenly let out a sigh of relief for some reason. Zhao Qing was very tall. Although it was a little cramped sitting on such a small seat, it was a little cute in contrast. "I'm sorry," Wang Kei said, smiling. "I made you wait so long." Wang Kei's hair fell over her shoulders, making her face look especially small. When she smiled, Zhao Qing immediately noticed that her lips were bloodless, and she was especially thin. Zhao Qing frowned. Wang Kei saw Zhao Qing's expression and thought that he was unhappy with her. She immediately said, "I'm really sorry, please come in." Then, she quickly stepped forward and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Zhao Qing looked at Wang Kei's back and realized that she was wearing slippers. "I'll record your fingerprints for you," Wang Kei said apologetically. "Next time, you can just come inside." Zhao Qing, who had always been calm, could not help but say, "There's no need for that. I'm afraid I can't match up to Miss Wang's family." "Come in," Wang Kei said, biting her lip. "We'll talk." Zhao Qing did not move. Wang Kei saw that there was a lot of food beside Zhao Qing, and her eyes lit up. She immediately went forward to pick up the food. She acted like a spoiled child and said, "Zhao Qing, I'm very hungry. Cook for me and let's eat together." Zhao Qing was speechless. As expected of a young miss, she did not have any shame. 209 Let me help you tie the apron. Zhao Qing had been a little angry, so he was not hungry before. Now that Wang Kei was here, Zhao Qing relaxed and started to feel hungry. He looked at Wang Kei, then silently took the bag from her and went inside the house. Zhao Qing's expression was calm, and his eyes were like deep pools of water. Wang Kei's heart beat faster when she saw them. "What are you going to cook for me?" Wang Kei asked. Zhao Qing walked into the kitchen silently and began to pack the ingredients. Wang Kei watched Zhao Qing quietly. Zhao Qing took out some ribs, vegetables, and some seasoning. Wang Kei thought that if she returned at a normal time, it might have been a very happy dinner. She quietly watched Zhao Qing wash the ingredients. Water would splash onto Zhao Qing's clothes from time to time. Wang Kei immediately took out an apron from the cabinet. She said, "I'll help you put on the apron, or else your clothes will get wet." After saying that, she moved to put the apron around Zhao Qing's neck. Wang Kei was tall, about 173 centimeters, and she could put the apron on Zhao Qing with just one hand. However, Zhao Qing stopped her. He said calmly, "There's no need. I'll just put everything in the refrigerator after tidying up." Wang Kei was shocked. She said, "You're not cooking." Zhao Qing nodded. He took out some noodles from the grocery bag, and started cooking that instead. After a while, he cooked 2 lotus-wrapped eggs and added some vegetables. Wang Kei was a little disappointed, but when she smelled the noodles, her mood immediately brightened up. Soon, the noodles were cooked. There was not much, just enough for 2 bowls. Wang Kei happily reached out to take a bowl, but the moment she touched it, she cried out in surprise and quickly pulled her hand back. She said, "Ack, it's so hot." Then, She immediately pinched her ear. Zhao Qing gave her a glance and said indifferently, "I'll do it." Then, he calmly walked to the dining table with the bowls. It's so strange. Why isn't he afraid of burning his hands? Wang Keiya bit her lip and followed Zhao Qing to the table. Then, she suddenly thought of something and hurried back to the kitchen to get some chopsticks. The two of them sat at the table. Wang Keiya started eating first. After blowing on the hot noodles for a while, she took a big bite and smiled in satisfaction. The noodles cooked by Zhao Qing were quite delicious. She swallowed her first mouthful, and said, "The soup looked bland, but it's actually super delicious." Zhao Qing was silent as he ate in big mouthfuls. Wang Keiya thought for a moment and said, "Actually, today." Before she could finish, Zhao Qing interrupted her and said, "There's no need to explain. Just eat your food. We'll talk after you're full." Wang Keiya nodded. Regardless, Wang Keiya was in the wrong today, so she did not mind being interrupted. She had not even eaten supper. After a few bites, she could not eat anymore. Eating noodles at night made it easy for her to gain weight. Seeing that there was still so much left in her bowl, Wang Keiya hesitated. Zhao Qing also noticed that she could not eat any more. He smiled and poured the noodles from Wang Keiya's bowl into his own, then resumed eating. "Your cooking is delicious," Wang Keiya said quietly. "It's just that I really can't eat so much." "Understood," said Zhao Qing. After that, Zhao Qing cleaned up the dishes and brought them to the kitchen. Wang Keiya listened to the sound of dishes being washed. The sound of water soon stopped, and Zhao Qing slowly walked back out. He headed for the door in silence. Wang Keiya saw Zhao Qing walk toward the door and immediately stood up. She involuntarily said loudly, "You're leaving already?" Zhao Qing ignored her, opened the door, and brought in the suitcase that was still outside. Wang Keiya was speechless. She was in such a hurry to let Zhao Qing in just now that she failed to notice his suitcase. Could it be that he was going to live here? "Let me introduce myself properly," Zhao Qing said calmly. "My name is Zhao Qing, 25 years old, and I majored in nursing in university. After graduation, I was employed to work for the Yao family." Wang Keiya immediately asked, "Height? You look like you're 185 centimeters. "That's right, exactly 185 centimeters, said Zhao Qing with a nod. "Then what's your horoscope sign?" Wang Keiya continued. Zhao Qing did not expect to be asked about his horoscope. After a moment of silence, he said, "Cancer." "Cancer isn't bad," Wang Keiya said, satisfied. "It's a very caring sign." Wang Keiya thought to herself, Scorpio and Cancer are destined partners. Zhao Qing tried to change the topic, so he continued, "I'm here today because you said that you wanted me to work here. I happen to have some free time, and I realize that you don't need a caretaker. So, I'll try to do the housework instead, including cooking. What do you think?" 210 Interests and hobbies. "What's your hobby?" Wang Keiya immediately asked. Zhao Qing was speechless. "Since it's a self-introduction," Wang Keiya said, "you still have to tell me your interests and hobbies, right?" "I don't have any interests or hobbies," Zhao Qing said. Wang Keiya was stunned for a moment, then she said, "You have a good figure. Do you work out every day?" "I work out," Zhao Qing said. A smile appeared on Wang Keiya's face. It seemed that she had finally shaken off the guilt for making someone wait the whole day, and was once more in control of the situation. Wang Keiya said, "Very good. You passed the interview. I'm hiring you." Zhao Qing nodded and said, "All right, I'll start working tomorrow. If you have any dissatisfaction, let me know at any time. I'll leave." "Earlier, you said you were 25, Wang Keiya said. "I'm 1 year older than you. You have to call me sister." Zhao Qing was speechless. He thought for a few seconds, then looked at Wang Keiya, shouting, "Sister." It was Wang Keiya's turn to be speechless. The way he called her sister was like an electric current. It instantly numbed her, and Wang Keiya's face turned red. Initially, she saw Zhao Qing as being too steadfast, so she wanted to tease him a little. In the end, she was the one who felt teased. This was too embarrassing. Wang Keiya had to get a win no matter what, so she smiled and said, "Little brother, what special services do you provide?" Wang Keiya raised her eyebrows, and her voice was a little high. If one ignored her pale lips, her expression could really be quite enticing. Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Special services are also available, but you'll have to pay extra." Wang Ke smiled playfully. Zhao Qing suddenly took a step forward and got close to her. Without waiting for Wang Ke's reaction, Zhao Qing carried her like a princess and walked to the bedroom. Wang Ke instinctively hugged Zhao Qing's neck. Being held in his arms, Wang Ke could clearly feel the masculinity of Zhao Qing's body. It was not Zhao Qing's first time in Wang Ke's house, so he placed her on the bed. Wang Ke's heart beat faster, and her throat was dry. Her body was also trembling, but she pretended to be calm. Zhao Qing squatted beside the bed and whispered into Wang Ke's ear, "Sister, why are you trembling?" Wang Ke seemed very anxious, and her breathing immediately became erratic. When Zhao Qing saw Wang Ke's reaction, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Sister, this is only the beginning, and you look like you're about to faint. You wanted special services, right?" Wang Ke immediately flew into a flustering fit out of humiliation. She rolled around on the bed and used the blanket to wrap herself up. Wang Ke's face was beet red when she finally escaped Zhao Qing's range. "As a nurse, one must have some skills," Zhao Qing said. "If you encounter patients who can't move, you also need good physical strength to help them move." "Sister, have you misunderstood? I don't wish to do anything to you." Zhao Qing looked at Wang Ke, who was shyly hiding under the covers, and continued, "Sister, you must bathe before bed. Of course, as a nurse, I can also help in bathing immobile patients. If you need this special service, just tell me. I'll even give you a discount." Wang Ke covered her ears in embarrassment, and said loudly, "I don't want any special service, get out." Zhao Qing's expression turned calm again, and he said indifferently, "I'm very sorry, Miss Wang. Good night." After that, Zhao Qing got up and left. He even considerately turned off the lights. When Wang Ke heard the sound of Zhao Qing leaving, she let out a sigh of relief and stuck her head out from under the covers. She did not expect Zhao Qing, who usually looked so cold and steady, to be so good at flirting. Could it be that Wang Ke had made a mistake? She touched her heart, which was still beating rapidly, and hid under the blanket again. Sob, tonight was too embarrassing. Zhao Qing went to the guest room and closed the door. Then, his face began to turn red. Wang Ke had wanted to tease Zhao Qing many times, so Zhao Qing had to give her a taste of her own medicine to make her give up on that thought. Zhao Qing tried his best to forget the feeling of holding Wang Ke and the faint scent of her body. However, thinking of the smell also made Zhao Qing frown. There seemed to be a faint smell of disinfectant mixed with Wang Ke's otherwise pleasant scent. Zhao Qing did not think too much about it. He went to the kitchen again and took out the drinks he had bought from the refrigerator. He wanted to go to the balcony on the top floor to enjoy the night breeze. Wang Ke had turned the lonely terrace into a sky garden. During midsummer nights, this place was full of lush greenery. In such an environment, Zhao Qing felt very comfortable. He moved his body a few times as he sat on the swing. Then, he recalled the time he sent Wang Ke home. 211 Trust. At that time, Wang Ke had really drunk too much. She had leaned on Zhao Qing and trusted him completely. Zhao Qing finally had a moment of peace after he helped her into the car. But not long after, Wang Ke actually started crying. As she sobbed, her tears fell uncontrollably, even onto Zhao Qing's clothes. Zhao Qing sighed. He had thought that he would just let Wang Ke cry for a while, but he did not expect her to become more and more aggrieved and cry louder. The driver could not help but look at Zhao Qing. The car was sent by Yao Ziju for Zhao Qing to send Wang Ke home, so the driver was considered Zhao Qing's colleague. After another moment of silence, Zhao Qing could not help but say, "She drank too much. The master asked me to send her back. I didn't make her cry." The driver immediately looked elsewhere, but it was obvious that he did not believe him. However, he did not look back at them. Zhao Qing did not know what else to say. But, this was also good. At least, he did not have to face any more strange looks. They soon arrived at Wang Ke's place. Zhao Qing got out of the car and opened the door for her. Wang Ke seemed to have sobered up a little and regained some consciousness. She looked at Zhao Qing with teary eyes, as if she could not remember where she was. Wang Ke's head was spinning, and her stomach was not feeling well. The moment she saw Zhao Qing, It was as if she was seeing a relative. She immediately ran out of the car and grabbed his hand, crying as she said, "Zhao, I'm in so much pain. Please take me away." Zhao was helpless and could only say softly, "All right, I'll send you home right away. I'll give you some honey water when we get inside. You won't feel so bad after a while." Wang Keiya wanted to stand firm, but her legs did not seem to listen to her. She could not support herself at all, and she stumbled a lot. Zhao saw Wang Keiya's state and knew that she could not walk back, so he hugged her close. "Sir, please close the door yourself," he said before leaving. The driver immediately showed an understanding expression. He smiled and said, "I have to return quickly to fetch President Yao. You'll have to arrange your own ride back." After that, the driver closed the door, got in the car, and left, leaving Zhao there, helplessly supporting Wang Keiya. Zhao was speechless for a moment, but then he sighed and walked toward Wang Keiya's residence. At the entrance of the unit, Zhao said softly, "Miss Wang, there's a security panel. Where's the access card?" When Wang Keiya heard this, she started to cry again. She choked and said, "Sob, I don't know, either." "Okay, there, it's fine. I'll look for it right now," Zhao replied. Zhao exerted more force, wanting to transfer Wang Keiya from a princess carry into a sitting position, but Wang Keiya held onto Zhao neck very tightly. Zhao had no choice but to swipe her entire bag at the security sensor. Beep! The door opened. The elevator was on the entry floor. After entering the elevator, the same method was used, and the elevator began to move. The elevator was filled with mirrors, and Zhao suddenly saw himself holding Wang Keiya. Because Wang Keiya had drunk too much, her face was unnaturally red. Her eyes were also red from crying. Her fair skin was tinged red, and there were tear streaks on it, making her look even more charming. Zhao could not help but gulp. His eyes started to avoid looking at her reflections. In the end, he could only look at the screen that showed the floor. The elevator door opened, and Wang Keiya finally saw the familiar environment. She took the initiative to press her fingerprint on the door panel. The door opened, and Zhao placed Wang Keiya in the living room first, then he went to the kitchen to find some honey. Luckily, Wang Keiya had honey at home. Zhao then made some honey water and returned to the living room. Wang Keiya's legs were positioned as though she was sitting, but her upper body was already lying down sideways. Zhao helped her up and fed her some honey water. After drinking the honey water, Wang Keiya seemed to feel much better and much more at peace. Zhao shook Wang Keiya a few times, and said, Miss Wang, wake up. Can you change your clothes by yourself and go to bed?" Wang Keiya seemed to be in shock as she immediately cried and said, "I don't want to. Can you not force me like this? I really don't want to." Zhao was speechless. He sighed softly. It seemed that this rich girl did not have a good life, either. Under the surface, she was full of grievances and sorrow. Zhao heart softened. He picked Wang Keiya up again and carried her to the bed in the bedroom. Zhao went to the bathroom to find some cotton pads and other items, then gently helped Wang Keiya remove her makeup. Then, he found a soft towel and cleaned Wang Keiya with warm water. After cleaning her face, Zhao used the warm towel to gently wipe Wang Keiya's neck and arms. This would make Wang Keiya feel better. Wang Keiya's skin was pale and tender. After removing the makeup on her face, she looked like a peeled egg, smooth and fresh. 212 moved. Wang Keiya's naturally refined appearance was cuter than when she had makeup on. Zhao breathing became a little faster. He immediately got up and wanted to leave the bedroom. But as he stood up, Wang Keiya tugged on his hand. Caught off guard, Zhao lost his balance and fell onto the bed. Wang Keiya seemed to have found a pillow that she liked. She wrapped herself around Zhao and even rubbed her face against his shoulder. Zhao body instantly tensed up. This was a test from hell. Zhao felt a flame burning in his heart. It was the feeling of being moved by her cuteness. Zhao immediately pushed Wang Keiya away and ran out of the bedroom. Recalling this, Zhao laughed at himself. Today was the same as that time. He was really tempted, but he still escaped. After all, Wang Keiya and Zhao did not belong to the same world. Wang Keiya, who was lying in bed, was also thinking about what had happened after she had drunk too much that day. Wang Keiya only remembered having Zhao Qing send her home, but she could not remember anything else after that. When she woke up, it was already the next day. At that time, Wang Keiya only cared about shouting, "Oh no, I haven't even removed the makeup on my face. Won't my face be ruined tonight?" Then, she immediately rushed to the bathroom. She was still dressed in the same clothes, but the makeup on her face had been removed. The smell of alcohol on her body was not particularly strong, and her head did not hurt as much as she expected. Wang Keiya immediately relaxed, but the next second, she tensed up again. She touched her entire body. After confirming that nothing had happened, she finally relaxed once more. She had then taken off her clothes and got into the shower. After she came out of the shower, Wang Keiya checked her face again. There was nothing wrong with it. It was completely normal. As Wang Keiya brushed her teeth, she thought about what kind of man Zhao Qing was. He was too nice. He did not take advantage of her and even helped her remove her makeup. Wang Keiya was suddenly stunned. Under such circumstances, Zhao Qing could still remain calm. Could it be that he did not like her at all? Wang Keiya was a little upset by this. After washing up, she put on her face mask and found her phone in yesterday's clothes. There were many messages on her phone, and one of them was from Niyang. Wang Keiya played Niyang's voice message. "Keiya, are you awake? You were in such a hurry to leave yesterday. Is that handsome guy okay?" If it was any other day, Wang Keiya would not have cared about this kind of question, but for some reason, she just wanted to show off today. Wang Keiya held her phone and replied to the voice message as she paced her room. "Not only does the handsome boy dote on me, but he also helps me." Before Wang Keiya could finish, she saw Zhao Qing come out of the kitchen with a bowl of congee. She had been so immersed in her own world after waking up that she did not smell the aroma of food in the house. Wang Keiya and Zhao Qing looked at each other. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Wang Keiya's face became even redder when she recalled this, and she tossed and turned in bed. She remembered that Zhao Qing's face had turned solemn when he heard those callous words. Zhao Qing put the congee on the table and said lightly, "Miss Wang, the congee is ready. There's still some in the pot. I won't disturb you any longer." Wang Keiya wanted to explain, but she was afraid that it would only make things worse, so she could only say, "Okay, thank you. I really troubled you yesterday." Without saying a word, Zhao Qing took his coat from the guest bedroom and left. From then on, other than Yao Ziju's birthday party when she saw Zhao Qing from afar, she never got to make contact with him again. Even though Wang Keiya often visited Ming Liuai, Zhao Qing deliberately avoided her. She did not know why he would come to her today. Wang Keiya ignored her rising body temperature and shook her head to get rid of unwanted thoughts. She got up and went into the bathroom. Zhao Qing was enjoying the night breeze for a while and had calmed down. Then, he went back to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Qing heard a muffled sound from Wang Keiya's room. Thud! Zhao Qing frowned and called out, "Miss Wang." There was no response. Zhao Qing immediately went forward, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Miss Wang, are you all right?" There was still no response. Zhao Qing suddenly panicked and immediately kicked the door open. The bathroom was filled with hot air, and it was difficult to breathe. Wang Keiya had fainted beside the bathtub. Zhao Qing did not have time to think. He quickly picked her up and went to the well-ventilated living room. Zhao Qing shook Wang Keiya's body and shouted, "Wang Keiya! Wang Keiya! Wake up!" Wang Keiya was unresponsive. Zhao Qing was a nursing professional, so he guessed that Wang Keiya had low blood sugar. He immediately went to the kitchen to make a cup of sugar water and fed it to Wang Keiya. After a while, Wang Keiya finally woke up. 213 I've caused more trouble for you. When Zhao Qing saw Wang Keiya wake up, he said, "You're already an adult, how can you still faint after taking a bath?" "I'm sorry," Wang Keiya said, her face pale. "I've caused more trouble for you. Where's the phone?" Zhao Qing asked indifferently. "Let's call your family doctor over." Zhao Qing knew that a daughter from a rich family like Wang Keiya paid a lot of attention to her privacy. If she had any problems, she would most likely ask the family doctor to come over and take a look. "Actually, the reason why I came back so late was because I snuck back from the hospital. My phone was taken away by my father, Wang Ke said. Zhao Qing was rendered speechless. At this moment, Zhao Qing had lost all his annoyance from yesterday. It turned out that Wang Ke did not ignore his messages on purpose, nor was it her intention to make Zhao Qing wait a whole day for her. It was because she had been hospitalized. Zhao Qing had thought that Wang Ke was throwing a rich young lady's tantrum and not taking him seriously, but in the end, she had been afraid that Zhao Qing would get frustrated from waiting, so she snuck out of the hospital late at night. Recalling Wang Ke's pale lips, and the slippers she wore when she returned, Zhao Qing regretted his earlier arrogance. Why did he always label Wang Ke first without hearing her explanation? Your family must be worried sick, shall I send you back? Zhao Qing asked gently. Wang Ke shook her head. Actually, I've been losing too much weight recently. I did not use the best dieting method. I fainted when I went downstairs, and then, Zhao Qing was speechless again. He did not want to force Wang Ke, so he said, what do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? Wang Ke thought for a moment before she said, something tasty, but not fatty. Then, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Qing's neck, and said, I think I still need some special service. I don't have any strength left. Carry me back. Zhao Qing felt his skin heat up the moment Wang Ke touched him, and he even felt numb. He pursed his lips and picked her up. She was already so light, why did she feel the need to lose weight? Zhao Qing carried Wang Ke back to her bedroom for the second time, but his heart had undergone a huge change. After putting her down, Zhao Qing opened the windows a little and pulled the curtains close to ensure that the air was circulating and that the young lady would not catch a cold. Wang Ke also sensed Zhao Qing's subtle change. She shivered and said, since it's a special service, please take good care of me. I fainted right after I filled the bathtub, and I didn't even get to wash up. Thinking back to the last time she was drunk, she did not know how Zhao Qing had cleaned her up, and Wang Ke felt a little regretful. All right, said Zhao Qing softly. He walked into the bathroom and filled a basin with water. Zhao Qing's fingers were slender, and his nails were neatly trimmed. The uniform he usually wore was a little old, but he had changed to one that had half-length sleeves, revealing his pale and strong arms, and making him look very youthful. Zhao Qing lowered his head, looking as if he was completely immersed in his work, and carefully wet the soft towel. He wrung out the excess water, then gently wiped Wang Ke's face. Unlike last time, Wang Ke's heart was beating wildly when Zhao Qing looked at her. Her face was slowly turning red. Zhao Qing frowned. Previously, he had helped clean her up, but she did not turn red back then. Could it be that the water temperature was wrong this time? Or was he using too much force? Is the water too hot? Zhao Qing asked. Or was I too heavy-handed? Wang Ke said, what? No. It's just right. Zhao Qing looked at Wang Ke seriously. After he confirmed that she was telling the truth, he continued to wipe her face. After he was done, Zhao Qing and Wang Ke looked at each other. He seemed to be silently asking if he needed to wipe other places. Wang Ke shook her head. This will do. I'll make do with one night's sleep. My strength should be recovered by tomorrow. Zhao Qing got up, poured the water out of the basin, and then left the bedroom. When he walked to the door, he said, if you're not feeling well, call for me at once. I'll be able to hear you. Wang Ke nodded. As soon as Zhao Qing left, Wang Ke immediately sat up. It was not that she did not have the strength to go back into her room, she just wanted to be carried by Zhao Qing and enjoy some special service. Although she could move on her own, she did not dare to take a bath, but she could not just wash only her face and go to sleep. Wang Ke eventually went into the bathroom again, washed up, did her skincare routine, and lay down again. Zhao Qing heard the noise from Wang Ke's room and smiled. He did not return to his room to rest. Instead, he had lain on the sofa in the living room. Zhao Qing closed his eyes and took a nap. He was like a dog on night watch, always on guard. 214 A sumptuous breakfast. When Wang Ke woke up, she smelled the aroma of food. She got out of bed, put on her slippers, and jogged to the kitchen to see what delicious food Zhao Qing was making. An egg was sizzling in the pan. When one side was cooked, Zhao Qing picked up the pan and jerked it. The egg flipped in the air and then fell back into the pot. Zhao Qing looked at Wang Kei'er behind him. Her hair was 1 a.m. mess, but her eyes were always on the food. Go wash up, he said. Wang Kei'er obediently returned to her room. After washing up, she came out and saw that breakfast was already on the table. This breakfast was unusually sumptuous. There was whole grain bread, golden omelets, butter and jam, and peeled shrimp on the table. Just looking at it could whet one's appetite. On the plate beside her were cut oranges, star fruits, and some blueberries. Wang Kei'er took a sip of the warm milk and immediately started eating. Her eyes went wide as she took a bite of the omelette. There was shredded crab meat in the omelette, and it was so delicious. Zhao Qing saw Wang Kei'er's expression and relaxed. He had been worried that a rich young lady like her would not like this kind of food after eating so many delicacies her family no doubt served. Last night, he remembered that Wang Kei'er had lived abroad, so Zhao Qing went online to look for a recipe tutorial. He studied it for a long time and went to buy the ingredients early in the morning. Wang Kei'er ate very quickly at first, but then she slowed down. Zhao Qing had thought about how Wang Kei'er would be full after a few bites, so he said, "Don't worry, these dishes have very low calories. I've calculated them." Wang Kei'er's mouth was full of food. When she heard Zhao Qing's words, she smiled and nodded. She swallowed the food in her mouth and said, "Thank you. I haven't had such a delicious breakfast in a long time." Zhao Qing was confused. Wang Kei'er looked at Zhao Qing's confused face and said, "I really don't want to live with my parents, and I don't want my old maid to come here to cook for me every morning, so I always just eat a bit here and there." Then, Wang Kei'er took another big bite of the bread. After swallowing, she continued, "When I was abroad, I basically only had one meal a day." "Why only one meal a day?" Zhao Qing could not help but ask. Wang Kei'er said, "It's not like back in China. There were many things that were inconvenient, and there were no rules back then. Sometimes, when I woke up, it was already dark, and there wasn't much food to eat. But I still felt very happy abroad. After all, when I returned, every day, there were limits to what I wanted to do." Zhao Qing frowned when he recalled Wang Kei'er's drunken state. "I don't want to be friends with those people at all," Wang Kei'er continued. "I don't want to socialize with them, and I don't want to act like I'm having fun with them. Before that, when you said you had a handsome guy doting on you, wasn't that quite carefree?" Zhao Qing said, "I didn't say it because I wanted to socialize," Wang Kei'er said awkwardly. "I simply had no choice." Wang Kei'er had eaten her fill. She stretched and said with satisfaction, "I'm already so pitiful, yet you still don't know how to feel sorry for me." Zhao Qing was speechless. Just now, she said that she had no choice, but what's different now? "I'll skip lunch, maybe I'll have dinner. I definitely won't faint again since I've eaten so much." Zhao Qing looked at Wang Kei'er worriedly. He said, "You still have to go?" Wang Kei'er stood up and said, "That's right. My father gave me an important task. It's to build a good relationship with Mi Yang. Do you remember her? She's the one at the club last time. She's playing with different things every day, and even her group of best friends has to play along. If you're not happy, then don't go," Zhao Qing said after hesitating for a moment. Wang Kei'er chuckled. "It doesn't matter if I'm happy or not. My mom is already in her 50s, but she still has to go out and play mahjong with other rich ladies." Zhao Qing did not understand the affairs of the rich and powerful, but as far as he knew, the Yao family did not have such things. As though she knew what Zhao Qing was thinking, Wang Kei'er said, "The Yao family are the creme de la creme. Small families like us can't compare at all, we're not on the same level." Then, Wang Kei'er went into her room. When she came out, she was wearing a beautiful dress. There was a faint fragrance on her body, and her lips were painted red. When she walked to the door, she looked back at Zhao Qing flirtatiously and said, There, wait for me to come back tonight to accompany you." Zhao Qing looked at the beautiful Wang Kei'er. She was no longer as weak-looking as she was last night. Zhao Qing suddenly said, "Wait, I've also prepared a drink." 215 Get ready. Then, Zhao Qing took out a pink thermos cup and handed it to Wang Kei'er. He said, "This is snow pear cooked with rock sugar. Have it as a snack." "Thank you," Wang Kei'er said with a smile. That night, Zhao Qing did not wait for Wang Kei'er to return. Instead, he received a call from her. The voice on the other end of the phone was chaotic. She was clearly at a club. Wang Keiya said awkwardly, Zhao Qing, I'll bring a few of my best friends back later. Get ready. Zhao Qing coughed and said hoarsely, got it. Sure enough, after a while, there was a burst of laughter from outside. Wang Keiya, if there's no one inside, it'll be embarrassing. Even if there is something, it would be embarrassing if he's not handsome. After all, Wayne is so handsome. Right, Wayne? Don't joke around. Keiya isn't that kind of person, a man said. Before Wang Keiya could open the door, Zhao Qing opened it from the inside. Zhao Qing looked at the man coldly, then turned to Wang Keiya, saying, you're back. When Niyang saw that there was really a man in the room, she was very surprised. She sized him up. This man had a tall figure, fair and clear skin, and his hair was neat. This appearance, without waiting for Niyang to finish her evaluation, the woman beside her said in surprise, hey, Wang Keiya, you've hidden a university student at home. You're always so shy when you go out to have fun, but you're so open in private. Your brother is very capable, right? Zhao Qing was like a piece of meat that was being targeted by a group of savage beasts. I'm capable enough, Zhao Qing replied calmly. Wang Keiya immediately pushed Zhao Qing into the house so that he could leave the battlefield. Niyang brought her best friend and Wayne into the house and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Wayne sat down, sniffed and said, what is that? It smells so good. Niyang also said, it does indeed. Go look for it. Wang Keiya brought Zhao Qing into the kitchen and immediately closed the door. She leaned into Zhao Qing's ear and said, save me, they wanted me to bring Wayne home. I told them I had company at home. Just play along. Zhao Qing was being clutched by Wang Keiya, and he could smell her faint scent. When Wang Keiya spoke, her hot breath blew into his ear, making his heart jump. Zhao Qing thought of Wayne and snorted in his heart. He said, sister, this is the second time you've asked me to act. Shouldn't I be paid for my hard work? Yes, Wang Keiya immediately said. You should. I'll give you as much as I want. Wayne followed the smell to the kitchen. Zhao Qing saw him getting closer and closer, and he suddenly felt a little unhappy. At an angle that Wang Keiya could not see, Zhao Qing gently opened the door a little, allowing the people outside to look in. Then, Zhao Qing swept all the things on the stove to the ground. The sound of things falling on the ground made Niyang and the others suddenly quiet down. Wayne also stopped. Zhao Qing picked Wang Keiya up and placed her on the clean table. He leaned toward her and said, I've suffered a lot. I've been asking for it. Sister, I behaved well today. Then, Zhao Qing lifted Wang Keiya's chin and kissed her. Niyang, from her position sitting on the sofa, was able to witness Zhao Qing kissing Wang Keiya. Zhao Qing felt Wang Keiya's body go limp, and his hands moved to her waist. Wang Keiya did not even have time to react before Zhao Qing kissed her until she was lightheaded. Zhao Qing's kiss was without any pattern. It was more like he wanted her to pay for his hard work. It was full of aggression. Suddenly, Zhao Qing stopped kissing. Wang Keiya was still panting as she opened her eyes and gazed at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was a little afraid to meet her gaze, so he looked away and saw Wayne. Wayne often hung out at brothels, so he did not feel awkward about the scene he saw. He went straight to the living room instead. Zhao Qing's kiss had made the atmosphere in the living room even livelier. Zhao Qing kissed Wang Keiya's lips again and said, Sister, let's start acting now. Be sure to play your part. Wang Keiya bluffed and said, HMPH, as if you can match up to me. Zhao Qing smiled and picked up the slippers on the floor. He helped Wang Keiya put them on and helped her down from the table. You go to the living room. I made some desserts. I'll bring them over later, said Zhao Qing. Wang Keiya returned to the living room with a red face. Soon, Zhao Qing brought out the desserts. When Niyang saw the treats that Zhao Qing brought over, she said, You made it yourself? Zhao Qing nodded. Keiya has been on a diet recently, so these are all low-calorie and zero-fat foods. Please bear with them. The friend immediately exclaimed, Wow. 216 Are you a college student? What's inside? Niyang asked. How long did it take? Zhao Qing answered her questions as he distributed the food to everyone. Niyang took a bite, and her eyes lit up. She said, You're a university student. I've graduated, said Zhao Qing. Niyang continued to pry. What's your job now? Zhao Qing glanced at Wang Keiya and did not say anything. Wayne laughed arrogantly and said in a rude tone, You can't possibly be relying on Kea to support you, right? Zhao Qing could not be bothered with his question and pretended that the person was not even there. Niyang ate some food and put it on the table. She patted Wayne and said, "It looks like you still have a chance." After saying that, Niyang stood up and walked to the door. Her other friends looked at each other. They had no idea what had made Niyang unhappy, but they all stood up. Wang Kea was a little confused, but she also stood up and saw them out. Niyang looked at Wang Kea and said, "I thought you were different, but the outcome seems to be the same." Wang Kea still did not understand Niyang's words even after they took the elevator and left. After closing the door, Zhao Qing picked Wang Kea up. "Zhao Qing, what are you doing?" Wang Kea said in shock. "Put me down. Although the audience has left, we agreed that we would act out the whole thing," Zhao Qing said. Niyang said that Wayne still has a chance. "What does that mean? Are you trying to use me to make him jealous?" "Not at all," Wang Kea said, panicking. "And you can tell that I'm reluctant to get involved with them. I've been waiting for so long for my sister to come home, but she's been out playing with another man. She even brought him home. Isn't that a little too much?" Zhao Qing said with a faint smile. Wang Kea immediately felt a little displeased. She did not have any established relationship with Zhao Qing, so how could he lecture her like this? "What does that have to do with you?" Wang Kea retorted. "Just do what you're hired to do." Zhao Qing was so angry that he laughed and said, "You told me to call you sister and act, but now you say it has nothing to do with me. Sister, you really deserve to be punished for speaking so coldly with that hot mouth of yours." Wang Kea was speechless. She had thought that Zhao Qing would be a level-headed person, neither happy nor sad, which was why Wang Kea had pursued him. But today, before she even realized it, she was already like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Wang Kea started to get nervous. Zhao Qing lowered his head and looked into her eyes. "Do you want to go to your room or mine?" Wang Kea was gobsmacked again. "Your room?" she asked after a moment of silence. Then, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as if she did not know which room to go to. "Zhao Qing, put me down," Wang Kea said. "I'm not going to either room." Zhao Qing looked at the sofa seriously and said, "The sofa? Maybe I'll try it next time." Then, Zhao Qing carried Wang Kea to her bedroom. "Didn't I just say your room?" Wang Kea asked. "That's the wrong answer," Zhao Qing said. Wang Kea was speechless. She had thought that Zhao Qing would not do anything to her, but when he carried her into the room, Wang Kea realized that things were getting out of control. Her voice trembled as she tried to push Zhao Qing away. She panicked and said, "Zhao Qing, wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" "Yes, it's a special service," replied Zhao Qing with a slightly flushed face. After saying that, Zhao Qing closed his eyes and kissed her. His actions were gentle, and he kissed her bit by bit, causing Wang Kea's tense body to slowly relax. Wang Kea then made up her mind. She was already an adult, and Zhao Qing was not bad either. He had good looks and a good figure. He was younger than Wang Kea, but his actions were so gentle. Thinking about it, Wang Kea was not losing out here. She wrapped her arms around Zhao Qing's neck and responded with a bit of awkwardness. Zhao Qing felt her movements and immediately became nervous. Zhao Qing said with a strange look, "Who would have thought that your words would be cheerful, and you're not bad when it comes to flirting, but your kissing skills are awful." Wang Kea was shocked. She said, "You're not that good either." Zhao Qing did not object. He really did not have much experience and relied on his feelings when it came to kissing. However, when Wang Kea said that, Zhao Qing was still a little miffed. He said, "So, are you saying that you had someone better than me? Now that you're mine, you're thinking of someone else?" Wang Kea was at a loss for words once more. She had never been in love before, let alone kiss someone. She just did not want to lose face, but now that Zhao Qing misunderstood, Wang Kea did not know what to say. 217 Silent Affirmation. Zhao Qing took Wang Kea's silence as an affirmation, so his actions became rough and aggressive. He bit Wang Kea's lips, leaving behind teeth marks. When Wang Kea went out this morning, she was wearing a one-piece dress, and as she moved, the skirt hiked up. Zhao Qing's hand was already touching the zipper of her dress. He was no longer calm, but he still said hesitantly, "If you're afraid, we can stop right now." Wang Kea thought this was a challenge. The illogical desire to win drove her on, so she immediately said, "What do I have to be afraid of?" Zhao Qing looked at Wang Keiya as though he did not expect that sort of reply. He smiled and said, "As you wish." He did not hesitate anymore. In an instant, Wang Keiya's collar loosened, and the skin of her neck was revealed. Wang Keiya stared at Zhao Qing's abs and gave him full marks in her heart. Wang Keiya liked this kind of figure. His abs were not overly prominent, but each section was still well defined. Since they were already at this point, Wang Keiya did not try to be bashful and reached out to touch them. After all, relationships would only be interesting if they had a little give and take. The two of them did not know who was the hunter and who was the prey. All they understood was that their minds were filled with bright colors. Wang Keiya's entire body had lost its strength, and she was too lazy to even move her toes. Zhao Qing did not waste any time. He carried her to take a shower, dried her hair, did her skincare routine for her, and helped her put on her pajamas. Zhao Qing then picked Wang Keiya up, and placed her on the living room sofa first. Wang Keiya enjoyed being pampered very much, and she quickly relaxed and fell asleep. Zhao Qing kissed her forehead. He went back to her room to change the 4-piece bedsheets and pillowcases. Then, he carried Wang Keiya back inside and placed her on the clean bed. Zhao Qing then returned to the guest room to take a shower. As he showered, he recalled the state of the bedsheet earlier. There were traces of blood on it. Was that Wang Keiya's first time? How could that be? Zhao Qing felt that such a notion was too absurd. He shook his head with a smile, and did not think too much about it. However, he could not erase the red stain on the bedsheet from his mind. The next morning, when Wang Keiya turned over on the bed, she felt pain all over her body, especially her waist. It almost got broken by that beast, Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, Wang Keiya's face turned red when she thought of his name. The first time she saw him, she was attracted by the gentleness and sincerity in his eyes. However, she did not expect the two of them to do such a thing so quickly. The fragrance of food wafted into her room. Wang Keiya was very hungry. She got off the bed to wash up, and then went to the dining table to wait for breakfast. Zhao Qing saw Wang Keiya and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Wang Keiya shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, indicating that she was fine. Seeing Wang Keiya so relaxed, Zhao Qing felt a little disappointed. He then looked back at the food. When breakfast was served, Wang Keiya took a bite of her sandwich and said in satisfaction, "It's so delicious." Zhao Qing did not say anything. He fried an egg and placed it in front of her. Halfway through her meal, Wang Keiya took out her phone and fiddled with it. Surprisingly, Niyang was not blasting everyone's inbox to hang out, and Wang Keiya felt very relieved by this. It was great that she did not need to entertain that person. Wang Keiya was in a good mood, and after yesterday's activities, she liked Zhao Qing even more. She said, "I don't have anything to do today. I'll take you shopping." Zhao Qing paused and walked to Wang Keiya's side. He kissed her on the lips and said, "Thank you." Since Wang Keiya wanted to play the kept woman game, what does it matter if Zhao Qing played along? The two of them soon arrived at the mall. Wang Keiya said, "Just look around. I'll buy whatever you like." "Sister, is this due to my good service yesterday?" asked Zhao Qing. Wang Keiya was shocked at first, then she said, "It wasn't bad. If that's the case, I'm not quite satisfied. I'll continue to work hard," said Zhao Qing. Wang Keiya was speechless. This was a shopping mall, a public place. How could Zhao Qing say such a thing without being embarrassed about it? Wang Keiya had lost in this aspect. She said, "Wow, you're good at this." Wang Keiya had ordered a necklace before this, and had brought Zhao Qing along to collect it. However, the moment she entered, she saw Niyang. When Niyang saw Wang Keiya and Zhao Qing, she smiled and said, "I was wondering why you did not say anything today. It turns out that you were busy shopping with your little brother." Wang Keiya noticed that Niyang's attitude was very strange, so she said, "Oh, it's because a necklace I ordered had arrived." Zhao Qing was still dressed simply. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt, and looked very youthful. "Little brother, I'm richer. Why don't you come with me instead?" Niyang said. Both Zhao Qing and Wang Keiya were rendered speechless. "I like the food you made," Niyang continued. 218 Putting on airs. Wang Keiya was stunned by Niyang's words. Ni Yang was famous for being playful in their social circle. She was the only daughter of a powerful family, and her parents doted on her. Sometimes, Ni Yang's words could affect her parents' business decisions. Ni Yang's close friends were often protected by the Ni family, and they enjoyed this status by either catering to her whims, or fooling around with her. What Ni Yang looked down on was when people put on airs in front of her. Wang Keiya had a high educational background and was unlike other rich kids who simply went abroad to make money or start a business. Even the institution she graduated from was a prestigious one. Usually, people like her were very noble and did not wish to integrate with Ni Yang's circle, yet here Wang Keiya was, wishing to become part of it. Ni Yang also knew that Wang Keiya was reluctant to join in their activities, but she never showed it. Instead, she actively catered to Ni Yang. They hung out together every day, but she was still very clear-headed, and Ni Yang could not find any fault with her. Like her fair-weather friends, Ni Yang had acknowledged Wang Keiya as a friend and was willing to be true to her. However, something did go awry in the end. Wang Keiya actually had a man in private. "You're welcome to visit us next time," said Zhao Qing indifferently. Ni Yang said, "Perhaps you don't know who I am." Zhao Qing interrupted her and said, "Young mistress of the Ni family, is this something you've never seen before? Don't make fun of me. I'll make this clear, Keiya and I don't have the kind of relationship you're thinking of." Ni Yang smiled, thinking that Zhao Qing's attitude was quite interesting. She also believed what Zhao Qing said. After all, there were not many men who would be so calm after hearing what she said just now. When most men heard those words, they would look discontent, as if someone had discovered their secret. However, Zhao Qing was calm and indifferent. This meant that Zhao Qing was not provoked by her words. Ni Yang nodded and then left. Soon after, Wang Keiya received a message. It was from Ni Yang. "Be careful of not being able to see through people and letting this dog of a man cheat you of your money and your body." After Wang Keiya finished reading the message, she smiled and put the phone back into her bag. After Wang Keiya collected her necklace, Zhao Qing suggested that they go to the supermarket, since there were not many ingredients left at the apartment. The two of them went to the supermarket and bought a lot of things. Zhao Qing said, "Let's go home first and come out another day." Wang Keiya nodded. She had not been to the supermarket in a long time, so she was curious about everything. After the shopping trip, she was a little tired. Zhao Qing began to carry everything by himself. Wang Keiya felt a little embarrassed by this. "How about I help you carry some?" she asked. Zhao Qing nodded. He put down the bag and took out a bottle of juice. He opened the straw and handed it to Wang Keiya. Zhao Qing then took out a bag of chips for her. After that, he picked everything up and continued to walk to the parking lot. Wang Keiya was gobsmacked for a second. Her face was blushing slightly as she followed behind Zhao Qing. Before, it was bad enough that she did not carry one of the grocery bags, but for her to hold a drink and a snack instead, it seemed even more excessive. Wang Keiya looked at Zhao Qing's figure and felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Zhao Qing did not want to let Wang Keiya hold anything heavy on the way home. However, when she was living alone overseas, Wang Keiya always carried everything by herself. After they returned to the apartment, Wang Keiya finished her drink and sat comfortably on the sofa, watching Zhao Qing busy about in the kitchen. Wang Keiya felt like she was living in bliss. However, her happiness was not long-lived. Wang Keiya's phone rang. Wang Keiya frowned when the caller ID showed that it was her brother, Wang Zeshan, calling. She picked up the phone and he immediately asked, "Did you offend Ni Yang? Why didn't the Ni family accept my bid?" "It's probably because your bidding document wasn't good enough," Wang Keiya said. "Where are you?" asked Wang Zeshan. "At home," Wang Keiya said. "What are you doing at home?" Wang Zeshan asked with a frown. "Why aren't you accompanying Ni Yang?" Wang Keiya laughed coldly. "Brother, are you really that useless? Do you need your sister to accompany her for a bidding document?" After a moment of silence, Wang Zeshan said, "I'm not sure. I didn't mean anything by that. Besides, I'm asking you to play with Ni Yang, not with a man. Is that so wrong?" "I don't have the time," Wang Keiya said coldly. After that, she hung up. Zhao Qing took care of the ingredients they bought and put them in the refrigerator. Then, he started to clean the place. When he changed the garbage bag in Wang Keiya's bathroom, Zhao Qing took a look and saw that there were no sanitary pads inside. It wasn't her period. Zhao Qing's heart began to beat faster, and he finally could not help but ask, last night, why was there blood on the bedsheet? 219 Poor technique. Wang Keiya was already a little angry, and when she heard Zhao Qing's question, she became even angrier. She said, why else? Your technique was awful. Do you have a virgin complex? Zhao Qing's expression immediately changed. The warm feeling he had for the entire day had instantly disappeared. Wang Keiya saw Zhao Qing's expression and said, I'm not asking you to take responsibility. If you don't want to, then get lost right now. Zhao Qing's face darkened. He clenched his fists and went straight to his bedroom to pack his luggage. When Wang Keiya saw his actions, she thought of the information about the message Ni Yang sent her. She immediately went to her bedroom and took out a stack of money. Without even looking at how much it was, she rushed into Zhao Qing's bedroom and threw the money into his suitcase. A portion of the money flew up and scattered on the ground. There, your pay, Wang Keiya said angrily. We don't owe each other anything now. Zhao Qing did not say anything. He just packed his luggage silently. Wang Keiya felt like she was only beating cotton. She did not feel like she could vent her anger here, so she could only slam the door and leave. Zhao Qing heard the door slam and paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, he gathered the money and put it on the bed. Zhao Qing did not expect things to turn out like this. He had originally come to spend some time with Wang Keiya, and let her know that he was just a boring, normal person. He also wanted to make Wang Keiya lose interest in him. However, he did not expect to lose his heart first. He could not control himself and went to bed with Wang Keiya. Life was short, and since Wang Keiya wanted to play, Zhao Qing would oblige her. However, he had been too naive. Ever since he came here, Zhao Qing's mood had gone up and down with Wang Keiya's every frown and smile. He also knew what the blood on the bed sheet meant. Zhao Qing wanted to take responsibility, and the thought of it made him go crazy. He was about to say it himself, but, truly, Zhao Qing was not worthy. Wang Keiya was the daughter of a wealthy family. Zhao Qing was just a nurse of the Yao family. Even if he came here, he came in the name of work. Zhao Qing clenched his fists. Soon, he would definitely come back and take responsibility. Zhao Qing returned to the Yao family and worked diligently for Yao Ziju. He was a man of few words to begin with, and after returning, everyone found that Zhao Qing was even more silent. Even so, Zhao Qing's work was still as outstanding as ever. Ming Lirio was almost due to give birth, and Yao Ziju handed over all the work to Zhao Qing and Mr. He. Zhao Qing had grown quickly in a short time. When Ming Lirio recovered after giving birth, Zhao Qing would be able to return to Wang Keiya and take charge of matters. Every time Mr. He could not figure out Yao Ziju's intentions, he would talk to Zhao Qing, and it worked. The secretary admired Zhao Qing very much for his insight. It just so happened that Yao Corporation had a big shortage of personnel, and after Yao Ziyang's people were expelled, many important positions were left empty. Zhao Qing's position had not been decided yet, and Mr. He had strongly requested for him to stay in the president's office, but Yao Ziju had his own plans. Zhao Qing, as his confidant, was finally appointed as the deputy president of the branch company. After Zhao Qing took office, he immediately checked the past projects and found that the branch company had a lot of business contact with the Wang family. Zhao Qing knew that Yao Ziju had given him an opportunity, and now it was up to him to grasp it. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and Zhao Qing had also stabilized his position as the vice president. He had become a young talent, and many girls in the company were very fond of him. In the office, Zhao Qing's phone rang. It was a message. Miss Wang is at the Sunrise Bar today. Zhao Qing rushed home, took off his suit, and put on the clothes that Wang Keiya was familiar with. After the last time they met, Wang Keiya had lost even more weight, and drank more. Zhao Qing pushed the door open just in time to see her lose a drinking game. She was drinking a glass of whiskey in the midst of the cheers of the men and women. Zhao Qing's aura became colder. He walked up to her, snatched the wine from Wang Keiya's hand, and drank it all. Wang Keiya stared at Zhao Qing, and she said, I didn't book you today. Who let you in? What don't you book me for the day, sister? Asked Zhao Qing. On the house. Wang Keiya looked confused. What are you doing here anyway? Don't ruin our fun. Zhao Qing did not argue. He looked at Ni Yang and said, can I stay? This meal will be my treat. Ni Yang looked at the strange atmosphere between the two of them, and became even more intrigued. She coyly said, come and sit with me. The two men beside Ni Yang looked confused. Wang Keiya herself was speechless. It's too crowded over there. I'll just sit here, said Zhao Qing. The two men, who had gotten up, sat back down again beside Ni Yang in silence. 220 Get out of my way. Zhao Qing was about to sit next to Wang Keiya when he saw that Wayne, who had been to the apartment last time, was sitting beside her already. Get out of my way, Zhao Qing said unhappily. You don't even know how to drink in her stead. Do you think you're worthy of sitting here? Wang Keiya could not help but laugh. It has only been a short while, yet your temper has gotten worse. Zhao Qing immediately suppressed his emotions and sat down beside Wang Keiya. He said, how can that be? You drive my emotions. Wang Keiya laughed as if she just heard something funny. Oh, really? When you took care of matters and left, was that you being controlled by me? Zhao Qing lowered his head, his eyes filled with grievance. Back then, I was not worthy of you, so, sister, do you still want me? Wang Keiya was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, so she did not bother to argue with him. She said, that will depend on your performance. That's right. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Shouldn't he give us a show? Ni Yang chimed in. Wang Keiya did not speak up for Zhao Qing and just watched. Zhao Qing did not feel embarrassed. He said, that's fine. I'll embarrass myself today. It just so happens that I've been exercising quite well recently. Zhao Qing stood up and, before Wang Keiya could react, he picked her up. The calm Zhao Qing noticed that Wang Keiya's dress was not suited for a princess carry, so he let her sit on his arm instead. Wang Keiya almost lost her balance, and instinctively leaned on Zhao Qing, hugging his neck tightly. In this position, his masculine aura was simply overwhelming. The rest of the party had also exclaimed. Zhao Qing maintained this posture and did a few lifts, showing off the muscles on his arms perfectly. Wang Keiya's face was red. She gently patted Zhao Qing, signaling him to put her down. Zhao Qing stopped. Wang Keiya thought she would finally be set down, but she did not expect him to just sit down, with her on his lap. Wang Keiya was speechless. At that moment, she did not know what to do. If she just came down, it would look like she was not up for it, but if she did not, it would feel awkward between them. At this moment, someone jeered, you two should just go upstairs and get a room. At that moment, Wang Zeshan pushed the door open and entered the bar. As soon as he came in, he saw his sister sitting in a man's arms, and her sister's expression seemed unhappy. The light in the private room was a little dim, so he could not see the man's face clearly. However, judging by the clothes, he was probably very young. Let go of Wang Keiya, Wang Zeshan said, frowning. Wang Keiya was surprised. She looked up and said, brother, what are you doing here? Wang Zeshan glanced around the room and did not see the legendary Vice President Zhao. He only said, I heard that you were playing here, so I came to take a look. Thank goodness I arrived. Hurry up and come down. Wang Keiya's face was filled with dissatisfaction. She reckoned that Wang Zeshan was here to get close to Ni Yang. What he said about visiting his younger sister was all a lie. She ignored her brother's order to come down, and instead hugged Zhao Qing's neck and looked at Wang Zeshan with a challenging gaze. Wang Zeshan was a little embarrassed. There were so many people in the room, and he did not want to have any conflicts with his sister. Moreover, he was not looking for Ni Yang today. Since his last project fell through, Wang Zeshan had been preparing to work on a project with Yao Corporation. What are you doing? Ni Yang asked. This little brother is so good-looking, and that's hard to come by. Wang Keiya is so lucky, and this little brother is so devoted to her that he chased her all the way here. Wang Zeshan became disdainful. These young men were just trash who lived off rich women. They were not worthy of attention. In the past, it was fine for Wang Keiya to go out and play, but he did not ask her to mingle with this kind of trash. Wang Zeshan frowned and said, do not bother with these parasites. Zhao Qing laughed coldly and reluctantly put Wang Keiya down. Without Wang Keiya's cover, Wang Zeshan finally saw Zhao Qing's face clearly. In an instant, Wang Zeshan's expression became horrified. He was about to say something when Zhao Qing signaled for him to not give his identity away. Wang Zeshan looked at Wang Keiye and said, "I won't disturb you anymore. Please continue enjoying yourselves." After he watched Wang Zeshan leave, Zhao Qing's expression changed to one of desolation. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, sister. I've gone too far. I was wrong for delusionally trying to pander to you." "I'm sorry," Wang Keiye immediately said. "It was my brother who went too far. I apologize on his behalf." Zhao Qing's eyes immediately lit up as he looked up at Wang Keiye. "Sister's apology does not seem to be sincere," Zhao Qing whispered. Then, he stood up and looked at the crowd, saying bitterly, "I'll cover your tab, but I have to leave now, everyone." With that, Zhao Qing left. 221 A familiar smell. After closing the door, Zhao Qing leaned against the wall and counted in his heart. 3, 2, 1. As if on cue, Wang Keiye came out of the bar after he finished his countdown. "That familiar smell is still so good." Zhao Qing grabbed Wang Keiye's hand, pushed her against the wall, and kissed her. Wang Keiye pretended to struggle for a while, but her mouth responded honestly to Zhao Qing's kiss. The two of them kissed passionately, and after a while, their breathing became a little erratic. Zhao Qing sensed someone about to pass by, so he stopped and leaned on Wang Keiye's shoulder. "Did you miss me, sister?" asked Zhao Qing in a hoarse voice. "I missed you. I'll ask you one more time. Do you still want me?" Zhao Qing's words softened Wang Keiye's heart. "Of course," she said. F***ck, why can't I control my mouth? Wang Keiye was a little angry with herself. How could she be so useless? Zhao Qing had settled their fight with just a few words. When Zhao Qing heard her consent, he immediately raised his head to look at her with his lit-up eyes. Wang Keiye felt like she was looking at a large dog with its tail wagging. Zhao Qing kissed her again, then tugged her hand and ran off with her. As Wang Keiye ran, she asked, "Why are we running? I can't wait anymore." "Let's hurry home," said Zhao Qing. Wang Keiye said, "Hey, you're not going to skip the bill, are you?" Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment, then he stiffly went back to the bar. Wang Keiye stared at Zhao Qing, and could not help but laugh. She said, "I'm just joking. You didn't have to pay for it. I just told the waiter to put it on my tab." Zhao Qing ignored what she said and went straight to the front counter. He paid the bill and then left with Wang Keiye. At the bar, Zhao Qing did drink a whole glass of whiskey, and became a little drunk. The ever-calm Zhao Qing would never do anything he could not do well. However, next to Wang Keiye, Zhao Qing was like a silly boy who was in love for the first time, breaking the rules repeatedly. He felt like his body was made of lead, but his brain was very excited. Back in the car, the two of them did their best to suppress their excitement. After entering the house, the two of them could not help but kiss each other again. A moment of love was worth 1,000 riches. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhao Qing's usually deft hands were completely out of control. They fumbled around, and became a little rough. Wang Keiye arched her back from this action. Zhao Qing usually did not talk much, but he was particularly talkative today. He moved while whispering sweet nothings to Wang Keiye. He gently touched her lips, but could not draw the shape of her lips perfectly. He stroked her lips as he said, "Wang Keiye, did you miss me? I've missed you so much these days that I've gone crazy. I was so happy when you said you still wanted me. I want to be responsible for you. I want to be responsible for you forever. I won't let you down or make you sad." Wang Keiye's breathing became heavier as Zhao Qing moved. She gently touched Zhao Qing's back. When Zhao Qing got the signal, he was completely unbridled. Soon, a bright red hickey appeared on Wang Keiye's neck. "Zhao Qing," Wang Keiye said, "I like hearing you say that. Say more. You're so beautiful, sister," Zhao Qing said. "I like you so much. Let's be together for the rest of our lives, okay?" When Wang Keiye did not respond to these words, Zhao Qing became a little unhappy and childishly bit her lips. Wang Keiye had said that his skills were awful, so he had to perform well this time. Who knew how much time had passed before the two of them finally stopped? Wang Keiye was covered in sweat, and her entire body felt weak. She was too tired to even clean up. Last time, it was Zhao Qing who cleaned up everything, but today, Zhao Qing had obviously drunk too much. Wang Keiye sighed and decided to wash up after all. But before she could move, Zhao Qing picked her up as though he was never drunk before. He washed her up and did her skincare routine for her. Then, he dried her and put her on the bed. He carried her back to the guest room and placed her on the clean bed. Zhao Qing was so sleepy that he fell asleep as soon as everything was done. Wang Kei snuggled up to him comfortably. At this point, she had completely forgiven him for last time. This silly little brother, not only was he good at health, but he was also good at sweet nothings, and was even considerate. No one would understand the joy of being in a relationship with a man like him. The next morning, Wang Kei was woken up by her phone. She picked it up and answered it. Wang Zeshan's voice came from the other end, saying, "I didn't have time to tell you last night, but what's your relationship with Vice President Zhao of Yao Corporation?" 222 I don't know him. Hearing this, Wang Kei said in a daze, "Vice President Zhao? Who's that? I don't know him." "What?" Wang Zeshan asked. "Don't know him? If you don't know him, why were you sitting on his lap?" When Wang Kei heard this, she immediately woke up. She roared, "Are you sick? Are you calling me in the morning just to slander me? When did I sit on his lap?" When Zhao Qing heard Wang Kei's shout, he opened his eyes. He thought for a moment, then looked at Wang Kei and said, Yesterday, you might have really sat on Vice President Zhao's lap." When Wang Kei heard what Zhao Qing said, she immediately straddled him and signaled with her eyes for him to stay quiet. Zhao Qing still had a smile on his face as Wang Kei sat on him. He was afraid that she would fall, so he hugged her waist. Wang Kei's waist was slender. Zhao Qing found himself stroking her belly a few times. On the other end of the phone, Wang Zeshan said, "I saw it with my own eyes, how can I be wrong? Did you drink too much and can't remember?" "All right," Wang Kei said, "let me hear who this Vice President Zhao is." "His name is Zhao Qing," Wang Zeshan and Zhao Qing answered at the same time. Wang Kei was stunned and immediately hung up. Zhao Qing said, "Not only were you sitting on Vice President Zhao's lap, but you were also rolling in the sheets with Vice President Zhao. You're even riding Vice President Zhao now." Wang Kei was speechless. Her eyes widened as she stared at Zhao Qing. She wanted to take the opportunity to grab his collar and interrogate him. But, the blanket was lifted and, Zhao Qing was not wearing any clothes, so Wang Kei ended up touching his chest. Zhao Qing stared at Wang Kei with fire in his eyes. Wang Kei said, "You're not a nurse. How did you suddenly become a vice president? Were you lying to me?" "I used to be a nurse, but I got promoted," said Zhao Qing. Wang Kei said in disbelief, "So fast?" "Of course we have to be fast. Time is of the essence," Zhao Qing said with a smile. Wang Kei did not know what to say. Zhao Qing leaned close to her ear and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I just want to be with my sister. You have to show some sincerity." When Wang Kei heard this, her face immediately turned red and she shyly let herself lie on Zhao Qing's body. She recalled how she was teased by him yesterday, and how she bit Zhao Qing's neck. Zhao Qing felt Wang Kei's warm breath, and his heart softened. His lower half, which had just woken up, eventually calmed down. Zhao Qing gently stroked Wang Kei's hair, saying, "Stay with me. I won't let you do anything you don't want to do. I'll always stand by your side, love you, and be good to you. Sister, promise that we'd be together, okay?" This was the second time Zhao Qing had said that. When they were being intimate last night, Zhao Qing had said it as well, but Wang Kei had not taken it seriously. Wang Kei raised her head to look at Zhao Qing, confirming the sincerity in his eyes. She said, Are you for real? I know that I'm not good enough for you now, but I'll definitely work hard," said Zhao Qing with certainty. Wang Kei's heart kept beating faster. He confessed, just like that. At that moment, the phone rang again. Wang Kei got down from Zhao Qing and picked it up. "Why did you hang up?" asked Wang Zeshan immediately. "Does Vice President Zhao still go to that bar at night?" Wang Kei looked at Zhao Qing, who was beside her. She said, "I don't know either. What are you planning to do?" "What else?" Wang Zeshan replied immediately. "Of course, it's about the project. I want to get some information. We can go," Zhao Qing gestured to her. "Should I go?" Wang Kei gestured back. Wang Zeshan said, "You're going there with me tonight. The relationship between you two isn't ordinary. You have to help me this time. The last project fell through. All the work I did before was in vain. Wang Keiya was reluctant to help her brother, mumbling her thoughts incoherently. Zhao Qing stood up and covered the phone. He said, "If you don't want to go, then don't go." Wang Keiya didn't know why, but she suddenly felt more confident. She said into the phone, "I don't want to go. If you want to go, you can go by yourself." After that, Wang Keiya hung up. Wang Zeshan was confused. "Something's wrong with my sister. She's acting strange." The Wang family was a wealthy family, but Wang Zeshan and Wang Keiya's parents were very strict with their children, and wanted them to build themselves up from the bottom. Wang Zeshan was very dissatisfied and unwilling to be disciplined, so he came out to start a business. Wang Keiya graduated and returned. She was unwilling to inherit the company, so she did not go to work at the grassroots level. Although Wang Zeshan said that he was starting his own business, he was mostly leveraging on the Wang family's reputation. Thus, everyone gave him some face and business went smoothly. 223 Earning money is just as difficult as eating tea. However, in this society, earning money was just as difficult as eating tea, and there was no shortage of severe beatings. In the past, with the Wang family's capital, there was no need for Wang Zeshan and Zhao Qing to get close to each other. But if he wanted to succeed in his business, Wang Zeshan had to endure. This was especially so when Wang Zeshan heard that Vice President Zhao was Yao Ziju's most trusted aide, a vice president who was appointed out of nowhere. He seemed very capable, and would definitely be able to take charge in the future. Wang Zeshan needed to make friends with him. As for Wang Keiya, Wang Zeshan loved her very much. He thought that he and his sister might be currently suffering, but once they become rich, Wang Zeshan would definitely treat his sister well. Even though Wang Keiya hung up on him, Wang Zeshan still decided to try his luck that night. After Wang Keiya hung up, she felt a little upset. "Don't be angry, sister," Zhao Qing said. "You can do whatever you want. If you don't mind, I can support you." After saying that, Zhao Qing got off the bed and took out his salary card from his wallet. Wang Keiya raised her eyebrows and took Zhao Qing's pink salary card to take a look. Zhao Qing took out another card and handed it to Wang Keiya as he said, "I thought I'd give this to you, so I applied for this pink bank card. Do you like it?" Wang Keiya's heart felt warm, but she still said, "Maybe a black card would suit me more." Zhao Qing was speechless, but after a moment of silence, he said, "That's okay, I understand. I'll continue to work hard." Zhao Qing knew that Wang Keiya's so-called black card was a high-class credit card with no limit. Zhao Qing did not have the ability to do that now, but nonetheless, he vowed that he would work hard. Wang Keiya could not help but laugh, and she said, "Silly, I was just joking. Don't be so stressed out." After that, Wang Keiya put the pink card into her wallet. She had received many expensive gifts since she was young, so she did not feel that it was inappropriate to hold his bank card. Wang Keiya also understood that this was Zhao Qing's kind intention, so she accepted it. Zhao Qing looked at Wang Keiya's actions and said in a trembling voice, You accept? Does that mean you agree to be with me?" Wang Keiya lowered her head and kissed Zhao Qing. At that moment, Wang Keiya felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Zhao Qing turned from her guest into her keeper. She felt as if she was in the clouds, and the joy was indescribable. Not long after that, Wang Keiya started panting and wrapped her arms around Zhao Qing's neck. Zhao Qing was also reluctant to stop. Zhao Qing said a bit regretfully, "I'll get up and cook for you, then. I have to leave for work soon." Wang Keiya kissed Zhao Qing's cheek and said, "Okay, go on then." Zhao Qing stood up, and after he took 2 steps, he could not help but turn around and kiss Wang Keiya on the lips again. After he was satisfied, he went to the kitchen. After making breakfast, Zhao Qing left for work without even eating. Wang Keiya's best friend group also started to become active. A few of them discussed where to spend their money today. Wang Keiya did not want to go anywhere. She just wanted to wait at home for Zhao Qing to get off work. She replied in the group, "I don't have time today. I'm busy. Zhao Qing texted Wang Keiya as soon as he got to the company, "If your brother wants to talk to me, I'll meet him at the cafe below the office after work. Then I'll come back and cook for you. What do you want to eat tonight?" Wang Keiya replied, "All right, I'll talk to him about it. As for tonight, I'll think about it." Zhao During lunch break, Zhao Qing sent Wang Keiye another message. Sis, have you had your lunch yet? Wang Keiye was speechless. Looking at Zhao Qing's message, she could not help but smile and reply proudly, just be good and do your work. Don't be clingy. Zhao Qing replied coquettishly, sob, sob. Sister is so heartless. Now you're disdaining me. Wang Keiye had a helpless look on her face. What the hell is this? Sob, sob. Zhao Qing sent another message. You have low blood sugar. You'll faint if you don't eat. I've ordered takeaway for you. It'll be delivered soon. Eat well. Wang Keiye replied, I know, and I will. Zhao Qing smiled and replied, I love you, and I miss you, too. Zhao Qing did not receive any news from Wang Keiye after a while. He frowned and sent a question mark. Wang Keiye looked at Zhao Qing's message and fell into deep thought. Is this the same Zhao Qing from before? When he's in love, he's a completely different person. So clingy and, it's so sweet. Wang Keiye felt that she was too lucky. From now on, Wang Keiye would be enjoying the life of someone who is loved, while Zhao Qing would be in charge of making money, cleaning the house, cooking, and being lovey-dovey with her. 224 A show of strength. Zhao Qing's joy was cut short by a strange text message. Hello Vice President Zhao, I'm Chairman Wang Lin's secretary, Xiao Li. Please be aware that we have made an appointment with you at 2:30 p.m. Be sure to arrive on time. Thank you. Wang Lin was Wang Keiye's father. Sure enough, it was impossible for this to not be discovered by him. Just from reading the message, Zhao Qing could feel the other party's domineering attitude. This Chairman Wang was not the slightest bit considerate to Zhao Qing at all. His secretary only informed him about the time of meeting. Zhao Qing immediately replied, got it. I'll be there on time. Zhao Qing arrived at Wang Corporation half an hour early. When the receptionist saw him, she did not say anything and just brought him straight to a lounge area outside Wang Lin's office. Chairman Wang is currently in a meeting. Kindly wait here for now, the receptionist said. Zhao Qing did not say anything, knowing that the chairman was just putting on a show of strength. Time passed slowly, and by 3:30 p.m., the chairman had not returned yet. Zhao Qing had been waiting for an hour. Still, he was very calm. If Chairman Wang Lin continued to ignore him like this, Zhao Qing would have to leave first. After all, he still had a meeting at 5:30 p.m. Soon, Chairman Wang Lin came out from the elevator. His air of superiority was very powerful, and Wang Lin looked at Zhao Qing with a serious expression which gave him the greatest amount of pressure possible. Zhao Qing remained calm and extended his hand politely. He said, Hello, Chairman Wang Lin, I am Zhao Qing. Wang Lin evaluated Zhao Qing for a moment. Although he seemed too young, he had the aura of a talented and level-headed person. He was neither humble nor arrogant. Indeed, he was a promising young man. Wang Lin's expression softened a bit. He shook Zhao Qing's hand and said, Come in. Wang Lin sat in the chairman's seat and said, I heard that my daughter, Wang Keiye, is in a relationship with you. Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment. This Chairman Wang Lin was being straightforward. That's right, said Zhao Qing with a nod. Chairman Wang Lin said with understanding, I understand that young people want to slack off and not work whenever they can. You're not local, so you don't have a house, right? I'll have my secretary arrange a house for you immediately. I'll give you another month to leave my daughter. Chairman Wang, Zhao Qing said calmly, Uncle, I'm still young and am strong enough that I can work for decades. I don't want to live off a woman, and neither do I want to take any shortcuts. Also, I already have a house. Wang Keiye and I are in a serious relationship, and I don't want a single cent from her. But I heard that she took you in, Wang Lin said with disdain. An outsider can't possibly understand our relationship, said Zhao Qing. Uncle, you must have only heard rumors. Wang Lin saw that Zhao Qing was still calm and answered his questions without stuttering. He laughed and said, Fine, young man. The Wang family does tend to underestimate anyone with a bright future. Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll leave you two alone. Zhao Qing came out of the Wang Corporation and did not waste time pondering things. His schedule was full until he got off work. After work, he was going to meet Wang Zeshan. Wang Zeshan intended to meet Zhao Qing at the bar. After all, it was easier to close a business deal after drinking. However, Zhao Qing did not like bars. Now that he had Wang Keiya, Zhao Qing would not go to a bar unless it was necessary. When he saw him, Wang Zeshan did not waste time and immediately said, "Vice President Zhao, we're not very close. If we meet more often in the future, you'll know that I'm a very reliable person. You'll find no problems working with me. I'm very sincere." "We'll indeed have a lot of opportunities to meet in the future," replied Zhao Qing vaguely. Wang Zeshan thought that this was Zhao Qing's olive branch and happily said, "Vice President Zhao, you're very kind and friendly, I see. You will definitely make a name for yourself in the future. I'm glad that the Wang family does not despise me," said Zhao Qing. Wang Zeshan waved his hand in dismissal. He said, "Don't put me and the Wang family in the same category. We'll talk about our own business. I, myself, am starting my own company soon." Zhao Qing nodded. "Then, what's the matter today, Mr. Wang?" Wang Zeshan took out the project tender from his briefcase and placed it in front of Zhao Qing. He said, "Let's get down to business first. Vice President Zhao, I know that Yao Corporation will be bidding soon. To show you my sincerity, I have prepared this bidding document. Please take a look first. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we'll change it to something that Yao Corporation can be satisfied with." Zhao Qing did not open the tender to look at it. He only said, "I can give some advice, but it won't affect the final result. Mr. Wang, do you understand what I mean?" "I understand. I won't make things difficult for you, Vice President Zhao," said Wang Zeshan. Zhao Qing thought for a moment and decided to be frank. "Mr. Wang, it seems like Chairman Wang doesn't want you to take on this business." 225 Going home to cook for his girlfriend. Wang Zeshan's expression turned ugly. He said, "Vice President Zhao, this business is my own. It has nothing to do with Chairman Wang. I can still do well in my business without him. Even if you can't offer me anything, I hope Vice President Zhao can give me a chance to compete fairly with the others." "That's not a problem. Don't worry," Zhao Qing nodded. The darkness in Wang Zeshan's face lightened. He said, "I see that you're quite familiar with Keiya. Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Zhao Qing coughed and said, "No, thank you. I'm going home to cook for my girlfriend tonight." Wang Zeshan raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't expect you to still have such a zest for life." "Stop joking. Of course my girlfriend deserves to be spoiled," said Zhao Qing. Wang Zeshan stood up and went to his side. He said, "You can't just pamper her. You have to have a presence as the head of the family." Zhao Qing smiled and said nothing. Zhao Qing and Wang Keiya made an appointment to go grocery shopping that evening. Wang Keiya had asked Zhao Qing to wait for a while before going downstairs. However, Zhao Qing wanted to see Wang Keiya so badly that he could hardly wait, and he went straight upstairs to pick her up. When Zhao Qing came in, he saw that Wang Keiya was dressed and putting on a necklace for herself in front of the mirror. Wang Keiya did not even turn her head. She said, "Come in, help me put this on." Then, Wang Keiya gathered her long hair. She held her hair in one hand and picked up the loose strands behind her with the other. For the moment, she did not care about how her hair looked from the front. A lock of her long hair fell over the side of her face, making her look very alluring. Zhao Qing's throat suddenly felt dry. While Wang Keiya's hands were preoccupied, he took advantage and pressed her against the wall. He lowered his head to kiss her. Wang Keiya's hand was holding her hair, so she could not push him away. She could only raise her head and enjoy the deep kiss. She was even feeling a sudden urge. The two kissed for a long time, and Wang Keiya thought she would not be able to leave. Zhao Qing's breathing was heavy when he finally released his hold on Wang Keiya. Wang Keiya was speechless. Isn't Zhao Qing a hot-blooded man? Why did he stop? Zhao Qing understood the look in Wang Keiya's eyes, and he said, "You must eat well. You lost a lot of weight recently. Sister, you promised me that you would eat well. If you can do that, then I'll do anything you want." Wang Keiya was at a loss for words. He made it sound like she was the lecherous one. The two of them held hands as they went to the supermarket. As they walked, Wang Zeshan suddenly called his sister. Wang Keiya picked up the phone and said, "Don't you think you're calling me too many times today?" Wang Zeshan said, "Zhao Qing already has a girlfriend. He's going back to cook for her. He seems very doting on her. Don't let Zhao Qing play with your feelings and steal your body. Stay away from two-timing scumbags like him." Wang Keiya was speechless. Brother, you haven't considered that Zhao Qing's girlfriend might be me, have you? Wang Kei'er coughed a few times and said guiltily, all right, I got it. Wang Zeshan heard Wang Keier's perfunctory reply and said worriedly, I won't ask you to help me with Zhao Qing from now on. I'd rather give up on this business venture. Even if I'm poor, I won't let you debase yourself like that. You should be more careful. Wang Keier laughed and said, oh, really? You don't even want your business anymore? Then I'll call this scumbag right away and scold him. Wang Zeshan coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. He said, that was just an example. Bear with it. When my business is done, you can call me and scold me. Wang Keier laughed. She said, brother, don't worry, I know what to do. Zhao Qian, who stood beside her, had clearly heard the conversation between the two siblings. Although he was called a scumbag, he was not angry. He even had a slight smile on his face. Wang Keier hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Qian. She said, are you trying to ruin my reputation? You made me look like a fool. Zhao Qian was confused. Was he wrong? Wang Keier said, okay, let me see how you pamper your girlfriend. Zhao Qian kissed Wang Keier and said, no problem, I'll let you experience it. On the day of Yao Corporation's bidding, Chairman Wang was also in attendance. Wang Zeshan saw his father and had an ominous feeling. Could it be that he was pressuring him on the spot to make him fail his business? Wang Zeshan had made preparations in all aspects. In the initial estimation, he was ranked first. Wang Zeshan believed that he would definitely be able to win this project without any problems. 226 Winning the bid. Very quickly, the host announced the results. The winning bid goes to Wang Zeshan. Wang Zeshan was so excited that he jumped for joy. His hard work over the past few days had paid off. When Wang Lin heard that it was Wang Zeshan who won, he left with an ugly expression. Wang Lin made a gesture and his secretary, Xiao Li, immediately called Zhao Qian. Xiao Li said, hello, Vice President Zhao. You did not pass Chairman Wang's test. From now on, you are to stop all communication with Miss Wang Keier. I'll give him an explanation for this soon, said Zhao Qian. When Wang Lin went downstairs, he saw Wang Keier and Zhao Qian waiting for him. Seeing the two of them, Wang Lin did not even look at Zhao Qian. Instead, he waved at Wang Keier and said, Keier, come here. Wang Keier was not close to her father, but in order to not make things worse, she pretended to be close and clutched her father's arm. Wang Lin was startled for a moment, but he quickly reacted by revealing a smile. Perhaps it was because Wang Keier felt so pampered in her intimate relationship that she became much gentler than before. Chairman Wang, I saw Mr. Wang's bidding document in advance, said Zhao Qian. To keep things fair, I did not perform the adjudication. Mr. Wang was able to win the bid because of his own strength. This was exactly what Wang Lin wanted to hear. After all, who would not want to hear others say that their son was great? Let's get in the car, Wang Lin said. Wang Keier and Wang Lin sat in the back, and Zhao Qian sat in the front passenger seat. Wang Lin said, I asked you to ruin Wang Zeshan's chances of winning the bid because I want him to return to Wang Corporation and give him a step up. I'm also willing to give money to Yao Corporation to make up for the difference. Why are you unwilling to cooperate? Wang Keier raised her right hand like an obedient child. She said, I have something to say. Wang Lin thought that his daughter was very cute today. Normally, she was very well behaved, so it was rare for her to be so lively. He said, go ahead. Wang Keier said, this was all my idea, Dad. You don't know this, but Zeshan has been working very hard for this project. He personally went and did the networking by himself until midnight. He really wanted to prove himself. Wang Lin said, he refused to do what is expected of a young master, and instead chose to go drinking with others. What a disgrace. Wang Keier said, Father, I didn't understand you in the past, but I'm beginning to. It was Zhao Qing who made me understand that people from the older generation like you are all hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. You're obviously afraid that Zeshan will suffer, but you always say those mean things. Wang Lin did not deny it and only let out a cold snort. Wang Keier looked at Wang Lin's expression and did not see anything out of the ordinary. She continued, Zhao Qing told me that Zeshan's team isn't very stable, but at this time, it's useless to say anything to him. We can only wait for him to find the problem himself. Wang Lin was a bit surprised. Wang Lin had never talked about Wang Zeshan's team to Zhao Qing, and yet this vice president could already tell. By the time your brother finds out, it'll be too late. Not only will his company be finished, but he'll also be digging a hole for Yao Corporation, Wang Lin said. Wang Keiya continued, Father, you're so smart when it comes to business, but when it comes to family matters, how can you be so stupid? It's time for you to make an appearance, turn the tables and show the power of our family, and some fatherly love. By then, wouldn't Zeshan want to home obediently? I'm afraid even I would want to go back to work at Wang Corporation. Wang Lin looked at his daughter and said, You're good with words. Did Zhao Qing teach you to say that? Wang Keiya immediately shook her head and said, No, these are my own thoughts. I held back from telling you because I'm a little afraid of you. Really? Wang Lin asked. So you're not afraid of me now? Wang Keiya laughed. I'm still afraid. But if you get angry and kick me out of the house, I can just let Zhao Qing take care of me, and spoil me silly. Wang Lin's face suddenly became gloomy. He said, Impossible. How can my daughter be raised by someone else? After a moment, Wang Lin suddenly realized something and said, If Zhao Qing is willing, you can go ahead. Not everyone gets such an opportunity. It shall be my honor, Zhao Qing said, taking advantage of the opportunity. I definitely won't let you and Keiya down. Wang Lin nodded. All right, you pass for today. Come to my home with Keiya this weekend. Without waiting for Zhao Qing to say anything, Wang Lin then said, I still want to talk to Keiya. You may leave first. All right, uncle, said Zhao Qing. I shall take my leave, and I'll pay you a formal visit this weekend. 227 A grown woman can't be kept at home. After Zhao Qing got out of the car, Wang Lin sighed and said, A grown woman can't be kept at home. Keiya, you have good taste. Zhao Qing has a good character. I think he would do anything to achieve his goal. Normally, I would say that you shouldn't keep someone like that by your side, but this time, I think Zhao Qing handled things well and proved himself. What I value most is that he respects you. He won't act arbitrarily when things happen. He seems like the type who discusses things with you so that you can brave through difficult times ahead together. Only with this will you be able to stay together for a long time. There were some things that Wang Lin did not say. Namely, about how good Zhao Qing was at killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He gave face to the Wang Corporation while largely protecting the interests of Yao Corporation. He eased the relationship between a father and son. He won the bet, and even displayed his ability and character, instilling a wave of good impressions in the Wang patriarch. If they could get such a clear-headed and intelligent son-in-law, it would be of great benefit to the Wang family. Wang Keiya nodded and said, We just got together. We haven't thought about marriage yet. Wang Lin looked at Wang Keiya and said, You flirt. Wang Keiya was dumbfounded. Wang Keiya seemed stunned. Father, to think you actually keep up with online terminology. You even know the word flirt. Wang Lin said seriously, You better hold on to Zhao Qing. But it doesn't matter. Even if you mess up, you can be married to other families. Wang Keiya was speechless. What kind of magic potion did Zhao Qing give her father? She had thought that Zhao Qing would not be able to pass her father's expectations, yet he managed to pass them easily. When Wang Keiya returned home, she was in a very good mood and happily walked into the kitchen. Wang Keiya thought that Zhao Qing would be tired from work, but she also knew that he would still come home to cook for her regardless. Today, she would help him prepare the dishes so that he would have an easier time cooking when he came back. Wang Keiya opened the fridge and saw a pineapple and a cantaloupe. She was a little puzzled by this. Why didn't he buy the cut ones? It's troublesome to cut them up at home. However, the fruits that were cut by the supermarkets were not very clean. Wang Keiya took out the pineapple and prepared to clean it up first. As she peeled the pineapple, she could not help but laugh when she thought of what Zhao Qing's surprised face would look like. When she was done cutting the pineapple, Zhao Qing had not returned yet. Wang Keiya took out the cantaloupe, cut it up, and put the pieces on a plate. Just as she was about to bring the cantaloupe into the living room, Zhao Qing walked in. When he saw the horrendously cut cantaloupe on the plate, Zhao Qing stared at Wang Keiya with a complicated expression. I finished cutting the pineapple and the cantaloupe, Wang Keiya chimed. Come have some. Zhao Qing's expression became even more complicated as he asked, you also cut the pineapple. Wang Keiya saw that Zhao Qing did not look that happy about this. Instead, he had a complicated expression on his face, and she wilted. Why? Wang Keiya asked. Is there a problem? Zhao Qing took the plate and placed it on the table. Then, he picked up a piece of the cantaloupe and fed it to Wang Keiya. Zhao Qing touched Wang Keiya's hand and said, Sister, you've worked hard. In the future, leave such things to me. Your hands are so beautiful, there's no need to ruin them with menial work. As long as you like it, Wang Keiya said with a smile. Zhao Qing picked out all the pineapples and placed them on another plate. Zhao Qing said, You cut these for me, so I want to eat them all by myself. You can't snatch them from me. Wang Keiya did not listen to Zhao Qing, and she immediately moved to snatch it. She said, I want some, too. Zhao Qing gently stroked Wang Keiya's hair. He said, Sister, eat some of the other fruits first. I'll go and cook now. Zhao Qing had just entered the kitchen when the phone he left on the table rang. She picked up the phone and wanted to give it to Zhao Qing, but she accidentally unlocked the screen. Zhao Qing's phone doesn't have a password. After unlocking it, she saw Zhao Qing's list of saved videos. The first one was titled An appetizing fried rice your girlfriend would enjoy. The second one was a cantaloupe cake with a surprise, guaranteed to touch her heart. Wang Keiya's face instantly turned red. For pineapple fried rice, you need to cut the pineapple in half, hollow out the pineapple meat, and then use the remaining pineapple shell as a bowl for fried rice. The cantaloupe cake needs to have the fruit pulp hollowed out, then you make the cake inside. After it's done, it's not only beautiful, but also very tasty. In other words, the fruit shell was more useful than the flesh, but Wang Keiya had just peeled off all the skin and thrown it away. Wang Keiya felt a little guilty and walked into the kitchen with a pitiful expression. She opened the kitchen door and immediately jumped into Zhao Qing's arms. Zhao Qing asked with a smile, acting spoiled all of a sudden. What's wrong? I'm sorry, Wang Keiya said pitifully. I ruined the surprise you were going to prepare. 228 Sister is so cute. Zhao Qing was stunned. Thinking of the content of the videos he had watched earlier, his face turned red. He said, you saw those. It's nothing, I could always do it next time, but it won't be a surprise anymore. Wang Keiya hugged Zhao Qing tightly. She shook her head and said, No, I'm still surprised and moved to tears. Zhao Qing could not help but laugh. Sister is so cute. Zhao Qing lifted her up and said, Since you've ruined the surprise, why don't you make it up to me yourself? After that, Zhao Qing carried Wang Keiya to the bedroom. On the way there, he thought that he needed the exercise. His sister had personally cut the pineapple for him, so he had to make sure to satisfy her. During Ming Liui's prenatal examination, the doctor had hinted that she was pregnant with a boy. Ming Liui did not mind. Whether it was a boy or a girl, it was still her child. However, when Yao Ziju realized that it was a boy, his face darkened. How could it be a boy? It would be nicer if it was a girl. She would be as cute as my wife. Until the time of delivery, Yao Ziju pretended that he did not know it was a boy. He had even prepared a set of baby things in anticipation for a girl. When Ming Liui entered the delivery room, Yao Ziju followed her in. Ming Liui had the protection of the spiritual spring, so she did not feel too much pain. Soon, the baby's cries resounded throughout the delivery room. The nurse wrapped the baby in a blanket and placed him in Yao Ziju's arms. Yao Ziju was in a delicate mood. Looking at the baby in his arms, he felt very nervous, but his face was also full of happiness. Congratulations, sir. It's a boy, said the nurse. Yao Ziju heard the nurse's voice and came back to his senses. He nodded and placed the baby beside Ming Liui, letting her have a look at the child. Then, the nurse carried the baby away, while Yao Ziju held Ming Liui's hand. I always heard that when a baby is born, it will look like a little old man, Ming Liui said. Our baby is very cute. You are my goddess, of course our baby will be different, Yao Ziju said with a smile. The nurse at the side could not help but laugh. She did not expect President Yao to be so straightforward when he praised people. He said that his wife was a goddess with such a straight face. But what the nurse did not know was that Yao Ziju was not exaggerating. It was simply the truth. Ming Liui was brought back to her ward. The confinement center was just next door, and there was a passage in the middle of the building that led to it. After the examination in the ward and confirming that there were no problems, everyone went to the confinement center. Ming Liuai was lying on the bed, and her mental state was quite good. Yao Ziju followed her, and Ming Liuai could not help but talk to him. She said, "It's a boy. How about we call him Nanan, isn't that good?" Yao Ziju was speechless. "If it were a girl, would she be called Nunu then?" he asked. Ming Liuai frowned and said, I never thought of that." Yao Ziju gently stroked Ming Liuai's beautiful hair, and he said, "I'll listen to you. We'll name him Nanan. It's very clever." "Then what should his official name be?" Ming Liuai asked. Soon, the group arrived at the luxury suite in the confinement center. Yao Gui and Jiyu were there waiting for them. Hearing the couple mention the name again, Yao Gui stepped forward and took the baby from Xiaofan's hands. He said, "I'm the grandfather, so I can name him, right?" Jiyu stepped forward to check on Ming Liuai's cough, but she also said, "Let the children decide this matter, you old geezer. Don't ruin this for them." Yao Gui grudgingly stayed silent. Jiyu looked at Ming Liuai and said softly, "Liuai, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "Mom, I'm fine," Ming Liuai said with a smile. Jiyu was relieved. Jiyu was also a mother and knew how hard it was to give birth to a child. She said, "It's good that there are no problems. All unrelated people, go back outside. Don't disturb Liuai's rest here." Yao Gui was dumbstruck. There was no one else in the room, other than Yao Gui himself. Yao Ziju took the baby from Yao Gui's arms and carried it to Jiyu's side. He said, "Mom, Liuai gave him a nickname, Nanan." Jiyu looked at the baby and smiled. She said gently, "Nanan sounds very nice. Little Nan, I am your grandmother." Jiyu paused for a moment before she continued, "I can't believe I'm already a grandmother." "I've already thought of a name for the child," said Yao Ziju. "I'll call him Zhaoyang." After Ming Liuai heard this, she nodded her head. She said with satisfaction, "Okay, from now on, Zhaoyang will be the little son in our home. Our little boy." 229 A bit of a dilemma. During the confinement period, old Zhang made soup every day and had it delivered to the confinement center. Ming Liuai was very happy at first, but eventually, she could not drink anymore. But she knew that this was old Zhang's kind intentions, and the soup was full of nutritious ingredients, so Ming Liuai was in a bit of a dilemma. Yao Ziju saw Ming Liuai frown and knew that she could not drink anymore. He picked up the rest of the soup and drank it himself. He said, "I'm also feeling tired. I could take advantage of these care packages you keep getting to nourish myself." "That's right," Ming Liuai said with a smile. "I'll share all this soup with you from now on." After the confinement period, Ming Liuai returned to the villa, much to the housekeeper's joy. At dinner time, old Zhang made soup again. He said, "When we delivered them to the confinement center, they got cold along the way. This batch was just made, so it tastes better." Ming Liuai nodded and immediately drank it. The taste was indeed better. She drank a portion of the soup, and Yao Ziju drank the rest. Old Zhang was confused. What is the master doing? Why did he snatch the madam's soup?" The elderly chef was silent for a moment before he turned around and walked into the kitchen. He filled another generous portion for the madam. Ming Liuai stared at the soup, and involuntarily looked at Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju coughed lightly. "Old Zhang, the soup is very good, but my wife can't eat that much. At most, she could take half a bowl." Ming Liuai was afraid that old Zhang would be saddened by this, so she hastily said, "That's right. I have a small appetite now. I'll let my husband drink this for me." Old Zhang nodded and went back to the kitchen. After dinner, Ming Liuai played with Nanan for a while. After coaxing him to sleep, she went to wash up. She had given birth naturally, and her body recovered relatively quickly. However, it would take some time for her to lose weight. Ming Liuai took out her old pajamas. They were once quite loose on her, but gradually they became too tight for her, and they were particularly uncomfortable. Ming Liuai took Yao Ziju's shirt and put it on. It was loose and comfortable. When Yao Ziju returned to his room, he saw Ming Liuai, who had just finished washing up, playing on the phone with a slightly red face. "Ah, my wife is wearing my shirt. Is that a hint?" Yao Ziju suddenly felt his blood boiling, and he could not help but gulp. He got on the bed and hugged Ming Liuai. He was like a wolf staring at its prey. The sudden movement caught Ming Liui off guard. Yao Ziju stared at her fair legs. He had hugged her from behind, so the shirt she wore tightened around her body a bit more. Her waist was quite obvious, and the places that should be full were even fuller. Yao Ziju lowered his head and breathed in Ming Liui's fragrance, which had carried the smell of milk. "Now, can we?" Yao Ziju asked in a hoarse voice. Ming Liui whispered her consent. The two of them had not been intimate for a long time, and were like dry kindling, which instantly ignited into wildfire. Yao Ziju had drunk the nutritious soup for her for so long that the benefits of it were showing tonight. They did it twice in a row, but he was still not satisfied. Ming Liui pushed Yao Ziju away just as he was about to continue, and she said, "All right, that's enough." Nanan seemed to sense his mother's distress. He was usually quiet, but at that moment, he suddenly burst into tears. Ming Liui rolled her eyes at Yao Ziju, but it was full of love. Afraid that his wife would be angry, Yao Ziju got dressed and went to pick Nanan up. After coaxing him back to sleep, he went back to bed. Ming Liui was already sleeping soundly. As though she had sensed his body temperature, Ming Liui snuggled into Yao Ziju's arms, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep again. Yao Ziju's desire was still burning, so he woke up very early the next morning. He looked at the time and saw that his wife had slept for 8 hours. Xiao Fan had already carried Nanan away to tend to him. Yao Ziju could not help hugging his wife. Ming Liui immediately woke up, and her eyes glistened. Yao Ziju could not bear it. Afraid that his wife would refuse, Yao Ziju immediately said, "One more, just this once." Knowing that Ming Liui had been discharged from the confinement center, Yulingling came to visit with gifts. Nanan was also more beautiful than when he was born. His skin was fair, his eyelashes were long, and his eyes were big. He was extremely adorable. His chubby little hand grabbed Yulingling's finger, and Yulingling melted in an instant. "This baby is so cute." Yulingling was moved. "Old people say that boys look like their mothers, and I see that it's true. Nanan looks like you." Ming Liui smiled. "The baby is still young. Who can tell? I don't care about anything else," Yulingling said. "The baby really does look like you, Liui." The two of them cooed and coaxed the baby for a while, then began to talk about private things. Yulingling took out a gift box and handed it to Ming Liui with an expectant expression. 230 Sexy lingerie. "Lingling, what's this?" Ming Liui asked curiously. "I heard that men would have erectile dysfunction after they leave the delivery room due to shock," Yulingling said in a whisper. Ming Liui stared at Yulingling in confusion. Yulingling continued, "Also, when a woman has a child, her focus will be on the child. Her desire in that area will also slowly disappear. She wouldn't be able to satisfy her husband, and as time goes on, problems would arise in the marriage." "So, there's already a problem with our marriage?" Ming Liui asked in surprise. Yulingling spoke as though she had been through this before. "That's right. So, in order for my best friend to continue to be happy, I've specially brought you a battle robe. When the time comes, I'll make sure that your husband can't stop." Ming Liui opened the gift box. Inside was a set of sexy lingerie. Ming Liui immediately closed the lid, her face red. She said, "You don't have to do that. My husband is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. We're the same as before, there's no lack of desire." "Really?" Yulingling asked. Ming Liui nodded her head seriously. Of course, it was true that her marriage was more than fine, but Ming Liui knew that if she wore this, she probably would not be able to get out of bed. Time passed quickly, and before everyone realized it, Nanan was 3.5 years old. It was said that this age was very magical, and it was also a very critical period. Yao Zhaoyang was sleeping soundly one night when he suddenly opened his eyes and jumped off the bed. He ran to the master bedroom. Yao Zhaoyang was about to climb onto the bed when Yao Ziju grabbed him. "Yao Zhaoyang, you're a 3-year-old now, why do you still want to sleep with us?" Yao Zhaoyang completely ignored Yao Ziju and continued to crawl on the bed. He turned away from Yao Ziju and looked at Ming Liui, crying loudly for her. Yao Ziju pulled Yao Zhaoyang up with a dark face. Yao Zhaoyang sobbed and said, "Mommy, you're still home. I thought you were gone." Yao Ziju frowned when he heard the child's words, but he did not send the boy away. Ming Liui was also awakened by the child's cries and immediately hugged Yao Jiaoyang. She said, "Nanan, did you have a nightmare?" "Mommy," Yao Jiaoyang sobbed. "I dreamed that I was in another world, and you were there too, but you didn't recognize me. You scared me." Ming Liui was silent for a long time. Yao Jiaoyang might have dreamt of original Ming Liui. "Then," she said, "then, is she doing well in that world?" "Very well," Yao Jiaoyang immediately replied. "He looks very happy and always has a smile on his face. She's so happy that she doesn't even think about her precious son." HMPH. Yao Ziju reacted immediately. He gently stroked Yao Jiaoyang's hair and said, "That person isn't your mother. She just looks like your mother. Since she's living a happy life, we're all happy for her." "Mommy, could it be that you have a twin sister?" asked Yao Jiaoyang, not fully understanding. "Otherwise, how could there be people who look exactly the same in this world?" "Okay, Nanan, let's go to sleep," Ming Liui said with a little yawn. Yao Jiaoyang immediately burrowed into Ming Liui's side of the bed and fell asleep in her arms. Yao Ziju kissed Ming Liui's forehead and said, "She's not happy here, but she's happy there. That's good. The past was in the past. They only needed to be happy for the present." Yao Jiaoyang started attending kindergarten. He often invited other children to play at home after school. Today, he invited his favorite friend, Xingxing, to his house. The two of them were playing together when Xingxing suddenly said, "Jiaoyang, I really want to eat ice cream." Xingxing was the prettiest girl in the class. Her beautiful eyes made it impossible for people to refuse her request. If it was any other day, Yao Jiaoyang would say that his father was afraid of cold food, but today, he must not embarrass himself. Yao Jiaoyang snuck upstairs and peeked through the crack of the study door. Seeing that his father was not busy, he walked in and said, "Daddy, I want ice cream." "You can only have ice cream once a week," Yao Ziju said with a smile. "You've already had it on Monday, so you can't have it today." Yao Jiaoyang shook Yao Ziju's clothes and said, "But my good friend is playing at home today. I'll lose face." Yao Ziju reached out his hand and touched Yao Jiaoyang's face. He said, "Your face isn't even as big as my hand, so what if you lose it?" Yao Jiaoyang tried to persuade his father, but Yao Ziju still refused. The little boy's eyes then lit up as he thought of something. Yao Jiaoyang quickly climbed onto Yao Ziju's lap and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He said, "Daddy, just let us eat some ice cream, okay?" 231 bias. Yao Ziju pushed Yao Jiaoyang away with a look of disgust. "You're a man, how can you act like a spoiled child?" "Daddy, you're so biased," Yao Jiaoyang said, feeling wronged. "You'll agree to anything if mommy gives you a kiss." Yao Ziju was speechless. "Who taught you to speak like that?" he asked. Yao Jiaoyang said, "I saw everything. Before, mommy wanted to eat ice cream, but you didn't let her, so mommy kissed you, and then you agreed." Yao Ziju was silent for a moment. He had no choice but to compromise. "Just this one time, you can't do it again." Yao Jiaoyang jumped up in excitement and dashed off. Ming Liui returned home to find Yao Jiaoyang and Xingxing sitting on the sofa, eating ice cream obediently. Ming Liui asked in confusion, "Jiaoyang, didn't you have ice cream already this week? You're eating another one today. Did Daddy agree to it?" Yao Jiaoyang nodded. Ming Liui went upstairs to find Yao Ziju. She said, "It's such a good day today. The policy has been relaxed." Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui, and he said, "Our son gave me a kiss for ice cream. He said he learned it from you." Ming Liui was speechless. He said, "What now? I don't remember teaching him anything of the sort. What reckless things is Nanan saying?" Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui and lifted her chin, saying, "You came back just in time. Let's see what else I can make you beg for." Ming Liui immediately became serious. She said, "It seems that you should teach your son how to be a man. I can't participate in this matter. Bye." With that, she pushed Yao Ziju aside and quickly ran away. Yao Ziju stared at Ming Liui's departing figure, his eyes filled with mirth and affection. Cai Rixi behaved herself in prison and was released early for her good behavior. She did not dare return to the Cai family. After all, what happened before had completely disappointed Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir. Even if she went back, the Cai family would not acknowledge her. CAI Rixie could only go to another city and live her life alone there. By chance, she met a young master from Shanghai, Wang Keng. This Wang family's status in Shanghai was similar to the Yao family's. However, CAI Rixie was still not satisfied with Wang Keng. Not only was he not as good as Yao Ziju, but he was also not as good as Yao Ziyang. But since she had no other choice, CAI Rixie could only use her tricks to keep Wang Keng hanging. One day, CAI Rixie and Wang Keng drank. As they drank, CAI Rixie suddenly cried. Wang Keng panicked and said, "Xiao 11, what did I do wrong to make you so angry?" CAI Rixie choked up. "No, you're fine. I was the one who remembered some sad things. Who in Shanghai dares to mess with you?" Wang Keng asked nervously. "Tell me and I'll exterminate their entire family." CAI Rixie shook her head. Although the Wang family was very powerful in Shanghai, the Yao family was not weak either. If they were to fight head-on, the Wang family might not even be a match for the Yao family. CAI Rixie was not actually sad, but she was resentful. She should have been Mrs. Yao, but Ming Liuyi got that title instead. CAI Rixie also learned that Ming Liuyi and Yao Ziju had a child. All these years of suffering inside made CAI Rixie hate Ming Liuyi even more. "Xiao 11, tell me, who is it? I won't let them get away with it," Wang Keng said, his heart aching. CAI Rixie looked at Wang Keng's expression and had an idea. Even if she could not shake off her defeat, she wanted to make Ming Liuyi and Yao Ziju sad somehow. It was also a good opportunity to make up for all the suffering CAI Rixie had gone through in prison all these years. CAI Rixie wiped her tears and said, "In the past, 2 scumbags caused me to lose my parents and leave my hometown." CAI Rixie spoke of the past with exaggerated details. In her story, she was humiliated, and Ming Liuyi was the evil woman. Yao Ziju had even become a heartless scum in her tale. When he heard the story, Wang Keng became furious. CAI Rixie is such a good girl, but they treated her like this. CAI Rixie sighed. "Forget it. It's all in the past. Let's start a new life." Then, she secretly observed Wang Keng's expression. Seeing the anger in Wang Keng's eyes, CAI Rixie knew that her scheme had taken hold. "How can we just let it go? That scumbag needs to be dealt with ruthlessly," Wang Keng said angrily. A smile flashed across CAI Rixie's mouth. Wang Keng continued, "Xiao 11, don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. I won't let those 2 scumbags have an easy time." CAI Rixie looked at Wang Keng pitifully and said, "You're not the head of the Wang family yet, so don't mess around. Otherwise, your father will be angry." 232 Conspiracy. Wang Keng listened to CAI Rixie and he sat back down. Wang Keng's father still had the final say in the Wang family, and Wang Keng could only mobilize a small amount of power. CAI Rixie saw that Wang Keng did not speak and knew that he was scared. However, her only hope for revenge was on Wang Keng. CAI Rixie said, "Okay, I know you love me very much, but I don't want to put you at risk. It doesn't matter even if I get hurt." Wang Keng stood up when he heard this. He had been deeply attracted to CAI Rixie ever since he met her. Now that he heard about such a tragic past, Wang Keng's heart ached. However, he was helpless. After all, his father was still the head. After a period of time together, Wang Keng was completely under CAI Rixie's control. Over the past few days, CAI Rixie kept instilling the idea of rising to power into Wang Keng, making his ambition expand. CAI Rixie could only have her revenge on Ming Liuyi when Wang Keng rose to power. The two of them were on a date at a hotel. A look of viciousness flashed in CAI Rixie's eyes. "Darling, don't you want to succeed your father?" Wang Keng grimaced as he remembered what his father had said to him. How could he not want to take over? It was just that his father despised Wang Keng for only knowing how to eat, drink, and have fun. He was a total failure. Especially in the past 2 years, Wang Keng's little brother had slowly grown up, and Wang Keng's position as the successor was at greater risk. CAI Rixie said seductively, "Darling, your little brother has grown up. If you don't do anything now, I'm afraid the Wang family will have nothing to do with you in the future." Wang Keng felt that his father was right. His father had high hopes for his younger brother and planned to hand over the entire Wang group to him when he grew up. By then, Wang Keng would really have nothing left. Wang Keng said anxiously, "What can I do? Father just doesn't like me." "Don't worry, Darling, Cai Rixie said, maybe we. The two of them discussed their plan in secret. Wang Keng did not want to do it, but he had no other choice. In the face of money and benefits, what was kinship? As long as Wang Keng could rise to the top, he would make it up to his family another day. The Wang group would also rise to a higher level. The next day, Wang Keng pretended to take his brother out on a trip. On the way, he would arrange for people to kidnap his brother and let him go after Wang Keng inherited the Wang group. When the kidnapping was done, Wang Keng pretended to panic and ran back home. He shouted, "Dad, Dad, something big has happened." Wang Dalu frowned and said, "Look at you. How can you be so flustered when you encounter something? Didn't you take Wang Ming out to play? Why did you come back alone?" "Dad, we were going to the beach, but a group of people came out and kidnapped Wang Ming," Wang Keng said. "They told me to come back and tell you to take 30 million in cash, and go to the abandoned steel factory in the suburbs." Hearing this, Wang Dalu slammed the table and stood up. The Wang patriarch was a smart man, and he immediately suspected that Wang Keng was the one who had a hand in the kidnapping. Unfortunately, Wang Keng had rehearsed this for a long time and did not show any flaws. When Wang Dalu did not catch any of his usual tells, he thought that Wang Keng did not dare lie to him and was telling the truth. Wang Dalu then started to panic a little. It was the first time that anyone dared to touch the Wang family in Shanghai. Wang Dalu immediately said, "Who is it? Didn't you bring any bodyguards with you? It wasn't easy for me and my brother to go out and have fun together. We didn't want to be disturbed, so we didn't bring any bodyguards," Wang Keng said, feeling defensive. Wang Dalu raised his hand and slapped Wang Keng's face. Wang Dalu gritted his teeth and said, "You're a piece of trash. You usually take so many people with you when you go out, but today off all days, you don't take anyone with you." Wang Keng's eyes flashed with hatred, and he said, "I just wanted to have a good time with my brother." No one expected such a thing to happen. Now that things had come to this, Wang Dalu could only think of a way to resolve this situation. "What else did they say?" Wang Dalu asked. Wang Keng thought for a moment and said, "They said that you have to go alone. At most, you can only bring one person. It should be me. They also said that you can't call the police. Otherwise, they'll kill Wang Ming immediately." Wang Dalu frowned. These people had obviously investigated the Wang family thoroughly. Looking at the disappointing Wang Keng, Wang Dalu was even angrier. Nothing could happen to Wang Ming. In the future, the Wang family still had to rely on Wang Ming to support them. Wang Dalu immediately arranged for someone to prepare the cash. He did not call the police. In Shanghai, the Wang group was more useful than the police. Soon, Wang Dalu had prepared 30 million in cash and asked Wang Keng to lead the way. Wang Keng said fearfully, "Dad, I won't be going with you. If something happens, the Wang family would still have me." 233 Ambition. Hearing this, Wang Dalu wished he could cut Wang Keng into pieces. The reason he brought Wang Keng along was for the future of the Wang family. Nothing could happen to Wang Ming. If the kidnappers wanted the Wang family to lose something, then he would let Wang Keng take Wang Ming's place. Wang Keng got into the car resentfully under Wang Dalu's scolding. Soon, they arrived at the abandoned steel factory. Wang Dalu got out of the car and shouted, "I'm here. I also brought the money you wanted. Let my son go." The kidnappers had brought Wang Ming to the second floor of the factory. A bald man said, "Mr. Wang, you're fast." Wang Dalu glared at the kidnappers. He said, "I have the money. Now return my child to me." "Don't worry, Mr. Wang," the bald man said with a smile. "Since you're here, why don't we play a game?" Wang Dalu was stunned. He already brought the money, so why did the kidnappers still want to play a game? The bald man pointed to a few people at the side and said, "These brothers of mine have some special interests. They think that the young masters of your Wang family are both quite charming. Now, choose one and let them have some fun. Then, I'll let you go." When Wang Ming heard this, he immediately started to panic. He shouted, "Dad, save me. I don't want to be raped by them." For a long while, Wang Dalu could not make his decision. Even though he did not really like Wang Keng, the boy was still his son. If they really did that, the Wang family would become the laughingstock of Shanghai. Wang Keng stood to the side, waiting to see what his father would do. The bald man waited for a long time, but Wang Dalu did not speak. The bald man lost his patience and said, "Since you don't want to choose, I'll help you decide. Your youngest son has such soft and tender skin. My brothers like him a lot. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a few people took Wang Ming away. Seeing his youngest son being taken away, Wang Dalu suddenly panicked. Stop! Wang Dalu immediately shouted, I'll choose. Then, Wang Dalu looked at Wang Keng. He then said guiltily, Keng, your brother is still young. Before Wang Dalu could finish, Wang Keng interrupted him and shouted, What? He's your son, but I'm not. Wang Dalu was silent for a moment. To be honest, Wang Dalu would rather favor his youngest son. Wang Keng looked at his father's expression and knew that his father had already made his decision. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Wang Keng secretly gave the bald man a look, and the bald man immediately understood. The bald man came down with his men and said, Mr. Wang, come with us and enjoy the show. You shouldn't miss such a good show. Wang Dalu looked at the bald man fiercely and said, Don't go too far, I'm already making a compromise. The bald man really did not care. He ordered someone to tie up Wang Dalu with a rope. However, no one dared to touch Wang Keng. Wang Dalu immediately understood and looked at Wang Keng in disbelief. Why are you doing this, Keng? Wang Dalu asked. Wang Keng sneered, Don't address me like that. It disgusts me. And now you still have the gall to question me. Don't you know what you just did? Wang Dalu was speechless for a moment. After all, what happened just now was really saddening for him. However, for so many years, although Wang Dalu did not discipline Wang Keng much, he never gave him less money. Wang Dalu said, Keng, we are a family. If you have any dissatisfaction, just tell me. Why do you have to be like this? There's nothing much to say, Wang Keng said. You just want to hand the company over to Wang Ming. You didn't think about how I would feel. Wang Dalu looked at Wang Keng in shock. He did not expect Wang Keng to have such ambition. The reason why he did not hand the company over to Wang Keng was because he was incompetent. The young man only knew how to lead a life of hedonism every day. He did not know how to manage a company at all. Wang Dalu had also asked Wang Keng to learn from him. But not only did Wang Keng refuse to learn, he even impregnated the secretary. How could the Wang group be handed over to Wang Keng? Wang Dalu said, Even if I don't pass the company down to you, you'll still get dividends. I'm not biased. Shut up, you're not biased. Who did you choose just now? Wang Keng shouted in anger. Wang Dalu lowered his head. He thought about how he had neglected Wang Keng all these years, which was why the child had become like this. You don't have to worry, Wang Keng continued. Once I inherit everything from the Wang family, I'll find you a place to retire. As for Wang Ming, I'll make sure he'll always be by your side. After that, Wang Keng had his men hide Wang Dalu and Wang Ming in a safe house somewhere. Then, he returned to the Wang family. 234 Passing down the head of house roll. Everyone in the Wang family was waiting anxiously for their return. When they saw Wang Keng return, they all surrounded him and asked a flurry of questions. Wang Keng, where's your father? Why did you return alone? Where are your father and brother? What happened? Wang Keng's face was sullen and he looked helpless. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me, he said. The crowd immediately fell silent. The kidnappers took the money, but they also took father and brother away, Wang Keng said. They asked for another 30 million in cash. When the Wang family members heard this, they fell silent. 30 million yuan was not a lot of money. To the Wang family, it was just a drop in the bucket. But it was still the Wang family's money after all. Wang Keng had already spent money on bribing the kidnappers, and a few members of the housekeepers. He gave one of the staff he bribed a look, and that person immediately began to loudly exclaim, No, the kidnappers will only become insatiable. We can't give them the money, that's right. Although it's not much, it still belongs to the Wang family. We can't just give it away like this. That's right. The master will understand. Wang Rui was Wang Dalu's younger brother and also the second in command of the family. He had had a very good relationship with Wang Dalu since childhood. Shut up, all of you, Wang Rui said. Without a head of the family, what will the Wang family do in the future? This money must be paid. The bribed person immediately became dissatisfied and gave a reason for objection. What do you mean? The head of the family can be re-elected, while the money would just keep getting drained. That's right. The head of the family is already so old. This money might as well be used for the Wang family to run the company. Wang Rui angrily pointed at the crowd, but he could not find the right words to retaliate. Wang Keng quickly went forward to placate Wang Rui. He said, "Second uncle, don't be angry. Everyone's right. I think my father will understand." Wang Rui stared at Wang Keng in disbelief. Although this nephew of his only knew how to eat, drink, and play since he was young, he never expected Wang Keng to be so ambitious. Wang Keng called for someone to forcefully take his uncle away to rest. He looked at the remaining people and said, "Everyone, this is an urgent matter. Let's vote for our next head of the family." Everyone nodded. This was the only thing they could do for now. "Those who agree to pay another ransom, raise your hand," said Wang Keng. Only a few people in the crowd raised their hands. Everyone else looked indifferent. This was exactly what Wang Keng wanted. "All right, the majority rules. We won't contact the kidnappers for the time being," said Wang Keng. The person who was bribed smiled and began to steer the conversation toward electing a candidate for the head position. "Since that's the case, our Wang family can't go a day without a master. Yes, everyone is here today. It's a good time to choose the next family head." Wang Keng nodded in satisfaction. This was the most important part of today's plan, which was to become the head of the family. "That's right," he said. "Who would like to step forward?" Everyone looked at each other. Most of them understood that everything that happened today was Wang Keng's scheme. At this time, who would still dare to go forward and recommend themselves? Although the position of the family head was very tempting, one had to be alive to sit there. At this point, they were still uncertain about what happened to Wang Ming and Wang Dalu. When no one spoke up, Wang Keng said, "I'll recommend myself first. Although I rarely go to the company, I've been by my father's side and know the company's situation. If I become the head of the family, I guarantee that everyone will receive more dividends in the future, and the power of the Wang family will be greater." The moment Wang Keng finished speaking, the bribed person immediately started flattering him. "That's right. Brother Keng has been by the master's side for so many years. He must be the strongest candidate out of all of us. Brother Keng, you're also taking over your father's business. You're the reasonable choice. Yeah, Brother Keng, you're the family leader. We'll prosper with you at the helm." The rest of the Wang family knew that Wang Keng would inevitably become the head of the family today. To them, it did not matter who was the head of the family. What was important was that they did not lose money every year. "Anyone else?" Wang Keng asked. "If no one speaks up now, then from today on, I'll be the head of the Wang family." Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Wang Keng was in a good mood. He did not think that he would be able to become the head of the family so easily. Cai Rixie's plan was ingenious. The next day, Wang Keng went to find Cai Rixie. He told her about how he had successfully become the family head. Cai Rixie smiled and wisely stayed quiet. Now that Wang Keng was the family head, the next step was to use him and his resources to take revenge on Ming Liuai. "Darling, I knew you were the best," said Cai Rixie. "You're as good as your skills in bed." Wang Keng was proud, but he remembered his promise to Cai Rixie. As long as he became the head of his family, he would exact revenge on her behalf. 235 Revenge. Wang Keng looked at Cai Rixie affectionately and said, "Baby, now I have the power to avenge you. Tell me, who are those two scumbags who gave you so much grief?" Cai Rixie immediately put on her best aggrieved expression and started the waterworks in her eyes. "Keng, that heartless man and B*tch are Yao Ziju and Ming Liuai," Cai Rixie said. Wang Keng did not know who Ming Liuai was, but Yao Ziju was an important figure. There was not a single person involved in business who did not know who that was. Yao Ziju was the idol of many rich kids. "Don't joke around, Xiao 11. Yao Ziju is such a big shot, how could he be a scumbag?" Wang Keng said with a troubled look. A look of disdain flashed in Cai Rixie's eyes. "I knew it. You never loved me. You were just playing with my feelings." Wang Keng panicked. He really loved Cai Rixie. Although he had become the family head because of his ambition, it was more because he wanted to marry Cai Rixie and take revenge for her. "Xiao 11, I really do love you, but I never thought that your enemy would be Yao Ziju," Wang Keng hastily said. Cai Rixie wiped the tears off her face and said, "I know that you wouldn't dare to offend Yao Ziju. Forget it, from now on, we'll just be strangers, so you won't be implicated because of me. Wang Keng immediately stood up. He was the head of the Wang family now. What was there to be afraid of? What are you talking about, Xiao 11? So what if it's Yao Ziju? I'll definitely avenge you, Wang Keng said. Cai Rixi lowered her head to hide her manic grin. Although she knew that the Wang family would not be able to shake the Yao family's position at all, much less do anything to Yao Ziju, as long as she could make Ming Liui sad, that was enough. Cai Rixi choked up on her tears. Keng, if it's difficult, there's no need. It's okay. Wang Keng immediately promised her that it would not be a problem at all. The Wang family was not to be trifled with. Look, Xiao 11, I'll take revenge for you. But will you marry me? Wang Keng asked. Let's get married first. Cai Rixi did not want to marry Wang Keng. They had sex before because she wanted to use his power for her revenge plot. Marriage was impossible. Keng Cai Rixi said, how can I be ready for marriage when I haven't avenged myself? Wang Keng was a little unhappy. He was ready to use his family to avenge Cai Rixi, yet she did not want to get married. Cai Rixi could see Wang Keng's dissatisfaction and immediately said, Keng, once we get our revenge, we'll get married at once. Wang Keng could only nod in agreement. In her heart, Cai Rixi sneered. Get married? Impossible. It would not be long before Yao Ziju destroyed the Wang family's forces. But before that, using them to hurt Ming Liui was the best chance she had. Cai Rixi used the Wang family's resources to investigate Ming Liui's current situation. After all, she had been in prison for quite a while, so Cai Rixi needed some information first. A few days later, Cai Rixi learned that Ming Liui and Yao Ziju had a son who would be turning 4 years old soon. A look of hatred flashed in Cai Rixi's eyes. This was her chance for revenge. Yao Ziju was a cold and aloof man, so he might not have any problems about this. However, Ming Liui was different. This was the child that Ming Liui had carried for 10 months. As long as she could kidnap the child, Ming Liui would lose her mind, and Yao Ziju would abandon her. Cai Rixi found Wang Keng and told him about the situation and her plan. After Wang Keng heard this, he hesitated. Even though he was admittedly not a good person, he knew that he should not involve a mother and child. The child was still young and had nothing to do with the past. Xiao 11, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to do this? After all, the child doesn't know anything, Wang Keng said. Cai Rixi looked at Wang Keng with disappointment. She said, Keng, when they mistreated me, they never thought about whether I was good or bad. When Wang Keng heard this, he gritted his teeth and agreed to send people to help Cai Rixi kidnap Ming Liui's child. However, they also agreed that they would only kidnap and not hurt the child. He would only use the child to lure out Ming Liui and Yao Ziju. The child would be released after they got their revenge. Cai Rixi nodded in agreement, but before kidnapping the child, the Wang group had to start a business war with Yao Corporation first, so that Yao Ziju would have no time to worry about his family. The next morning, a piece of breaking news was broadcasted. Shanghai's Wang Group is at war with Yao Corporation. What is the reason for the war between the two families? When Yao Ziju received the news, he frowned. The Wang family and the Yao family did not seem to have any business ties or grudges. The sudden declaration of war caught Yao Corporation off guard, and the stock prices were falling. 236 Using the same old trick. Yao Ziju looked at his higher management staff in the meeting room. No one knew why the Wang family was doing this. There had never been any conflict of interest between the two companies. Tell me, what should we do about this? Yao Ziju asked. Even though the company's stock had fallen, he was not worried. The Wang Group was still not competent enough to go up against Yao Corporation, but Yao Ziju just could not understand why they were seeking their own demise. Zhao Qian, who was sitting at the back, had a calm expression. The Wang Group was not related to Wang Ke's family. The executives looked at each other and began their discussion. President Yao, Shanghai's Wang Group is just a small fry. There must be a larger entity backing them. That's right. Otherwise, the Wang Group wouldn't have the guts to pull this kind of stunt. President Yao, I suggest that we immediately invest in a counterattack on the Wang Group. Yao Ziju listened to everyone's comments, but he did not heed any of their suggestions. He knew that Zhao Qian was in a relationship with Wang Ke. Hence, he decided to give this opportunity to his vice president. It would also serve as a good reason for Zhao Qing to take the next step forward in his relationship with Wang Ke's family. Zhao Qing, what do you think? Asked Yao Ziju lightly. Zhao Qing stood up. President, I don't think it's a good time to invest immediately. We should first find out who is behind this plot. After all, the impact is completely negligible to us. Yao Ziju nodded. Zhao Qing was right. If he invested the money now, he might be falling into a trap set up by the schemers. After Cai Rixi learned that Wang King had declared war on Yao Corporation, his appeal increased when Cai Rixi looked at him. However, this was not enough. She needed something more vicious to make Ming Liui feel more pain. Cai Rixi found Wang King and planned to use the same people he hired to kidnap Ming Liui and Yao Ziju's son. Wang King was a little hesitant. He had only used those people in the past to ensure his inheritance of the Wang family head position. But this was a business war. If they continued to do this and were discovered, it would be a devastating blow to the Wang family. Wang King hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiao 11, trust me, I'll take revenge for you fair and square. I don't need to resort to such methods. Cai Rixi immediately put on an aggrieved expression. She said, King, don't you love me anymore? Wang King immediately shook his head. Of course he loved her, but this kidnapping was really not a good idea. Cai Rixi continued, King, we don't need to show our faces. We just need someone to kidnap him. Then, we can threaten Yao Ziju and cut off Yao Corporation's chain of capital resources. We can also take over their business revenues. It's killing two birds with one stone. Wang King's eyes lit up when he heard this. If Yao Corporation's capital chain was cut off, then their stock prices would continue to fall. Once they took over Yao Corporation, the Wang family would definitely rise to another level. They would become a truly wealthy and powerful family. Cai Rixi continued, so, for the Wang family, for me, this matter. Before Cai Rixi could finish, Wang King said, okay, I'll go make the arrangements now. I'll have Baldy and the others go at once. Cai Rixi was very satisfied. However, she could not just let Baldy and the others do this. Revenge was so sweet. After all, of course she wished to witness the moment in person. I'll go with them, said Cai Rixi. I'll supervise them personally to avoid any mistakes. Wang King did not want Cai Rixi to go. After all, this was very dangerous. If she was caught by the Yao family, she would probably be subjected to inhumane torture. That's too dangerous, Xiao 11, Wang King said. You shouldn't go. Cai Rixi shook his head. She had to be there personally. When the time came, she would make Ming Liui kneel in front of her and beg for mercy. Only then would she feel the joy of revenge. It's decided, said Cai Rixi. I'll go in person. The next day, Cai Rixi and Wang King met up with Baldy. He was terrified when he heard that they planned to kidnap Yao Ziju's child. Even though Baldy was not a big shot, he still knew of the Yao family's reputation. Cai Rixi saw that Baldy wanted to refuse, so she said, you don't have to be afraid. It's actually very simple. As long as we succeed, the Yao family will be nothing. They won't be a threat to us at all. Wang King chimed in, you've worked for quite a while now, and I've never treated you badly. Although it's a little dangerous this time, I'll give you more than the usual rate. Don't be afraid. If we succeed this time, the Wang family will replace the Yao family, and your status will rise. 237 The Missing Son. Baldy frowned and pondered. Wang King's words were not wrong. Baldy had been helping Wang King for years, and Wang King had always paid up each time. If Wang King's position rose, even if Baldy was not the ruler of the underground, everyone would still show him some respect. After all, one had to look at the owner before hitting the dog. After thinking for a long time, Baldy gritted his teeth and said, all right, Brother King, since you say so, it'd be a little shameless of me to disagree. Wang King nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Cai Rixi. Cai Rixi smiled and said, don't worry, I'll be going with you. With me around, you have nothing to worry about. When Baldy heard this, a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. Cai Rixi was also a top-notch beauty, and Baldy had been drooling over her for some time. But he was also afraid that Wang King would kill him if he knew of his desires. However, if they were to go together this time and accidentally drank too much, then Wankan could not blame Baldy for what might happen between two adults, could he? Then I'll have to trouble you, sister-in-law. You can come with us, said Baldy. Good, Wankan said with satisfaction. After you go, whether you succeed or not, you must ensure Xiao 11's safety. Don't worry, Brother King. Baldy patted his chest and said, I'll protect her even if I die. Cai Rixie had noticed Baldy's lecherous gaze, but she did not say anything. As long as she could take revenge, Cai Rixie was willing to give up everything, including her body. After discussing everything, Baldy set off with Cai Rixie to avoid any further delays. When they arrived, Baldy sent people to wait for the right time. Recently, Yao Ziju had been busy in the company because of the Wang group's sudden declaration of war. Ming Liria was invited by Yu Lingling to have a gathering at her house. She could only let Xiao Fan take care of the child for the time being. Madam, Xiao Fan said, don't worry, nothing will happen to the young master while he's with me. Ming Liria naturally trusted Xiao Fan and went to Yu Lingling's house for dinner. When Yao Zhaoyang realized that his parents were not home, he immediately ran to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, looking for ice cream. Xiao Fan noticed and immediately stopped him. The master only allowed him to eat ice cream once a week. If Yao Zhaoyang ate it again, Yao Ziju would be angry when he came back. Auntie Fan, just let me eat it once, just this once, Yao Zhaoyang said, feeling wronged. But no matter what Yao Zhaoyang said, Xiao Fan would not agree. I won't eat it then, Auntie Fan. But can you take me out to play? Let's go to the naughty fort that Mommy took me to last time. I haven't been there in weeks. Xiao Fan did not dare to agree. Yao Zhaoyang then became so angry that he sat on the ground and started crying. Xiao Fan was helpless and could only call Ming Liria to ask for her permission. After getting her approval, Xiao Fan left with Yao Zhaoyang. Baldy got the news from his men that the child of the Yao family had gone out with only a few people. He then mobilized his people to get ready. As long as they successfully kidnapped the Yao family's child, the rest would be easy to handle. Cai Rixie could not help but feel excited when she thought about how she would be able to catch Ming Liuriai's child soon. Sister 11, we can do this, but don't you think you should repay me? Baldy said. Cai Rixie knew what Baldy meant, but she did not want to have anything to do with him. What? Wankan didn't give you enough? Asked Cai Rixie. I'll ask him to give you more when I get back. Baldy was immediately displeased. Money was not what he was talking about. Baldy said, Sister 11, you know what I mean. Let's not pretend to be confused. It's still not too late. Otherwise, I'll tell my men to withdraw, and we won't do the job. Cai Rixie's eyes were filled with anger. At this critical moment, there must be no mistakes. Cai Rixie turned around and walked into the room. She sat on the bed and said, just this once. After this, there's nothing between us. I know, said Baldy with a lecherous smile. Xiao Fan followed Yao Zhaoyang everywhere, but the place was too big. If she was not careful, she would easily lose sight of the child. Baldy's underlings seized this opportunity and kidnapped Yao Zhaoyang during a moment when Xiao Fan could not see him. Xiao Fan thought the young master was hiding somewhere, but after searching the entirety of Naughty Fort, she could not find him. Then, she immediately started to panic. Xiao Fan called Ming Liuriai at once and explained the situation. When Ming Liuriai heard that her son had gone missing, she panicked as well and asked Xiao Fan to wait there for her. Yu Lingling heard that Ming Liuriai's son was missing and headed out with her. On the way, Ming Liuriai called Yao Ziju and anxiously said, Ziju, our son has gone missing. 238 A clue. Yao Ziju was dumbfounded when he heard that his son was missing. Although the Yao family had many enemies, they were all business rivals. Everyone fought by using their competing resources to defeat the other party fair and square. Coming back to his senses, Yao Ziju immediately led his men to Naughty Fort. There, he saw Ming Liuriai crying. Ming Liuriai looked up at Yao Ziju and said, Ziju, our son is missing. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liuriai and comforted her. He pondered for a while. He had not offended anyone recently, and it was only the Wang family who had suddenly made a move against Yao Corporation. Wait, the Wang family? Could this be the doing of the Wang family from Shanghai? Yao Ziju thought of this and immediately went to check the surveillance footage of the theme park. In the surveillance video, a few gangsters did indeed take Yao Jiaoyang away. Yao Ziju printed out a few photos of these people and sent them to everyone, telling them to find out where they came from. Soon, they received more clues. One of his informants told him that someone had seen one of the kidnappers beside the young master of the Wang family in Shanghai. After Yao Ziju learned of this, he was furious. This was indeed the Wang family's doing. Not only did they start a business war with the Yao family, but they were also employing such underhand methods. Yao Ziju wanted to talk to the Wang family directly, but he did not have any concrete evidence yet. Baldy walked out of the house in satisfaction, and his subordinates had returned with Yao Jiaoyang. Cai Rixie cleaned herself up and walked out to see the child. Her eyes were filled with hatred. If it were not for Ming Lairii back then, the current Mrs. Yao would have been Cai Rixie. Yao Jiaoyang was so scared that he did not dare to speak and just sat on the ground. The more Cai Rixie thought about the past, the angrier she got. She went up to the boy and slapped Yao Jiaoyang twice. Baldy immediately stepped forward to stop her from doing more. Before they came, Wang Keng had repeatedly told them that the kidnapping was only to get the Yao family's money, and that they could not let the child get hurt. Lin Bi, what is the meaning of this? Cai Rixie said with dissatisfaction. Lin Bi touched his bald head and said, nothing. Brother Keng just told me not to let the child get hurt. Cai Rixie sneered. Now he was thinking about Brother Keng. He certainly was not thinking about Wang Keng at all in the room earlier. Lin Bi, you weren't thinking about Wang Keng just now when we, Cai Rixie said. Lin Bi was a little embarrassed. Sister 11, Lin Bi said, it's because you're too beautiful. Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this. Lin Bi, Cai Rixie said, you either listen to me or I call Wang Keng now. Lin Bi was at a loss. As long as you listen to me, Cai Rixie said again, I'll consider entertaining you again in the future. Lin Bi nodded when he heard this. It was just a child. As long as he did not die, it was fine. Cai Rixie took out her phone and called Ming Lairii. Ming Lairii, how have you been? Cai Rixie said into the phone. Ming Lairii thought that the voice of the caller was very familiar, but she could not remember who it was. Especially at this moment, with her son missing, Ming Lairii was even more upset. Who is this? Ming Lairii asked. If there's nothing important, please don't disturb me. Cai Rixie sneered and said, very busy. Busy looking for your son. When Ming Lairii heard this, she was stunned at first, then she shrieked, who the hell are you? Is my son in your hands? What do you want? Let go of my son and I'll promise you anything. Nearby, Yao Ziju heard her and immediately walked over. He took the phone and said, I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. Let my son go now. Cai Rixie heard Yao Ziju's cold words and sneered. The child was already in her hands, yet Yao Ziju still dared to speak so arrogantly. Please mind your attitude, Cai Rixie said. If I'm unhappy, your son will be the one who gets hurt. Yao Ziju took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Who are you? Asked Yao Ziju. What do you want? You too. Cai Rixie gritted her teeth and said, you two really don't remember me. Yao Ziju and Ming Lairii were even more confused. The voice was indeed familiar, but he really did not know who it was. I'm Cai Rixie. Yao Ziju and Ming Lairii were stunned. Didn't Cai Rixie get arrested? Why was she released? Cai Rixie, what do you want? Asked Yao Ziju. I'll give you an address, Cai Rixie said. Let Ming Lairii come alone. Otherwise, you two will be collecting a corpse. Without waiting for Yao Ziju to say anything, Ming Lairii quickly said, okay, I'll go alone. Don't hurt my son. Cai Rixie hung up the phone in satisfaction and thought about how to deal with Ming Lairii. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Lairii and said, dear, you're too impulsive. Why did you agree so readily when Cai Rixie asked you to go alone? 239 Kneel down and beg me. Ming Lairii also knew that there was definitely a scheme behind this, but for the sake of her child, she had no other choice. She has our child, Ming Lairii said. I would agree to anything to save him. Yao Ziju frowned, as he did not know what to say. If he called the police, Cai Rixie was likely to do something extreme. Ming Lairii stood up and prepared to go see Cai Rixie. Yao Ziju immediately pulled on her hand. She had to go, but he had to set up a plan before she went. Not only must their son return safely, but his wife must also return safely as well. Wait a while more for me, dear, said Yaoziju, and he left to get something. Soon, Yaoziju came back with a thin vest. Wear this inside, dear, he said. Ming Liuai looked at the tank top and was a little confused. What is this? She asked. This is something I had custom ordered. It's a bulletproof vest, Yaoziju explained. When Ming Liuai heard this, she obediently put on her tank top. Ming Liuai had some understanding of Cai Rixi. Since she dared to come back for revenge, she must also have the intention to kill. Yaoziju grew a little worried as he watched his wife put on the vest. But at this point, there was nothing more he could do for her. Ming Liuai could see Yaoziju's worry. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Yaoziju nodded. That's right, my wife is a deity, how could anything happen to her? Ming Liuai arrived at the address Cai Rixi texted her. When she entered the factory, there was no one inside. Ming Liuai called out anxiously, "Cai Rixi, I'm here. Where is my son?" Her voice echoed through the factory. After a while, Cai Rixi slowly entered the factory with Lin Bi from the other side. When she saw the anxious Ming Liuai, Cai Rixi sneered. When Ming Liuai saw her, she immediately asked, "Where is my son?" "Don't worry," Cai Rixi said. "Let's catch up first." Ming Liuai bit her lip. There was nothing to reminisce about between them. If her son had not been kidnapped by Cai Rixi, the two of them would have never crossed paths again in this life. "There's nothing to say between us," Ming Liuai said. "Let my son go." Cai Rixi sneered again. "How can there be nothing to say? We have a lot to say." Cai Rixi stopped. She regarded Ming Liuai coldly. The suffering she had gone through these past few years flashed through her mind. She was bullied starting from her first day in prison. Just because of her good looks, the prison bully had Cai Rixi serve her every day, in many perverted ways. Thinking of this, Cai Rixi felt so much anguish that she wished she was dead. After enduring for so long, she finally got the chance to take revenge. Cai Rixi returned to the present and said, "Ming Liuai, you have to thank me for the life you have now. Without me, you would just be a cheap woman that can be toyed with." "Is that so?" Ming Liuai said lightly. "If you didn't do what you did back then, perhaps you wouldn't be in this state now." Cai Rixi's face twisted when she heard this. Who would have known that Yaoziju would recover and send Yao Ziyang to prison? The Cai family even discovered the truth. The main culprit of all this was Ming Liuai. If it were not for her, there would not have been so many unwanted outcomes. Yaoziju would not have recovered, Yao Ziyang would not have been arrested, and the Cai family would not have found out the truth. Cai Rixi gritted her teeth. HMPH, Ming Liuai, don't be so smug. If you want your son to be in one piece, then do as I say. Ming Liuai nodded. As long as my child is safe. All right, Cai Rixi said with a cold smile. How about you kneel down and beg me for your child? Ming Liuai knelt down without hesitation. She said, Cai Rixi, for whatever is between us, you can do whatever you want, but please let my child go. Cai Rixi looked at Ming Liuai who was kneeling on the ground humbly begging, and she burst out laughing. When she was sent to prison, Ming Liuai and the Cai family never visited her. To have her kneel and beg her on their first reunion was such a wonderful feeling. To the side, Lin Bi looked at Ming Liuai, and his eyes flashed with lust. Cai Rixi was gorgeous, but he did not expect this Ming Liuai person to be even more beautiful. Cai Rixi looked at Lin Bi's expression and thought of what he had done to her earlier. Then, she suddenly laughed and thought of a crueler way to take her revenge. Cai Rixi looked at Lin Bi and said, Lin Bi, how about it? Does she look good? Isn't she the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? Do you want to have her? 240 Business is important. Lin Bi's eyes were already filled with lust when he heard Cai Rixi's words. Could it be that today was Lin Bi's lucky day? Not only did he get Cai Rixi, but he could also enjoy such a beauty. Sister 11, what are you talking about? Lin Bi said excitedly. I'm yours, aren't I? Cai Rixi was not a fool. Of course, she could tell that Lin Bi did not mean what he said. But Cai Rixi was getting happier nonetheless, because the direction of the topic was going somewhere she wanted. This time, Lin Bi would not be the only one who would enjoy this meal. His subordinates, whom he had brought along, were all going to partake in this main course. Cai Rixi looked at Ming Lairii and said, Ming Lairii, do you want your son to be safe? Ming Lairii looked at Cai Rixi in confusion. What nonsense! If it were not for her son, Ming Lairii would not even be here. Ming Lairii said, what do you want? As long as you let my son go, I'll do anything you want. Although Lin Bi was drooling over this beauty, he did not forget about the important matter at hand, getting money first. Lin Bi stopped Cai Rixi and said, hey, gorgeous, before anything else, let's talk business first. The Yao family has a big company. Can you sponsor us some startup funds? When Ming Lairii heard this, she let out a sigh of relief. Money is fine. All right, how much do you want? Ming Lairii asked without hesitation. Wang Keng had already instructed Lin Bi on how much to demand, so he said, not much, just 300 million in cash. Bring the money here at this time tomorrow. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing your son again in this life. However, Cai Rixi did not want to miss this opportunity of ruining Ming Lairii. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Just as she was about to say something, Lin Bi stopped her. Sister 11, Lin Bi said calmly, we have more important things to do. You can do whatever you want when we get the money tomorrow. Cai Rixi stayed quiet after that. After all, Lin Bi was ultimately Wang Keng's lackey, despite what she and Lin Bi had together. Moreover, without Wang Keng's support, the two of them were nothing. Cai Rixi could only nod in agreement and watch Ming Lairii leave. When Ming Lairii returned home, Yao Ziju worriedly said, she didn't do anything to you, did she? Ming Lairii shook her head, not knowing what to say to Yao Ziju. 300 million might not be much to the Yao family, but with the war between the Yao and Wang families, this money might be one of the few liquid funds they had. Yao Ziju could see her worry. What conditions did she set? He asked. Ming Lairii bit her lip and said, they want 300 million in cash. Zhao Qing's eyes grew wide when he heard this. Cai Rixi wanted the Yao family's life. After the Wang family of Shanghai declared war on Yao Corporation a few days ago, Yao Corporation had invested most of their money into the stock market. At this moment, they only had a small amount of funds left for unexpected situations. Cai Rixi is in cahoots with the Wang family in Shanghai, Zhao Qing immediately said. She wants to break the capital chain of Yao Corporation. When Ming Lairii heard this, she immediately regretted telling them. However, her son was still in their hands. If she did not pay up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yao Ziju frowned and thought for a moment. It'll be done. Lairii, what other requests does she have? Yao Ziju asked. Tomorrow at the same time, I have to drive there myself, Ming Lairii said. Yao Ziju did not like this proposal at all. He could give up the money, but Ming Lairii definitely could not go alone. With Cai Rixi's personality, she would definitely not let Ming Lairii off after taking the money. Their child would not be let off, either. Ming Lairii's heart was already in a mess, so considering these possibilities were beyond her. Let me go there, Ming Lairii said. As long as my son is safe, I'll do anything. As the night fell, Lin Bi looked at Cai Rixi with lustful eyes. Sister 11, we should go and rest, he said. Cai Rixi's expression turned extremely dark. They had already done it once, yet he still wanted to sleep with her again. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Wang Keng? Cai Rixi asked. Lin Bi smiled and said, Sister 11, you and I are not stupid. I could take the money and run away tomorrow. Although it's not a lot, I can live a life without worry if I save it. What about you? What will you do? Would Brother Keng let you go that easily? Cai Rixi's face turned pale immediately. If you listen to me, Lin Bi continued, I'll pretend nothing happened when we get back. You can still be a rich wife. Cai Rixi's eyes flashed with viciousness. When they returned to Shanghai, she would definitely not let Lin Bi go. However, in the current situation, Cai Rixi could only obey. 241 Play with my friends. Early in the morning, Ming Lairii was ready and waiting for Zhao Qing to bring the money to her. Yao Ziju sat beside her, and his eyes were filled with worry. He did not know what Cai Rixi would actually do. If something really happens to me, you have to take good care of our son, Ming Lairii said. He'll definitely grow up to be like you in the future. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui tightly. "You'll be fine, I'll protect you," he said. Not long after, Zhao Qing and Mr. He returned with the cash. This money was what little money Yao Corporation had left. "President Yao," Mr. He said, "if we really give these funds away, we might lose the business war with the Wang family in Shanghai." Yao Ziju could not care less. His son was still in the enemy's hands. Ming Liui could not wait any longer and stood up. "I'll go now. Yao Ziju, take good care of Zhao Yang." With that, Ming Liui walked out the door. Yao Ziju gave Zhao Qing a look. He and Mr. He also got up and followed her out. Cai Rixie woke up early. Today was the day of her revenge. Lin Bi woke up later to find no one beside him, so he put on his clothes and walked outside. Last night was really enjoyable. Lin Bi stared at Cai Rixie, who was standing not far away, and hugged her from behind. "Lin Bi, let go of me," Cai Rixie said. "From now on, there is nothing between us." Lin Bi was not angry. After all, he enjoyed it, and everything else did not matter. Soon, a car drove in from outside. Ming Liui opened the car door and got out. "Cai Rixie," Ming Liui said, "I brought you the money. Let my child go." Cai Rixie sneered. "He's the one who wants the money. Why should I let the child go?" Ming Liui's face paled. Lin Bi stood to the side, waiting for a good show. Yao Ziju, who was hiding outside, had his headphones on. In the morning, he had secretly placed a bug on her. Yao Ziju clenched his fists when he heard Cai Rixie's words. He knew that Cai Rixie would not let Zhao Yang go so easily. However, he could not act rashly now. He did not know how many people were inside and what weapons they had. Inside the factory, Ming Liui begged, "Why won't you let my son go? Cai Rixie, if you want to do anything, do it to me, but don't hurt my child." Cai Rixie looked at Ming Liui in disdain. She really did not know whether Liui was lucky, or that she had strength. With such low intelligence, how could she have sent me to prison? "I can let your child go if you want," Cai Rixie said, "but I have one request." "Name it," Ming Liui said unhesitatingly. "Tell me what you want. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely agree." Cai Rixie revealed an evil smile. Since Ming Liui had said so, she would not let her off. Cai Rixie looked at Lin Bi and said, "My friends traveled here from afar. It has been really hard on them. They have been enduring it for so many days. You shall play with them." Ming Liui's face paled even more. Before she came here, Ming Liui had thought that Cai Rixie would simply kill her. But she actually made such a request instead. Yao Ziju's face darkened when he heard this. Zhao Qing was even more furious. "Zhao Qing, wait for them outside. I'll go in and save her," Yao Ziju said darkly. Zhao Qing grabbed Yao Ziju's arm. "Sir, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone," he said. "Not only might you fail to save the madam, you could also." Yao Ziju shook off Zhao Qing's hand and said, "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" Zhao Qing had no choice but to let go. He then made up his mind and went in with Yao Ziju. Ming Liui raised her head and looked at Cai Rixie. She said, "That's impossible." Cai Rixie laughed out loud. She still dares to be so unyielding, even now. Does Ming Liui not care about her child anymore? "Ming Liui," Cai Rixie said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Think about your son." Ming Liui's expression turned ugly. Just as she was about to say something, a voice suddenly called out. Ming Liui turned around and saw Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju said, "Cai Rixie, if you have any grudges, you can come to us directly. What's the big deal with threatening us with our child?" When Cai Rixie saw Yao Ziju, her face twisted in anger. "Ming Liui, didn't I tell you that you should come alone? You don't want to see your son anymore, is that it?" Cai Rixie said. Ming Liui immediately replied, "No, no, I didn't know he would follow me. I didn't even notice." 242 Beyond Expectation. Cai Rixie looked at Yao Ziju and Ming Liui coldly. Although it was unexpected, it was good that both of them came. Yao Ziju could watch his beloved woman be tortured. "It doesn't matter," Cai Rixie sneered. "Since you don't want the child to be safe, I'll fulfill your wish." When Ming Liui heard this, she immediately panicked. She shouted, "Cai Rixie, I'll do whatever you want. Don't hurt him." Yao Ziju grimaced. This was the first time he had been threatened like this. Outside, Zhao Qing grew extremely anxious. The master and madam are inside. Zhao Qing immediately called for backup. However, this place was too remote, and it would take about an hour for reinforcements to arrive. He did not know if his employers were in danger. Cai Rixi ordered Lin Bi to bring Yao Zhaoyang out. Yao Zhaoyang's face was dirty and his mouth was taped shut. Seeing Yao Ziju and Ming Liuyi, Yao Zhaoyang immediately struggled to shout. When Ming Liuyi saw her child, her heart ached even more. When Cai Rixi saw her expression, she felt very satisfied. Liuyi, Cai Rixi said, "You could say that we're old friends." Ming Liuyi did not respond. She just wanted to save her child. Yao Ziju said, "Cai Rixi, we did not start all these grudges back then. We have the money you want. Let the child go." Cai Rixi completely ignored him. She also knew that Yao Ziju was a man of extraordinary skill. Once he made a move, Lin Bi and the others would not be his match at all. It was fortunate that they caught the kid in advance. What she wanted to do was make Yao Ziju lose his mind. Ming Liuyi, you'd better shut your husband up. If I'm not careful, something might happen to your precious son, Cai Rixi said. Ming Liuyi heard this and immediately looked at Yao Ziju with tear-filled eyes. Seeing his wife like this, Yao Ziju could only obediently keep quiet. At this, Cai Rixi laughed wildly. Back when they sent her to prison, Yao Ziju and Ming Liuyi were as proud as kings, but at this moment they were as terrified as mice. Good, very good, Cai Rixi said with satisfaction. Ming Liuyi, if you had been obedient back then, none of this would have happened. Back then, Yao Ziyang had ordered Ming Liuyi to poison Yao Ziju, but she did not do it. If she had only done as told, then so many bad things would not have happened to Cai Rixi. What will it take for you to let us go? Ming Liuyi asked. Cai Rixi smiled and said, Liuyi, look at my friends. They are very tired from this trip. Why don't you comfort them? Ming Liuyi looked at Cai Rixi in fear, and Yao Ziju clenched his fists. The meaning of this sentence was already too clear. It was really too much. Don't go too far, Cai Rixi. Yao Ziju gritted his teeth. I brought the money, just take it. Cai Rixi sneered and said, it's not a lot of money. For your Yao Corporation, it's not much, but my friends came all the way here, shouldn't they enjoy themselves? Lin Bi and his men all looked at Ming Liuyi with lust-filled eyes, and Lin Bi's greed was the most obvious. It was already fantastic that he got to sleep with Cai Rixi. Now, there was this young beauty. It was simply heaven. Although the Yao family was powerful, according to Wang Keng and Cai Rixi's plan, Yao Corporation would no longer exist after today. Yao Ziju stood in front of Ming Liuyi and said, I'll agree to any other condition. Cai Rixi looked at Lin Bi and the others, and Lin Bi shook his head silently. He had been following Wang Keng for so many years, and he had made a lot of money. Even if he had to run away now, he could still live a good life. However, a top beauty like Ming Liuyi was hard to come by, and Lin Bi did not want to miss this opportunity. Cai Rixi said, there are no other conditions. My friends are very hard-working. Ming Liuyi, go to that building yourself. As long as my friends are satisfied, I will let you all go. Ming Liuyi looked at the house Cai Rixi was pointing at and could not help but tremble. Yao Ziju was furious, but he had to remain calm. At this moment, not only did he have to protect his wife, but his son was also in Cai Rixi's hands. Cai Rixi, I can give you another 300 million in cash. Let the child go and let us leave, he said. Cai Rixi said, President Yao, I just said that I have enough money. Now, my friends need some form of relaxation. Your wife can help with that. You won't be so stingy, right? Or, could it be that, to you, your son is not as important as your wife? 243 How dare you? Yao Ziju did not know what to do when he heard this. If he admitted to it, it would cause psychological damage to Yao Zhaoyang, but he could not just watch his wife throw herself into a den of wolves. 500 million, I'll give you another 500 million, he said. Lin Bi was a little tempted when he heard the number. With the 500 million on top of the 300 million he had brought, Lin Bi and his subordinates would all be set for life. They would have nothing and no one to worry about. There would be no Wang Keng, and no Yao Ziju. Moreover, with this money, he could get any woman he wanted. Cai Rixie realized that Lin Bi was wavering. She said softly, "Lin Bi, don't be fooled. Yao Corporation can't possibly have that much cash. Don't forget that Wang Keng has already declared war on them." Hearing this, Lin Bi immediately sobered up. "How dare this be *** make such big talk?" Lin Bi said, "President Yao, we don't need that much money, and we're really tired from the long travel, and from babysitting your child for so long. It's only right for your wife to help us relax." Yao Ziju regarded Lin Bi coldly. "Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Yao family for all eternity?" Yao Ziju asked. Lin Bi laughed out loud and said, "President Yao, the current situation of your company isn't very good, right? I'm afraid that it will be hard to say if there will be a Yao family after today." Yao Ziju immediately understood. No wonder the Wang Group in Shanghai suddenly declared war on Yao Corporation. It turned out that it was all because of Cai Rixie. Cai Rixie wished she could pummel Lin Bi to death. This was practically telling Yao Ziju that the Wang Group had done all this because of her. "Cai Rixie, you're really good at scheming, but aren't you overestimating the Wang Group too much?" Yao Ziju said. Hearing Yao Ziju's words, Cai Rixie was stunned. What did Yao Ziju mean by this? Could it be that the Wang Group had already lost? That was impossible. If there were any problems, Wang Keng would have called her immediately. "If you let my family go now, I'll give you a chance to escape," said Yao Ziju lightly. Lin Bi was a hooligan to begin with, so he panicked when he heard this. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You came with your bodyguards." Cai Rixie looked at Lin Bi in exasperation. He was obviously just trying to scare them. She said, "President Yao, we're the jumpy types. Once frightened, I can't guarantee the safety of your young master." Ming Liui started to panic as well. She said, "Cai Rixie, as long as you let the child go, we'll listen to you." Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui, indicating for her not to panic. Last night, Yao Ziju had already suspected that the Shanghainese Wang family had colluded with Cai Rixie. He got someone to investigate and discovered something. It should be about time now. "Cai Rixie, everyone in Shanghai now knows that Wang Keng kidnapped his father and brother. I'm afraid he's been caught as well," said Yao Ziju. Cai Rixie was stunned. The kidnapping was done in secret. Other than Lin Bi and herself, how could anyone else know? "President Yao," Cai Rixie said, "why did you bring up Wang Keng? We don't know each other at all." Lin Bi panicked. If what Yao Ziju just said was true, he would be done for. Lin Bi had done so much for Wang Keng that he would be sentenced to death in prison if he was caught. Lin Bi looked at Cai Rixie and said, "Hurry up and take the money. We should run, or we'll all be done for." Cai Rixie glared at Lin Bi. How could she have such a stupid teammate? If this was true, then Yao Ziju and Ming Liui would not be here unescorted. "What are you panicking for? He's just scaring you," Cai Rixie said. She looked at Yao Ziju again, but Yao Ziju was too calm. Cai Rixie said, "President Yao, don't talk nonsense. Ask your wife to go in quickly and entertain the men." At this moment, Cai Rixie's phone suddenly rang. Cai Rixie looked at the phone call from Wang Keng and could not believe he was calling her at such a critical moment. Cai Rixie answered the call. "What's the matter?" Wang Keng said in a panic, "Xiao 11, you guys need to run quickly. Everything got exposed. I'm going to leave by boat right now. I'll give you the address, and you can bring the money there." Wang Keng then hung up. Cai Rixie stared at Yao Ziju in disbelief. Lin Bi said, "Was that Brother Keng? Did something really happen?" 244 Stalling for time. Cai Rixie quickly calmed herself down. At worst, she would just end up in jail again. But today, she had to make Yao Ziju and Ming Liui pay for her suffering. Cai Rixie slapped Lin Bi hard and said, "Don't panic. Nothing happened. Brother Keng called and said that he's almost done on his end. Yao Corporation is going to be finished soon, so we can do whatever we want here." Lin Bi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He looked at Ming Liui again and could not control his carnal desire. However, Cai Rixie's expression became worse. Yao Ziju watched her face and knew that the problem had turned out as he expected. "Cai Rixie, I'll give you a chance for old-time sake." Cai Rixie thought of what she had to go through in prison. If Yao Ziju was willing to give her the opportunity, of course she would have taken it. But Cai Rixi knew that Yao Ziju would not give her that chance. So, she could only think of ways to stall for time. Then, she would think of a way to escape in the chaos. The Wang family in Shanghai were not aware of Cai Rixi's matters on this side anyway. This opportunity might never come again, Cai Rixi said. Stop talking nonsense and let your wife do as I said. Yao Ziju's face turned even darker. Things were already at this point, but Cai Rixi still did not wish to repent. Lin Bi could not suppress his urges anymore. He said, "What are you talking about? President Yao is alone. Men, let's go. Tie him up and show him how we'll play with his woman." Lin Bi's men all picked up their weapons and surrounded Yao Ziju and Ming Liuai. Ming Liuai hid behind her husband in fear. When Cai Rixi saw this, she knew that it was a good time to escape. While no one was paying attention, Cai Rixi left unnoticed. Lying on the ground, Lin Bi could not understand why, even with so many people, they could not beat Yao Ziju. Ming Liuai hugged Yao Zhaoyang, and her eyes filled with tears. She said, "Zhaoyang, tell me, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Did they hurt you?" Yao Zhaoyang lay in Ming Liuai's arms and said in a choked sob, "Mommy, I was so scared that I wouldn't be able to see you again." Ming Liuai examined Yao Zhaoyang's body. She only let out a relieved sigh when she was certain that he was not injured. Yao Ziju looked around and found that Cai Rixi had disappeared. "Liuai, have you seen Cai Rixi?" Yao Ziju asked hurriedly. Ming Liuai shook her head. Cai Rixi sneaked out of the abandoned factory building and saw many vehicles approaching, so she immediately hid somewhere. When all the vehicles passed by, she got up and ran. Yao Ziju brought people to pursue her, but they did not manage to find Cai Rixi. Yao Ziju ordered his men to bring Lin Bi out, and he said, "These cars are yours, which one are you missing?" Lin Bi looked around and said, "None are missing. They are all here." Yao Ziju did not believe him and was about to continue asking when Zhao Qing came over and said, "President, the people who came in just now reported that they did not see a vehicle leave." Yao Ziju did not expect Cai Rixi to be this cunning. He said, "Inform everyone to go after her. We must capture Cai Rixi." After Cai Rixi fled the scene, she did not dare to stay for even a moment. When she was close enough to town, she hailed a taxi immediately and asked the driver to go to the airport. As long as she could leave this place, she would have a chance to take revenge again in the future. When she arrived at the airport, Cai Rixi bought the earliest flight out of the city. When Yao Ziju arrived at the airport with his men, Cai Rixi's plane had just taken off. Yao Ziju seethed as he watched the plane fly away. However, there was no other way. Although calling the police could stop Cai Rixi, there was nothing else he could do. And even if she was caught, she would only be sentenced to a few years in prison. After a while, she would be released again, and it would be troublesome then. Yao Ziju wanted this matter resolved once and for all. In the end, he was still a step too late. Cai Rixi managed to successfully escape and arrived at a town on the border. This was where she and Wang Keng had agreed to meet. However, Wang Keng did not show up even after a few days. Cai Rixi realized that Wang Keng had been caught, but she believed that Wang Keng would never sell her out. Thus, Cai Rixi lived temporarily in the border town, and waited for her next opportunity. Next time, Cai Rixi would not fail like this. She would definitely make Ming Liuai and Yao Ziju pay a painful price. Moreover, Cai Rixi met an unexpected person here. She managed to con another new friend once more into a cooperation, vowing to make Yao Ziju suffer so much pain that he would rather die than live. And she was even more determined than ever to make Ming Liuai, that slut, beg for death. 245 Living in humiliation. Meanwhile, in the capital city outskirts, first prison. "Little Yao, it's so comfortable. As expected, a young master like you is different," a fierce-looking burly man said. "Brother Dong, it's my honor to be able to make you feel comfortable," Yao Ziyang said, his face full of flattery. Dong Yingming patted Yao Ziyang's face in satisfaction, then he stood up and left. Seeing Dong Yingming leave, Yao Ziyang finally showed a painful expression. After Yao Ziyang's sentencing, he was immediately placed in this prison. Yao Ziyang committed a business crime and should have been sent to the third prison, but it was full, so instead, he was sent to the first prison, which was reserved for those who committed serious crimes. Ever since he came here, Yao Ziyang had ended up in deep trouble every day. The criminals here were all people who had committed either murders or major felonies. After being locked up for a long time, in order to satisfy their needs, they would lay their hands on people of the same sex. Yao Ziyang had been living a life of luxury since he was young, so his skin was tender. All the prisoners drooled at the sight of him. In the beginning, Yao Ziyang also resisted with all his might. But how could the tender Yao Ziyang, who had been living in luxury since he was young, put up any kind of fight for these criminals? Although he did not get defiled, he was seriously injured every time. Today, Yao Ziyang was seriously injured again, and he could not take it anymore. After he recovered, he endured the humiliation and tried to survive by obeying the most powerful inmate in the prison. Dong Yingming was the boss of this prison, and it was said that he was also a big shot outside. He was sent here to calm the public opinion. Other than that, Dong Yingming also liked men. It was Yao Ziyang's first time, which made Dong Yingming very satisfied. Dong Yingming even promised that he would send Yao Ziyang out after a while. Yao Ziyang tried even harder to please him. He wanted to conquer Dong Yingming and take revenge on the Yao family with this big shot's power. Very quickly, a few months had passed. Dong Yingming had kept his word and helped Yao Ziyang get out of prison early. He even gave Yao Ziyang a phone number and an address. Yao Ziyang followed the address and arrived at a club. He wanted to go inside but was stopped by the bouncers. Yao Ziyang could only dial the number that was given to him. When the call was picked up, he said, "Hello, Brother Dong asked me to come find you. I'm just outside the club." The other end of the phone was silent for a moment before a voice said, "All right, I'll get someone to bring you in." Soon, a young man came out and brought Yao Ziyang in. They soon arrived in front of a private room and the young man left. Yao Ziyang pushed the door open and walked in. A strong man was drinking with two women in his arms. "Your brother Dong's man from prison?" asked the strong man. "Yes, I'm Yao Ziyang." Yao Ziyang nodded. The strong man said, "I'm Longjan. Brother Dong has already told me everything. I'll cooperate with you to the best of my ability, and I'll get someone to take you to the house prepared by him." At this point, Longjan paused for a moment. He continued, "You've been in there for so long, do you need to relax?" Even though Yao Ziyang wanted to, he did not dare. Dong Yingming's possessiveness was very terrifying, and Longjan was Dong Yingming's subordinate. This might just be a test. "No, thank you," Yao Ziyang replied immediately. After Yao Ziyang left, Longjan said, "It seems that this young man has been conquered by Brother Dong." Ha 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 ha. When the two beautiful women heard Longjan's words, they laughed along with him. Yao Ziyang rested for a few days and was finally in a good state of mind. On this day, Yao Ziyang called Longjan over. Longjan entered the door and said, "What is it? Brother Dong has already told me to cooperate with you fully. I have two enemies, I hope you can help me take my revenge," Yao Ziyang said. Longjan nodded his head, and he even thought that things were going to be interesting. They're husband and wife, so it's not that simple. "The man is the CEO of Yao Corporation," Yao Ziyang continued. Hearing these words, Longjan became solemn. If they were just two ordinary people, they could be dealt with in minutes. However, Yao Corporation was a well-known enterprise, and the president of this company was an influential figure. That was not a simple matter of just delegating some thugs. "Does Brother Dong know about these two enemies of yours?" Longjan probed. Yao Ziyang nodded. Longjan sighed. "Before you came out, something happened to the Yao family. Now, President Yao, his wife, and child are surrounded by a large group of bodyguards wherever they go. It's not easy to make a move for the time being." Yao Ziyang was stunned. "They have a child now. I can help you," Longjan continued, "but you need to wait for the right time." Yao Ziyang came back to his senses and nodded in agreement. As long as he could get his revenge, he would wait as long as necessary. 246 Unlimited ice cream. Yao Zhaoyang returned home and was given a lot of attention. Yao Ziju and Ming Liui's friends were visiting today. At the same time, Wen Keiya and Zhao Qing were also here to visit them. Yao Zhaoyang still had a shadow in his heart. He would feel a little scared whenever he saw strangers. Xiao Fan blamed herself every day and worked harder to take care of him. Ming Liui watched as Xiao Fan bustled about and said, Xiao Fan, you don't have to do this. You're not to blame for what happened. My lady, Xiao Fan said, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for my carelessness. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to finish, Ming Liui interrupted her and said, Xiao Fan, I can't blame you for this. Who knew that Cai Rixie would do such a thing? Listen to me, I'll give you 2 days off. You can take a break. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with tears when she heard this. Madam, you don't want me anymore? She asked. Ming Liui was stunned. She just wanted Xiao Fan to rest. But this matter had left a shadow in Xiao Fan's heart as well. Ming Liui hurriedly said, Xiao Fan, listen to me. I just want you to rest. It's fine if you don't want to rest, but you can't work day and night like this. Xiao Fan's tears ran down her face. She said, Madam, I'm really sorry. I won't make such a mistake again. Yao Ziju saw everything and did not blame Xiao Fan. After all, this was too sudden, and if it was Yao Ziju, he would not have been able to put in so much effort like this. Ming Liui knocked on the door of his study. Come in, said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui walked inside and looked at Yao Ziju. She said, Dear, Zhaoyan is still scared. What should we do? Yao Ziju frowned. Zhaoyan was already seeing a psychologist, but he still needed to learn how to cope with the experience himself. Yao Ziju suddenly remembered that Yao Zhaoyan used to bring friends home to play. Dear, do you think it'll be better if we get Zhaoyan's classmates to keep him company? After Ming Liui heard this, she immediately nodded. That's a good idea, she said. He's still a child. He just needs to have more fun. The next morning, Ming Liui invited Yao Zhaoyan's classmates to her house. Yao Zhaoyan's face lit up when he saw his friends. Yao Ziju and Ming Liui saw their son reveal a smile that they had not seen in a long time, and both of them let out a sigh of relief. Yao Zhaoyan and his friends played as if nothing had happened before. A few children ran to the yard and a little chubby kid said, Zhaoyan, I heard you were kidnapped. The rest of them looked at Yao Zhaoyan. Li Zheng, don't talk nonsense, another child said. Zhaoyan just isn't feeling well, that's why he hasn't been going to school. I'm not talking nonsense, Yan Di, Li Zheng retorted. I heard it from my mom and dad this morning. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhaoyan. The children all looked expectantly at Yao Zhaoyan. Li Zheng's right, Yao Zhaoyan said with a frown. I was kidnapped by some bad guys, and they used me to threaten my parents. Meanwhile, the children's parents were chatting in the villa, and they had no idea what kind of conversation their children were having. Li Zheng and the others consoled Yao Zhaoyan. Yan Di patted his chest. Zhaoyan, don't be afraid. We'll protect you from now on. I promise that no bad guys will bully you again. The rest of them nodded. Yao Zhaoyan beamed at them. When the children had played enough, they went back inside the house. Yan Di decided that he wanted to eat ice cream. Yao Zhaoyan wanted to ask the housekeepers for some, but when he thought of his father's rules, he frowned. However, for the sake of his friend, Yao Zhaoyan decided to try and ask his father again. Yao Zhaoyan snuck into the study and saw Yao Ziju resting with his eyes closed, so he hurried in. Yao Ziju heard the voice and saw his son suddenly come in. He said, Why aren't you playing with your friends? What are you doing here? Yao Zhaoyan looked at his father, still a little scared, but he did not want to disappoint his friend, so he gathered his courage and said, Daddy, the weather is so hot. My friends and I want to eat ice cream, although I've already eaten it twice this week. Yao Ziju was about to say no, but then he remembered his son's kidnapping. Yao Ziju could not bear to be so strict with Jianyang, so he said, This time is an exception. You and your friends can eat as much as you want, but starting from next week, you can't do this anymore. Yao Zhaoyan was surprised. He did not expect his father to agree so easily. After coming back to his senses, Yao Zhaoyan climbed onto Yao Ziju's body and gave him a kiss on the cheek before scurrying off. After Yao Zhaoyan left, he brought his friends to eat ice cream with him. Madam Yao, look how happy the children are. Yan Di's parents said, Tomorrow is a Sunday. Let's go on an outing. 247 instructions. Ming Liui had wanted to refuse, but seeing Yao Zhaoyan and his friends so happy, she agreed to it. In the evening, Ming Liui told Yao Ziju about the matter. Yao Ziju did not say much, and only asked her to invite more people. The next day, Ming Liui woke up early and made a lot of cookies and fruit puree. After all, it was a spring outing with children. It would be wrong not to prepare more. After everything was prepared, Ming Liui took Yao Jiaoyang's hand and they headed out the door together. Xiao Fan carried some cookies and fruit puree to Yao Ziju's study. After Yao Ziju finished the cookies, he found a small note on the plate. The handwriting belonged to Ming Liui's. "Darling, I've specially prepared these cookies for you. And you must eat all the fruit puree." Yao Ziju's lips curled into a smile. Ming Liui and the others arrived at the Yao family's farm in the suburbs. There was grassland and herds of cattle and sheep here. It was the perfect place for an outing. A few of the children were happily chasing each other and playing on the grass. When Long John received the news that Ming Liui was on an outing with some friends, he immediately sought Yao Ziyang and the two of them discussed their plan. Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth and said, "We should go and kidnap Ming Liui and the child, and then we can have Yao Ziju come alone, just in time to send the family on their way to hell together." Long John had initially thought that Yao Ziyang would at most just beat Yao Ziju up or something, but he did not expect that the man wanted to kill Yao Ziju's entire family. Long John could not resist saying, "You two are cousins. Is there a need to kill his entire family?" Yao Ziyang did not say anything, as he reminisced about everything that happened to him in prison. Especially when he was toyed with by Dong Yingming, Yao Ziyang wanted to burn Yao Ziju alive. That King cripple. Why couldn't he just stay a cripple? He just had to compete with me for Yao Corporation. Not only did Yao Ziyang lose, but his cousin even sent him to prison. Yao Ziyang should have been kicking back and enjoying his life of luxury, but instead, he had become a man's plaything. If he did not kill Yao Ziju's entire family, he would not be able to vent his anger properly. "Brother Long, Brother Dong said that you'll do your best to help me. I only have one request, and that is to kill Yao Ziju's entire family." Long John did not think that the boss' new plaything would actually be so ruthless. Still, he had agreed to do it. After all, his boss had already made his orders clear. In the past, there had been subordinates who were kind and soft-hearted. The memory of what happened to them made Long John tremble all over as he recalled it. "Don't worry," Long John said, "the things Brother Dong instructed me to do, I'll see it done." Yao Ziyang nodded. Long John continued, "My subordinate said that Ming Liui has company with her. There are also some other children there, as well as quite a number of bodyguards. It won't be easy to handle the kidnapping." Yao Ziyang's eyes were filled with ferocity as he said, "Since we're going to send them to the underworld anyway, the people who are with them can only blame themselves for being unlucky. We'll just kill them all." Long John was stunned. "Get rid of all of them? That's not just a few people we're talking about here. It would attract too much attention if so many people were killed or injured." Long John waved his hand and casually said, "Go back and wait for me to call you. I have my own arrangements for this matter." After Yao Ziyang left, Long John went to the first prison. When he finally saw Dong Yingming, he said, "Boss, do you know who your boy's enemy is?" Dong Yingming nodded and said, "I know. Just do as he says." "Boss, it's not that I don't want to listen to you. It's just that this kid is too much." Long John frowned. Dong Yingming was stunned when he heard this. Yao Ziyang was just teaching his cousin a lesson. What was wrong with that? "Boss, he asked me to send people to kill Yao Ziju's entire family," Long John continued. Dong Yingming slammed the table and stood up, but then he decided that killing Yao Ziju's whole family was not a big deal. "It's just Yao Ziju's family, I can settle it," said Dong Yingming. Long John also said, "Boss, I know that too. But this time, Yao Ziju's wife is on an outing with a few other families, and they even brought a lot of bodyguards with them. That's close to 100 people. That madman actually wants to kill them all." Dong Yingming did not say anything this time. If it was just Yao Ziju's family, it would be fine, but if so many people were murdered, it would be no small matter. After a moment of silence, he said, "That kid has served me very well, and I'd like to keep playing with him even after I leave this prison. For this matter, you." After receiving Dong Yingming's instructions, Long John left the first prison. Long John arranged for people to keep an eye on the movements of Ming Lairii and the others. When they left in their car, he would manufacture a car accident and take advantage of the chaos to kidnap the mother and child. Then, he would not have to worry about slaughtering more innocents than necessary. 248 A car accident. When Yao Ziyang returned home, he recalled the conversation with Long John, and the more he thought about it, the more it felt like something was wrong. Long John did not seem like someone who could help him take revenge. The next day, Yao Ziyang went to find Long John again. Yao Ziyang started speaking as soon as he entered the room. Brother Long, Without waiting for Yao Ziyang to finish, Long John interrupted him. I've already gone to see the boss, and we've made some arrangements. I'll help you. Yao Ziyang was stunned at first, then he saw disdain in Long John's eyes. He gritted his teeth. If not for Yao Ziju, Long John would not even be qualified to speak to him. But now, he still had to rely on Long John for revenge, so Yao Ziyang could only say, "Thank you." Long John waved his hand and asked Yao Ziyang to leave. There were still some preparations to be made. Yao Ziyang did not leave at once. He wanted to torture Yao Ziju and Ming Lairii slowly once they caught them. Especially that B*TCH Ming Lairii. If she had listened to him and poisoned Yao Ziju, there would have been no way for Yao Ziju to recover. Brother Long, I don't want to leave yet. Bring them here now. I want to torture them, Yao Ziyang said. As he spoke, Yao Ziyang's eyes were filled with loathing. Long John ignored Yao Ziyang and continued giving orders to his subordinates. After a long day on the outing, Yao Zhaoyang's smiles had become more frequent, and he no longer felt afraid. Ming Lairii was also very happy. After bidding farewell to everyone, she sat back in the car. The limo drove to the middle of a crossroad when two heavy trucks suddenly appeared and knocked over all the vehicles in front and behind it. Then, a few brawny men with masks appeared and took Ming Lairii and Yao Zhaoyang away. Everything happened so quickly that the bodyguards behind them did not even have time to react. Yao Ziju had just come out of the meeting room when Zhao Qing walked up to him nervously. "What's the matter?" asked Yao Ziju. Zhao Qing hesitated, not knowing what to say. "What's the matter? Just say it." The madam and the young master were attacked. 6 of their bodyguards were injured, but the madam and the young master are missing, Zhao Qing said through gritted teeth. The documents in Yao Ziju's hand fell to the ground, and his face was full of disbelief. It had only been a short while since the previous incident, yet someone still dared to do such a thing. Yao Ziju immediately calmed down and said, "Who did this?" Zhao Qing's expression was dark. "We're still investigating, but no information has turned up yet." Yao Ziju's face turned ashen. Long John's phone rang, and Yao Ziyang became nervous. He did not know if they had caught that B*TCH Ming Lairii yet. Compared to Yao Ziju, he hated Ming Lairii more. He waited for Long John to hang up. "What do you think, Brother Long?" Yao Ziyang immediately asked. "Have they succeeded?" Long John looked at Yao Ziyang with disdain, and said, "We've caught them. My people are bringing them back." Yao Ziyang immediately became excited. After a long time, Long John's men brought Ming Lairii and Yao Zhaoyang back. Ming Lairii hugged Yao Zhaoyang and looked at the crowd warily. Yao Ziyang laughed evilly. "Ming Lairii, my dear sister-in-law, don't you recognize me?" When Ming Lairii saw Yao Ziyang, she was dumbstruck. "Yao Ziyang, you broke out of prison?" she asked. "No, I didn't break out of prison, I just got released early." Yao Ziyang laughed again. Ming Lairii knew that this time, she would not be able to escape. Yao Ziyang would definitely not let her and her child go. Yao Ziyang continued, "Oh ho, this is Yao Ziju's child. What a healthy boy. Sister-in-law, you've done a good job raising him." Ming Lairii hugged Yao Zhaoyang nervously. She said, "Yao Ziyang, what are you planning? You just got released, so don't continue to make mistakes." Yao Ziyang laughed out loud. "You're afraid now? Sister, don't be afraid, I wouldn't hurt you guys, you're my family." Yao Ziyang slapped Ming Lairi's face. Yao Zhaoyang saw his mother getting hit, so he grabbed Yao Ziyang's leg and bit it. Yao Ziyang screamed and kicked Yao Zhaoyang away. Ming Lairii hurried forward to pick up her son and check if he was all right. Yao Ziyang looked at the mother and son in anger, and wanted to continue his attack, but Long John immediately stopped him. Don't be impulsive, Long John said. This is the root of the threat to Yao Ziju. Hearing this, Yao Ziyang came back to his senses and smiled evilly. Then I won't beat you up, yet. Let me have a good time with you, sister-in-law. Long John's expression changed. He said, Yao Ziyang, don't forget, you're my boss man. If he finds out, you know what will happen. 249 Money Talks. Hearing Long John's words, Yao Ziyang was stunned. Thinking of Dong Yingming's methods, Yao Ziyang could not help but shiver. Looking at Yao Ziyang's appearance, Long John grew even more haughty and said, however, your sister-in-law is indeed beautiful. Yao Ziyang naturally understood what Long John meant, but if he could not have a bite, how could he let Long John? Brother Long, if Yao Ziju finds out that you've harmed his wife, I'm afraid our plan will have to go to waste. Long John was unconvinced. Ming Liui and the child were already in their hands. What else would Yao Ziju dare to do? Completely ignoring Yao Ziyang, Long John stepped forward and reached out to grab Ming Liui. You're not the only one who speaks to Brother Dong, Yao Ziyang said. Long John immediately stopped and turned back to look at Yao Ziyang fiercely. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left. Yao Ziyang looked at Ming Liui and said, Liui, I won't deal with you now. When Ziju comes, I'll send you and your family to hell. The next day, Yao Ziyang went to find Long John. Now that they had caught the mother and child, it was time to proceed with the next step of the plan. Long John called Yao Ziju directly. Hello, President Yao, said Long John. Your wife and child are lost and are at my place. Who are you? Yao Ziju frowned. What are your demands? Long John was surprised that Yao Ziju could be so calm. As expected of the president of Yao Corporation, Long John said, it doesn't matter who I am. Prepare 1 billion yuan and drive to the address I give you. Yao Ziyang, who was standing at the side, frowned. He only said that he wanted revenge, but he never said anything about money. Yao Ziyang's goal was very simple, get rid of Yao Ziju and his family, then clear his own name and return to take over Yao Corporation. Now, Long John was actually demanding 1 billion. That was basically drilling into the foundation of the Yao family. Yao Ziyang was just about to speak when Long John waved his hand to silence him. Long John continued to say, President Yao, you'd better do it. Your wife is very beautiful, and my buddies are having a hard time holding themselves back. Yao Ziju suppressed his anger. Fine, give me the address. I'll need 2 days. After all, 1 billion is not a small amount. Long John spoke with satisfaction. Sure, 2 days, and no more than that. After ending the call, Long John looked at Yao Ziyang derisively and said, from now on, when I'm doing my thing, you'd better keep your mouth shut. I didn't say I wanted money. Does Brother Dong know that you're doing this on your own? Yao Ziyang said. Long John sneered. Of course this was what he had discussed with Dong Yingming last time. Long John said, you can go and find the boss, see what he has to say. Yao Ziyang looked at Long John and knew that Dong Yingming had agreed to this. Forget it, it's just a small loss. In any case, the Yao family will be able to earn it back in the future. Long John continued, did you think that we're doing all this for free? Although you're the boss man, you can't let your friends help you for nothing. Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth, wishing he could give Long John a slap right now. However, Long John's people were everywhere, and they would exact swift vengeance on him. He could only endure it for a while. After this revenge plot was done, he would think of a way to deal with this arrogant B*****. Alright, I got it, said Yao Ziyang. 2 days passed by quickly. Yao Ziju prepared everything and drove to the address Long John gave him. If he found his wife and children hurt, he would kill them all, even if it meant risking his own life. Zhao Qing and his men followed from a distance. Soon, Yao Ziju arrived at an abandoned dock. Yao Ziju dialed Long John's number, and after the call went through, he said, I'm here. Where's my wife and child? Long John did not expect Yao Ziju to come so quickly. Wait there, we'll see you there, Long John said. He and his men soon appeared at the dock and saw Yao Ziju driving a van. Yao Ziju saw the thugs and immediately said, where are my wife and son? Long John said with a smile, I'll take a look first. Has all the money been prepared? Yao Ziju did not say anything. He got out of the van and opened the back. Long John saw that the back of the vehicle was full of cash and nodded in satisfaction. "You've seen the money, where are my wife and child?" Yao Ziju asked. Long John waved his hand, and Yao Ziyang and a few others brought Ming Liuai and Yao Zhaoyang over from afar. Yao Ziju frowned. Yao Ziyang was actually released from prison. "Big brother, you should be happy to see me. Why do you look so sad?" Yao Ziyang smiled. "What do you want?" asked Yao Ziju. "These are your people. 250 or not worthy." Yao Ziyang shrugged and was about to say something when Long John stood up and said, "We're not his people. We're just doing him a favor and collecting some fees." Yao Ziyang looked at Long John with dissatisfaction. Long John shook his head indifferently. After all, as long as he got to deal with Yao Ziju's family, the matter would be considered done. When the time came, the boss would not say anything. "Yao Ziyang, it seems that these people don't listen to you," Yao Ziju said. Yao Ziyang did not care about that. As long as he could take revenge and go back to the Yao family, he would naturally take care of this Long John another day. "Ziju, you'd better think about how your family is going to leave this place instead," Yao Ziyang said. Yao Ziju looked at Long John and said, "I brought the money. Shouldn't you let me leave with my wife and son?" Long John shook his head and said, "I don't have the final say here. This is a matter between you cousins." Yao Ziju frowned. The moment he saw Yao Ziyang, he knew that things would not be easy. The two of them grew up together, and Yao Ziju knew what kind of person his cousin was. It would be near impossible to take his wife and child away from here. Especially with the feud between them, he had personally sent Yao Ziyang to prison after all. Still, Yao Ziju never expected that Yao Ziyang would come out so quickly, and with such a lawless group of people helping him. "Yao Ziyang, the one you hate is me, not my wife and child," Yao Ziju said. Yao Ziyang raised his hand and slapped Ming Liuai. After that, Yao Ziyang said, "My dear big brother, it wasn't easy for me to get out of prison. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yao Ziju gritted his teeth in anger. How dare he hit Liuai? Yao Ziju suppressed his anger and said, "Yao Ziyang, what do you want?" Yao Ziyang laughed coldly, and replied, "Ziju, you feel so bad for this B*tch. I understand. This little B*tch seems even more beautiful now. As expected, young women are very charming. Look, my brothers are very uncomfortable and need to vent their anger. Let my sister-in-law help them, okay? Whoever dares to touch her, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yao Ziju roared. Yao Ziyang cackled loudly. This was exactly what he wanted to do, make Yao Ziju angry. Later on, he intended to make Yao Ziju watch helplessly as these thugs took turns to line up and approach Ming Liuai. Otherwise, how else could Yao Ziyang sate his own anger? Yao Ziyang smiled evilly, and replied, "Oh my, Ziju, why are you so anxious? This B*tch has already enjoyed it, and she's even begging my men to take turns." Yao Ziju could not hold in his anger anymore, and he rushed at Yao Ziyang like a madman. Long John's people immediately surrounded him. Yao Ziju kicked the first person in front of him away, grabbed an iron bar and started to wave it at the gang. Soon, more than a dozen people fell to the ground. The rest of them did not dare to move forward, and instead surrounded Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang never thought that after that piece of trash had recovered, he would still have such fighting ability. Long John was even more surprised. Although his subordinates were not experts, they were all ruthless people who had experienced many skirmishes, and yet they were so easily defeated by Yao Ziju. "Yao Ziyang, you're not fit to be a human, I'll kill you," Yao Ziju roared. Yao Ziyang suddenly panicked and stammered, Quick, all of you, go kill him." Long John waved his hand, and the remaining dozens of thugs rushed into attack. Ming Liuai knelt on the ground. Her face was full of tears, and her mouth was sealed shut with tape. Yao Ziju knocked out another dozen people, but his strength was almost at its limit. Yao Ziyang immediately became more arrogant and said, "What's wrong, big brother? Are you done? No wonder this little B*tch needs so much attention." Yao Ziyang continued to provoke Yao Ziju, even though it was all nonsense. Ming Liuai tried to shout something. Yao Ziju's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, more than a dozen cars suddenly arrived. Zhao Qian got out of the car with his men and saw that Yao Ziju was injured. He immediately rushed over. Yao Ziyang did not expect others to arrive. He looked at Long Zhan in panic. Long Zhan also had a bewildered look on his face. Soon, Long Zhan's subordinates were beaten down by Zhao Qing and the rest. Long Zhan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Ming Lairii. He took out a dagger and placed it on her neck. Yao Ziju, I don't want the money anymore. Let me go, or you'll be bringing home a corpse instead, Long Zhan said. For a moment, Zhao Qing and the others did not dare to make any further movements. Fine, I'll let you go, and you'll let my wife go. But, Yao Ziyang must stay. Yao Ziyang grabbed Long Zhan and said, You can't let me stay, Brother Dong will never forgive. 251 Courting Death. Long Zhan did not care so much about that. Right now, his life was in danger. Even if the boss knew, he would not blame Long Zhan. Long Zhan pushed Yao Ziyang away and said, Get lost. If you can leave this place alive, you can go and tell the boss yourself. With that, Long Zhan brought whatever remained of his men and fled. Ming Lairii no longer had anyone keeping her captive. She carried Yao Zhaoyang and ran to Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang watched Long Zhan leave, and then saw Ming Lairii trying to run away. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ming Lairii. *TCH, you still want to run? I'll kill you today. Yao Ziyang spat viciously. Yao Ziju saw this and glared at Yao Ziyang. Let them go now and I'll let you leave, Yao Ziju said. Yao Ziyang had already gone mad, and only wanted revenge. Even if he died, he wanted to bring Ming Lairii with him. Long Zhan had already fled, so there was no one here who would save him at all. Yao Ziju, if you had been a good-for-nothing, there wouldn't have been so many problems, and I wouldn't have become what I am today. Yao Ziju frowned and did not say anything. Ming Lairii let go of the child in her arms and Yao Zhaoyang immediately ran toward his father. Yao Ziyang wanted to grab the child as well, but was stopped by Ming Lairii. She said, If you want to kill someone, just kill me. Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth. *TCH, you still dare to talk back at me. If not for you, Yao Ziju would still be a cripple lying in bed. As he spoke, Yao Ziyang raised his hand and was ready to stab Ming Lairii. Yao Ziju hugged Yao Zhaoyang and said, Yao Ziyang, as long as you let go of Ming Lairii, I can promise you anything. Hearing this, Yao Ziyang regained some of his rationality. Whether he would take revenge or not, the most important thing was to leave this place. Only by leaving alive could he take revenge again. At this time, Yao Gui arrived at the scene. Ziju, no matter what, Yao Ziyang is still your brother, just let him go this time, said Yao Gui. Yao Ziju frowned. Who brought his father here? The older generation valued kinship the most. If he let Yao Ziyang go today, there would be endless trouble. No one knew when Yao Ziyang would make a comeback. Moreover, Cai Rixi was still at large. Since they last saw her, Yao Ziju's subordinates had been looking for Cai Rixi, but had turned up nothing. Seeing Yao Ziju's silence, Yao Gui continued, Ziju, think about it, you were all good children once, and Yao Ziyang is also a descendant of the Yao family. Then, Yao Gui looked at Yao Ziyang and continued, Yao Ziyang, if you know that you're in the wrong and can change, I can let you go today. You have to promise that you will never come back again, and you will not threaten the safety of Ziju and his family. Yao Ziyang only wanted to prioritize getting out of this alive for the moment, so he immediately knelt on the ground. Uncle, as long as Ziju lets me go, I'll definitely leave and never come back. I won't threaten Ming Lairii and the child again. Yao Gui nodded in satisfaction. They were all a family. Although he had gone overboard this time, Yao Ziyang had already promised that they would never see each other again. Yao Ziyang immediately let Ming Lairii go. He could only gamble once. Seeing that Lairii was safe and sound, Yao Gui said, Ziju, Ziyang has already let her go, we're giving him a way out, too. Yao Ziju did not want to disobey his father, even though his father was a stubborn old man blinded by conservative views. But over the years, everything his father had done was for Yao Ziju's sake. Yao Ziju nodded. All right, Yao Ziyang, I'll let you live today. If you dare try this again, no one shall stop me from tearing you apart. With that, Yao Ziju turned around and left with Ming Lairii and Zhaoyang. Yao Ziyang also fled in the other direction. After Yao Ziyang left, he found Long John and the others hiding in the grass not far away. Seeing Long John, Yao Ziyang became furious. He stepped forward and called out to Long John, "You ran so fast. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been killed because of you today." Long John saw that Yao Ziyang had come out safely and knew that he would be fine. So he said disdainfully, "So, if you're not satisfied, go find the boss." Yao Ziyang pointed at Long John, but did not say a word. Boss Dong had not left the prison yet, but Long John was unreliable, so Yao Ziyang had no choice but to go see Dong Yingming. When the time was right, he would take revenge on Yao Ziju's family once more. At that time, it would be a situation where one of them would have to die. He would make sure that it would be Yao Ziju and his entire family. 252 Reuniting with an old acquaintance. After that day, Yao Ziyang took a few days to recuperate before he went to the first prison to see Dong Yingming. When Dong Yingming saw Yao Ziyang, he revealed a lecherous smile. "Baby, you actually found the time to visit me," asked Dong Yingming. "Did Long John help you settle the matter?" Yao Ziyang immediately put on an aggrieved look. He sobbed, "Don't mention that person anymore. I was almost killed by him. If I hadn't been lucky, you wouldn't have been able to see me at all." Dong Yingming was stunned and immediately said, "What happened?" Yao Ziyang told him everything, adding some embellishments by saying that Long John almost killed him, and he even said that Long John wanted to humiliate him. Dong Yingming's eyes were full of anger. Yao Ziyang looked at Dong Yingming's expression and was very satisfied by the sight. "If you don't get out of prison now, there's no one out here to protect me. I'm going to leave this place, so you have to come and find me when you get out." Seeing Yao Ziyang like this, Dong Yingming's heart ached, and he thought back on how Yao Ziyang had served him well in prison. "I have another place you can go to," Dong Yingming said. "Go there and find a man called Niu Wu. He'll help you." Yao Ziyang's eyes flashed with a cunning look, before he choked out, "Will this work? If he's like Long John again, I'll be dead." Dong Yingming patted Yao Ziyang's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, this person is absolutely not a problem. As for Long John, I'll give you an update tomorrow morning." After that, Dong Yingming used his influence to arrange a sudden conjugal visit for himself and slept with Yao Ziyang. The next morning, Yao Ziyang endured the pain in his butt as he walked out of the prison. Before leaving, Dong Yingming instructed that he must go to Long John's home to take a look. Yao Ziyang arrived at Long John's house and found that the door was not closed. Yao Ziyang walked straight in and saw a group of clean-up people cleaning blood off the floor. Some people were also busy putting Long John's body into a black cloth bag. The people who were cleaning up the scene ignored Yao Ziyang. Yao Ziyang nodded in vindictive satisfaction, then turned and left. He prepared to go to the place that Dong Yingming had mentioned, and to find Niu Wu. After some time, Yao Ziyang finally arrived at his destination. It was a small town on the border, a rural land. Yao Ziyang went to find Niu Wu at the address he was given. However, when he passed by a door, he saw a familiar figure. He dismissed it and thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After all, Cai Rixie had been sent to prison at the same time as him. Her days were most likely tough, but she would not have been released so quickly. After finding Niu Wu, Yao Ziyang stayed there to discuss their plans. Niu Wu then dismissed Yao Ziyang after the discussion and left the location as well. Since Yao Ziyang had nothing to do, he went for a walk. When he passed by the door again, Yao Ziyang could not help but glance over. He discovered that the person inside really was Cai Rixie. Although Yao Ziyang did not love her back then, they had been together for so long, and he would never mistake her for someone else. Cai Rixie had just finished cooking when she heard someone push open the door. She turned around and was immediately stunned. Yao Ziyang looked at Cai Rixie, and the two of them took a long time to come back to their senses. Cai Rixie rushed into Yao Ziyang's arms. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she said, "Yao Ziyang, why didn't you tell me you got out? Why didn't you look for me?" Yao Ziyang carried Cai Rixie into his arms and said, "I'm sorry. I wanted to take revenge the moment I came out. I didn't expect to see you here." When revenge was mentioned, Cai Rixie immediately looked up at Yao Ziyang. She said, "You went after Yao Ziju and Ming Liui." Yao Ziyang nodded. The two of them talked about what had happened after they were released from prison, but they tacitly did not mention anything about what happened while they were in prison. They slowly recalled the past and somehow ended up kissing. However, when he got to the bed, Yao Ziyang realized that he could no longer be a man. Yao Ziyang was furious, and he knew the reason for this. Yao Ziyang, how did you become like this? Cai Rixi asked. Of course, Yao Ziyang would not tell her the truth. Back then, to make Yao Ziyang his plaything for the rest of his life, Dong Yingming had deliberately damaged his nether regions. It was broken in prison, Yao Ziyang said vaguely. Cai Rixi understood that Yao Ziyang was hiding the truth and did not continue to pry. She just put on her clothes and sat beside him. Ziyang, Cai Rixi said, we can't just let this go. We have to take revenge. Yao Ziyang sat up and hugged Cai Rixi from behind. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements, I'll bring you with me, and we can take revenge together. 253 Two forces come together. Cai Rixi added, I've also roped in a group of people. Let's work together. We'll definitely kill that adulterous couple. If I help you take back everything from the Yao family, I can also take back everything from the Cai family. Yao Ziyang was stunned. Cai Rixi had also made her own preparations, but he shook his head when he realized that this should not surprise him. Yao Ziyang understood that Cai Rixi was smart. There was no way she would come here without a purpose. Yao Zhaoyang had been through one kidnapping after another, and both Ming Liuyi and Yao Ziju were worried about his mental health. However, Yao Zhaoyang seemed to have grown up overnight. Ming Liuyi saw that there was nothing wrong with Yao Zhaoyang, and her worried heart settled down. Yao Ziju hugged her from behind, and leaned on her shoulder. Dear, don't worry, Zhaoyang is our child, there won't be any problems, and there won't be anything like this again in the future. Ever since the series of incidents, Yao Ziju had strengthened the security at home. When Ming Liuyi and Yao Zhaoyang left the house, they were always surrounded by bodyguards. Ming Liuyi felt Yao Ziju's breathing and said, actually, if we go out, there's no need for so many people to follow us. Yao Ziju said, no, even though Yao Ziyang has left, no one can guarantee that he won't come back. And don't forget, Cai Rixi is still a problem. Ming Liuyi frowned when Cai Rixi was mentioned. Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir knew about the kidnapping events as well. The two of them regretted raising Cai Rixi. They said she was an ungrateful person who did not know gratitude and even wanted to kill Ming Liuyi and Yao Zhaoyang. Ever since Yao Zhaoyang was born, Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir doted over their grandson, but their hearts also ached the most for him. Cai Wenlun and Chen Xiaomir would come to the house to see their grandson whenever they had nothing to do. Ming Liuyi said, where do you think Cai Rixi went? I think she's even scarier than Yao Ziyang. At the mention of this, Yao Ziju became annoyed with himself. He had sent people to investigate for so long, but they still could not find Cai Rixi. Such a hidden danger made Yao Ziju very uneasy. At this moment, Zhao Qing hurried over. Seeing Yao Ziju and Ming Liuyi being so intimate, Zhao Qing hurriedly turned to leave. Yao Ziju opened Liuyi's eyes and said, what's the matter, Zhao Qing? Zhao Qing had become the general manager of several branch companies and was also in charge of looking for Cai Rixi's whereabouts. Seeing Zhao Qing rush over, Yao Ziju thought he must have found some clues. Zhao Qing did not dare to delay and immediately said, Sir, we have a lead on Cai Rixi. At this, Yao Ziju gestured for Zhao Qing to follow him into the study. In the study, Yao Ziju asked, where did that woman go? What do we do now? Zhao Qing said, our people found Cai Rixi in a small town on the border. She lives there for now. There's also something more important. What is it? Asked Yao Ziju. Yao Ziyang is there too, and he was with Cai Rixi. Zhao Qing said. Yao Ziju immediately frowned. He should not have let Yao Ziyang escape. It would be a very troublesome thing for the two of them to work together again. Moreover, the two of them were extremely hostile to the Yao family and would never let go of their grudges. Yao Ziju thought for a moment and said, have someone keep a close eye on them, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Also, don't let Liuyi know about this, understand? Yes, sir. Zhao Qing nodded. Yao Ziju waved his hand, signaling for Zhao Qing to leave. The most important thing right now was to strike first and not wait for those two to make a move. Although he had promised his father he would not do anything to Yao Ziyang, it was clear that Yao Ziyang had chosen death, and there was no one but himself to blame for colluding with Cai Rixi. Yao Ziju picked up the phone and dialed a number. After the call went through, a hoarse voice came from the other side. "You finally called me. I didn't want to, but I have to do this," Yao Ziju said. "What is it?" the man asked. Yao Ziju explained the situation and hung up. The person he called was someone he had saved in an accident many years ago. His name was Xuan. Xuan was an assassin, but because he failed his mission, he was hunted down by an organization and was saved by Yao Ziju by chance. After Xuan recovered from his injuries, he secretly trained Yao Ziju's bodyguards. Yao Ziju had employed an assassin before. He preferred to fight face-to-face, and defeat his opponent in a fair fight. This time, he would have no choice but to fight dirty. Xuan hung up the phone and immediately arranged for his best killers to carry out the mission. This was the only time for Xuan to repay his kindness. There must be no mistakes. 254 Yulingaling's troubles. Ming Liria woke up in the morning and brought Yao Jiaolang to play in the garden. Xiao Fan ran over. "Madam, Miss Yulingling is here. She does not look well. Her eyes are red." Ming Liria was startled by this. After coming to this world, her best friend was Yulingling. The two of them had been through so much together. After letting Xiao Fan take over to look after Jiaolang, Ming Liria got up and walked back into the house. When she entered the room, she saw Yulingling sitting on the sofa with her head lowered. Her shoulders were trembling, and she was clearly crying. "Lingling, what's going on?" Ming Liria asked. Yulingling raised her head. Her eyes were red and swollen. "Liria, he doesn't want me anymore." Yulingling sobbed. "What? Ju Feng wants to dump Yulingling?" Yulingling never left his side and had taken such good care of him for so many years. But now that Ju Feng has woken up and is getting much better, he wants to dump Yulingling. Ming Liria patted Yulingling's shoulder and said, "Lingling, what happened?" Yulingling began to tell her everything through choking sobs. After Ju Feng woke up, the two of them had been very loving and were inseparable every day. Even when she went to work, Yulingling would bring Ju Feng along. Just 2 months ago, Ju Feng's personality changed drastically, and his attitude toward Yulingling had taken a 180-degree turn. Every day, he would speak coldly, and sometimes he would even say very unpleasant things. Yulingling kept trying to ask Ju Feng what had happened, but he refused to say anything. Over the past few days, Ju Feng had gone even more overboard. He kept saying that he liked someone else and told Yulingling to leave quickly. Yulingling could not take it anymore, so she came to Ming Liria to complain. After Ming Liria heard all this, she found that Ju Feng was the wrongdoer this time. When Ju Feng had just woken up and met everyone, he had looked at Yulingling with eyes full of love. How could he fall out of love all of a sudden? Especially since the two of them were practically inseparable. How could Ju Feng come into contact with other women? Yulingling suddenly thought of something. She said, "Oh right, I was on a business trip for a few days, and Ju Feng's mother had taken care of him." Ming Liria frowned. If there really was a problem, it must have risen during that period of time. "Lingling, take me to your house right now," Ming Liria said. Yulingling was stunned. What was the use of Ming Liria going to their place? Ju Feng's attitude was so firm that she probably would not be able to ease the situation at this point. Ming Liria continued, "What are you doing? Let's head back to your place now." Then, Ming Liria pulled Yulingaling's hand and was about to leave when Yao Ziju just came out of the study. He saw Ming Liria and Yulingling about to leave, and said, "Dear, where are you going?" Ming Liria said without turning her head, "There are no good men in this world." Yulingling looked at Yao Ziju apologetically, but Ming Liria had yanked her out, so she could not apologize properly. Yao Ziju's face was full of helplessness. He did not seem to have offended his wife today. Zhao Qing came out of the study behind Yao Ziju and said, "Sir, should we get the bodyguards to follow the madam?" Yao Ziju nodded. "It's a crucial period right now, so we can't let our guard down." Ming Liria and Yulingling returned to find Ju Feng lying on the ground. Yulingling immediately went to help Ju Feng sit up. She said worriedly, "Ju Feng, what's wrong? Is there someone in the house?" Ju Feng opened his eyes in a daze, thinking that he was hallucinating. I'm sorry, Ling Ling, I can't be a burden to you, he said. With that, Ju Feng passed out. Ming Liui asked the bodyguards downstairs to carry Ju Feng back to his bed. Yu Lingling's mind was in chaos, and she could not bring herself to play host for Ming Liui. Ming Liui thought about what Ju Feng had said just now and was sure that there must be some hidden story here. However, she would only know what it was after Ju Feng woke up. Ming Liui consoled her friend. Ling Ling, don't panic. You heard what Ju Feng said just now. There must be something Ju Feng doesn't want to tell you. We'll talk about it when he wakes up. Liui, I don't want to lose Ju Feng, Yu Lingling sobbed. After a long time, Ju Feng finally woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Yu Lingling. A flash of panic appeared in his eyes, but then his face turned cold. Didn't I tell you to get out? Why did you come back? Ju Feng said. I'm not leaving, Yu Lingling cried. Don't lie to me. Ju Feng snorted coldly and said, what do you mean I'm lying to you? Don't come back and ruin my affairs. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hurry up and get out. 255 Ju Feng's secret. Yu Lingling still wanted to say something, but Ming Liui stopped her and said, Ju Feng, I don't know what happened, but why are you treating Lingling like this? Ju Feng saw the anxiety in Ming Liui's eyes, but the only thing he could do now was to have Yu Lingling leave. This is our own affair, what does it have to do with you? Ju Feng said. Ming Liui was not angry. She said, Yu Lingling and I are best friends. Her business is my business. Tell us what you want to say. Even if you want her to leave, let her leave on clear terms. Ju Feng was silent. He looked at the wall, and did not say anything. Yu Lingling squatted somewhere to the side and cried. She really did not want to leave. Ming Liui watched the two of them like this for a while before she sighed. She said, you two clearly love each other, why are you like this? Ju Feng still did not say anything and only continued to look at the wall. Ming Liui continued, in the past, my husband and I were like this. But because we are a family, we made things clear. It'll be all right. No matter what, we have to face it together. When Ju Feng heard this, tears rolled down his face. He did not want to say anything at first, thinking that it would be fine as long as he chased Yu Lingling away. However, he did not expect Yu Lingling to refuse to leave. Ju Feng sighed. I don't want this to happen either, but I can't waste Lingling's life. She still has so much to live for. Hearing this, Yu Lingling sobbed, you don't hold me back. I just want to be with you forever. With that, Yu Lingling got up and sat by his bed. Ju Feng raised his hand to wipe her tears away. He said, I'm sorry, Lingling. I didn't want this to happen, but we have to break up. Ming Liui could not take it anymore and said, Ju Feng, you're a man. What is it that you can't say? Just spit it out. There's definitely a way to resolve it. Yu Lingling nodded. There was nothing that they could not face together. Ju Feng saw the determination in Yu Lingling's eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, he slowly explained the situation. It turned out that during the days Yu Lingling was out on her business trip, his mother had come over to take care of Ju Feng and brought him to the hospital for a follow-up. The doctor from the hospital had seen Ju Feng's condition and said that although he was recovering well, it would be impossible for him to stand up again. Moreover, if Ju Feng stayed in a vegetative state for a long time, it was very likely that he would slowly lose his bodily functions. After returning home, Ju Feng discussed it with Yu Lingling's mother and decided to kick Yu Lingling out. In any case, Ju Feng was a cripple, and he could not be a burden to Yu Lingling for the rest of his life. Her mother also expressed her understanding. Yu Lingling was still young, and she should not spend her entire life with Ju Feng. Hearing this, Yu Lingling said, no way. You'll definitely get better. The doctor said it's a possibility. It doesn't mean that it's impossible. Ming Liui understood this and remembered that Yao Ziju had also been judged to be in bad shape. However, with the help of the spiritual spring, he got better bit by bit, until there were no problems at all. Ming Liui smiled and said, don't worry. My husband's situation was very similar to yours. He's fine now. Also, I have a secret recipe. I'll give it to Yu Lingling soon. Ju Feng's eyes widened as he stared at Ming Liui. He said, really? How much is the recipe? We will definitely pay you. Ming Liui waved her hand and said, it's not worth much, but it's quite useful. You don't have to drive Lingling away now, do you? No, I won't, Ju Feng said excitedly. Meeting a girl like Ling Ling in this life is my good fortune from my previous life. Liai, thank you, Yu Ling Ling said gratefully. Over the years, Ming Liai had continued to use the spiritual spring to massage Yao Ziju, and now the spring water was endless because of their love. Ming Liai stood up and left, saying that she would send it over tomorrow. Ju Feng and Yu Ling Ling were extremely grateful. When she got home, Ming Liai told Yao Ziju about what happened. Yao Ziju did not say anything. As long as Ming Liai wanted to do it, then she would do it. Yao Ziju would silently support her from behind. The next day, Ming Liai woke up early and ate her breakfast. She took a few bottles and returned to her room. After filling the bottles with water from her spiritual spring, Ming Liai went to Yu Lingling's house. When she went inside, she saw that the two of them were fine. She took out the spiritual water and gave it to Yu Lingling. Ming Liai said, Lingling, there are some ingredients in this spring water that can cure Ju Feng's legs. Apply some on him every night with a massage. 256 The spiritual spring's powerful support. Yu Lingling held the spring water like it was a great treasure, afraid that it would spill. Ju Feng's eyes dimmed. He thought Ming Liai would bring something substantial, but it turned out to only be some spring water. What use would spring water have? Ming Liai saw that Ju Feng clearly did not believe her, but she could not explain much. The only person who knew her secret was Yao Ziju. Don't forget, Ming Liai said. Make sure to do as I say. Yu Lingling nodded. Don't worry, I won't forget. Thank you, Liai. Ming Liai was in a hurry to go home and see her child, so she did not stay to chat. After Ming Liai left, Yu Lingling said excitedly, Ju Feng, it'll be fine. Liai won't lie to us. Ju Feng did not want Yu Lingling to be sad, so he did not say anything and just smiled. He did not believe that the spring water would actually help. At night, Yu Lingling followed Ming Liai's instructions and got some spring water to give Ju Feng a massage. Ju Feng was a little reluctant at first. These were all things used to deceive naive people. However, Yu Lingling insisted on trying. It was better than having no hope. Ju Feng could only compromise and let Yu Lingling massage him with the spring water. After the massage, Ju Feng did not feel anything at all. He knew that it was a lie. If his paralysis could be cured so easily, then everyone in the world who had the same condition should be able to stand up again, right? Yu Lingling was very confident. She said, it's only the first day. It's normal that there's no effect. It'll be better after a while. Yu Lingling insisted on giving Ju Feng a massage with the spring water every night. On the 5th day, Ju Feng's eyes widened. His leg, which had originally been numb, was starting to gain some feeling, even if it was very slight. He did not know if it was just in his head. A week passed, and the return of sensation in Ju Feng's legs was becoming more obvious. Every time Yu Lingling massaged him, Ju Feng would feel the coolness, followed by the heat of Yu Lingling's palms. This made him grow more excited. If this continued, it would not be long before Ju Feng made a full recovery. Eventually, Yu Lingling finished the last drop of the spring water. I'll call Liai tomorrow and ask her to send more. That's great. Ju Feng nodded. We'll treat her to a meal. I really don't know how else to thank her. A month and a half passed by in the blink of an eye. The feeling on Ju Feng's leg was getting stronger and stronger, and he even felt like he could stand up soon. That night, Ju Feng tried to stand up while Yu Lingling was cooking. At first, his legs were still weak, but Ju Feng did not give up. After a series of attempts, Ju Feng actually stood up. The spring water was so powerful that it could actually heal Ju Feng's legs. Yu Lingling came in with the food. When she saw Ju Feng standing up, she screamed and the food in her hands fell to the ground. Yu Lingling ran to Ju Feng's side and hugged him excitedly. Ju Feng had only recovered a bit of his strength, so he lost his balance and the two of them fell to the ground. Yu Lingling quickly stood up. She said, I'm sorry, I got too excited. Ju Feng laughed as he lay on the ground, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. He said, I'm fine, I'm fine. I didn't expect to actually recover. Yu Lingling hurriedly helped Ju Feng up, and the two of them hugged each other in excitement. As long as he could get better, nothing else mattered. The next day, Ju Feng's mother came to visit and learned that Ju Feng could actually stand up. Thank the heavens for their blessings. My son has finally recovered, Ju Feng's mother said excitedly. She held Yu Lingling's hand as she spoke, crying as she said, "Lingling, these past years have been hard on you. I'm so sorry." Yu Lingling shook her head as she cried with her. She had done all of this willingly. "Don't cry," Ju Feng said. "It won't take long for me to recover completely. We should all be happy. That's why we're crying tears of joy, not tears of sadness," Ju Feng's mother said. The three of them smiled as they chatted. Ju Feng's mother also knew that it was Ming Liuai who had sent the spring water. "Lingling, we have to thank your friend," said Ju Feng's mother. "Find out when she and her husband will be free. Invite them to our house for dinner. I just happened to bring some dried meat, sausages, and dried ribs." Ju Feng was a little embarrassed as he said, "Mom, she's so rich, she won't like these country things." When Ju Feng's mother heard this, she felt a bit embarrassed. She said, "Then, let's treat them to a meal." 257 Dinner. After thinking about it, Yu Lingling and Ju Feng decided to invite Ming Liuai's family to their humble house for dinner. Ju Feng had just recovered, and the family relied on Yu Lingling for income. Although it would not be as good as Ming Liuai's home, it was still a kind gesture from Ju Feng's mother. The next morning, Yu Lingling visited Ming Liuai's house. Yu Lingling hugged Ming Liuai and excitedly said, "Liuai, my fiancé managed to stand up. Your spring water is so good. Where did you get it?" Ming Liuai smiled and said, "From an eminent monk. He would send me some every time. I don't know where his temple is though." Yu Lingling nodded, then went straight to business. She said, "Liuai, we would like to invite you and your husband to dinner. Ju Feng's mother will cook for you personally. Will you have time?" Ming Liuai did not have any problems with that, but recently Yao Ziju had become very busy, and she did not know if he would be free. Ming Liuai said, "Lingling, wait here. I'll go ask my husband. He has been quite busy lately." Then, Ming Liuai got up and went upstairs. At the door of the study, Ming Liuai opened it and peeped inside. When she saw that Yao Ziju seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, Ming Liuai walked in with ease. She snapped to her husband's side and was about to reach out when he suddenly opened his eyes. Ming Liuai was startled. Yao Ziju smiled and said, "Dear, what's the matter? Do you have time tonight?" Ming Liuai asked. Yao Ziju furrowed his brows. There had been some problems with the company's new project recently, so he had been very busy. He said, "What is it?" Ming Liuai told Yao Ziju about Yu Lingling's invitation to dinner. "Sure," Yao Ziju said with a smile. "I'm almost finished with today's business. Zhao Qing can take over for me." Ming Liuai kissed Yao Ziju's face and ran out happily. Yao Ziju stared at Ming Liuai's back as she skipped away, and he could not help but smile. When Yu Lingling saw Ming Liuai come downstairs, she said, "How is it? Does your husband have time?" Ming Liuai nodded and said, "Yes, he said it's fine. We'll be there tonight." As night fell, Ming Liuai and Yao Ziju brought Yao Zhaoyang to Yu Lingling's house. Yao Ziju carried some fruits and gifts in his hands. Ju Feng's mother saw that Yao Ziju had brought gifts, so she said, "I invited you here to eat. Why the gifts? Come in and sit." Ming Liuai hugged Yao Zhaoyang and said, "Auntie, we didn't bring much. We only brought some fruit." After everyone entered the house and took their seats, Yu Lingling said, "Liuai, you guys sit down and chat with Ju Feng first. Auntie and I will be busy in the kitchen." Ming Liuai said jokingly, still calling her auntie, "Shouldn't you change the way you address her?" Yu Lingling went into the kitchen with a red face. Ju Feng was also a little embarrassed. "President Yao, Madam Yao, I'm really grateful to you too," Ju Feng said sincerely. "If it were not for you, Lingling and I might have." Ming Liuai waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. This is something that we should do. You two are so good together, I don't want to see you guys separate." After that, they chatted for a while. Soon, the dining table was laden with food. When Ming Liuai saw the dried meat, sausages, and dried pork ribs, she felt touched. In her previous world, these were all great delicacies. Yao Ziju would not have the same sense of appreciation, and old Zhang had prepared all kinds of delicious food for them. Yao Ziju actually enjoyed eating the dried pork ribs that Ju Feng's mother prepared. Although they were not as good as old Zhang's, they were still quite delicious. Ju Feng's mother was very pleased to see Ming Liuai and Yao Ziju eat so much. She had been worried that the two of them would dislike the food when they saw it. Even young Yao Zhaoyang was holding a piece of dried pork rib in his left hand and a sausage in his right hand, and ate away with gusto. Yu Lingling looked at the way the family of three ate and was shocked. From the way they wolfed everything down, one would have thought that they were poor. Ju Feng had been worried about whether Ming Liui and Yao Ziju were eating like this because they did not want his family to feel bad. However, when he saw Yao Zhaoyang's behavior, all his worries disappeared. Ju Feng's mother smiled. There's plenty to go around, so eat slowly. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Ming Liui patted her stomach in satisfaction. She said, Lingling, I haven't had such a good meal in a long time. It's all thanks to you. This is nothing. It's just some cured meat from the countryside, Yu Lingling said with a smile. 258 The cured meat shop. This cured meat is exceptional, Yao Ziju said. It's really delicious. Did you make all of this at home? President Yao, my mother made all this herself. People in my hometown are accustomed to making them, said Ju Feng. Yao Ziju lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then said, have you thought about opening a shop to sell your cured meat? This is only simple food from our village. How can people in the city like it? Ju Feng's mother said. And we'll need a lot of investment to open a shop. Without waiting for his mother to finish speaking, Ju Feng cut in, saying, Mom, don't say anymore. Ju Feng's mother also realized something and quickly shut her mouth. Yao Ziju knew what Ju Feng meant and did not say anything as well. Ming Liui sat in her chair and suddenly thought of something. She said, it takes a lot of money to open a shop, but we can sell it online. Yu Lingling's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, it's cheaper to sell online. Auntie could do that. People nowadays are willing to watch short videos. As long as they are filmed well, it would draw their attention, and the sales would go up. But we don't have anyone who can push the product. Ju Feng frowned. This was indeed a problem. Ming Liui immediately thought of something. Yao Ziju had been popular in the short videos she took before, but she had later become too busy to shoot videos. Ming Liui looked at everyone and suddenly realized that Yao Zhaoyang was still eating non-stop, and his face was oily. Ming Liui picked up her phone and started taking a video of Yao Zhaoyang eating. Everyone did not think much of it and thought that Ming Liui was simply recording the child's daily life. After she was done filming, Ming Liui said, look, how about letting Zhaoyang be your ambassador? Everyone immediately gathered around to watch the video. In the video, Yao Zhaoyang was holding a rib in one hand and a sausage in the other. His face was oily and made the food look especially appetizing. President Yao, is it really okay to let us use your son as the face of our product? Ju Feng asked hesitantly. Yao Ziju looked at everyone and said, as long as my wife doesn't have any objections, I'm fine with it. Absolutely, Ming Liui immediately said. The next day, Yu Lingling and Ju Feng set up their online shop and uploaded Yao Zhaoyang's dinner video as a short reel. After the netizens saw the video, they left a lot of comments below it. Oh my god, whose handsome boy is this? He's really handsome, but he shouldn't eat like that. He'll ruin his good looks if he gets fat. This child looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Hey, the poster before me, go take a cold shower. What kind of person are you to eye up a child like that? I know. This is the child of Yao Corporation's CEO. After this sentence was posted, the netizens went even crazier. I didn't expect the child of a rich man to eat the same thing as me. What quality is this? Is it really the same as what the child is eating? As the video went viral, more and more people began to ask where they could buy the pork ribs and sausages. They all expressed their desire to buy the products and try them at home. Ju Feng took advantage of the popularity to shoot another video of Zhaoyang saying that the same ribs and sausages could be bought by clicking the shopping cart icon on the homepage. We also have bacon. In just one night, he had sold thousands of orders. This was completely unexpected to Ju Feng and Yu Lingling. Ju Feng said worriedly, I wonder if we even have that much in stock. Ju Feng's mother said, don't worry, we have plenty at home. They're all the best marinated black pigs. Ever since your accident, I've been making a lot every year. I've been waiting for you to wake up so that I could prepare it for you. Mom, I'm fine now, and I'll only get better and better, Ju Feng said with a choked sob. Yu Lingling was also very happy. She packed up a few things and was about to go visit Ming Liui. Ju Feng's mother immediately went to the kitchen and took out the bacon and ribs that she had prepared. She said, "Ling Ling, your friend has helped us so much, and now she's even asking her child to make videos for us to earn money. We don't have much to give them, only this cured meat. Give this to them." Yu Lingling brought the cured meat and other items with her and took a taxi to Ming Liui's villa. As soon as she entered, Yu Lingling shouted, "Liuai, Liuai, Zhaoyang's videos have gone viral. We sold thousands of orders in one night." Ming Liui was elated by this. She said, "Ling Ling, you have nothing to worry about now. Everything will only get better and better from now on." Yu Lingling nodded and passed the items she brought to Xiao Fan. "Ling Ling, what did you bring?" Ming Liui asked curiously. "Auntie asked me to bring you some ribs," Yu Lingling said. "She saw that you all liked it, so I brought you some more." 259 Mission Failure. Yu Lingling's matter was resolved perfectly. Ming Liui had nothing to do recently, so she focused on taking care of her child every day and made cookies. One day, Yao Ziju left the house in a hurry. Ming Liui thought that he was doing this because of the company, so she did not ask anything. In his car, Yao Ziju asked Zhao Qing to drive to an abandoned residential area. When they arrived, he got out of the car and walked inside alone. Not long after, he saw someone. "Why are you in such a hurry?" asked Yao Ziju. "Yao, the mission failed," Quickswan said. Yao Ziju immediately frowned. If that was the case, Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi would escape. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find them. Moreover, the two of them would hide themselves very well. "How did it fail?" asked Yao Ziju. Quickswan recalled the events in disbelief. He had sent out a few top-notch assassins, and they quickly arrived at the small town where Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi were. The assassins quickly discovered that Yao Ziyang's residence was surrounded by some of his peers. If they were to act rashly, they would easily fail. The assassins hid in the town and waited for the best opportunity. However, they did not expect that almost everyone in that town was a subordinate of Niu Wu, so their tracks were quickly found. When night fell, Niu Wu's men attacked and eliminated all the assassins. Niu Wu had even used one of their phones to call Quickswan. After Yao Ziju heard this, he suddenly felt a little nervous. Where did Yao Ziyang find such a backer? They were actually so powerful. Yao Ziju knew how powerful Quickswan's subordinates were, but they were all destroyed in one fell swoop. It seemed that he had to strengthen his defenses. "Don't go looking for them for the time being. Send some people to protect my wife and child," said Yao Ziju. Quickswan nodded and left. Yao Ziju returned home and found Ming Liui. "Dear, don't go out too often for the next few days," he said to her. "If there's anything you need, discuss it with me first." Ming Liui was stunned at first, then she asked, "What happened?" Yao Ziju did not want his wife to worry too much, so he said, "It's nothing. Do as I say, and be good." Ming Liui nodded. After all, Yao Ziju would never harm her. After making arrangements at home, Yao Ziju returned to his study. A few moments later, Zhao Qing joined him in the study. After a few years of training, Zhao Qing had become Yao Ziju's right-hand man. "Sir, what exactly happened? Is there anything I can help with?" asked Zhao Qing. Yao Ziju looked at Zhao Qing. During these troubling times, not only did he have to ensure the safety of his family, but he also had to ensure the safety of the people around him. "It's nothing," Yao Ziju said. "Just manage the company well. Tell Wang Keiya to go out less for the time being." Although Zhao Qing did not know what was going on, he still nodded in affirmation. When Zhao Qing returned home to Wang Keiya that night, Wang Keiya immediately jumped into his arms. "Darling," Wang Keiya said, "why are you only home now? You've been so busy recently." Zhao Qing carried Wang Keiya and sat on the sofa with her on his lap. Zhao Qing said, "There are so many things to do at the company." "Oh right, Keiya, don't go out too much for the time being." Wang Keiya looked at Zhao Qing in confusion. Why did she have to go out less? "What's wrong?" she asked. "Did you offend anyone?" Zhao Qing shook his head, but he did not know what to say. Since it was Yao Ziju's order, Zhao Qing still took it seriously. "Don't worry too much," said Zhao Qing. "Try not to go out as much as possible. If anything happens, call me at once." Although Wang Keiya did not understand, she still nodded obediently. The relationship between the two of them had become closer over the years, and the Wang family had also approved of their relationship. However, Zhao Qing was busy with his career, so they had not gotten married yet. Then, if I can't go out, can Ni Yan come over? Wang Keiye asked. Zhao Qing nodded. Keiye, I'm not restricting your freedom, it's just that I don't know what happened, either. President Yao told me to do so. When Wang Keiye heard that it was Yao Ziju's order, she did not ask any further questions. Perhaps he had some business rivals recently and was afraid that they would use extreme methods to threaten the people of Yao Corporation. After dinner, Wang Keiye changed into lace pajamas and hugged Zhao Qing from behind. Zhao Qing felt Wang Keiye's warmth, and his mouth was a little dry. Zhao Qing, do I look good? Asked Wang Keiye. Zhao Qing turned around and hugged Wang Keiye. He said, you're beautiful. You'll always be beautiful. In my heart, you're the most beautiful woman. After saying that, Zhao Qing could not hold it in anymore and lowered his head to kiss Wang Keiye on the lips. Zhao Qing carried Wang Keiye to their bedroom.